Classmates, as mentioned above, our family's Sharingan abilities are very special. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, etc. These are all eye power techniques that reside in the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you open the Mangekyo Sharingan, the moment it opens, you will understand the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone's two eyes can only host two types of dojutsu, or dojutsu of the same type but with different effects. As for Susanoo, basically, anyone can use it after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, you must understand that those who rely too much on the Mangekyo Sharingan and have weak personalities will gradually become arrogant. Remember this. At the Uchiha Private Academy in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Shikijibu is giving a lecture at the podium. He is 1.8 meters tall and has long white hair, which is different from the average Uchiha clan member. He wears a red earring on his left ear under his long hair. He has a healthy skin tone and wears a neat-looking white haori with patterned patterns. His whole temperament gives people a very gentle feeling. Uchiha Shikija came to this world through a very old-fashioned way of time travel, a car accident. But the difference is that other people travel through time by being hit by a car, but he was a passerby who drove his car and then died inexplicably on the spot and traveled through time. After coming out of the womb and being able to open eyes, there was only a young mother at home, but no father who could punish him. Later, Uchiha Shikija learned that his father was a friend and bodyguard of Uchiha Fugaku, and sacrificed himself to protect Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, all his expenses from childhood to adulthood were funded by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku even treated him as his own son. Seriously. Uchiha Shikija, who knew the ending of the Uchiha clan, was actually very resistant at first and even thought about leaving the family. But love grows over time. Whether it was Uchiha Fugaku or other clan members, they all treated the families of their compatriots who died in battle with all their heart and soul. This made him have an idea. I, Uchiha, am also one of the founders of Konoha. If someone has to leave, it should be others. Why should I, Uchiha, leave? Although the Uchiha clan is crazy about love, the most representative example is the quartet of old, weak, sick, and disabled. But the Uchiha clan treats their own people in the United Front really well, with all their heart. In addition, Uchiha Shikijo has a reverse fate trajectory system, which gives him a Mangekyo Sharingan at the beginning, and then he can get reverse fate points by simply changing the original trajectory, which can be exchanged for many rewards. Therefore, Uchiha Shikijaku has been acting very smart since he decided to defy fate, and then displayed the 3 Magneto Sharingan at the right time, gaining the respect and attention of more people in the family. He became famous during the Third Shinobi World War and became an elder of the Uchiha clan at a young age, serving as their think tank. When he has free time, Uchiha Shikija will teach the Uchiha children, but it's more like brainwashing, making them less radical and changing their minds. Teacher, you possess the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Does it have any special abilities? Just then, a student asked Uchiha Shiki. Uchiha Shiki looked over and saw Uchiha Itaki, who was only 5 years old. That's a good question. Holding 3 Magatama only allows you to discern the enemy's movements and copy ninjutsu of your own attributes. Your illusion abilities will also be slightly stronger, but this cannot be generalized. Historically, some people in our family were able to possess special eye techniques when they possessed 3 Magatama. Uchiha Shikija explained with a smile that Uchiha Itaki was very smart. To be honest, Uchiha Shikija is also trying hard not to become as selfless as in the original work. There is nothing wrong with loving the village, but it should not go to the extent of destroying the clan for the village. Continue talking about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't use the eye technique hosted in the Mangekyo Sharingan too often. Because the eye power contained in the Mangekyo Sharingan and the ordinary Sharingan is limited, it's just that the eye power consumed by the ordinary Sharingan is not as great as that consumed by the hosted eye power. If the Sharingan is overused, the power of the pupil will eventually disappear, and the eyes will lose their sight. Alright, that's all for today's class. We'll continue with the new course next Saturday and Sunday, explaining how to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will never lose its brilliance. When you return, you must train and study hard, and don't rush into anything. Uchiha Shiki looked at the time and it was already afternoon. Stand up. Itaki Uchiha was the class monitor and he immediately stood up and spoke. Thank you for your hard work, teacher, and the children in the class all bowed respectfully to Uchiha Shikijaku. After all, Uchiha Shiki was really nice to them, and the courses were very interesting. Uchiha Shikizuki just nodded and watched the children leave with a smile. After they all left, Uchiha Shikigakai put away his smile and sat in the chair next to the podium. Announcement: the host has once again changed the trajectory of the Uchiha clan and gained 1000 fate reversal points. Notice, the host's act of defying fate has triggered an additional reward, chakra attribute, water. Listening to the prompts from the system in his mind, Uchiha Shiki sighed. Destiny points are really hard to get. There are not many people who can get such a painless change against the fate trajectory. Finally reached 100,000 points. After all, the system said that this world has fatalism and fatalism, which means that this world will appropriately promote the development of the plot. System, open my attribute panel. As Uchiha Shiki was thinking, a three-dimensional attribute panel popped up in front of him. System name, Destiny Track Change System Host name, Uchiha Shikijaku Current age, 18 Ninja Rank, Elite Jonin Bloodline Limit, Sharinan, Mangekyo, Hosting Ability, Awashima Tengzi Izinzo Left Eye Ability, Celestial Possession Izanami, actively connects to the power of Izanami hosted in the Mangekyo Sharinan, presents the body with a perfect female appearance, and uses the natural energy stored in the left eye for a long time in this state to enter the chakra attribute power mode. Chakra amount, 1 year's worth remaining, upper limit is 1 year's worth. Right eye ability, Izanagi, the possession of all evil. A male's normal state connects to the power of Izanagi residing in the Mangekyo Sharinan, and can only permanently hold the various data of the average level of ninjas in the ninja world, and can never improve on his own. Chakra amount, 30% of the total, Heite Kakashi 30%. Possessing attributes, Yin, Thunder, Fire, Water 3-body ninjutsu, Substitute Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Instantaneous Jutsu Special Ninjutsu, Perception Ninjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu Fate Reversal Points, 100,000. Looking at his own attributes, Uchiha Shiki was helpless. His Mangekyo Sharinan pupil technique was of the same type but with different effects. Like Uchiha Shisui, his Mangekyo Sharinan is of the same type, but with different effects. Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami and Koda Amatsukami, the latter is actually a setting by netizens. It is actually the title of Japanese mythological character Koda Amatsukami split apart. He had always hidden his Mangekyo Sharinan, only displaying the 3 Megatama at the age of 4, as well as his overall strength reaching the level of an average ninja at the age of 4. So he was called a genius by his family and villagers, but only Uchiha Shikijaku himself knows the answer. His Mangekyo Sharinan abilities limited his normal male growth. Because Uchiha Shikijo is a male, his normal state is that of the male Izanagi, with only the average amount of chakra for a ninja in the ninja world, various talents, etc., nothing special. Using the female state Izanran, possessed by the Heavenly Maiden, one can slowly absorb natural energy and store it in his left eye like in Sage mode, and he has to change his body into the shape of a girl in order to absorb and store it. It is precisely because of this state that Uchiha Shikijo does not like to use this ability of the Mangekyo Sharinan. However, in order to save time during the day, when I am alone, I basically sleep in female form at night, allowing it to slowly absorb natural energy and store it in my left eye. Never mind. The next plot is very important. It's the event where the Uchiha clan is truly isolated, the Night of the Nine Tails. This is a major plot of defying fate. But it should be fine. I've prepared for the worst. 100,000 fate defying points are enough to redeem that item. If I can't change it, I'll just redeem it and use it. Uchiha Shikija thought to himself that all the fate defying points he had accumulated were for that thing. Do you really know how the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan evolves? It was at this time that Uchiha Fugaku walked into the classroom. He usually had a serious face, but at this moment he showed a smile. He had actually been listening outside the classroom the whole time, waiting to deliver something to Uchiha Shikija after the class was over. Clan leader, I do know that the general evolution of the Sharinan is nothing more than the promotion of emotions. Only strong emotional stimulation can make the Sharinan evolve into a Mangekyo. But the eternal Mangeki Sharinan is different. It requires the Mangeki Sharinan of a loved one, and then through surgery, the pupil power attached to the loved one's eyes is injected into the other pair of Mangeki Sharinan, which can promote evolution. Of course, this is my judgment based on the life story of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Because in the family documents, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo pattern has changed, and it overlaps with his brother's Mangekyo pattern. Uchiha Shikijaku really didn't say anything nonsense about this. In order not to appear abnormal, he actually went to the Uchiha clan's database to look up a lot of things. Moreover, Uchiha Shikijo actually found some records about Uchiha Madara, as well as patterns of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo patterns. However, the content is encrypted and only those with the Mangekyo Sharinan can understand it. Uchiha Fugaku is currently one of only 2 people in the Uchiha clan who possesses the Mangekyo Sharinan, but it is impossible for him to go to the database to read those documents. Uchiha Fugaku was a little shocked for a moment. He needed to use the Mangekyo Sharinan of his closest relatives to complete the evolution? Is this too cruel? Well, there's no point in saying this. After all, no one in the Uchiha clan has the Mangekyo Sharinan except that person, so there's no need to worry about any problems. Uchiha Shikija seemed to know what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking and explained with a smile. He did not reveal that Uchiha Fugaku also had the Mangekyo Sharinan, because at this stage, only Uchiha Fugaku himself knows. That's right, Uchiha Fugaku smiled. He looked at Uchiha Shikija as if he was looking at Uchiha Shikija's father. As Uchiha Shikija grew up, he looked more and more like his father, except for his hair color. This is for you. As if remembering the purpose of his coming here, Uchiha Fugaku handed a scroll to Uchiha Shikijo. Uchiha Shiki took it, opened it, looked at it, and then smiled. It's obvious that Minato trusts you very much. I just helped you apply for the escort job, and he actually agreed right away. And you're not afraid that he'll suspect your purpose of approaching the Hokage's wife during this special period? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shikijo with a relieved tone in his voice. What Uchiha Fugaku handed to Uchiha Shikija was a written document, which agreed that Uchiha Shikija would serve as a bodyguard to protect Uzumaki Kushina, who was giving birth. You have to know that Uzumaki Kushina is the Jinchuriki, and his childbirth guards are appointed by the third Hokage, so even Namikaze Minato can only listen to him. Uchiha Shikijaku didn't explain. It's impossible to say that everything he had done before until now was all for this moment, right? Although Minato Namikaze is young, he is only 24 years old. But he was a civilian ninja, and was not so wary and repulsive towards the Uchiha clan. He could even be said to be a good guy, and became a close friend of Uchiha Shikija, who was 6 years younger than him. He wouldn't be suspicious. He might even think I was worried about the safety of him and his wife. Uchiha Shiki put away the documents. Then he said goodbye to Uchiha Fugaku and went to make some preparations. Uchiha Fugaku kept looking at his back. This child's naturally white hair is exactly like the hair color of the princess recorded on the stone tablet. Is it because he has special genes? He muttered to himself. Now that he had the kaleidoscope, he could decipher a lot of the content on the stone tablet. Today is October 10th, the 51st year of Konoha, and tonight, Uzumaki Naruto will be born. Uchiha Shikija did not go home, but changed his clothes in the lounge that belonged to him in the academy, which was similar to the Deathly Hack outfit worn by Suafong in Bleach. Right after, Uchiha Shikijaku left and walked on the streets of Konoha. The sun sets. The sunset is picturesque, and the smoke from cooking is curling up. The atmosphere of worldly life is most suitable for ordinary life. Half an hour later, Uchiha Shikaizuki stood at the gate of Konoha. From a distance, you can see Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Biwako Sarutobi. Uzumaki Kushina, who was pregnant with a big belly, stopped while walking and talked to Uchiha Mikato, who she met on the roadside. Her eyes were always looking at Uchiha Suzuki, who was just born in Uchiha Mikato's arms. Shikik, sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll be leaving my protection to you later. When Minato Namikaze saw Uchiha Shikija, his eyes immediately lit up. He came over and put his arms around Uchiha Shikija's shoulders, and even sniffed her out of habit. When Sarutobi Biwako saw Uchiha Shikija and heard what Namikaze Minato said, he frowned slightly. Uchiha Shikija is very famous in Konoha because he is the first person in the history of the Uchiha clan to open the three Magatama Sharingan at the age of 4. During the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Shikijo's name, Ghostly, was also very famous. Why is it called Ghostly? Because he always went to the battlefield alone, but no one knew what kind of ninjutsu he knew. The enemy and our support could only see corpses and strange postures all over the ground, which was very weird. The only person who has ever partnered with Uchiha Shiki is Namikaze Minato. Minato Namikaze did not reveal anything about Uchiha Shikijaku's abilities, but he was very sure of one thing: Uchiha Shikijaku was very strong, the strongest Uchiha. Minato. The guards were arranged by Hiruzen. Sarutobi Biwako looked at Namikaze Minato with a serious tone. She was also somewhat influenced by the second Hokage and was a little wary of the Uchiha. On the battlefield, I can trust Shikik with my back, and Shikik can do the same. Minato Namikaze naturally knew what Biwako Sarutobi was worried about, and just replied with this sentence: sorry to have kept you waiting. Before Sarutobi Biwako could answer, Uzumaki Kushina came over. Yes was her catchphrase. She was also very surprised to see Uchiha Shikija, because since the end of the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Shikija had been staying in the Uchiha clan's territory and had not left. To be honest, Uzumaki Kushina really resembles Uchiha Shiki. Of course, this thought did not mean anything else, but that Uchiha Shikija would listen to her complaints and treat her sincerely. Uchiha Shikija had known her when she was only a few years old, and they had a very good relationship. Forget it, let's go. Seeing the attitudes of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Biwako knew that it was useless to say more. Moreover, there are indeed no bad rumors about Uchiha Shikija. According to the investigation of the Umbu, Uchiha Shikija has been promoting and reconciling the awkward relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Yeah, with Shikija around, I don't think I'm that nervous anymore. Uzumaki Kushina showed a sunny and cheerful smile. Although she had never seen Uchiha Shikija Bushi fight, she often heard her husband praising Uchiha Shikija Bushi. If she hadn't known that Uchiha Shikija was a man, Uzumaki Kushina would have suspected that her husband was having an affair, and she would have called Uchiha Shikija that name every other sentence. Soon, the group continued on their journey. As soon as Uchiha Shikijaku left the village, he immediately took on the role of bodyguard. Fatally, Uchiha Shiki could sense the Umbu of the two teams. They should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal guards, that is, the Umbu around the third Hokage. In the original book, due to the special nature of Kushina as a Jinchuriki, childbirth, the power of the time-tailed beast seal would be greatly weakened, and the nine tails might break free, so the Sandai and his wife secretly met with the Minato couple and let Kushina give birth in a barrier far away from the village. This is Super S-level top secret. However, Obito learned the secret and knew the exact time of Kushina's delivery. The reason was that Heide Kakashi went to Nohara Rin's tombstone and told the secret, and it happened to be heard by Uchiha Obito. But this time, Uchiha Shikijaku used some means to make Minato Namikaze stop Kakashi Heite's mission of guarding Kushina Uzumaki, and he was immediately sent out to carry out a mission. This also means that it is impossible for him to go to Nohara Rin's grave to reveal this news to Uchiha Obito. I hope there's no problem. After all, to some extent, there is a sense of fatalism in Naruto. In other words, everything is destined to happen. It's like small things can be changed, but big trends cannot be reversed. Uchiha Shikija thought so. It's always better to be cautious. When Uchiha Shikijaku and the others left, at this moment, on a mountaintop somewhere, after paying tribute to Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito, who had the urge to look down at Konoha once, looked at Uzumaki Kushina and her group, frowning under his mask. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, and the third Hokage's wife, and that person. Is at Uchiha Shikijaku, Uchiha Obito was thinking, and finally he thought of something when he looked at Uzumaki Kushina's big belly. Interesting, just treat it as a spur-of-the-moment thing, the teacher who is always late. As Uchiha Obito was talking to himself, the spacetime ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, and the vortex swept him up and disappeared on the spot. Kushina Uzumaki was moaning. As soon as she arrived at the cave prepared for childbirth, her stomach began to react violently. Sarutobi Baiwako immediately began to help Kushina Uzumaki deliver the baby. As for Uchiha Shikija, he stood quietly aside. He closed his eyes tightly, listened attentively, and sensed his surroundings. Normally, he would always activate the perception ninjutsu when he went out to prevent being attacked. After all, he had learned it systematically and was proficient in it, so he could use it with ease. He knew that the process of Uzumaki Kushina giving birth was not dangerous, but the dangerous part was the moment after Uzumaki Naruto was born. At that time, whether it was Minato Namikaze, Baiwako Sarutobi, or even Kushina Uzumaki, they would all relax because they had already delivered the baby safely. If Uchiha Obito was really there at that time, the sneak attack would only happen in that instant. Wow, I don't know how long it took before the sound of a baby crying echoed. When Uchiha Shikaizuki heard the baby crying, he looked over. Sarutobi Baiwako was wrapping a small baby with only a few yellow hairs in soft cloth and handed the baby to Uzumaki Kushina to see. Well then, Kushina, you should get some rest while I go clean up the kid. Sarutobi Baiwako spoke, and the serious old lady also smiled motherly. For girls, especially female ninjas, perhaps the happiest moments are when they put on a wedding dress and have a child. Shiki, I'm a father. Tears welled up in Minato Namikaze's eyes, and the first person he thought of to share his joy was Uchiha Shikija. But Uchiha Shikija made a warning gesture to him, because at this moment Uchiha Shikija could clearly see an inconspicuous vortex appearing above the cave. And Namikaze Minato, the only one who had partnered with Uchiha Shikija and whom he trusted very much, immediately broke away from his joy and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. It was at this moment that Uchiha Shikija launched the instant body movement technique. Minato Namikaze also took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao, and used the instant body technique at an even faster speed, coming directly to Sarutobi Baiwako's side and throwing the Kunao in his hand upwards. Ding! A crisp sound of metal collision echoed, and Uchiha Obito, wearing a black cloak and a tiger-striped mask on his face, used a Kunao to deflect the Kunao thrown by Minato Namikaze. Oh, should I say, it really lives up to its name, Golden Flash. It's fast, and its reactions are also very quick. Uchiha Obito landed on the ground and spoke in the voice of Uchiha Madara. He really didn't expect that his sneak attack would be discovered. He couldn't be sensed before he came out of his spacetime ability and materialized. But Minato Namikaze did not respond to Uchiha Obito, but took Uzumaki Naruto from Sarutobi Baiwako. Minato Namikaze was very capable. In an instant, he understood why Uchiha Obito attacked Sarutobi Lake Baiwa. The target was his child. But a newborn baby has no value to other people, so he can only use the child to achieve a certain purpose, probably to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and the target is the nine-tailed fox in his wife's body. As for Uchiha Shikija, seeing that Namikaze Minato's instant body technique was faster, he smiled slightly and instantly appeared on the stone bed where Uzumaki Kushina was lying. Excuse me. Uchiha Shikaizuki picked up Uzumaki Kushina in a princess hug. Uzumaki Kushina shook her head to indicate that it was okay. Female ninjas did not care about the ordinary people's prohibitions on physical contact between men and women. And Uchiha Shikija also looked at Uchiha Obito. It's outrageous. Obito is only a teenager now. How could such a short guy suddenly become so tall? Did he undergo painless height increase? Or is it that the white Zetsu cells in his body allow him to grow taller in a short period of time? Who are you? You possess the Sharingan, so it's no wonder the Umbu and barriers from the outside world are useless. Why are you targeting the nine-tailed fox? When Minato Namikaze saw the Sharingan under the pupil of the masked man, his first suspicion was not that of Uchiha, but who transplanted Uchiha's Sharingan? Oh, you figured out my purpose in an instant. If I had to say it, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it could also be said to have been planned for a long time. The moment he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito immediately formed hand seals. Then the cave suddenly shook, and then there was a terrifying explosion, and a large amount of rocks fell directly down. Before taking action, he had buried a large number of detonating talismans inside the ceiling of the cave. At the same time, Uchiha Obito also headed straight for Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The baby is already in Minato Namikaze's hands. If he wants to force Minato Namikaze away, there is only this way, because Uchiha Obito knows his teacher. Minato, leave Kushina to me. It was at this time that Uchiha Shikija spoke. Minato Namikaze did not hesitate at all. At this moment, he was a father and a husband, but also the Hokage of Konoha. While protecting the baby in his arms from being hit by stones, he ran straight to where Sarutobi Lake Biwa was. In a moment, Minato Namikaze, along with Biwako Sarutobi and the assistant who delivered the baby, launched Flying Thunder God and disappeared on the spot. After achieving his goal, Uchiha Obito ran directly towards Uzumaki Kushina in Uchiha Shiki's arms, and all the falling rocks, regardless of size, penetrated his body. As for Uchiha Shiki, Uchiha Genius? In Uchiha Obito's eyes, it doesn't matter. I was really underestimated by a little brat. The whole time, your eyes were only on Minato Namikaze and Kushina, and even on the newly born Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Shiki's eyes were cold, his 3 Magatama Sharingan had turned into a pattern, and a large amount of natural energy poured into the chakra meridians in his body from his left eye. See the comments, there is a picture of the pattern. Right after, Uzumaki Kushina, who was held in Uchiha Shikaku's arms, felt as if something soft was pressing against her body. Looking over carefully, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes suddenly widened. At this time, a large amount of natural energy filled Uchiha Shiki's whole body. His white hair fluttered like catkins, and his facial features were as delicate as a sculptor's masterpiece, leaning towards feminine beauty. The male's physical features transformed into a female's body in the blink of an eye. Her figure and proportions were perfect, as if carefully carved by God. She also exuded a charming body fragrance that even Uzumaki Kushina was a little intoxicated. Those fox eyes were cold and aloof, with grayish-white eyeshadow at the corners of their eyes. Their pupils emitted the crimson light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and there was an elusive amusement in their smile. The sleeves and haori on her body were torn apart by the chakra like a hurricane, and the cuffs of her clothes were also shattered. What was left in an instant turned into a pure white off-shoulder and backless dress that flashed with irregular lightning. Lightning ribbons wrapped around his body like nimble snakes, dancing with the surge of chakra. The shoes also turned into pieces under the impact of chakra, and the bare feet left the ground like a fairy. The goddess is possessed by Izangran. Uchiha Shiki's appearance is white hair, bare shoulders and back, bare feet, and he can even float a little off the ground. She looks like a beautiful lady standing by the water, full of charm. Uchiha Shiki felt something heavy in front of him and nothing below him. Even Uchiha Obito was confused. How could a man suddenly turn into a woman? Well, is it the lightning attribute that I possess that's randomly chosen this time? The battle form of angel possession Izanran will cover one of the attributes possessed by Uchiha Shikijo, and the chakra generation is similar to attribute chakra power mode. The fire is red flames, and its appearance is passionate like fire. Lei is by Shan, and he looks aloof and cold. Boom! The cave finally couldn't withstand the detonating talisman and collapsed completely. Uchiha Obito had no choice but to leave the cave using his ability to travel through the physical plane. Only Uchiha Shikija and Uzumaki Kushina in his arms were buried directly. I never thought that there is another person in the Uchiha clan who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his abilities seem to be very strange. Just now, my Sharingan was able to see that a large amount of yin chakra surged from his Mangekyo Sharingan, flowing throughout his body and changing his body structure. At the same time, natural energy from his left eye surged throughout his body. But that amount is nothing special. It's far less than the amount of chakra I learned from him about Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Obito looked at the collapsed mountain and talked to himself. But at this moment, Minato Namikaze appeared again. He did not look at the collapsed mountain, but stared at Uchiha Obito. You know about the first generation, and you also know about natural energy. You can easily pass through the Konoha barrier, and your target is the Nine Tails. This also means that you can control the Nine Tails. And I know that the Sharingan that can control the Nine Tails is only in him and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shiki has been subtly revealing to Namikaze Minato that except for him and the deceased Uchiha Madara, no one in the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan that can control the Nine Tails. That's why Minato Namikaze thought of Uchiha Madara. If my research is correct, Uchiha Madara does not have this kind of time and space ability activated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, the collapsed mountain suddenly exploded, and a crisp and cold sound of pure imperial power echoed. A large amount of rubble fell like raindrops nearby. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito looked over. All I saw was a white, six-armed, one-headed, half-female figure, and Susanoo that was exploding with thunder, looming in the smoke and dust. Uchiha Shiki was inside Susanoo, and Uzumaki Kushina in his arms was well protected by him. There was even a hint of confusion in her eyes, and a hint of blush on her tired face. The body fragrance of Uchiha Shiki made her feel very moved. Minato Namikaze never worried that Uchiha Shikija would not be able to protect Uzumaki Kushina, because he knew that Uchiha Shikija was a reliable man, and of course a woman as well. As for Uzumaki Kushina's current confused look, Namikaze Minato wouldn't think too much about it. He knew clearly why, because he had been like that before. He even said to Uchiha Shiki, "Brother, you smell so good." What stood between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha was gender. But the only one who stood in the way of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shiki was Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, Namikaze Minato is very straight, and Uchiha Shiki is also straight. There is no such thing as friendship going bad. It's just a joke. Uchiha Shikija floated in front of Minato Namikaze at a height of 23 centimeters above the ground and handed Uzumaki Kushina, who was being carried in a princess embrace, to Minato Namikaze. "Leave him to me." After Uchiha Shikijo finished speaking, he floated directly towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was just acting on impulse, so it didn't matter that he failed to successfully capture the Nine Tails. Since inheriting the name of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito is no longer as naive and hot-blooded, but a calm strategist, so he will not stay here for long. He used his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities once again, attempting to leave. But Uchiha Shikijo just raised his slender arm, an electric current rushed up into the sky, and then he pressed his jade hand down, and a white thunder as thick as a person fell directly down. Immortal technique Thunder Escape Thunder Dragon descending from the sky. D-level lightning release ninjutsu can even maintain the falling lightning as long as the holder has enough chakra, and the fairy technique further increases its power. Notice, the host consumes 1 hour of natural energy. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. There are 8,663 hours of natural energy remaining. Uchiha Obito saw this and immediately interrupted the effect of his spacetime eye technique, and his body became ethereal again. Because he wants to absorb himself into time and space, his body must be materialized, and it takes more time to act on himself than on others. "Minato, what on earth is Shikik doing? Isn't he a boy? And his Sharingan doesn't have the regular 3 Magatama pattern." Because she didn't have to deal with Uchiha Obito and knew that Uzumaki Naruto was safe, Uzumaki Kushina relaxed and asked about Uchiha Shikijo. "This is the Ijutsu ability of Shikik's Mangekyo Sharingan. Compared to this, I'm more curious about the guy in the mask. His technique is very strange. Shikijaku's lightning technique can't even hurt him. It's like there's no entity there, just a shadow. I guess it really is the spacetime ninjutsu that Shikijaku mentioned." Namikaze Minato responded. Even at this time, his first reaction was to analyze Uchiha Obito's abilities. This was a ninja's instinct. If this state can continue, then with the way Shikik releases ninjutsu, the chakra won't last long. Uzumaki Kushina became worried again. A ninja without chakra would be very passive when facing an enemy with chakra. Don't worry, because Minato Namikaze can also use Sage Mode. He noticed that Uchiha Shiki had a lot of energy from the first time he saw him use Celestial Possession Izanran, and it seemed that it would not decrease no matter how much he used it. At least, that's what Minato Namikaze thinks. "It's no use, you can't touch me." Here, Uchiha Obito directly left the range of the lightning pillar. But the next second, another pillar of lightning fell from the sky and enveloped him again. Notice, the host consumes 1 hour of natural energy. Notice, the host's left eye automatically fills in the missing meridians in the body natural energy, 8,662 hours of natural energy remaining. In Uchiha Shiki's opinion, he holds Shitanla. In addition, Uchiha Shikijo was aware of the effect of Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique, and the duration of his body's weakness could only last for a maximum of 5 minutes at a time. However, as Uchiha Obito said, there is really no way to deal with Uchiha Obito in the current way, because his body was no longer hollowed the moment he left the range of the lightning pillar, but it became hollow again the moment the lightning pillar focused on him again. Why do you think Uchiha Obito just released his hollow form? Because Uchiha Shiki's Sharingan noticed that the small grains of sand on the ground that Uchiha Obito was stepping on had moved, and only a physical entity could cause this situation. So, Uchiha Shikija immediately began to form hand seals. That you should know that the previous ninjutsu was instantaneous, and now forming hand seals can only mean that Uchiha Shikija is going to enlarge. Namikaze Minato knew Uchiha Shikija very well. The moment he formed a hand seal, he immediately reacted and broke out in a cold sweat, and launched Flying Thunder God instantly. In an instant, Namikaze Minato appeared on the top of a tree 1,500 meters away from Uchiha Shikijo, holding Uzumaki Kushina. Right after, whether it was Minato Namikaze or Kushina Uzumaki in his arms, they both stared with wide eyes in the direction of Uchiha Shikija. There, a dense mass of lightning with a radius of 500 meters and an area of over 1,000 meters bombarded down from the sky, and the distance between each lightning was very narrow. Depend on, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki swallowed their saliva. To be honest, Minato Namikaze really envies those people who have an absurd amount of chakra. Uchiha Obito was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning, although he was really being struck by lightning. Because the moment Uchiha Shikigakai completed the hand seal, countless thunders rose into the sky like mad dragons, and fell like a torrential rain, covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters in radius. The surrounding ground had begun to melt into magma due to the bombardment of thunder and lightning, and the trees were directly burning with raging flames, as if they were going to swallow up the entire world. What's more crucial is that the relative distance between these thunders is so narrow. In other words, no matter how he dodged, he would never be able to avoid this terrifying thunder tribulation. As long as he released his void form, he would definitely be struck by thunder. Is this the forbidden lightning escape technique, White Emperor's sudden descent, developed by the Yayu clan during the Warring States period? Where on earth did you learn this? Moreover, this forbidden lightning technique requires the coordinated release of 20 ninjas with enormous chakra amounts to produce such a terrifying range, and the effect can last for 1 minute. The face under Uchiha Obito's mask was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. Professor Uchiha Madara taught Uchiha Obito all his knowledge, various experiences and memories, including the memory of this forbidden technique of thunder release. Moreover, he could feel that this was the release of natural energy, the effect of magic, and it was even more powerful. Oh, you actually knew that? Your ability to penetrate the body is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? No powerful eye technique is perfect, and it requires an equivalent exchange. It would be a bit of an overbearing ninjutsu to use on a brat like you who doesn't dare reveal his true face, but I like to crush my enemies when I fight. Uchiha Shiki's voice echoed, not loud amidst the roar of thunder, but Uchiha Obito heard it clearly. In Uchiha Shiki's view, the ninjas of the Warring States period are monsters. They just seemed less noticeable under the shadow of the two cheat users, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Did he figure out my ability? Uchiha Obito was very puzzled that he could use his eye technique ability less than twice. Besides, he has called him a little devil twice. Does he know something? No, it's not a big deal, and there's no need to worry too much. This level of forbidden technique consumes a lot of chakra. Maybe it can. Uchiha Obito, who was talking to himself, was suddenly stunned. Because his Sharingan could clearly see that the chakra in Uchiha Shiki's body was exactly the same as at the beginning, without any reduction at all. 1 minute passed. Uchiha Shiki's chakra still hasn't decreased. 2 minutes passed. Uchiha Shiki's chakra still hasn't decreased. At this moment, Uchiha Obito became anxious as he saw that there was something wrong with Uchiha Shiki's left eye, which was continuously providing natural energy to Uchiha Shiki. So he immediately started running, but found that Uchiha Shiki was following him, and the radius of the thunder was also moving with Uchiha Shiki's movement. Damn it! Uchiha Obito wanted to vomit blood instantly. At the beginning, he really didn't take Uchiha Shiki seriously, and now Uchiha Shikijaku doesn't even take him seriously. We can't go on like this, or we'll definitely die. His pupil technique can only last for a maximum of 5 minutes at a time. After this time, the virtualization will stop, and it will also enter a cooling time due to long-term use. Escape underground? No, the depth of lightning conduction is as high as 200 to 500 meters, and even if I hide underground, I can't use spacetime ninjutsu because my body is close to the surrounding land, and even if I materialize, I will be squeezed by the huge force. Without hesitation, Uchiha Obito immediately headed straight for the location of Konoha village. Uchiha Shiki smiled and thought, this kid is not stupid. If he really arrived in Konoha village, he wouldn't be able to use this large-scale forbidden lightning technique so casually. But at this distance, he would definitely not be able to reach Konoha village in the next period of time. Uchiha Obito, in the hollow state, could only move but could not release ninjutsu, not even the instant body movement technique. Uchiha Shikijaku had made a lot of preparations to prepare for today. Because I knew the original plot, I estimated various factors and envisioned many options. Uchiha Shikijo even calculated the distance from this area to Konoha. Hateful. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. With only a dozen seconds left, his hollowness was about to reach its limit, but it was still a long way from Konoha. Even if he counted the 2 minutes he had wasted, he still could not reach Konoha. He simply stopped, turned around and stared coldly at Uchiha Shiki. It's fate that made me act on impulse but ended up with this kind of outcome. The moment Uchiha Obito's hollowness was released, a large amount of lightning directly bombarded him, and even his mask and clothes were burned by the lightning. The body became charred and emitted a burnt smell. But Uchiha Shikija did not stop and continued to bombard the body of Uchiha Obito, who had lost his vital signs. The Forbidden Thunder escape technique didn't stop until 15 minutes later. At this time, Uchiha Obito's body had turned into countless pieces of charred charcoal. At this moment, the forbidden technique of thunder escape was wreaking havoc all over the place. Whether it was stones or land, everything turned red, and the forest fire spread. Uchiha Shikigakai landed barefoot on the ground and looked down. Shikaku. Minato Namikaze landed next to Uchiha Shikijo holding Uzumaki Kushina. He stared at Uchiha Shiki's bare feet without blinking. What long legs, what delicate feet. After all, Uchiha Shiki is 1.8 meters tall, so his legs must be very long, and even beautiful. And Uzumaki Kushina simply reached out and used the flesh-pinching technique that every woman knows. Still looking, your wife is here. Ahem, Shikik, don't your feet feel hot? I'm wearing shoes and even with all the chakra wrapped around them, I still feel hot. Minato Namikaze coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. He was more or less affected by Jiraiya. The corner of Uchiha Shika's mouth twitched. When I show a questioning expression on my face, it is no longer my problem, but your problem. Is this the point? Brother. Soon. Both Uchiha Shikija and Namikaze Minato saw that Uchiha Obito's body, which was broken into many charcoal pieces, was slowly becoming transparent until it disappeared. What's going on? Shadow clones? No, the moment a shadow clone is hit by a strong attack, it will turn into smoke and disappear. Minato Namikaze frowned, very puzzled. But Uchiha Shikijo immediately formed hand seals again. This sudden movement made Namikaze Minato's eyelids twitch, and he immediately started using Flying Thunder God to go to the top of the tree where he was just now. Then, Minato Namikaze is also numb, because Uchiha Shiki continued to use the forbidden technique of lightning to bombard the surroundings. Depend on. It's rare for Minato Namikaze to swear. What's so great about having more chakra? A forbidden technique of this magnitude could be unleashed at will, and the speed of forming the seals was ridiculously fast. 15 minutes later, Uchiha Shikigakai sighed and stopped bombing. Uchiha Shikik has already guessed something. Izanagi. The forbidden Sharingan technique that changes unfavorable facts. The duration of Izanagi is closely related to the user's chakra amount, strength, and technique consumption, but according to his speculation, Uchiha Obito's Izanagi effect can only last about 11 minutes. Because in the original work, Konan's detonating tag's bombing could last about 10 minutes, but Uchiha Obito's Izanagi was still successfully launched. The bombing continued just now because Uchiha Shikija thought that Uchiha Obito should still be nearby, but if you think about it carefully, it should be impossible. The time when the thunder stopped just now was enough for Uchiha Obito to activate the time-space eye technique and leave. I've calculated everything, including Izanaga, but I never imagined that Uchiha Obito would delay Izanaga's activation like Uchiha Madara. It's like the effect of the pupil technique is always there. Once the unfavorable situation disappears completely, the effect of Izanagi will take effect. Whatever, anyway, it changed the fate of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The thunder on Uchiha Shiki's body stopped, his white hair fell on his exposed beautiful back, and the white Izanran lightning attribute chakra mode also disappeared, returning to his black, shoulder and back-bearing outfit. The two bombings lasted a total of 35 minutes. It's simply inhuman. Notice, the host has continuously consumed natural energy for 34 minutes, consuming 170 hours of natural chakra. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians, with 8,487 hours of natural energy remaining. Notice, the host has changed the fate of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and the fate-changing stage has been successful. 30,000 fate-changing points have been obtained. Notice, the host defied fate and changed the nine-tailed fox riot, changing the ending of many people in Konoha village. The defied fate stage plot was successful, and 20,000 defied fate points were obtained. Notice, the host defied fate and changed the Uchiha clan's difficult situation after the Nine Tails rebellion. The defied fate stage was successful, and 20,000 defied fate points were obtained. That is, when Uchiha Shiki was thinking, the system prompt sound echoed. This made Uchiha Shiki very surprised. Ever since he decided to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, he has been planning various fate-defying endings, but not every one of them succeeds. For example, Uchiha Obito turned evil, while Uchiha Shisui remained the same as in the original. But as long as he succeeds in defying fate, especially in major events, he can get a lot of points for defying fate. Before, it was always dozens or thousands of points. For the sake of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, he did not dare to spend any money except exchanging some low-level ninjutsu, because Uchiha Shikija accumulated fate-defying points in preparation for the worst-case scenario today, so he could redeem them for a talisman in the fate-defying mall. The immortal talisman of defying fate is worth 100,000 defying fate points. Similar to the treasure of the Toad Kingdom in the original work, the Immortal Talisman, it is filled with natural chakra that can reshape the body structure and regenerate huge vitality. As long as the body is still there and the soul energy still exists, it can restore a person from a state of death. With this, at least one of the couple can survive, assuming that Minato Namikaze does not use the sealing technique, Shiki Fusion. But if Minato Namikaze used the sealing technique, Shiki Fusion, then Uchiha Shiki would not hesitate to exchange it with Uzumaki Kushina. Shikaku. Minato Namikaze returned to this position again, this time without his sister in his arms. He looked at Uchiha Shikija, who was in the state of a white-haired elder sister, and his eyes were really bright, almost showing color. "This is my brother, this is my brother." Uchiha Shikija didn't say anything, but just looked at Namikaze Minato with a disdainful look. In fact, every time he used his inami, the men who looked at him looked very strange, so he never left anyone alive. Namikaze Minato was an exception, after all, he was a good friend. Moreover, the use of Izan Ran is also limited, just like what he said to Uchiha Obito just now. Any powerful pupil technique requires equal exchange and cannot be perfect. The limitation of the female form Izanami possession by the heavenly maiden is not the insignificant limitation of the normal form Izanagi possession by the mortal evil that cannot improve the normal form. But if Uchiha Shikijo relies too much on Izanran, the goddess of heaven, his brain will be affected by the yin chakra and his thoughts will slowly turn into feminine ones. However, Uchiha Shiki has found a not very reliable but very useful way to solve this problem. That is to get closer to girls and strengthen his thinking as a man. Don't look at me with such contempt. You know it was an act of God. Your celestial possession Izanran has a natural charm, right? No, if you keep looking at me with such contemptuous eyes, you will lose me as your good friend, seriously. Minato Namikaze spoke without blushing or beating his heart. This can't be blamed on him, really can't be blamed on him. The enemy has probably escaped. It's the Uchiha clan's forbidden eye technique, Izanagi. Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes. You have said this many times, but every time I look at you with disdain, you don't seem to be that annoying. In fact, although Minato Namikaze looks like a handsome, serious, and good guy, he actually has a bit of a silly personality. She transformed herself back to her normal state as Izanagi, the evil possessed, and even tore off her off-shoulder and backless outfit, leaving only her black hakama. If it weren't for the purpose of absorbing natural energy while in the state of Izanami possession, Uchiha Shiki would never have chosen this outfit. He does not have an immortal body, so he can only absorb natural energy by exposing some parts of his body. Izanagi? Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment, and looking at Uchiha Shikija who had turned back into his normal state Izanagi, Minato Namikaze instantly became serious. Don't look at the male version, there's nothing good about it, and he's not as handsome as me. If I remember correctly, this is a very advanced forbidden eye technique, right? Namikaze Minato asked Uchiha Shikija. Few people within the Uchiha clan knew about Izanagi, let alone outsiders. But Minato Namikaze happened to be an outsider who knew about this forbidden Sharingan technique. That guy is really not Uchiha Madara? Minato Namikaze continued to ask. Uchiha Shikija has been studying the history and documents of the Uchiha clan and knows the Uchiha clan very well. Who knows? But Uchiha Shikija did not reveal Uchiha Obito's identity. Because of the system's functionality, he can defy fate through action, but he can't reveal the secrets to others. Don't criticize me, because if I reveal the secrets, I won't know how to write it. Minato. It was at this time that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen led his auxiliary Umbu members and landed beside Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikija. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised to see Uchiha Shikijo. Because Sarutobi Biwako was sent back to Konoha by Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto was handed over to her, she went directly to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and explained everything. Shikik, did you perform the forbidden lightning technique just now? Although Namikaze Minato it has thunder attributes, but is mostly used for other purposes and cannot perform forbidden thunder escape techniques with a terrifying range. In addition, when Uchiha Shikija was on the battlefield, the enemy's bodies were either burned or scorched by lightning, so Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that the forbidden lightning technique just now was performed by Uchiha Shikija. Yes, but the enemy has already fled. Uchiha Shikijaku responded that although according to Uchiha Shikijaku's investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen in this world is as devoted to Konoha as in the original work, many of his actions are just like a politician, not the Hokage of Konoha. As he grew older, his choices, strategies, and policies became more biased towards his own family. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll leave the forest firefighting to you. After all, forest fire prevention is everyone's responsibility except the Uchiha. Izanran, the goddess of heaven, is powerful, but it consumes a lot of physical strength. Although chakra can be regarded as physical strength and magic power, chakra-related physical strength is one thing, but more importantly, he doesn't want to talk too much with Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's more, Uchiha Shikijo really has no good feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if he is committed to changing the Uchiha's behavior and easing the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Konoha is Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, thank you so much for tonight. It's because of you that we were able to detect the enemy and avoid any more accidents. Namikaze Minato bowed solemnly and seriously to Uchiha Shikijaku to express his gratitude, but Uchiha Shikija just smiled and accepted the bow calmly. We are friends, remember to buy me a drink next time. Uchiha Shikijaku said this and turned around and left. Hiss, I'm not used to not wearing shoes. Every time I fight, my shoes and clothes are worn out. They are made of special silk threads and are very expensive. Next time, I'll have to ask Minato to reimburse me. Uchiha Shikija was muttering as he walked. Okay, I'll reimburse you, and I'll give you the underwear too. Minato Namikaze heard Uchiha Shiki's muttering and shouted directly. This caused Uchiha Shikijo, who was walking away, to stagger and almost fall. He turned around and stretched out his fist to Minato Namikaze, with his middle finger sticking out, making an international greeting gesture. Roll! Konoha was actually on high alert at this time, because Uchiha Shiki's forbidden technique of lightning escape could be clearly seen even if one looked up from Konoha's side. What's more, there were bursts of thunder. Uchiha Shikigakai walks into Konoha. The white hair, bare upper body, and tattered clothes are somewhat eye-catching, especially for girls. After all, Uchiha Shikijo is the kind of person who has a handsome and gentle appearance, and he is also very powerful. The strong will be respected by the villagers and ninjas, but the strong Uchiha will be feared by the villagers and ninjas who are influenced by the higher UPS. Shikaku-sama. It was at this time that someone landed behind Uchiha Shikigakai. She has beautiful long dark brown hair parted in the middle and her face looks a bit girlish. After all, she is not very old, only in her 20s. She is wearing a white kimono with a double-breasted top, but the cuffs can be torn off to turn it into a shoulder and back-bearing combat outfit. She is wearing tight-waisted shorts underneath, and her long legs, which are longer than her life, are covered with black stockings, with a black haori draped over her shoulders. The picture is designed by someone in the comments section. Uchiha Hajiki, Uchiha Izumi's mother, was initially assigned to Uchiha Shikijaku as an assistant manager, but later because of Uchiha Shikijaku's sincerity towards people, she became a direct subordinate, similar to a retainer. Unlike other Uchiha clan members, she is not good at fire attributes, but is better at lightning attributes and physical skills. Uchiha Shikija needed someone to do things for him, so he exchanged a B-level special ninjutsu lightning release, lightning armor, for her to learn from the Destiny Maul, which is the secret technique of lightning armor that the shadows of the hidden cloud village used to wrap their bodies. Has the mission been completed? Perhaps it was because of the butterfly effect of Uchiha Shikijo. Her husband was supposed to die on the night of the nine-tailed fox, but in fact he was killed by Uchiha Hajiki herself 2 years ago. In fact, the ninja family has a very strong clan concept, regardless of gender. Because her husband is actually a marginal member of the root, and he approached her originally in order to try to obtain intelligence on the Uchiha clan and make a contribution. To some extent, this is also a defiance of fate. After all, he did not die according to the ending of the original novel. Uchiha Shikijaku had been cleaning up the Uchiha clan since a very early time. Clan members who marry out of the clan are not allowed to stay in the clan territory, but people with ulterior motives can still obtain a lot of information about the Uchiha clan from the women of the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Hajiki. She possessed the 3 Magatama Sharinan when she got married, and once worked under Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, what you asked me to do in the Hidden Rain village has come to an end. Uchiha Hajiki draped her own haori on Uchiha Shikijo with very skillful movements. Although the war in the ninja world seemed to be over at this time, there were actually still many conflicts in private. The Umbu sent out by Shimura Danzo are targeting the Akatsuki, a newly emerged organization in the Hidden Rain village in recent years. Following your orders, I secretly contacted members of this organization, but they refused your offer of cooperation and enlistment. They don't trust us. Uchiha Yayu responded with great respect. Uchiha Shikija nodded. In the original novel, the Akatsuki organization was plotted against by Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village, who was called a demigod, at this time in the autumn of last year. However, because Uchiha Shikija had been secretly intervening, the plot was delayed until recently. Unfortunately, it is difficult to persuade the damned ghost with kind words, and this time he failed again to defy fate. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, he actually planned to go to the Hidden Rain village operation in person this time. But compared to Yahiko and others in the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Shikijo cared more about Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. One is a good gay friend, the other is a good girlfriend. To be honest, I'm not talking about conspiracy theories, but many of Konoha's subsequent crises were caused by the outrageous actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan's coup plan, Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, Tendo Pain's plan to capture the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards Orochimaru is wavering, and Shimura Danzo is calculating this and that, but his calculations are still not complete. There is no way that the future Konoha will be Minato Namikaze's Konoha, the Konoha with the Uchiha integrated into it, and he will have to deal with all these aftermaths. If these old guys are sensible, they can spend their old age in peace. If they are not, they will be sent to see the Six Paths Sage. Of course, if possible, Uchiha Shiki wouldn't want it to be the latter. After all, Konoha doesn't need an Uchiha who is feared by the village, but an Uchiha who is relied upon by the village. In the end, force and killing can only breed hatred, and hatred is a chain that connects more people. Forget it, they pose no threat to Konoha while I'm here. There's no way to change Akatsuki's fate, so it doesn't matter. So he went straight back to the Uchiha clan territory with Uchiha Yayu. The other side, somewhere several thousand meters away from Konoha, a space began to distort, and the figure of Uchiha Obito emerged from it. His mask had been taken off, revealing his true face. One hand was covering his left eye. Through the gaps between his fingertips, one could see that the eye in his left eye socket had lost its sight. As for the Sharingan in the right eye, a large amount of blood was flowing from the corner of the eye. Damn it. This is my first time using Kamui for so long that it's really taxing on my eyes, and I used Izanagi, so the chakra consumption is really severe. Uchiha Obito was breathing heavily. What a beast! Who can use the forbidden technique of thunder escape with a radius of 500 meters and about 1000 meters to bombard continuously for 15 minutes? Damn it! If once is not enough, come a second time. How cautious and inhumane this is. It's not a big deal to have more chakra, right? The key is that guy, after discovering that I used Izanagi, he immediately used the forbidden technique of lightning again. If I hadn't immediately activated the time pupil technique, I guess the Sharingan that originally belonged to me would not have been used. Uchiha Obito looked down at his right hand. The cuff was gone and his arm was so burnt that he could no longer even feel it. After all, the condition for activating Izanaga's forbidden eye technique is to reappear near unfavorable factors, that is, within a certain range where the corpse is. He materialized quickly enough to activate the spacetime eye technique, but at the last moment, he was still affected by the second forbidden lightning technique released by Uchiha Shikijo on his right hand. That guy's actions all seemed to predict my attack, and he also knew the power of my pupil technique very well. Could it be that my information was leaked? But currently, only White Zetsu and Black Zetsu know the true power of my eye technique. They won't betray me. Uchiha Obito twisted his charred arm off, and what flowed out of the wound was not blood, but a sticky white liquid. After all, this half of his body was made up of white pieces. Although it is slowly transforming from plant-type cells into flesh and blood, the process is very slow. Obito, you look so miserable. At this moment, a black and white figure appeared from the ground not far away. They were very surprised to see Uchiha Obito's current condition. What's up? Uchiha Obito did not explain, but put on the mask again and asked. Things are going well in the Hidden Rain Village. Yahiko is dead, and Nagato has decided to be on the chessboard. He wants to see you. Seeing that Uchiha Obito did not explain, the black and white duo stopped talking and told them the purpose of their visit. It's just that besides us, Shimura Danzo, and Sancho Hanzo plotting against Akatsuki, there seems to be a third party intervening in the contact between Akatsuki and Nagato. However, we have never been able to track them down and are always left behind. Judging from the ninjutsu used, it seems to be the secret technique of thunder armor mastered by the main family of the Night Moon clan of the Hidden Cloud Village. The black and white masters continued to say that these were what they had investigated. I see. Uchiha Obito responded that what was happening on Nagato's side was more important now and was the key to his and Uchiha Madara's entire plan. The next day, Uchiha Shiki woke up in his room in the Uchiha private school. He stood up and stretched, then got up, washed up, and took care of his personal hygiene. Feeling refreshed. Then prepared to change clothes. At this time, Uchiha Yayu knocked on the door and entered the room after receiving a response. Shikaku-sama. Uchiha Yayu called out respectfully, then took the clothes from Uchiha Shikijo's hand and helped Uchiha Shikijo change clothes. I have to say that Uchiha Yayu is really good at taking care of people. As long as she has no mission, she basically stays with Uchiha Shiki for 9 hours a day. After dressing Uchiha Shikijaku, Uchiha Hajiki led Uchiha Shikijaku to the cafeteria, where a steaming hot breakfast was already placed on a table. But soon, Uchiha Yayu frowned because she saw the cafeteria door being opened and 3 people wearing white hooded windbreakers and masks on their faces walked in without saying hello. This behavior is disrespectful to the host. Sarutobi Hiruzen's umbu wouldn't be so rude. Minato Namikaze has not yet formed an umbu, he only has personal bodyguards. Then the only ones left are the Root, and Danzo Shimura cultivated the umbu who were outside the normal organization of Konoha and did things in secret. They have their own authority to act, and even the Hokage cannot completely interfere. Uchiha Shikik, come with us. We need your cooperation in investigating something. One of the umbu wearing a fox mask spoke in a flat tone. But Uchiha Shikaka didn't even raise his head, just continued eating. Didn't you hear? Another umbu wearing a bird mask reached out and was about to slap the dining table. But before the palm fell, a flash of lightning flashed before their eyes, and then the wrist of the bird mask was tightly grasped. The one who took action was Uchiha Hajiki. Her eyes revealed a coldness at this moment, and the 3 scarlet Megatama rotated and appeared, with lightning armor emitting from her body. This kind of ninjutsu can not only strengthen the body, but also stimulate the body cells to maximize the body's various physical abilities. The Root had plotted against her, and she was still a subordinate of Uchiha Shikijaku. The Roots have the privilege to act, think carefully. Seeing Uchiha Hajiki taking action, the last umbu wearing a tiger mask spoke. He seemed to be the captain of this team. Kill him. Without waiting for Uchiha Yayu's reaction, Uchiha Shikik, who was eating, said this casually. Without any hesitation. The moment Uchiha Shiki's voice fell, Uchiha Yayu's empty palm turned directly into a hand knife, and the lightning gathered at the fingertips to form a sharp flat state, which suddenly stabbed towards the neck of the bird-masked Umbu. Phew! As if there was no obstacle at all, the knife easily penetrated his neck and broke his cervical vertebrae. All this happened so quickly that the other two Umbu reacted and immediately jumped back to create distance. They really didn't expect something like this to happen. Normally, if someone is being carried out from the root, no one will resist, at most they will protest afterwards. Isn't it said that this genius of the Uchiha family is gentle, cheerful, easy to talk to, and a typical good guy? How could he kill someone just because of a disagreement? The tiger-masked Umbu was sweating all over and thinking to himself. They are used to being strong because of their status as a member of the root. Moreover, they are influenced by Danzo Shimura and are full of hostility towards the Uchiha. Take action? Are you kidding? The one in front of me is Guixia, who is as famous as the three ninjas. He was able to take on the task in times of crisis and single-handedly stop and annihilate the hundreds of Chinins and 20 Jonins from the hidden rain village. Tell your owner to retire when he gets old. The Uchiha clan doesn't want any more internal strife in Konoha. Uchiha Shiki could probably guess why the people from the root came today. Uchiha Hajiki came back from the hidden Kirisame village yesterday, so Shimura Danzo should have been there too. He must have known about Uchiha Obito's attack on Uzumaki Kushina yesterday, so he wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, now that Uchiha is under his policies and plans, his style of doing things has changed greatly. Even the Konoha police department only dealt with trivial matters. If there was a conflict, the clan members would simply throw the relevant parties to Minato Namikaze for handling. What can Minato Namikaze do? My good friend, just pamper her. It is also because of this that it is difficult for Danzo Shimura to cause trouble for the Uchiha. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity to severely suppress the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shikija, what do you mean? Are you trying to make an enemy of Konoha? Have you ever thought about the consequences for the Uchiha clan by doing this? Can you bear the responsibility? Mengyu calmed down and questioned Uchiha Shikijo in a cold voice. That he now represented the root in Danzo Shimura, and could not show weakness. Don't flatter yourself. You root cannot represent Konoha yet. Entering the Uchiha clan's territory without permission is enough for us to kill you. It was at this time that Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared. He looked at the corpse of the Umbu at Uchiha Hajiki's feet, then looked at the other two Umbu, and finally looked at Uchiha Shikijabu, who was still eating breakfast with his head down, his eyes revealing a helplessness, yet doting and trusting look. Chief Fugaku, are you sure you want to go against the root just for an Uchiha Shikigamai? The tiger-masked Umbu spoke coldly, but was actually terrified. Because at this moment, a large number of Uchiha clan members have appeared here one after another. They are either standing on the ground and roof, or leaning against the walls and tree trunks, but without exception, they all crossed their arms and stared at them with Sharingan in their eyes. The extremely yin chakra and eye power gave them goosebumps. No, Lord Danzo, is this what you mean when you say that the Uchiha clan is now showing weakness to the Konoha Hyups? That's right. Because the Uchiha style of doing things has changed in recent years, and even Uchiha Shikijaku, the elder of the Uchiha clan, is working hard to improve the situation of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Danzo Shimura believed that the Uchiha clan was showing weakness and that the Uchiha clan could not withstand the suppression, so he was very proud and wanted to strike while the iron was hot. But the real reason is that the current Hokage is Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze has also started to work hard, but not very smoothly to appoint Uchiha, but he has assigned them more tasks and some positions. In other words, these tasks and job shares should have belonged to the Uchiha clan in the beginning, but were simply divided up by other clans. Uchiha Shikija and Namikaze Minato are good friends, and Uchiha Shikija is the strongest in the Uchiha clan. The clan members are willing to follow Uchiha Shikija and accept Namikaze Minato's sincerity. If you treat me with sincerity, I will respond to you with sincerity. This is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is really pure. Although they are arrogant, they are not without humanity. After all, there is no one in the Uchiha clan who has extreme thoughts because his eye power is too strong and he cannot control himself. Do you really think the Uchiha clan wants power? Uchiha Shikija once thought so too, but in the end he realized that what the Uchiha clan wanted was not power, but to use power to resist injustice. Shikijaku is the elder of the Uchiha clan. His behavior and attitude are the behavior and attitude of my Uchiha clan. Now, choose to get out, or die. Uchiha Fugaku responded domineeringly. Uchiha Shikijaku said that Konoha is Konoha and there are people who truly want to live in harmony with the Uchiha clan and make Konoha stronger together. Minato Namikaze is such a Hokage. This is also the reason why Uchiha Shikijaku had to plan to save Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The root Umbu left, quickly taking the body with them. Uchiha Shikija also stopped eating, he stood up and walked out. Dear elders and compatriots, thank you for coming. Everything is fine now. I'm really sorry to have troubled you so early in the morning. Uchiha Shikija thanked his clan members very politely. This is why he finally did not choose to take his mother away from Uchiha, because he was in trouble, and this group of tribesmen really dared to come. Just now, if Uchiha Shikijaku had just said that he would kill the other two Umbu, these clansmen would definitely act immediately without hesitation, and they might not even be able to compete with Uchiha Fugaku. Haha, it's nothing, it's just a piece of cake. If you have any questions, just tell me. Why is this kid so reserved? What's the big deal? That's right, the root is nothing. If it weren't for the fact that Danzo handled a lot of things for Konoha that couldn't be made public, we, the Uchiha clan, would have dealt with him. We used to think that the entire Konoha was targeting us, but after you analyzed it for us, we thought about it carefully and calculated it. Damn, it turns out that only Shimura Danzo and the two advisors were targeting us. Now, if anyone in this house stumbles, they will curse Shimura Danzo, saying it must be his doing. That's right. Anyway, nowadays, if something bad happens to the tribe members and they can't find out who did it, they will assume that it was Shimura Danzo who did it. The tribesmen chatted with each other, and instantly turned from cool handsome guys and cold beauties into uncles and aunts next door, so kind and gentle. Uchiha Fugaku was also watching, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Shiki has always been very sensible, sweet-talking to his elders, getting along well with his peers, and adept at dealing with human relationships. He has truly been the darling of the Uchiha clan since he was young. No matter how serious a member of the tribe is, in front of him, they will show the kindness of an elder, the cheerfulness of a peer, or the admiration of a younger generation. Uchiha Fugaku firmly believed, and his clan members also firmly believed, that Uchiha Shikijabu could change the situation of the Uchiha clan. Wait for the villagers to leave. Uchiha Shikija asked Uchiha Hajiki to bring bowls and chopsticks and invited Uchiha Fugaku to have breakfast together. Uchiha Fugaku did not refuse and talked with Uchiha Shiki while eating. It seems that yesterday's events have still affected us, Uchiha. After you came back yesterday, the Sandaime and the Yondaime summoned me and asked if our clan had any Sharingan that was left out. Do you have any idea? When Uchiha Fugaku performed the forbidden technique of lightning outside the village, he knew that something must have happened, but he did not expect that the person who attacked Uzumaki Kushina actually had the Sharingan. And Uchiha Shikijaku has always insisted on becoming a bodyguard, as if he was certain that something would happen. Uchiha Shikijaku didn't answer immediately, he was thinking about what to say. My response is that the clan leader who led the Uchiha clan to form an alliance with the Senju clan and founded the village also took away many Sharinans before leaving Konoha. The problem may lie here. Based on the fourth Hokage's description and the attacker's abilities, I personally suspect it's most likely the legendary Mangekyo Sharinganzai technique, because ordinary spacetime ninjutsu can't achieve this level of effect. But there's a problem here. If you're not from the Uchiha clan, then using the Mangekyo Sharingan will consume an extremely terrifying amount of chakra and pupil power, and it's impossible to keep using it for that long. But if it's someone from our Uchiha clan, the only clan member whose body has not been found in the records in recent decades is Shisui's ancestor Uchiha Kagami and a few of his followers. Uchiha Fugaku continued speaking. This actually surprised Uchiha Shikija a little. This was actually very close to the answer. He actually wanted to mention Uchiha Madara vaguely just now. After all, this is not a spoiler given from a god's perspective where one knows the plot. Instead, we make inferences based on the existing intelligence. The reason why Uchiha Fugaku did not mention Uchiha Obito was because Uchiha Obito's corpse was later found by Heite Kakashi and the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Shikija went to see it, and the people who examined it confirmed that it was Uchiha Obito himself, and the body only had a Sharingan that was beginning to rot. But Uchiha Shiki knew clearly that the corpse was probably transformed by Uchiha Madara using white Zetsu, and the Sharingan was just randomly installed using stockpiled ones to make it look real. After all, Uchiha Madara is also from the Uchiha clan and he knows how the Uchiha clan identifies the bodies of their clan members. It is safest to do things in a complete manner. This is also the reason why Kakashi Heitake firmly believed in the original work that Uchiha Obito was really dead. Don't think too much. If the other party's target is really the nine-tailed fox, then he will definitely attack again. When he catches it, you will understand. Uchiha Shikija smiled, he was full. But this incident also made me see things differently. At least the fourth Hokage trusts us Uchiha. I can tell from his eyes and tone that he has no doubt that we are members of the Uchiha clan. But there was a look of doubt in the Sandaime's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku continued speaking. He was actually very relieved and happy. It doesn't matter if Sarutobi Hiruzen is skeptical, as long as Namikaze Minato trusts him completely. To be honest, how long has it been since the Uchiha clan felt trusted by the Hokage? All this is because of Uchiha Shiki. Because of his efforts, he is also a staunch supporter of Minato Namikaze. The Sandaime is different from Minato. The Sandaime, Danzo, and his two advisors were all disciples of the Nidaime. They were influenced by the Nidaime since they were young. Next, what we Uchiha clan have to do is to fully support Minato. Because even if Minato becomes Hokage, the Sandaime is still young and has a lot of fire in his hands. Shadow power. It's time to implement the economic plan that we Uchiha need allies from other families, and interests are the best bargaining chip. Minato is a civilian ninja. He has a reputation among the common people, but he does what some families are supposed to do. However, he basically follows orders but not proclamations. Instead, he supports the Sarutobi clan more. They from the old days should leave the stage. Seriously. Since Minato Namikaze has great trust in Uchiha Shikijaku will also fully support him. In order to make Minato Namikaze more famous and not be constrained by those old guys, the next action is very important. Uchiha Shikijo is really worried. We are all good friends, what can we do? Just pamper him. Otherwise, seeing that he was the Hokage but unable to let go and implement the policies he wanted, Uchiha Shiki always felt a little sorry for him. I understand, but what should I do? Uchiha Fugaku responded that the Uchiha clan will rise together with Konoha. I'm going to get some things from my bedroom. Please wait a moment. Once you get them, please contact Lady Tsunade directly and have someone deliver them to her. With her expertise, she will know what should be done. Uchiha Shikija thought for a moment, then stood up and walked towards his bedroom while speaking. At this time, Orochimaru has not yet defected from Konoha. He is still a ninja in the root and a member of the root. He is one of Danzo Shimura's right-hand men. At this moment, Jiraiya had already left the village and was traveling around looking for the so-called savior. So for now, Uchiha Shiki has set his sights on Tsunade. After all, Tsunade has developed hemophobia and has become addicted to gambling. So as long as you give her money, Tsunade's bottom line is that she has no bottom line. She owes the Uchiha clan a lot of money, so if the Uchiha clan asks her to help them, she will not refuse. Of course, except for endangering Konoha. Although he said he was going back to the room to get something, Uchiha Shiki was actually entering the system's fate-defying mall to make a purchase. The fate of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki has been changed, and the points of reversal of fate have been saved, so the economic plan can be advanced. In any world, oral and written covenants are meaningless. Only real interests can maintain them. Even when you can provide enough benefits, it can directly kill those who want to harm you. Uchiha Shikija opened the fate-defying mall. There are several categories in the NI Fate Mall: ninjutsu, technology, and medicine. All ninjutsu in the ninja world is included here, including secret techniques and forbidden techniques of other clans that you can use them yourself or give them to others. Generally, it only requires 500 to 10,000 points of fate-defying points, while giving them to others requires twice as many fate-defying points. All the ninjutsu that Uchiha Shikijo currently knows can be exchanged here. After all, due to the characteristics of Izanagi, he cannot learn ninjutsu independently, and using the Sharingan to see through the copy is useless. As the name suggests, the technology category is easy to understand, which refers to various technologies, but Uchiha Shiki feels that specific talents are still needed to maximize the benefits. Because the scrolls containing scientific and technological knowledge are very cheap, but the finished products are ridiculously expensive, they are currently of no use at all. Uchiha Shikijo plans to use the various knowledge scrolls in this category to seduce and snake. The medicine category actually doesn't just sell medicines, the previous, fate-defying immortal talisman is also in this category. Like technology, it requires specific talents, because there are also scrolls recording the formula of medicines. If the finished product of fate-defying immortal talisman is 100,000 fate-defying points, then the design drawing only requires 50,000 points. As long as you can figure out the formula, understand the manufacturing knowledge, and find the materials, you can make it infinitely. So in this category, Uchiha Shiki is planning to use Tsunade as a donkey. Don't want to do it? Pay me back, or I'll fuck you. System. Exchange for a copy of Marrow Cleansing Qualification Pill Recipe Knowledge Scroll. Exchange for a copy of the Chakra Boosting Pill Recipe Knowledge Scroll. Uchiha Shikijaku communicates directly with the system. Notice, the host redeems a copy of the Marrow Cleansing Qualification Pill Recipe Scroll from the NI Fate Mall, consuming 20,000 NI Fate points. Notice, the host redeems a copy of the Chakra Boosting Pills Recipe Knowledge Scroll from the Fate-Defying Mall, consuming 20,000 fate-defying points. Soon, Uchiha Shiki has two more scrolls in his hands. Marrow Cleansing Qualification Pill Recipe Knowledge Scroll. The finished product can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the meridians, which is equivalent to strengthening the chakra meridians in the body, making the chakra flow faster in the ninja's body. That if you take it more, the marrow cleansing and meridian strengthening will reach a certain level. No matter how bad you are, you can perform ninjutsu without making hand seals. Chakra Boosting Pills Formula Knowledge Scroll. The finished product can increase the total amount of chakra in the body. The specific amount of increase is related to the physical condition of the user, but no matter how many pills are taken, the maximum amount of chakra can be increased as twice the amount of chakra the user already possesses. Choosing these two is the best and most cost-effective option right now. The former is not only attractive to those who don't have ninja talent, but also has a good effect on those who are already ninjas. The latter is even more important. A ninja's strength is not only related to his ninjutsu, experience, and physical strength, but more importantly, it is the comparison of chakra volume. Uchiha Shikaizuki believed that these two things could definitely make him a lot of money. And in the short term, once Tsunade understands the formula knowledge, understands the industrial process, and is able to mass-produce them, Uchiha Shikigakai will be able to use them to do a lot of things. System, please help me exchange for a B-level offensive water jutsu and a forbidden level offensive water jutsu. Uchiha Shikija thought about it and continued to exchange. Having previously reversed his fate and triggered the water style attribute, Uchiha Shikijaku felt that he still needed to have water style ninjutsu. Otherwise, if he uses Izanran, the Heavenly Maiden's possession, next time and randomly gets water attribute chakra mode, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he doesn't know any ninjutsu? Use physical skills? Uchiha Shikijo doesn't like to use taijutsu very much, because when he uses taijutsu in female form, he thinks the enemy enjoys it and even hopes to be kicked a few more times? It's outrageous. I always feel offended. As for why only one B-level and one forbidden level were exchanged, it's very simple. When fighting against unknown guys, just use B-level Izanagi, the possessed of evil. If he can't win in normal mode, he will change into female form Izanran, the celestial being's possession, and use forbidden techniques directly to increase chakra. He is so willful. Notice, the host redeems water style, water cut from the fate-defying maul, consuming 1,500 fate-defying points. Notice, the host redeems the forbidden technique blue waterfall from the fate-defying maul, consuming 10,000 fate-defying points. Ninjutsu is divided into D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level, but there is no such thing as forbidden level. Forbidden techniques are defined as forbidden techniques because the use of a certain ninjutsu requires the user to pay some serious price. Just like the forbidden technique of lightning release, White Emperor's sudden descent used by Uchiha Shikijaku, it is listed as a forbidden technique because it requires many people and the user needs to spend a lot of chakra, and may even cause sudden death due to excessive chakra use. Today I spent 51,500 points of fate reversal, which is equivalent to half of Minato Namikaze's life. Uchiha Shikatsu felt heartbroken because he would definitely have to spend more fate reversal points next, because technology costs more fate reversal points. Holding the scroll, Uchiha Shikija left the room and returned to the cafeteria, but at this time Uchiha Fugaku was already communicating with Uchiha Yazuki outside the cafeteria. Mr. Fugaku. Uchiha Shikija went straight over and handed the two scrolls in his hand to Uchiha Fugaku. He opened it and read it on the way here. He could understand the words inside, but he couldn't understand them together. There were even some it was similar to the chemical formula that Uchiha Shiki had seen in his previous life. To be honest, Uchiha Shikija gives me a headache just watching this. This is something very important. Once she understands it, the scroll will self-destruct. Please tell Lady Tsunade not to leak the contents. If she can achieve mass production, she will get a share of the profits generated by these things. Uchiha Shikik said solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku took it, opened it, took a look, and then closed his eyes instantly. I have a headache and can't understand it. But since Uchiha Shikijaku said it so solemnly, it must be very important. Okay, I will personally take the scroll to Tsunade-sama. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he left without staying any longer. Miss Yeyu, there won't be any missions recently that you don't have to stay by my side all the time. Go home and spend more time with that little girl Kwan. Watching Uchiha Fugaku's back walking away, Uchiha Shikijaku looked at Uchiha Hajiki standing beside him. This is, Shikasuji-sama. Uchiha Hajiki hesitated, but when he saw Uchiha Shikija's gentle smile, he responded respectfully, then used the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot. There will be no major events next. In the original work, the Nine Tails Rebellion broke out in Konoha this year. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki died. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was still young, and because a large number of ninjas died, the war broke out again, and the Hidden Cloud Village and the Konoha Village went to war again. But now, everything changes. Therefore, even if there are still small-scale battles between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha, it should be impossible for them to launch a full-scale war. This time is enough for Uchiha Shiki to slowly clean up Konoha. More than 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shikija left the Uchiha clan territory and headed for the Hokage building. After all, the people from the route just died in front of him. According to Danzo Shimura's character, he would not dare to cause trouble in the Uchiha clan, so he would definitely go to his good friend Hiruzen Sarutobi to vent his dissatisfaction, and then Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely find Minato Namikaze. Danzo Shimura, humph, you have good gay friends, and I, Danzo Shimura, have them too. In fact, right now, in the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Kushina had just given birth, and he didn't have time to stay at home with her. After all, he was the Hokage and had too many things to deal with every day. He was originally in a good mood because of the birth of his child, but now although he is smiling on the surface, he is NMB in his heart. Minato, you are still young. You are giving the Uchiha clan the task share and position share of other families. You can't favor the Uchiha clan just because Uchiha Shikijaku is your friend. This will only encourage their clan's arrogance, just like today when I summoned Uchiha Shikijabu, he actually dared to have someone kill the Rootsumbu. Do you take the roots seriously? Do you take me, the Hokage's assistant, seriously? This is simply unspeakable and arrogant. Danzo Shimura had an ugly look on his face that he vowed to his subordinates that they could enter the Uchiha clan's territory and bring back Uchiha Shikijibuki. The Uchiha clan would not dare to do anything now. He just enjoys the process of suppressing the Uchiha clan. Konoha does not need the Uchiha clan. They are an uncertain factor and have always been against the Konoha top leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing by the window, smoking a cigarette. Ever since Namikaze Minato succeeded to the throne of Hokage, he gradually stopped implementing the plans he had made for the Uchiha clan and the village during his reign, which actually made him a little dissatisfied. During his reign, the control over ninja mission entrustment and ninja appointment rights were in his hands. He deliberately reduced the Uchiha clan's share of missions and appointments in order to curb the Uchiha clan's ambitions. Because desire is endless. Give them more, and they'll want more. Danzo-sama, if the Konoha Police Department, headed by Mr. Fugaku, enters your Shimura clan's territory and arrests someone without your clan's approval, what will you do? Namikaze Minato smiled like a good old man and asked Shimura Danzo very politely and courteously. Well, how can it be the same? The roots have the power to act at their own convenience. Shimura Danzo was choked, but still answered very firmly. The Konoha Police Department also has this authority, but if someone from the Shimura clan makes a mistake, Mr. Fugaku will have the clan members notify him first before visiting them. Real. Minato Namikaze respected Danzo Shimura and did many shady things for Konoha, but I really don't like Shimura Danzo's style of doing things. He has double standards. There are clear rules in Konoha, and everyone knows it tacitly. Unless something big happens in Konoha, no one can trespass into other people's clan lands without permission and without submitting a visiting card. At least one must tell the gatekeeper. The more prestigious the family, the more importance they attach to this. Because each family has things that they don't want others to see or secrets that they don't want others to know. If this rule is broken, the trespasser's death will be in vain. Danzo Shimura's face turned red from being blocked. A mere Hokage who had just taken office, needed their assistance, and was stable and dependent on their family, was actually so rude to his seniors? Doesn't he know that with just one word from him, many families will simply and coldly deal with the various matters assigned by Minato Namikaze? Alright, Danzo, Minato, both Shikaizuki and the Root are at fault in this matter. Minato, the Uchiha clan has a strong desire for power, and sometimes it must be suppressed. The Hokage's duty is not only to maintain the smooth operation of Konoha, but also to understand the art of balance. I don't want to see the Uchiha and Konoha, who are both members of Konoha, fighting against each other. You are still young, so I will be in charge of the assignment of tasks and the appointment of ninjas. That you will mainly maintain the operation of Konoha and form your own umbu as soon as possible. Hokage, you need to be fair, don't be partial. You are Shikasuji's friend, but you are also the Hokage of Konoha. Although Fugaku said the attack had nothing to do with them, it was still the Sharingan. People outside the Uchiha clan couldn't use the Sharingan to that extent. The old friend was criticized, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came out to smooth things over. And the two powers must be taken back from Minato Namikaze. This is a way of expressing dissatisfaction. Minato Namikaze is just a commoner, and even if he marries Kushina Uzumaki, it is still nothing. Oh, really? I agree that the Hokage needs justice. And the fourth Hokage redistributed the mission commissions and ninja employment quotas that originally belonged to my Uchiha clan to the Uchiha clan. Isn't this fair? Or are you saying that those families that you divided up can't survive without the mission and employment quotas that belong to me, the Uchiha? It was at this time that Uchiha Shikija knocked on the door and walked in. He walked straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his Haori and placed across his chest. His 1.80-meter height made him look down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. In serious occasions, Uchiha Shiki would give face to Namikaze Minato. For example, at this moment, Minato Namikaze would be called the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha clan has always been ambitious. It's true that we want more power, but that's because we want to take back what belongs to us. Do you know why we stopped being so arrogant after the Yondaime took over? Because he was fair enough and he trusted the Uchiha? You say it's nice to say that you need to suppress us in order to curb the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the final analysis, you have never trusted the Uchiha clan. We Uchiha, our ambitions were suppressed by you. We only need trust and recognition, not your suspicion and fear. We are arrogant, but we are not stupid. Don't say that the villagers of Konoha are afraid of us. In the end, it is only you Konoha high-ranking officials who are afraid of us, just like you were afraid of the Senju clan in the past. The Senju clan originally existed for the sake of Konoha because of the influence of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, and they did not fight or compete. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed Hokage by Senju Tobirama, he returned to the village with Shimura Danzo and others. In fact, they were unable to stabilize the village at the beginning, because there were many talented people in Konoha at that time, and many people did not submit to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, the Senju clan stood up to help him stabilize the situation. But what is the result? Sarutobi Hiruzen and others witnessed the influence of the Senju clan in Konoha, so after consolidating their own power, they began to eliminate the influence of the Senju clan. During the Third Shinobi World War, many members of the Senju clan were even forced to go to the most dangerous areas through certain means, causing the clan to completely decline and become sparsely populated. Shut up! Hearing Uchiha Shikija's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded him. He is very good at cultivating his chi, and it has been a long time since he expressed his emotions so openly. What Uchiha Shikija said was tantamount to denying his political achievements and his value as the third Hokage, and even saying that he had his own selfish motives and was not fair. It's even more telling. He is not as good as Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato was watching from the side, with a smile on his handsome face as a sunny and cheerful big boy that he knew that Uchiha Shiki was supporting him. He was very moved, but couldn't move. But excluding his current identity as Hokage, as a good friend he only has one thought at this moment. Fight, fight. It's hurtful, but that's friendship. The thief wants to add fuel to the fire. When there is danger, you can trust your brother with your life and death, but when there is no danger, your good brother is the most dangerous person. In order to make you call him dad, he can come up with any evil idea. Moreover, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikija have known each other for many years, and his thoughts and ideas have been more or less influenced by Uchiha Shikija. Uchiha Shikijaku analyzed a lot of things to Namikaze Minato about how Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others treated the Uchiha people, and his analysis was well founded. Namikaze Minato also thought about it and felt that Uchiha Shikijaku was right. What Uchiha wanted from the beginning to the end was just the recognition from the Konoha top management and the trust as a member of Konoha. So before he became Hokage, at the instruction of Uchiha Shikijaku, although he had interactions with Uchiha Shikijaku, he actually did not perform that well, because his purpose was to inherit Hokage. Look, you're anxious. I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious. Anxiety will only make people feel that you've been predicted. Don't worry, Uchiha will not become the enemy of Konoha, let alone the enemy of the Yondaime. We also love Konoha deeply. Uchiha Shikijaku finished speaking, ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a grim expression on his face. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry, he was also a little puzzled. The previous Uchiha Shikijo was the type of person who was kind to everyone and not arrogant, and even gave people the impression of a gentle, good old man. But as soon as Namikaze Minato came to power, he became uncharacteristically strong and rational. Alright, Shikik, stop talking nonsense. You two are elders of Konoha and have made great contributions to Konoha. Show some respect. Now that I'm the Hokage, I also want harmony within the village. Minato Namikaze is not a political idiot. He knows that he should come out to smooth things over. After all, he can't bear to let his good friend take the blame alone. These are dear friends and relatives. He will feel bad. The old times are over. Now is the time for the younger generation. Those two who have worked so hard and made such great contributions should retire, and those who should take care of the children should take care of the children. I will give the Yondaime some face this time and will not pursue the Rutumbu for trespassing into Uchiha territory without permission. The fourth Hokage doesn't want Konoha to be in chaos, and neither do I. The Uchiha clan. The attack on Kushina has nothing to do with my Uchiha clan. Don't try to sow discord. If you do it again, I'll be furious. Uchiha Shikija said these words while looking at Danzo Shimura. The implicit meaning is to tell Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi that the current Hokage is Minato Namikaze, and you should give way. This is the final warning. You're going to regret this, Minato. Danzo Shimura looked at Minato Namikaze and spoke in a cold tone, then turned and left, his single eye flashing with a dangerous light. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked deeply at Namikaze Minato, then ignored Uchiha Shikijo and left. Uchiha-style pouting. Do you think that the current Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is still playing the game of I am the Hokage and you regret it? That's not our plan. At least, I shouldn't fall out with the Sandaime and Danzo before I form my own group. Namikaze Minato sighed. The disadvantage of a commoner becoming Hokage is that he has no family support, and many arrangements need to be made with great care. Otherwise, if someone asks them to quit, or simply does something casually, it will cause a lot of trouble. I need more family support. Some of the big families are neutral, while others follow the Sarutobi and Shimura families. As for the smaller families, they are afraid to take sides because in their eyes, although I am famous, I am only among the common people. Minato Namikaze also thought about getting support from some families and took some action, but it really didn't go well. This is not about forming a faction, but he hopes that the policies he wants can be implemented. In order to implement them, the leading families are crucial, just like the orders of ancient emperors, which can only be implemented with the cooperation of various officials. However, too many people opposed the decision to reuse the Uchiha clan because it affected their own interests. Human hearts are like this. If I am asked to spit out what I have eaten, I will never be able to do so. In the final analysis, the Uchiha clan was slandered by others to the point that it is difficult to change their image in memory. Wait a little longer. I've already made arrangements. It probably won't take too long. By then, many people will support us. Uchiha Shikija smiled, but there was no worry in his tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably won't make any small moves, but Shimura Danzo will definitely do so. Good. But now I have a mission to trouble you. Kakashi sent it from the border. The hidden rain village is acting very abnormally. As Minato Namikaze said this, he pulled out a scroll from a pile of scrolls, confirmed that it was correct, and handed it to Uchiha Shiki. Uchiha Shiki took it and looked at it, then was speechless. The content is about the border. There are unusual movements in the ninja world of the Hidden Rain Village, and they are gathering at the border of the land of fire. Hanzo of the Salamanders seems to want to continue to attack the Konoha village. Moreover, Kakashi Hatake was seriously injured. It was said that it was caused by a fight during the reconnaissance with a man who wore a forehead protector from the Hidden Rain Village, had red hair, had difficulty walking, but had strange eyes. Kakashi Hatake believes that this person has strange abilities and may become a powerful enemy of Konoha in the future. Now he is sending people to hunt down Konoha's ninjas. It is best to get rid of him. He hopes that Minato will send powerful people to support him. The Third Shinobi World War was apparently over, but in fact there were still minor conflicts. Sarutobi Hiruzen used the method of retreat to advance to reach a reconciliation and alliance with the Uegakure village in the land of Earth. He said that in order to prevent Konoha from having to suffer any more sacrifices, this was the only way, and he had to bear the blame. Then he abdicated and recommended Minato Namikaze to be the successor to Hokage. Anyway, I'm the only one who has retired, so stop scolding me and continue to control Konoha village from behind the scenes. Although Minato Namikaze has made great achievements, he is still a commoner. No matter how strong a person is, he still needs support. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that he can control Minato Namikaze and continue to implement his policies. Although there are fewer conflicts now, with only the Cloud Village and the Sand Village still having conflicts with us, we are really short of manpower, so I want you to take your students and take action. Although Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, is powerful, the person who hurt Kakashi is the most important. Kakashi still has some ability to distinguish this. Minato Namikaze continued to say that Tsunade, who was able to cure Hanzo's poison, could no longer go to the battlefield, and anyone else who went would probably die. In addition, there is another person who is judged to be very dangerous by Hatake Kakashi, so he can only entrust Uchiha Shikijabu. I understand, leave it to me. Uchiha Shikija did not refuse. As long as it was a request from Minato Namikaze, he would not refuse if he could do it. After leaving the Hokage's office, the ninjas working in the Hokage building would greet Uchiha Shiki in a friendly manner. To be honest, the middle and lower level ninjas, especially those working in clerical offices, are basically civilian ninjas. They have no resources for training and no powerful inheritance, but they are very pragmatic and have a good impression of Uchiha Shiki. Uchiha Shikija is not only polite but also courteous. Sometimes he even chats with them without any airs. Overall, Uchiha Shiki's personality is, I am polite to everyone, but if you are not kind, then I will let you try to die. Out of the Hokage building, Uchiha Shikija first returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Fugaku was not there, probably because he had gone to find Tsunade with the scroll. So Uchiha Shikija asked Uchiha Mikato to tell Uchiha Fugaku, and also went to his house to tell his mother that he would be going on a mission next. No way! Uchiha Shikija is really afraid of his mother. Although she still looks tough and a bit yandere and sinister, the important thing is that she is very approachable. He really couldn't cope with it, so he ran away and lived separately. Shikaku-sama. After Uchiha Shikijaku finished his instructions and was about to leave the Uchiha clan territory and go to the Konoha gate, Uchiha Hajiki appeared silently behind Uchiha Shikijaku. Never mind, just follow me. In fact, Uchiha Shikija knew and asked her to go home just now, but she had been following Uchiha Shikija on the way to the Hokage building. Uchiha Hajiki is really dedicated to Uchiha Shikija. Yes. Uchiha Hajiki gave an intelligent smile. Out of the gate of Konoha. Let's run. Uchiha Shikijaku started running first, followed closely by Uchiha Hajiki. Although the fate-defying mall sells the Flying Thunder God technique, it is a special product and is ridiculously expensive. And, to use the Flying Thunder God technique, several points need to be met. First, one must be able to sense the location of one's own engraved spell, so one needs strong perception ability and a wide perception range. Second, if there is no engraving spell at the destination, it cannot be reached instantly. Third, he possesses a huge amount of chakra and is proficient in space-time ninjutsu. To sum up, even if Uchiha Shikijo acquires the Flying Thunder God technique now, he cannot reach the border instantly. Therefore, Uchiha Shikijo could only move forward by bus number 11 like ordinary ninjas. And at this moment, at the supreme place of Konoha's Hokage Rock, Shimura Danzo's cold eyes revealed a coldness, and Orochimaru was also there. Early this morning, Shimura Danzo received a scroll with almost the same content as Minato Namikaze's. It seems that the intelligence provided by the team led by Heide Kakashi worked. It would be best if he died there this time. Danzo Shimura was really afraid of Uchiha Shikija and hated him with a vengeance. If it weren't for Uchiha Shikija, the Uchiha clan would have been in danger now because of his calculations. If the plan had gone smoothly, he would have been able to obtain the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Because Danzo Shimura was interested in the effect of the forbidden technique as Inagi activated by the Sharingan, but that required a lot of Sharinans as consumables. Orochimaru didn't say anything. If you want to talk about insidiousness, Danzo Shimura is the most insidious. No matter what he does, Danzo Shimura likes to keep a trick up his sleeve. But how many people and things does he have to consider to be able to do it so easily? Kakashi Hatake is Minato Namikaze's student. After being relieved of the task of protecting Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi Hatake led the team to carry out a border assistance mission under the arrangement of Minato Namikaze. But there are actually people from the root in Kakashi Hatake's team. People from the root are really everywhere in Konoha. Even some families have people who have joined the root and are responsible for monitoring their own families. Before returning to Konoha, Danzo Shimura had already been plotting against Uchiha Shikija. Even if the slap in the face had not happened today, Danzo Shimura not only used Hanzo Salamander to plot against the Akatsuki organization, which he considered dangerous, but they even worked together to develop some plans. That is to make moves as if to attack the border of the Land of Fire, and wait for Minato Namikaze to send people for support. It was an accident that Kakashi Hatake met Nagato Uzumaki. As for why Danzo Shimura was so sure that Minato Namikaze would send Uchiha Shikija, in fact, he is not sure, but he does not lose out. First, if Minato Namikaze sent other ninjas to support, they would not be able to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander, and many people would even die. In this way, Danzo Shimura would have an excuse to criticize Minato Namikaze for his incompetence, undermine Minato Namikaze's reputation, and prepare for him to become Hokage. Kakashi Hatake is like this. Danzo Shimura was willing to do anything that could weaken Minato Namikaze, but he didn't expect that Kakashi Hatake would meet Nagato Uzumaki. According to the plan, he should be killed by Hanzo Salamander. Second, it would be better to send Uchiha Shikiju over. If Hanzo of the Salamander can kill Uchiha Shikiju, then he will make a huge profit. But if Uchiha Shikiju kills Hanzo of the Salamander, then he will not lose anything either, but he will not be his man. But he would be even more satisfied if Uchiha Shikiju could meet Uzumaki Nagato, because Shimura Danzo felt that no matter how strong Uchiha Shikiju was, he would definitely die if he was attacked by that strange technique that could strip the human soul. Orochimaru, just in case, follow. If there is a chance, then kill Uchiha Shikijaku. I can provide you with more research privately. Funding. I will also take advantage of the current situation to get you more experimental subjects from outside. Danzo Shimura glanced at Orochimaru beside him. In Danzo Shimura's eyes, other lives were unimportant. His ideals and goals were the foundation. Orochimaru is also very interested in the Uchiha clan. He also wants the Uchiha Sharingan, or the body of an outstanding Uchiha clan member. Because Orochimaru has been researching the art of immortality recently. I understand. I'll do my best. Orochimaru said as he disappeared from the spot. Most of his research funds were provided by Danzo Shimura, and although Orochimaru was surprised by Uchiha Shikija's forbidden technique of lightning last night, he thought it was nothing special. A ninja's battle relies not only on the amount of chakra and ninjutsu, it's more about experience and trump cards. Don't let me down, Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo muttered to himself. If Orochimaru was not valuable to him, Danzo Shimura would not have tolerated him until now given Orochimaru's various behaviors. After all, Orochimaru can be killed at this moment. After Orochimaru left, Danzo Shimura did not disappear immediately. It would be great if the Uchiha didn't change. Then I would have countless Sharinans to use. Danzo Shimura reached out and touched the area under the bandage on his face where his eyes were. In the eye socket there was the Sharingan of his good friend Uchiha Kagami, and it was the only one left. He killed Uchiha Kagami in a sneak attack at some point because he wanted his Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of the Uchiha's changes, Shisui's thoughts have gradually begun to lean towards the Uchiha. He has even begun to distance himself from his high-ranking officials and become closer to Minato Namikaze. This will put Konoha in greater danger, because Shisui's Mangekyo technique is too powerful. If he uses it on us. No, for Konoha and my ambition, the Uchiha must be eliminated, starting with Shisui. Kota Amatsukami has the strongest eye technique and the strongest illusion technique. I want him. I am the future Hokage of Konoha, the future hope of Konoha. Danzo Shimura said to himself that he was too obsessed with the position of Hokage because he also had his own policies to implement and his own ambitions to realize. Or perhaps it was because Danzo Shimura felt regretful that he had not been recognized by Tobirama Senju. He just didn't want to lose to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 days later, Uchiha Shikija led Uchiha Hajiki and finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire near the Hidden Rain village. They rested for 3 hours to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep. Moreover, moving purely by foot is a common phenomenon for ninjas. Uchiha Shiki's normal state evil possession Izanagi is at the average level of ninjas in the ninja world, so he was just hurrying on his way and didn't feel tired at all. Please wait a moment, I will immediately sense Kakashi's location. Uchiha Hajiki spoke up. Heide Kakashi was also a celebrity in Konoha village and possessed the Uchiha clan Sharingan, so she had also paid attention to him. Let me do it. Uchiha Shiki squatted on the ground, pointed his index finger at the ground, and then closed his eyes to sense. The ninjutsu or abilities exchanged in the fate-defying mall can all enable the user to master them and can maximize the effect with maximum efficiency. Although the normal Uchiha Shiki's chakra is average among ninjas in the ninja world, it is easy for him to release the detecting chakra to sense the chakra of others. After all, he has already mastered it. Because he has the celestial maiden possession Izanano as a guarantee, Uchiha Shikijo in the evil possession Izanagi state does not consider whether it is enough when releasing chakra. He just spreads the chakra out all at once to expand the range of perception. 10 seconds later, Uchiha Shiki opened his eyes and saw that Kakashi Heitake's chakra was reacting at their 2 o'clock direction, about 5 kilometers away, and Kakashi Heitake's chakra reaction was very chaotic. There were also chakra reactions from other people around him, and many of them were unfamiliar to Uchiha Shiki. This way, Uchiha Shikik took the lead and ran. Uchiha Yayu also followed immediately. Not long, Uchiha Shikasuji and others came to a canyon where ancient trees with twisted roots were growing. Outside a natural cave, 9 Hidden Rain Village ninjas wearing Hidden Rain Village armor and filtering masks on their faces were besieging 3 people wearing Konoha Umbu armor. The 3 men had many wounds on their bodies, but they were guarding the entrance and exit of the cave tightly, and Uchiha Shiki could sense that Heitei Kakashi was inside. There were more than a dozen corpses around where they were fighting. 3 of them were bodies of Konoha Umbu, and the rest were from the Hidden Mist village. There are 3 enemy teams in total. Our village's Umbu has been poisoned. Uchiha Yayu also knows how to use poison, so she could tell at a glance that the people of Konoha were poisoned, but it should be a chronic poison, and the effect will be accelerated as the poisoned person moves. Master Shikik, do you need me to help you? Uchiha Hajiki asked. Just leave one alive, I'll give him to you later. I want the current strategic intelligence of the Hidden Rain Village and the location of Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Shikija spoke immediately, he had no intention of taking action. Yes. Uchiha Yayu stretched out his hand and formed a seal, creating 8 shadow clones. Then, while forming seals at the same time, the body began to slowly become transparent, as if merging with nature. Normal visual effects are invisible and even difficult to perceive. Strictly speaking, the ability to release through the energy of light is not a specific inherent bloodline limit, because as long as you control the changes in specific attribute properties and then combine them, you can also use the transparent escape technique, original creation by the animation team. But the true bloodline limit of the transparent escape technique is to completely eliminate one's own existence. As long as the effect of eliminating oneself is stabilized, even perception techniques will not be able to detect it at all. For those who have not inherited the bloodline limit, using the transparent jutsu can be said to be simply making themselves invisible, and there is no way to completely eliminate the aura. In the original novel, the reason why Gecko Gale was discovered when he eavesdropped on the conversation between Kabuto Yakushi and Maki was because he had released his transparent release ability at that time and his brain was out of control. At this moment, Uchiha Shikajiki Hajiki and her shadow clones moved. She came silently behind the enemy, in order to kill him with one blow. If she could assassinate him, Uchiha Yayu would not use the lightning armor of lightning to cover him. In a moment, the 8 ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village suddenly felt a pain in their chest. They looked down and found that their chests were pierced by an arm with lightning flashing on it. As for the leader of the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village, his limbs were crippled by Uchiha Hajiki himself. Everything happened in less than 3 seconds. In a ninja duel, even a moment of distraction or carelessness will result in a high probability of being killed. These enemies were too careless. Because they were poisoned, they did not expect that someone would attack them at this time. The 3 Konoha Umbu were ready to die in battle, but when they saw Uchiha Yayu's move, as well as the forehead protector and attire she wore on her forehead, instantly made her feel relieved. Get the information I want. Seeing that the enemy had been dealt with, Uchiha Shikijaku appeared directly and stood silently behind the Konoha Umbu. This made the 3 Umbu look back. They also had some strength, but they didn't notice when Uchiha Shiki was standing behind them. It seemed that they were indeed poisoned. But there is another point. Some people think that the Umbu is very strong, but this view is wrong. It is true that one needs strength to enter the Umbu, but it also contains certain special abilities that are very valuable. If your perception skills are top-notch and it is difficult for anyone to match you, and your other abilities are average, then you are also qualified to be recruited into the Umbu. Eat it and detoxify. Uchiha Shiki stretched out his hand and threw 3 small pills out. The 3 Umbu immediately took it and drank it without any hesitation. Because of the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Shikija was a person who supported various battlefields like Namikaze Minato. When he was heading to the border, he used small pills to save many ninjas who were poisoned by Ebizocho of Sand Village. Ignoring them, Uchiha Shikigakai walked straight into the cave. The cave was not big, and only Heitei Kakashi was leaning against the stone wall, holding a kunao in his hand, which was connected to many detonating tags by wires. He stared at the entrance of the cave, his eyes had severe dark circles, and his breathing was very rapid. There was something that looked like a black stick stuck in the belly area of the Umbu armor. Kakashi, you're really in trouble. Uchiha Shikigakai walked over and also revealed his Sharingan. He spoke to remind Heite Kakashi that he was not an enemy. Revealing the Sharingan also tells Heite Kakashi that he is not an enemy in disguise, because transformation techniques cannot reveal the Sharingan. Shikaku-sama? When Heite Kakashi saw that it was Uchiha Shikijo, he immediately collapsed to the ground, losing all his strength and breaking out in cold sweat. Although there are wounds on the body, they are not serious. The important thing is that the chakra flow is very chaotic and even unable to condense. Uchiha Shikijo squatted beside Heite Kakashi, and his Sharingan immediately saw the problem that it was the black stick in Heite Kakashi's abdomen that was interfering with Heite Kakashi's chakra and condensation. Reaching out his hand, Uchiha Shiki was about to pull out the black iron rod from Heite Kakashi's abdomen. Master Shikik, if you touch this thing, even through the armor on your palm, you will be affected. Just as Heite Kakashi was about to stop it, he felt a pain in his abdomen before he could finish his words. Then, with a puff, Uchiha Shikigakai instantly released a terrifying burst of chakra, and the celestial possession Izanamide was activated, causing his body shape to change, and he pulled it out in an instant. Sigma degree, surprise. No, how come Uchiha Shikigakai is fine when he touches it? Wrong. Just now, it seemed like I saw Lady Shikatsuki suddenly become very beautiful. Kakashi Heite shook his head and looked at Uchiha Shikijo again. There was no change at all. If he had to say something, it was that the Haori seemed a little torn. It must be because of the confusion of chakra that he saw it wrongly. After all, Uchiha Shiki is handsome and delicate, and gives people a gentle feeling that he also has long white hair, so it is easy for some goblins to think that I can do it. I see. It's really wild that when I touched it just now, I could feel the terrifying eye power in chakra. Uchiha Shikijo, who had instantly transformed back into his normal form of Izanagi, the possessed of evil, was studying the black stick. This thing should be a product of the original yin-yang release, and was different from the black stick that Uzumaki Nagato later used to control Six Paths pain. This thing should be a black stick extending from the body of the outer path demon statue, similar to the stick formed by the truth-seeking ball, so its effect is very powerful. No wonder Kakashi Heite and the Umbu members couldn't pull it out. After that, it was Uzumaki Nagato who controlled the Six Paths of Pain. He used the incomplete black stick produced by the power of the Rinnegan based on the principle of the black stick. Tell me what happened? Uchiha Shikigakai sealed the black stick with a special scroll. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. It's like this, Heite Kakashi begins to explain. Originally, they were collecting intelligence on Hanzo's movements in the Hidden Rain Village. Everything went smoothly at first, but later they found a man with red hair, many black sticks stuck in his back, and legs covered with burn marks, walking forward dejectedly. There was another girl beside him, who seemed to be holding the body of a companion. Originally, Kakashi Heite didn't intend to pay attention that there are people in this world who are in despair and decadence every day, and he is not a saint. But one of the team members suddenly attacked these people. Of course, the process was one-sided crushing, and there were even many strange abilities, and in the end many companions were sacrificed. Heite Kakashi was also stabbed in the abdomen by the black stick that the red-haired man pulled out from his back. In an instant he lost his combat capability, and his chakra could not be used properly. And by seeing Uzumaki Nagato's unusual eyes, it was estimated that they were some kind of special pupils, so it was concluded that this person was very threatening. Finally, the three people who were outside the cave took him away. Maybe it was because the enemy had difficulty walking, so he didn't chase us. After escaping, they also tried to pull out the black stick from his abdomen, but it was of no use at all. They could only report the information and wait for support. But today, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village discovered this place and attacked with poison. What happened next is what Uchiha Shikijaku saw. I see. You've been poisoned too. The color of your face and lips isn't right, but maybe because you can't move, the poison hasn't spread quickly. Eat this. Uchiha Shiki took out another small pill and handed it directly to Heite Kakashi. These small pills were purchased from the Fate-defying mall. There are 1,000 pills in a bottle, worth 10,000 Fate-defying points. There are only about 100 pills left now. Not only do some ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village use poison, but the puppeteers from the Hidden Sand Village also use poison. Where are the guys who attacked the red-haired ones? Uchiha Shikiga asked Heite Kakashi, because he guessed that this person did it on purpose. He's dead. There was also a coldness in Kakashi Heite's eyes. He guessed that the other party might be a member of the Root. Kakashi Heite is not so dark now, not to mention that Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki are still alive. But how to say it? Kakashi Heite is still a bit cold-blooded. He can accept his own death in the line of duty, but he cannot accept being killed by his Konoha companions. It must be Danzo's plan. As the saying goes, when you are being plotted against and can't find the real culprit, you can assume that it was Shimura Danzo who did it. And, in fact, it's pretty much the same. This Root member in Kakashi Heite's team had only seen photos of Akatsuki members. Danzo Shimura once issued an order that if they encountered Akatsuki members in a war, they could try to kill them. But as luck would have it, the person who attacked was Uzumaki Nagato, and he was killed by Yahiko. When? This is undoubtedly lighting a light in the toilet and seeking death. If Uzumaki Nagato was not currently disabled and had to take Yahiko's body somewhere, he would have chased him to the end. If that guy hadn't acted on his own, the team I lead wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, and we wouldn't have lost our medical ninja. I won't stay here because I need to rest temporarily due to injuries, and eventually be discovered by the vanguard of the Hidden Rain Village, and everyone will be poisoned. Kakashi Hatake is still a teenager, and he still has the necessary arrogance. If it weren't for Uzumaki Nagato's special black stick, he wouldn't have dragged down the team, causing his companions to be poisoned and sacrificed. Cold-blooded, it's towards the enemy. Gentleness is for your own people. This is the current Hatake Kakashi. Let me treat you first. The wound on your stomach may have damaged your intestines. If you don't treat it in time, it may get infected. Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes, knowing that Hatake Kakashi was unhappy. Although he appeared cold and ruthless and put the mission first, after the death of Uchiha Obito, he had accepted his emotions. Because the person who could use medical ninjutsu in the Umbu intelligence gathering team led by Hatake Kakashi died because of Uzumaki Nagato's ninjutsu, Uchiha Shikijo had to use medical ninjutsu to heal the three Umbu and Hatake Kakashi. Seriously? Uchiha Shikija's special ninjutsu were basically exchanged for Namikaze Minato, and his medical ninjutsu was also just in case. If Namikaze Minato was injured, he could treat him. Uchiha Madara can tattoo Hashirama Senju on his body. Uchiha Shikija can tattoo Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique on his body. If Minato Namikaze encounters any danger that he cannot solve, the Flying Thunder God can come directly to him. This is a real good friend. The favor is real favor, but the harm is also real harm. Because Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique was engraved on the soles of his feet by Uchiha Shiki. The Flying Thunder God's technique mark on a person will blend into the skin over time and will not be visible on the surface. As for Uchiha Yayu, she was outside the cave, preparing to use the Sharingan to interrogate the captives. Among the three Umbu, one stayed behind to help her keep an eye on the surroundings, while the other two went into the cave to check on Hatake Kakashi. After all, they all knew that the Uchiha clan was truly omnipotent when they possessed the Sharingan, and that interrogation intelligence was very useful. However, this female Umbu member who was just outside the cave stared at Uchiha Shiki's defenseless back through the slits in the pupils of the mask, and then glanced at the location of the cave. Then he approached Uchiha Yayu with casual steps. The dagger in his hand was shining coldly. The people from Konoha came to support too quickly, and she had not yet finished cooperating with the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village, and had not yet killed Kakashi Hatake and taken away his Sharingan. Now the prisoners will be interrogated with the Sharingan again. You know, it was not a coincidence that the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village were able to discover this place. She had been secretly passing information to the people of the Hidden Rain Village, because this time Danzo Shimura had originally planned to plot against Kakashi Hatake, and the reward he promised to Hanzo Salamander was the Sharingan on Kakashi Hatake. Now that Kakashi Hatake is injured and his chakra is in disarray because of the black stick, this is an opportunity. But even so, there are other Umbu around Kakashi Hatake. They were all loyal to Hatake Kakashi, and she was no match for him alone. So she passed on the information and made such a plan. The original plan was that she would pretend to be poisoned and die first, and wait for the Hidden Mist Village to kill the remaining companions. Her companions would definitely fight to the death and would also take away several ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village. In this way, she would kill the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village unexpectedly, and then deal with Hatake Kakashi and take away the Sharingan. Crash! Suddenly, the female Umbu stabbed the blade towards Uchiha Yayu's neck and throat with great force. She wanted to attack Uchiha Yayu by surprise and destroy his throat, so that he could not issue a warning or rescue. Uchiha Shikijo has arrived, so there is no chance to kill Hatake Kakashi, but at least the information about the route and the Hidden Rain Village cannot be leaked. Although this leader is not good at ninjutsu, he is a master of poison and a close confidant of Hanzo of Salamander. He knows about the deal between Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of Salamander. As for her, after killing Uchiha Yayu and the captives, she will commit suicide, because she didn't think she could escape from Uchiha Shikaku's hands. Innocent! Uchiha Yayu snorted coldly, and a burst of lightning exploded from her body. In the entire Konoha village, she was wary of everyone except Uchiha Shikija and her own daughter. The blade in the female Umbu's hand stabbed into the thunder armor, and there was the same resistance as stabbing into a block of iron. She even suddenly felt the resistance disappear, and her entire center of gravity tilted forward, and Uchiha Yayu completely disappeared in front of her. Without any hesitation, she continued forward using force, intending to kill the captive and then commit suicide, so as to preserve the intelligence. Only, just as she took half a step, she felt a terrifying force in her abdomen and flew backwards. Before she could adjust her body, she saw a blue lightning coming straight towards her, and it reached out to grab her throat and slammed her to the ground. Do you really think you can sneak attack me? I know too well the bad nature of the roots, they are everywhere. Uchiha Yayu looked down at the female Umbu, raised his leg and stomped on her abdomen. The location of the stomp was very particular, it was on an important acupuncture point. Boom! The terrifying impact exploded, and the forest floor cracked directly. Phew! The female Umbu vomited blood from her mouth, and her mask popped off directly due to the movement of her body, revealing her true appearance. This was not over yet. Uchiha yet took advantage of the moment when she opened her mouth to vomit blood, and with one hand, he stretched his slender fingers into her mouth to take out something from her back teeth. With the other hand, he used the lightning shield to form a sharp knife and stabbed it into her heart, injecting a certain ritual mechanism into her chakra to destroy it. A common method of suicide used by the Umbu after a mission fails. 1. There is poison in the mouth, and if swallowed, the person will die immediately from the poison. 2. There is a surgical mechanism installed in the body that will destroy the heart once it is activated. 3. Use the special flame generated by chakra to burn the body, leaving no ashes for the enemy. Uchiha Yayu's Sharingan just saw a special chakra surge in her heart, so he knew there was a mechanism there and took action instantly. In this way, you will only burn your own chakra to burn yourself, but the Sharingan can also see various locations in the human body. The heavy blow to the abdomen just now is similar to the acupoint pressing of the soft fist. It will stop your chakra from flowing for some time, and it will not be able to recover in a short time. Uchiha Yayu spoke coldly. Although the third generation is cunning and treacherous, the Umbu under his command would not do such a thing. Since the fourth Hokage is a friend of Uchiha Shikijaku and the Umbu has not yet been formed, it is impossible. So there's only one possibility left, is the person at the root. Crash! Almost at the same time as the sound was made, 2 Umbu in the cave rushed out instantly, but when they saw Uchiha Yaya stepping on their companions to the ground and vomiting blood madly, they did not lose their minds instantly, but thought about what happened. This is the dark side, which does not blindly judge based on what the eyes see. Sure enough, there are still people from the root in your team. Uchiha Shiki walked out slowly and looked at Heite Kakashi beside him. At this time, the wound on his abdomen and other wounds on his body had all healed. In fact, based on Uchiha Shiki's understanding of Heite Kakashi and the Umbu, it was impossible for them to be discovered by the enemy so easily, and it was even more impossible for them to be poisoned so easily. Sure enough, our location was leaked by someone, so the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village dared to pursue us so blatantly. Even after we got rid of the enemy, they always managed to find us in the shortest time. Heite Kakashi actually had some suspicions, but in order to stabilize the team, he did not say it explicitly. At the same time, he was secretly observing his companions around him, but unfortunately he could not see anything. Why, Moonlight Mio, we are companions, right? You even saved my life these past 2 days. One of the Umbu walked over and looked down at the female Umbu. Gecko Mio is the strongest Konoha-style swordsman among her peers, so when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office, she was assigned to the team led by Heite Kakashi. She is sunny, cheerful, and even gentle. As expected, the Uchiha clan. People. Are all very powerful. I didn't even get a chance to commit suicide. It seems that your husband. Has given you a great blow. Moonlight Mio was still spitting blood from her mouth. She ignored her companions and looked at Uchiha Hajiki with a mocking tone. Don't use this kind of provocation. It won't work on me. Uchiha Yayu had no emotional fluctuations, and she had no regrets at this point. From now on, she belongs only to the Uchiha clan and to the Uchiha Shikigashi. Moonlight Mio remained silent, angered by failure. If I had known this earlier, I would have given up killing the prisoners. If her plan fails, she should prioritize herself because she knows more about the plan and the root intelligence. However, she was not too worried, because even if she was interrogated with the Sharingan, the tongue trouble jutsu cast by her tongue would restrain her and prevent her from revealing any information. You want to kill me and the captives. You might even commit suicide in the end, but that also proves that the root and the Hidden Rain village have some secrets, right? The Sharingan will make you spill these secrets. As Uchiha Yayu said this, he was about to use his eye power. The tongues of those from the root are all infused with the tongue root technique. When a root member is captured and tries to reveal information, the technique activates. The body's speech spirit is blocked, rendering it unable to speak. Alternatively, it restricts the mind's thoughts. Uchiha Shikija walked over and interrupted Uchiha Hajiki. He squatted down and lowered his head, looking at Gecko Mio without emotion. As Uchiha Shikijaku finished speaking, Gecko Mio was surprised. This kind of seal was only implemented in the last 2 years, and some people in the root didn't even know that they were under the spell. Go interrogate the prisoner, leave her to me. Uchiha Shikija continued to speak, just like Uchiha Hajiki said. Yes, Shikasuji-sama. Uchiha Yayu took off his thunder armor, and his frosty expression became very gentle. He went straight to interrogate the prisoner from the Hidden Rain village. You can't die. You can give Minato, or even Danzo, a surprise. Uchiha Shiki swung his arm, and dozens of silver needles appeared in his hand. Under the observation of the Sharingan, Uchiha Shiki inserted the silver needles one by one into the various acupuncture points in Gecko Mio's body in an orderly manner. Both the Sharingan and the Byakugan can see the acupuncture points on the human body, but the Hyuga clan can see more clearly, and they rely on soft fists in battle, accurately pressing acupuncture points when the enemy makes large movements. Without the support of chakra and ninjutsu, ninjas can only use physical skills to fight, and physical skills are what the Hyuga clan is best at. But Even when the enemy is stationary, Uchiha Shiki can still use silver needles to pierce the enemy's acupuncture points. The knowledge of human acupuncture points is a basic course in ninja school because human acupuncture points are related to chakra. Send this guy back to Konoha and hand him over to the fourth Hokage. I think he knows what to do. After Uchiha Shikigakai finished, he stood up and looked at Heitei Kakashi. I understand, but the Hidden Rain Village. Kakashi Heitei was a little hesitant. Fundamentally speaking, they were the Umbu formed by the third Hokage of Konoha, and theoretically they only obeyed the third Hokage. But Uchiha Shikijo has achievements and strength, so he is willing to respect him. What's more, he has already received an invitation from Minato Namikaze, and he will soon be assigned to the Umbu organization that belongs only to the fourth Hokage, which means he will no longer belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu team. I'm enough on my own. Uchiha Shikigakai patted Heitei Kakashi's shoulder. This kid is actually very smart that he knows what to do and when. And if we give him so much face, he has a bright future. Forget it, since you respect me so much, I won't dig out your Sharingan. Originally, I was thinking of using Uchiha Obito's ability to play around. I could absorb some things into his Kamui space and give Uchiha Obito some surprises. Uchiha Shikija thought so in his heart. Kakashi Heitei currently doesn't know how to use Kamui, and he may not even know that he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Master Shikasuji, I've gotten the information. It turns out it was all Shimura Danzo's plan. In order to weaken the Yandame's manpower and reputation, Danzo wants Heitei Kakashi's life. The reward is Kakashi's Sharingan. Currently, Hanzo is heading here, leading a number of ninjas. At this moment, Uchiha Ieyu came over, grabbed the prisoner's hair in his hand and dragged him over, but the prisoner's eyes were dull and his face was expressionless, obviously still in the illusion. Oh, Danzo is so kind? I guess the reward is fake. He won't allow the Sharingan to fall into the hands of people from other villages. I guess in the end it will be this person named Mio who takes the Sharingan to report to Danzo. Although Uchiha Shikijaka knew that Danzo Shimura was a ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goal, he would never allow the Sharingan to fall into the hands of outsiders. Gekko Mio was unable to move, and her pupils shrank when she heard Uchiha Shikija's words. It seemed that this guy knew their Lord Danzo very well. As for Heitei Kakashi, he clenched his fists. This Sharingan is the relic left to him by Uchiha Obito. He can't hand it over. Whoever touches it will die. Alright, you guys should leave as soon as possible. After all, when I start fighting, the range of my ninjutsu is very wide. If I get you involved, it would be a waste of my life. Uchiha Shikija patted Heitei Kakashi's shoulder again. To be honest, it was really unfair to Kakashi Heitei. Because his teacher was Minato Namikaze, he was innocently implicated and used as a tool to weaken the fourth Hokage's strength and reputation. Remember this: if you feel you've been set upon but can't find the culprit, you can assume it was done by our hardworking and powerful Nabekage, Danzo. Uchiha Shikaizuki comforted Heitei Kakashi seriously. This child's son, it's really miserable. Previously, Uchiha Shikija had tried to help his two teammates defy fate but failed. After all, it was difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words, and coupled with the uncertainties, what was going to happen would still happen. The Sandaime insisted that they go to the battlefield, and they themselves were willing to accept the mission because war was the meaning of the existence of ninjas. That is to say, this time's incident between Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, when Uchiha Shikijaku is ready to help someone defy fate, he will make every possible preparation, and it would be best if he were to be there in person. I'll remember that, Mr. Shikijaku. Heitei Kakashi nodded seriously, and the other two Umbu also silently memorized it in their hearts. Although it sounds unreliable, I don't know why they think it makes sense. Plus 3 more fans of Shimura Danzo Nabekage, in addition to the Uchiha clan and the Namikaze Minato couple. Soon, Kakashi Heitei and the other two Umbu collected the bodies of their companions, took the motionless Gekko Mio with them, said goodbye to Uchiha Shikijabu, and left. Well then, let me tell you about the power of Hanzo, the Samsara, who was called a demigod in the ninja world during the Second Shinobi World War. Uchiha Shikija smiled. When facing Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama and others, he might be wary. Although he has a large amount of natural chakra stored, there are some things that cannot be determined by chakra. Uchiha Shikijo is also a human being and his body will die. But is Hanzo's salamander very strong? Just a demigod. The sky is gloomy and covered with dark clouds. The forest on the border of the Fire Nation was silent, without even the chirping of insects or birds. Uchiha Shikijo found a huge rock and sat on it, with Uchiha Hajiki standing beside him. According to the information revealed by the captives, they have contacted Hanzo of the Salamander. If Hanzo of the Salamander really wants the Sharingan, he will definitely come. Almost 5 minutes later, Uchiha Shiki's perception ninjutsu was able to sense a lot of chakra reactions around him. After a while, more than 30 ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village appeared. Among them, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was tall, wore a gas filter mask on his face and wore the Rain Ninja armor. There are traces of fighting nearby, but there are only corpses of ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village and the man and woman in front of him. It seems that we have failed. Salamander Hanzo sighed, but it didn't matter. He was not a fool. Although Danzo Shimura used Kakashi Hateke's Sharingan in return for his cooperation, he was well aware of Danzo Shimura's cunning and treachery. So this time, just in case, after the advance troops determined the location, he led the team here personally. Such composure, worthy of being the god of death's ghostly evil and thunder's white flash. Hanzo of the Salamander crossed his arms across his chest, exuding unruly confidence. Although all the enemies who fought against Uchiha Shikijo were dead, his portrait was obtained by people from other countries, so he was easily recognized. However, in his perception, the amount of chakra of Uchiha Shikijo in front of him was too little, right? As for Uchiha Yayu, he has also become famous in the past 2 years and is called the White Flash. This is mainly because the thunder armor used by Uchiha Yayu is very fast and his physical skills are also powerful. Her chakra capacity is more than 4 times greater than Uchiha Shiki's current capacity. This is very problematic. How about joining the Hidden Rain Village? It would be an honor to work under me, who is called a demigod in the ninja world. After all, those guys in Konoha don't trust you, Uchiha. Unable to figure it out, Hanzo of the Salamander stopped thinking about it. He asked Uchiha Shiki directly. After he said these 2 sentences, his subordinate smiled, obviously mocking the stupid behavior of Konoha's top leaders. Seriously? Other ninja villages basically use bloodline limits as sharp swords, but Konoha basically does not use the sword. They even keep hitting the sword edge with stones to try to blunt the sharp sword. After the outside world got this information, they basically laughed at Konoha, but they were also very happy to see it, because without the Uchiha, Konoha's military strength would be weaker, which was a good thing for them. Certainly. It would be even better if the Uchiha could rebel against Konoha, as they would try their best to win them over to their own ninja village. This is also one of the reasons why Danzo Shimura must exterminate the Uchiha clan, and if the Uchiha coup succeeds, it will prove that they are useless. But if the Uchiha coup fails and they defect from Konoha and are won over by other countries, then it will pose a great threat to Konoha. Uchiha Shiki was helpless. It is no secret that the Konoha high-level officials do not like the Uchiha people. Many civilians in Konoha know it. However, Uchiha Shiki still wanted to curse damn Danzo Shimura. Well, anyway, Uchiha Shikijaka didn't know how others knew this information, but it was right to blame Shimura Danzo. He had to take a lot of blame anyway, and this one was not the only one. Oh, what are you laughing at? Uchiha Shikijo was still sitting on the rock, tilting his head to look down at the group of ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village, his scarlet Sharingan showing. The internal conflicts within Konoha are Konoha's business. What's more, mocking Konoha is mocking Minato Namikaze, who is now the Hokage and who basically represents the Uchiha clan. In a moment, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village all took a step back unconsciously, or even lowered their heads. This is an instinctive reaction that when fighting against the Uchiha clan who possess the Sharingan, the most basic way to deal with it is to avoid eye contact. His pupil power is very average. What's going on? Is he really Konoha's killing god Geixi? Hanzo's frown deepened. It was really hard for him to regard Uchiha Shiki as the guy who was praised as being on par with the 3 ninjas in the Third Shinobi World War. No matter how proud you are, you must bow your head in front of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shikiga stared at the Rain Ninja who lowered his head, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated directly, forming the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. And her figure began to change, and the Hayori she was wearing began to turn into rags and fly away, revealing her smooth shoulders and beautiful back, and her ninja shoes were also shattered by chakra. He quickly transformed from his normal Izanagi, the mortal possessed, into the female Izanagi, the celestial possessed. This time, just like a lottery, the one that was randomly obtained was the latest water attribute chakra armor mode. Uchiha Shiki's feminine face is like a finely crafted work of art, revealing a quiet and intellectual charm, just as gentle as water, with endless charm in its plainness. Even Uchiha Yayu was stunned by her unique aura and gentleness. Because of the succubus-like qualities in this state, which seem to possess an invisible magic, even girls will be deeply attracted to him. Coupled with his gentle expression, it makes people's hearts tense and their pulses beat fast. It's over. She already had a good impression of Uchiha Shikijaku, and now she felt that even if Uchiha Shikijaku was a woman, she might not be unable to do so. Hanzo of the Salamander was confident that he would not fall into the Sharingan's illusion. That he looked at Uchiha Shikigami, and was completely confused. Was that guy just now a man? And could the pattern on that Sharingan be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Then, give the Hidden Rain Village to me, Uchiha, and I will let you go. A way out. Uchiha Shikija stretched lazily, her milky white breasts trembling. If you count by cup size, Uchiha Shikija in the state of Izanran possession of the Heavenly Maiden must be AC. Hanzo of the Salamander was indeed very strong and ambitious during the Second Shinobi World War, but no matter how strong he was still just one person. However, the 5 major countries are full of talented people. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot change the sadness of being a small country. But he did not give up completely and began to fight against the bloodline limits of various countries. Sharingan is also one of his goals. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had many bloodline limit holders abducted, both men and women. Uchiha Shiki's eyes, as lively as water waves, glanced lightly, and like a radar, accurately locked onto the 4 o'clock direction. Because after entering the state of Vizanran, possessed by the Heavenly Maiden, the range of her perception of ninjutsu has been greatly expanded, like an invisible big net, and everything that can be detected has become more accurate. Orochimaru, why are you nearby? If I hadn't entered this mode, I wouldn't have been able to detect his presence. He seems to have merged with nature. Is this some kind of advanced technique, or an incomplete sage mode? Uchiha Shikija fell into deep thought. It should be a technique, because Orochimaru certainly hasn't found the Ryokai cave of the 3 holy places yet, so there is no way to talk about fairy techniques. Moreover, during this period, Orochimaru was indeed a member of the Root, and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who asked him to join in order to monitor Danzo Shimura, but the two of them got involved with each other and colluded with each other. I guess Danzo Shimura is planning something again. Forget it. My Mangekyo Sharinan will be known to others sooner or later, and I can't keep my eye technique ability, Celestial Maiden Possession, isn't a secret forever. Anyway, the rise of Uchiha is coming next, so let's just treat it as a test of the reactions of all parties. Uchiha Shikijo no longer cared about Orochimaru, because at this moment the area around Uchiha Shikijo was already full of ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. Salamander Hanzo frowned. Mangekyo Sharinan. How shameless, when I single-handedly overwhelmed the Uegakur, Sandagakur, and Wudagakur villages, your hair had barely grown back. However, you little guy do have the capital to brag. It's not just an ordinary Sharinan, but the more advanced Mangekyo Sharinan, right? Besides Uchiha Shisui, when did the Uchiha clan produce another figure like this? Salamander Hanzo is really envious and jealous. He even had the idea of catching Uchiha Shiki. Let him be with boys? Girl? Forget it, just let him mate with other people and give birth to children. As long as there are many children, even if the bloodline is diluted, the inherited bloodline power will always allow a few to inherit the bloodline limit, right? In the ninja world, many countries have this idea. Especially the Hidden Cloud Village. In the original work, they sent people to Konoha to kidnap girls twice. Once it was Uzumaki Kushina, and once it was Hayaga Hinata. If they really succeed, then what awaits them is not only the research of the internal structure of the body, but they may also become breeding machines. I'm not kidding, this is a common phenomenon in the ninja world. No cage in the 5 major countries would mind if their village had more owners of special bloodline limits. He just has stronger pupil power. His pupil power is very ordinary, no different from before. Just be careful of his pupil skills and the energy in his body. Salamander Hanzo gave the order decisively. No matter how many subordinates died, as long as he could get the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharinan, it would be worth it. He would never give up such a good opportunity. Letting the subordinates go first is to use them to test out information about Uchiha Shikija's abilities, because many of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo techniques have been passed down since the Warring States period. For example, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo and other special abilities. And he didn't care how Uchiha Shikija changed from a boy to a girl, he only knew that Uchiha Shikija's chakra in this state increased instantly a lot. Maybe the rumors outside are wrong? Uchiha Shikija was actually a girl, and her male status was just a disguise? After all, in the boy state just now, in Hanzo's perception of the salamander, the amount of chakra was not that great, and it was difficult to regard him as the evil of Konoha's killing god. Sure enough, this is the ninja world, bloody and cruel, and without morals. Uchiha Shikijo could naturally see what Hanzo of the salamander was thinking. So, Uchiha Shikija floated up, and ribbons like flowing water wrapped around him, and his clothes also turned into a floating aqua blue. He raised his arm, opened his palm with long fingers, and water droplets condensed on his fingertips. They dripped onto the ground and in an instant turned into water blades like shark fins that rushed out, cutting the ground along the way. The speed was so fast that Hanzo of the salamander almost couldn't catch it with his eyes. Notice, the host consumes 1 hour of natural energy. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. There are 8,658 hours of natural energy remaining. Phew! The sound of flesh being torn rang out almost simultaneously, and even using weapons or ninjutsu to defend was useless. The 5 ninjas from the Hidden Rain village had their bodies cut in half, their internal organs and blood mixed together and splattered on the ground, making a mess. What? Isn't water-style Mizukamikiri a ninjutsu performed by dripping water from your toes? Joke. Is that killing? No, that's a reward. Why did Uchiha Shikija reward them? What a powerful force, it can cut a human body in an instant, and the trajectory is also very fast. Hanzo of the salamander frowned. Shouldn't the Uchiha clan be good at fire escape? How come ordinary water escape is so powerful? Without hesitation, Hanzo of the salamander also took action, and the sickle in his hand directly slashed towards Mizukami Kiri, who was rushing towards him. Ding! The sickle, which was also wrapped with wind attribute, slashed at the water blade, but Hanzo of the salamander focused his eyes and carefully sensed the water blade. But the power of the water blade still made his feet slide back a step, and then he cut the entire water blade in half. To others, the whole process seemed like the water blade was very heavy and very strong. I see. The nature and form of water change, plus, it seems there's some magic involved, so that seemingly casual hand movement is actually filled with murderous intent. What a reckless fellow. Soon, Hanzo figured it out. After the chakra changes its properties, it becomes various attributes. After this attribute undergoes changes in nature and form and is integrated into the fairy chakra, its power will be even greater. Moreover, the water style of Mazuka Maikiri released by Uchiha Shiki is not only thin and sharp, but more importantly, the amount of chakra of this senjutsu is much greater than that of the ninjutsu of the same level, which is simply a crushing defeat in terms of quality and quantity. No wonder his men couldn't stop him. According to analysis from other countries, the ninjutsu that Killer God Geixi is proficient in should be fire release and lightning release. This is because on the battlefield where he is, the enemies react as if they were either burned by fire or their bodies were hit by concentrated lightning, and the power is very strong. Generally speaking, if one attribute can change in nature and form, then we can generally assume that this person can also achieve the same with other attributes. That means this guy has at least 3 attributes, and they can also change the nature and form of these 3 attributes. It's really tricky. Hanzo of the Salamander held a sickle in one hand and made a seal with the other, because if he doesn't take action, all his subordinates will be killed. There is a difference between sacrificing the information about the Uchiha-style Sparrow Eye technique and sacrificing the information without sacrificing the ability to use the Sparrow Eye technique. Spiritual Art Salamander. After Hanzo bit the toilet paper and pressed it on the ground, a huge purple salamander appeared in the smoke, and the moment it appeared, it sprayed a purple poisonous gas in the direction of Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki. Just like when fighting the Uchiha clan, the enemy knows that they cannot look into the Sharingan's eyes. Everyone in the ninja world knows that when fighting Hanzo of the Salamander, they must carry a gas mask and antidote pills. And at this moment, here, only Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki were not wearing gas masks. When the salamander sprayed poison gas to wrap around Uchiha Shiki, Hanzo's salamander instantly came to Uchiha Shiki's side, and the sickle connected to the chain in his hand slashed at Uchiha Shiki's neck. At the same time, the lightning armor on Uchiha Yayu's body also exploded, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving only a few tiny cracks on the top of the rock. Immediately afterwards, the ninjas from the hidden rain village began to scream. Uchiha Shikigakai stood still, glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander, and allowed the tip of the sickle to go straight for his neck. It's a nice instant body movement technique, but it's far inferior to what Shisui performed. It's monotonous and has no aesthetic appeal. The attribute Chakra Power Mode on the surface of Uchiha Shiki's body showed the rib skeleton wrapping around himself. Suzanu's small rib form is enough to block Hanzo's sickle. Salamander Hanzo's sickle stopped moving, but because it was wrapped with wind attribute chakra, it did not break. Can Susanoo be used? Hanzo's salamander used the force to bounce himself back. Is this poison the reason you're called a demigod? You disappoint me, nothing more. Uchiha Shiki looked at the poisonous gas surrounding him. In fact, he had already inhaled quite a bit of it. Hanzo of the Salamander also knew this, so he was very confused at this time. Because no matter how you look at Uchiha Shiki's body, there seems to be nothing unusual, which means he is not poisoned at all. Although I have heard that Kanaha's god of death Geixi can detoxify poisons, even my Sancho fish poison and the poison of that old woman show from Sand Village, but that requires injecting medicine into the body or taking detoxification pills. But she hasn't injected any medicine or taken any antidote pills since we started fighting. Could it have been injected or taken before we arrived? No, that's impossible. More than 10 minutes have passed. No medicine can last that long. Hanzo of the Salamander thought that most of his strength came from the salamander's poison. Even with the antidote, the poisoned person could not be guaranteed to survive. During the Second Shinobi World War, he was called a demigod by the ninja world because of the poison of the salamander and some of his own abilities. Do you have antibodies? If I remember correctly, I've never fought you before. So the only answer is that you extracted the toxin from the poison ninja, then injected yourself with the poison, and then used the antidote after your body adapted. This way, you have a high chance of producing antibodies. Hanzo of the Salamander expressed his guess. He believed that Uchiha Shiki's pharmacology was very good, otherwise he would not have been able to research a complete antidote that even the antidote he prepared himself could not guarantee to be 100% effective. Who knows? Uchiha Shiki looked at Salamander Hanzo. He had never been poisoned, never injected himself with the salamander venom from Hanzo, and had no knowledge of pharmacology. As for why he was not poisoned, only Uchiha Shikijaku himself knew. I really don't understand why such a weak village dared to go to war with the 3 major nations during the Second Shinobi World War. Uchiha Shikatsu looked nearby. Salamander Hanzo also looked over and his expression turned grim. Because at this moment, Uchiha Hajiki was holding a bloody heart in his palm and stepping on the corpse of a ninja from the hidden rain village with a hole in his chest. Uchiha Yayu's face looked a little ugly, obviously he had inhaled poisonous gas. Phew! But she still squeezed hard, and the heart in her hand exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and splattering everywhere. At the same time, she raised her leg and kicked with force, causing the head of the corpse under her feet to explode. Uchiha Hajiki himself helped all the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village with his heart and soul during the time between the battles between Uchiha Shikigami and Hanzo of the Salamander, and also made them adorable and headless. Because of the use of Kunao to kill her husband, after stabbing him in the vitals, Uchiha Yayu was almost successfully attacked by surprise when she relaxed. Coupled with the indoctrination of Uchiha Shikijaku's thoughts, Uchiha Yayu later developed the habit of pouring out his heart and lungs first and then destroying the corpse's head. In short, it means finishing off the enemy, make sure the enemy is dead. How about this? Would you like to consider my previous proposal and offer the Hidden Rain village to me, Uchiha? Uchiha Shikija knew that Uchiha Hajiki had the detoxification pills he had given to her, so he was not worried about Uchiha Hajiki, but was looking at Hanzo the Salamander. If I had known that Hanzo of the Salamander was so weak, I should have let Uchiha Hajiki kill Hanzo of the Salamander directly a while ago. Then Danzo Shimura would not be able to fool Hanzo of the Salamander, and Hanzo of the Salamander would not have attacked the Akatsuki organization. No! Uchiha Shikijo quickly denied it. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander did not take action, it is estimated that in fate, Uchiha Obito would still plot against the Akatsuki organization, because Uzumaki Nagato is very important. At the beginning, Uchiha Shikija wanted to win over Uzumaki Nagato, but he had to keep an eye on Namikaze Minato, so he asked Uchiha Hajiki to go. But now there is no way, so Uchiha Shikija has his own plans. Don't underestimate me, I can be called a demigod. Hanzo Salamander's eyes widened, he squatted on the ground and pressed one hand on the ground. Right after, the rock where Uchiha Shiki was standing began to emit a large number of explosive tags, which climbed up his legs and began to emit sparks. Fire style, exploding flame formation. As a senior in the ninja world, he cherishes the talents of strong young ninjas, but if they threaten his regime and status, he will ruthlessly annihilate them. In his eyes, Uchiha Shikija was a talented young man, so he valued his talent and even wanted to recruit him. But at this moment, Uchiha Shikijaku was regarded as a threat by him, not to mention that Uchiha Shikijaku was despising him and despising his arrogance as the leader of the Hidden Rain village. So, Uchiha Shiki must die. He is old, it's not that he can't move. Uchiha Shikija smiled slightly, gentle as water. This move is the same one that destroyed Uzumaki Nagato's legs in the original work. Boom! The densely packed detonating tags were directly detonated, and the heat wave swept around, scattering gravel and soil, and some gravel even had red surfaces. The documents of the Hidden Rain village record the Uchiha's technique ability. Susanoo can indeed be considered an absolute defense, but it cannot defend against attacks from within Susanoo. Salamander Hanzo stood up, holding the sickle and looking coldly ahead. Then he turned slightly and looked at Uchiha Yayu, who was not far away. At this time, Uchiha Yayu was throwing an antidote pill into his mouth and didn't care about Salamander Hanzo at all. Like, ignore? This made Hanzo even more angry. Are all Uchiha people so arrogant? Uchiha, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense, you are so arrogant. How can we use the Sharingan's illusion against you enemies? Etc. Suddenly, Hanzo calmed down. As an experienced ninja, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Because the Uchiha Hajiki in front of him was obviously Uchiha Shikijabu's bodyguard, and the whole process was centered around Uchiha Shikijabu. So if something happened to Uchiha Shikija at this moment, would she be so calm? The answer is no. But his reaction was a little too late, because at this moment Hanzo felt pain in his legs, and then he started falling down. Looking down, I found that his legs had been cut off at the knees, and without support, his body naturally fell down. Damn it, I'm a demigod, the demigod Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander was very unwilling. According to the anime, smoke is harmless. But Uchiha Shikija knew that even if a cage-level person was hit by the fire-style, explosive flame array just now, he would not have time to use the substitution technique, and at least his legs would definitely be crippled. Because there were a lot of detonating talismans just now, it was a targeted blast and the power was very great. Nice jutsu, but what a shame, the detonating tag is buried under a cover, so the Sharingan can't find it. After all, the detonating tag itself doesn't have chakra flow, and chakra reaction will only occur when it is released. I have to say, you're quite experienced. You probably used your shadow clone before you even appeared before me, or had your men use Earth Escape to escape underground and plant detonating talismans in this area. Uchiha Shikija floated out from the smoke and dust. There was nothing unusual about her legs and feet except that they were a little red. He looked at Hanzo of the Salamander, who was lying on the ground with his knees cut off by the Senjutsu water style Mizuka Maikiri. Before appearing here, Hanzo of the Salamander had indeed ordered his subordinates to use shadow clones and use Earth Escape to escape into the ground, and then bury detonating tags around him that could coordinate with his fire escape. At that time, Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki had not opened their Sharingan, and their perception ninjutsu extended from the ground instead of extending underground. This is the experience of Hanzo of the Salamander. He initially planned to target Heitei Kakashi because he knew the ability of the Sharingan. The Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra, and people generally won't activate it when there are no enemies. The news of the death of the perceptive ninja in Kakashi Heitei's team was also passed to Hanzo through intelligence. So Hanzo of the Salamander used this tactic very boldly. The battle between ninjas begins before they even fight. Intelligence, capabilities, tactics, experience. How could you be okay? The power of the targeted concentrated explosion is enough to blow your legs off. Salamander Hanzo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He really didn't understand that all the preparations he had made were for the fatal blow of fire style, exploding flame formation, a move that even the guy with the sages I could not avoid. Well, it's not all bad. After all, I can still feel the heat from the explosion, and it's burned my feet, which even Minato loves. Red. Uchiha Shikijaku didn't explain, he just responded. Damn it, I never thought that I, who's called a demigod, would lose my legs like this. Hanzo Salamander gritted his teeth. It was normal that he didn't get a response to his explanation. After all, the information about the ninja's own abilities was very important. So he asked his summoned beast Salamander to come over and wrap its tail around his waist to lift him up. Demigod. I think you are called a demigod because those who gave you the title have never seen the power of a true god. If you can be called a demigod, then what is Senju Hashirama? What is Uchiha Madara? Your strength is not even 1/10 of theirs. Originally, I don't like to take my time in battle. I prefer to crush my enemies, but I wanted to see how strong you are, so I kept playing with you. But after seeing it, it's nothing special. Now witness the power of God. As soon as Uchiha Shikijo finished speaking, his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. He liked to crush his enemies because he didn't want to waste his stored natural energy. In an instant, a powerful chakra gushed out of his body like a raging torrent. This chakra seemed to have life and quickly enveloped his body. As the chakra continued to gather, Uchiha Shiki's body slowly rose into the air, as if breaking free from the constraints of gravity. Immediately afterwards, the chakra began to condense rapidly, and the first thing that appeared was a huge skeleton with a skull and 6 hand bones, the spine connected to the hip bones, and below that were the leg bones. After the skeleton was formed, chakra continued to flow on its surface, as if it was given life, quickly wrapping around the skeleton, filling it up to form muscles and skin. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure that looked and dressed very similar to Uchiha Shiki appeared in the air, except that this figure was many times larger than Uchiha Shiki himself, and had 4 more arms. This is the legendary Susanoo. Susanoo belonging to Uchiha Shiki. It is pure white in color, like a towering and insurmountable mountain, which makes people feel awe. And the 4 extra arms, each palm holds a ball of burning chakra flame, representing the power of the 3 attributes of fire, thunder, water and yin respectively, except that the yin ball is half a ball. The commentary says it has the appearance of Susanoo, not transparent. Uchiha Shikija stood on the head of Susanoo, looking down at everything below. His eyes were cold and majestic, as if the whole world was under his control. Notice, the Susanoo used by the host will continue to consume natural energy. The longer it lasts, the more natural energy it consumes. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. The remaining time is being calculated. At this time, Hanzo Salamander was completely stunned by the scene before him. He stared blankly at the 300-meter-tall Susanoo, and the sickle in his hand involuntarily loosened and fell to the ground. His eyes revealed a complex array of emotions, including relief, helplessness, and a hint of self-mockery. A frog in a well, wanting to be a god? Well, I'm just this good. My Susanoo is only about 300 meters long. It proves that I'm still pretty weak. Uchiha Shikaizuki muttered to himself. The water attribute chakra in his body had disappeared. Because her chakra mode is originally a simplified version of Susanoo, it can only be used in the state of celestial maiden possessionism. The state can support this pattern. When he is attacked, this mode can also automatically defend him, which is very useful. Susanoo cannot block poison gas and heat like the explosion just now. But it doesn't matter. Although he is strong, he is not immortal. His body is the same as that of an ordinary person, and he will die if his vital parts are attacked. As a time traveler, stability is very important. I may not be cautious, but I will never neglect defense. As long as my defense is high enough, you can't kill me. The complete form of Susanoo does not require the activation of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but can be activated directly when one's own eye power and chakra reach a certain level. Uchiha Shikijo is in the state of Izanran, the goddess of celestial possession, with strong pupil power and a lot of chakra, so he can do it. The power of God. Hanzo of the Salamander watched with his own eyes as Uchiha Shikigami Susanoo condensed chakra balls of different attributes into a chakra-long sword, with several attributes surging on its surface. Right after, Uchiha Shikijo controlled the huge Susanoo and swung the long sword condensed from chakra towards the location where Hanzo was. In an instant, the wind blows and the clouds move, thunder roars and lightning flashes, and the forest is on fire. The heaven and earth seemed to be controlled by Susanoo, and the natural power resonated with the long sword. Salamander Hanzo closes his eyes. He knew he lost. There was no time to even hide in the belly of the salamander and escape. The wind swept away the clouds, and there were lightning and thunder. The water attacks like a ferocious beast, and the fire burns the broken wood like an infernal fire. The 4 attributes under this knife were as terrifying as the end of the world. Because Susanna slashed horizontally, a huge fan-shaped messy gully appeared in front of it, as if it was a wound in the earth. The total area is so large that it directly turned a piece of land the size of 1.5 football fields into a barren wasteland. And this is just an ordinary slash from Susanoo. Announcement: the host has successfully defied fate, changing the ending of Hanzo Salamander, and received 2,000 fate-defying points. Following the prompts from the brain system, Uchiha Shikaizuki immediately released Susanoo, and like a falling leaf, he floated back to the ground. The moment his bare feet touched the ground, he transformed from a woman back into a normal man. Notice, the host Susanoo lasts for 30 seconds, consuming 5 hours of natural energy. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. There are 8,653 hours of natural energy remaining. Following the system's prompts, Uchiha Shiki reached out and pulled off his off-shoulder and backless top. His muscular upper body exuded the masculine beauty of an ancient Greek sculpture. Girls showing their shoulders and backs may attract the attention of the opposite sex, but boys showing their shoulders and backs can attract the attention of the same sex, especially when the boy has such a handsome face. As expected, an insignificant character has very few points against fate. You are destined to die anyway, so just die in my hands. Uchiha Shikija looked at the mess in the distance where blood, internal organs, and broken limbs were splattered everywhere. Hanzo the salamander was already dead and could no longer be used. Shikaku-sama. It was at this time that Uchiha Hajiki landed behind Uchiha Shikija, took off her Haori and put it on Uchiha Shikija. Master Shikik, Susanoo cannot defend against non-physical attacks. You just inhaled a lot of poison gas. You should take the detoxification pill quickly. The Uchiha pulled out a small bottle from the corset around his waist, poured out a pill and pinched it between his fingers. With one hand, she gently stroked Uchiha Shiki's lips apart, and with the other hand, she handed him the detoxification pill. Her movements were very gentle, and there was even a kind of doting tone in her voice, as if she was coaxing a child. Ms. Yayu, it's not necessary. Uchiha Shiki shook his head and smiled gently. He gently pushed away the detoxification pill handed to him by Uchiha Yayu. He was not poisoned because of the ability of his left eye, which is the ability of Izan Ran, the goddess of heaven. The principle of celestial maiden possession Izanami is to transform the body through the large amount of yin chakra overflowing from the brain, but because it is using the power of Izanami, it has the appearance of a woman and has the ability to absorb natural energy. There are 2 concepts of yin and yang escape. 1. The yin dun power, which is based on the spiritual energy of imagination, can create form from nothing, that is, it can create form from the invisible. 2. The yang dun power, which takes the body energy that controls life as its source, gives life to form, that is, the power that can give life to objects. You have to make a metaphor. Hashirama Senju's sage body is body energy, and his body is yang, with strong physical abilities and chakra, so his sage body should be considered a yang sage body. Not only does he have a lot of chakra, he can also enter the sage mode with super long-lasting durability in seconds, and can also use wood escape. Spiritual energy is yin, and yin can be created and transformed from nothing. The transformed body of Uchiha Shikigakai can also be called the yin sage body. Although it does not have strong physical abilities and chakra capacity, it can absorb and transform natural energy into chakra. So, when Hanzo of the salamander inhaled the poison, he used the transformation power of his left eye to use yin dun to transform the poison into harmless gas, so he would not be poisoned. Let's go to the Hidden Rain Village. Uchiha Shikija did not stay for long. He was going to the Hidden Rain Village next to see if he could find Uzumaki Nagato. In his previous life, he had no dislike for Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and he even liked the mature Lady Konan very much. But now we are in the ninja world, and this is not the view of a bystander. Since you won't cooperate and I don't want you to cause me trouble, then I have no choice but to get rid of you. To the outside world, Uchiha Shiki has always had a tough attitude. They are not like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Although they have selfish motives, they will not harm Konoha in the end. Therefore, Uchiha Shikijo has the patience to wait for them to commit suicide so that he can have a legitimate reason to kill them. Not long after Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki left, a figure emerged from the ground. It was Orochimaru, who had been watching from the side and was ignored by Uchiha Shikija. Spurasi, I never thought that there was another person in the Uchiha clan who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Compared to Ataki and Shisui, this child interests me more. I really want to study him. The ability to change one's appearance and gender should be one of the Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques. It uses yin-tun power to transform the body structure. The huge amount of chakra seems to be absorbed from nature, just like the first Hokage. It should be said that Orochimaru is worthy of his name. Since he became interested in the Sharingan, he has investigated a lot of information and understood the principle of Uchiha Shiki's body changes in an instant. Also, because he had studied Hashirama's cells, he had some understanding of things like natural energy. In an era, the same technique will only appear in one person, so the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan all have different abilities. Orochimaru was really excited. When he saw Uchiha Shiki's fighting power, his first reaction was not fear, but the desire to get it. Now many people in the Uchiha clan possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. As far as he knew, they were Uchiha Shikijibu and Uchiha Shisui, but he knew a lot about the skills of the Mangekyo Sharingan from Konoha's special database. But in fact, between the time the second Hokage ascended the throne and his death, there were actually many Uchiha who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, because of their powerful power and reliance on his Izanagi, they became arrogant and even began to fight each other. This is also the reason why Danzo Shinura knew Izanagi. Unfortunately, the second Hokage was in power at that time, and the bodies of all the Uchiha clan members who had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan were directly burned, and the rest also destroyed their Mangekyo Sharingan themselves before they died, because they understood that these eyes would bring disaster to their tribe. It was also because of this incident that the later high-level officials of Konoha could not be afraid of the Uchiha clan. It can be said that this was another knife that led to the Uchiha clan's current situation. Uchiha Fugaku also knew about this, so he never mentioned his Mangekyo Sharingan, because the Mangekyo Sharingan would only bring disaster, trying to encircle Mr. Kishimoto's TV plot. Shikik-kun, if you're targeted by a snake, you could be swallowed at any moment. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, but did not continue to follow Uchiha Shikijaku, because he vaguely felt that Uchiha Shikijaku had discovered that he was following him. If you continue following this, it might be dangerous. Report this to Danzo-sama. After all, Shikijaku-kun is very dangerous, he will take action, and I will just have to watch from the sidelines. Danzo Shinura is very insidious and cunning, and Orochimaru thinks he is no worse. Anyway, Danzo Shinura is using him, and he is also using Danzo Shinura. What about the Hidden Rain Village? The building itself has a bit of punk style, and because of the geographical environment, it rains a lot. Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki saw a store on the road and bought 2 oil paper umbrellas. Because Uchiha Shikijaku was the type of person who did not wear a forehead protector when going on a mission, and Uchiha Hajiki also took off his forehead protector, the people of the Hidden Rain Village were not vigilant. In addition, because of their own techniques and pupil techniques, their clothes were actually a little tattered, so they looked like they were running for their lives. After all, it is still very chaotic now, and there are almost some strangers passing by every day. Moreover, these days, few ninjas are willing to use money to buy things during wars, and they basically just rob. All the way. Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki were both collecting information and inquiring about the whereabouts of Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, but with little effect. There is some previous information. After all, Akatsuki is quite famous in the Hidden Rain Village, but there is no eyewitness information at all now. A week passed and Uchiha Shiki still had no results. In a certain guesthouse, Uchiha Shiki was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the dripping rain outside, feeling helpless. The perception ninjutsu is useless. He's probably staying inside the barrier. If I could know his exact location. Suddenly, Uchiha Shikijo reacted. He took it directly from the ninja tool bag that he usually wore on his waist, took out a scroll from it, opened it, and then lifted the seal. Inside was a black stick, the same black stick that had pierced Heite Kakashi's abdomen. Uchiha Shikijo did not touch it directly, but transformed into Izanano, the possession of the Heavenly Maiden, because in the state of Izanano, the possession of the mortal evil, his chakra and mental strength were not enough to resist the interference of the black stick. This black rod is connected to Uzumaki Nagato. Using reverse perception, we can find Nagato's location. But even if I use this method, he can still find me. If the distance is far, he will run away before I even get there. Forget it. Uchiha Shiki directly opened the system mall and gritted his teeth to exchange for the Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Notice, the host redeems the special ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, which costs 50,000 fate reversal points. Uchiha Shiki was heartbroken after losing 50,000 fate-defying points at once. Damn, half of Minato Namikaze's life is gone again. Afterwards, Uchiha Shikija called Uchiha Hajiki, who was sorting out his clothes, for him to change. They bought more clothes here, but it was too humid here and they could only use ninjutsu to dry them. Soon, Uchiha Yayu took out all the ninja tools he carried with him, many of which were sealed in scrolls using time and space sealing techniques. After all, the capacity of the backpack was limited. Because Uchiha Shikijo himself did not carry any ninja tools, at most he only carried scrolls and food. 50 each of kunao, senbon needles, and shurikens, 10 stacks of 500 explosive tags, 10 fuma shurikens, 10 large shurikens, 5 katanas, and 10 short swords. Uchiha Shikija looked at Uchiha Hajiki with strange eyes, and in the end he was too lazy to count. Although the scroll of the time-space sealing item can reduce the weight of things, it is still not weightless. Uchiha Yayu at least carries things weighing dozens or hundreds of kilograms every day when he moves around. Ms. Yayu, you brought a warehouse of ninja tools. After you have the lightning armor, you basically don't need ninja tools anymore. After all, your palms are sharper than kunao. Uchiha Shiki was speechless. With this amount, you can arm the ninjas of a small village, right? Hearing what Uchiha Shikija said, Uchiha Yayu's pretty face turned red. She can't say that these are just collections and her hobbies, right? After all, ninjas all have their own hobbies, and Uchiha Hajiki's hobby is collecting various ninja tools. Can I use these? I'll pay for them. Looking at Uchiha Hajiki's blushing face, Uchiha Shikijaka smiled and asked, "Don't underestimate these ninja tools, they are all of top-notch quality and the total price is not low. You can use it as you like. My things are yours, you don't need to pay for them." Uchiha Yayu spoke immediately. She has been taking care of Uchiha Shikija for several years and has a good impression of him. What's more, Uchiha Shikija also gave her the secret technique of lightning release, lightning armor, which is not passed on to others by the Yoyo clan of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although this secret technique is only B-level, it is a priceless treasure for her who is good at physical skills and lightning escape. Even when going out on a mission, he would wear a special mask and say, "We are doing business in Leian Village, all outsiders, get out." It feels so good to have someone take the blame for your bad deeds. Good. Uchiha Shikija didn't hesitate and started to imprint the Flying Thunder God technique one by one. Many people believe that the Flying Thunder God technique is written, but it is not. The Flying Thunder God mark is not chakra or ink, but a special mark produced through a ritual. It is a pattern ritual or a text ritual and has no fixed engraved text. Fortunately, after Uchiha Shikijo exchanged it, he had already mastered the spacetime ninjutsu and Flying Thunder God, so it was not difficult to engrave it. Uchiha Yayu was very surprised because she could feel that this was a technique of imprinting time and space, similar to the imprinting process of Minato Namikaze. Could it be that Uchiha Shikijo also knows the spacetime ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God? "Have you been here?" Uchiha Yayu picked up a kunao engraved with a spell, tilted his head and read out the engraved words on it. But Uchiha Shikija did not answer and concentrated on engraving. 2.5 hours later, Uchiha Shikija lay directly on Uchiha Hajiki's legs and didn't want to move. Although engraving was not difficult, it was boring and tedious. The scent of Big Sister's lap pillow still remains. Why didn't I think of using the black stick at the beginning? I wasted so many days. Uchiha Shiki was speechless about himself, but that was normal. An ordinary person who travels through time can do what he wants. After all, what we see is limited, and the real world is not an imaginary world. It's not what you imagine yourself to be. Uchiha Hajiki listened to Uchiha Shikijabu complaining about himself, gently stroking Uchiha Shikijabu's head with one hand, a smile on her pink lips, and a look of doting in her eyes. She took care of Uchiha Shikija's life, so she knew that the child was not so omnipotent, and sometimes it was easy for him to complain about himself like he was doing now. But this is the most realistic thing. Geniuses are also human beings, and it is impossible for humans to be perfect. Ms. Yayu, use your shadow clones with me to disperse these kunao evenly. Uchiha Shikaizuki stood up and used the shadow clone technique in her normal state. Note, the normal state will not take away the stored chakra of the female form, but it will be taken away when the female form is activated. Uchiha Yayu didn't ask why, because she had vaguely guessed the reason, so she directly used the shadow clone technique. Uchiha Shiki was divided into 4, which is the maximum number for the average level of a ninja. Uchiha Hajiki divided it into 12, which also proves that Uchiha Hajiki's chakra is 3 times higher than that of Uchiha Shiki, the average level of ninja. It took 2.5 days for Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki to finally place the kunao in a regular and spaced manner throughout the Hidden Rain Village, and they are all placed in extremely hidden places to prevent them from being picked up. When the clone was released, Uchiha Shiki was completely exhausted. The removal of the clone will bring some memories with it, but this is not important. What is important is that the huge amount of mental fatigue makes Uchiha Shiki feel like he doesn't want to move at all. This is outrageous. In the original novel, how did Uzumaki Naruto manage to have hundreds of multiple shadow clones without getting exhausted? Master Shikik, I vaguely know your plan, but are you so sure that Nagato is still in the Hidden Rain Village? Normally, after escaping death after being regarded as a thorn in the side of the ruler, ordinary ninjas should flee the area ruled by the ruler. Uchiha Hajiki asked Uchiha Shikijo. She didn't question Uchiha Shikijaku, but she didn't understand why Uchiha Shikijaku was so sure that Uzumaki Nagato was still in the Hidden Rain Village. He will be there because his friends, including him, love this village. After resting for a while, Uchiha Shiki felt better. He directly transformed himself into the female form of Izanran, the goddess of possession. This time the chakra mode did not appear, but if it was used, the attributes would still be random. Don't worry if I disappear later, I can handle it alone. You can return to the village first with your own kunao engraved with my Flying Thunder God technique, and then go to Lady Tsunade and ask her about the progress of the research I asked her to help with. Then wait for me to come back and report to me. Uchiha Shikijaku instructed Uchiha Hajiki. This made Uchiha Yayu hesitate again. She was not worried about Uchiha Shikija's strength, but she was worried about some conspiracies and tricks within Uchiha Shikija. Everything had been going so smoothly for him. Forget it, Master Shikijaku can fly Thunder God, so nothing should happen. I hope he doesn't just destroy everything he goes to. After all, this lord likes to use forbidden techniques. Uchiha Yayu thought in his heart and finally nodded. Children will grow up, and Uchiha Shiki is not stupid that he should not fall into other people's schemes so easily. When he is serious, he is very reliable. Well, I'm starting. Pick up the black stick in one hand, spread out the palm of the other hand, and directly insert the black stick into the palm, using reverse perception directly. However, because the distance was too far, there was not the terrifying eye power and chakra that was felt when it was just pulled out from Kakashi Hatake. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shikijo pulled out the black stick in his hand, and the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Because he had already determined the location of Uzumaki Nagato, he went directly to the kunao closest to that location. Uchiha Yayu did not stay for long. He packed up some things and left with a kunao engraved with the Uchiha-style Kei-Fei Lei Shenjutsu. The other side, a cave in the hidden rain village near the border of the Land of Earth. This was the temporary base where Uchiha Obito moved here when he was planning to deal with Uzumaki Nagato and prepare various plans. After so many days, under the guidance of Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato has already developed his own understanding of the Rinnegan Gaiden-jutsu. With the help of Uchiha Obito these days, the 6 Paths of Pain carrier has been prepared, and he was discussing the next plan with Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, Uzumaki Nagato suddenly looked towards a certain location. What's wrong, Nagato? Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Nagato. Someone has used some means to perform reverse perception on me. Although the distance is very far, I can feel the black stick approaching. I guess it's the spacetime ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. It's probably the Konoha ninja who attacked me before. I stuck it in Hatake Kakashi's route. From the perspective of chakra amount, although it is a lot, it is not exaggerated. It just feels similar to external energy. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito and responded. This made Uchiha Obito frown. He naturally knew that Hatake Kakashi and others had fought with Uzumaki Nagato, because from the very beginning he had asked Zetsu to use the spore technique on Nagato. As far as he knew, the only one who could perform Flying Thunder God now was Minato Namikaze, who also knew fairy arts. Did Minato Namikaze find this based on the black stick on Kakashi Hatake? But soon, the image of Uchiha Shiki suddenly flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind. That guy also has natural energy chakra in his body. Moreover, a few days ago, White Zetsu sensed a battle from the border of the Fire Nation. He went over to take a look and saw the battlefield in ruins. He also found half of Hanzo's head. Judging from the scope of the destruction, excluding those caused by Earth escape, Uchiha Obito could only think of Uchiha Shiki no Su, because he had personally experienced the terrifying range of Uchiha Shiki no Su's ninjutsu. Besides, Minato Namikaze is now the Hokage and it is impossible for him to leave the village easily. But as a good friend of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shikijo may have learned the Flying Thunder God technique from him. Hide in my space first. The person coming might be Konoha's god of death, Guixia. To be on the safe side, Uchiha Obito chose to be cautious. At least Uzumaki Nagato is not very strong now, so he needs to get used to the power of the outer path. Uzumaki Nagato knew that he was not fit for fighting now, so he agreed directly. Under the absorption of Uchiha Obito, the 6 Paths of Pain, Uzumaki Nagato, and Konan were all absorbed into the Kamui space. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to continue absorbing the things he brought, he sensed the approach of Uchiha Shikijibu, who instantly absorbed him into the Kamui space. Before he completely disappeared, he saw the stone sealing the cave being blasted open, followed by a terrifying torrent of fire. What a reckless fellow, he's already using fire escape to come right over here before I've even seen anyone. Uchiha Obito completely disappeared, leaving only the words echoed in the cave. When Uchiha Shikija heard this, he just let out a sigh. He had come here at full speed, but he still escaped. Escape? Escape? I definitely didn't know you were Uchiha Obito. You are Uchiha Madara, the one who can defeat Hashirama Senju. You just woke up with me. I didn't expect Uchiha Obito to be here. No, maybe I should say it's not surprising that Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato are together. They have already joined forces. Uchiha Shiki looked at the black stick in his hand. When he inserted it into his palm, he could no longer feel Uzumaki Nagato's chakra, as if Uzumaki Nagato had cut off the chakra connection. Now it is almost equivalent to scrap metal, and even the power of yin-yang escape has disappeared. Who the hell said that a time traveler who travels to a fan fiction world can arrange everything in advance just by knowing the plot and have a smooth journey? I've tried to defy fate many times, but not every time I've succeeded. They're not stupid. They gather intelligence, devise strategies, and adapt to changing circumstances. I'm just triggering all sorts of butterfly effects. Uchiha Shiki complained for a while, but soon his eyes were fixed on a gourd-shaped fan leaning against the wall not far away. The Uchiha fan, the iconic fan carried by successive Uchiha clan leaders during the Warring States period. It is said that the ninja tools are made from branches of the sacred tree, the Ten Tails. Uchiha Shiki walked over and picked it up to observe, and it was indeed an Uchiha fan. Uchiha fan. The specific name is Flame Fan. It can absorb the blocked ninjutsu, transform and amplify it into a rebound similar to wind escape, and also increase the power of fire escape. During the Warring States period, many ninjas died from the rebound of this fan. That's perfect. Consider this as my reward for the trip. Adhering to the traditional Greater Chinese culture of his previous life, since I'm here, Uchiha Shiki looked around with a round fan in his hand, but very disappointed. There is nothing of value here except daily necessities and some documents recording unimportant things. Damn it. Uchiha Shikaizuki pressed his palm into a dark corner and left his flying thunder god seal on the rock wall. I come to the hidden rain village every once in a while to see the rain. I don't believe you can hide forever. Uchiha Shikija muttered to himself, then turned around and left. He was going somewhere because when he just arrived at the hidden rain village and had not started looking for Uzumaki Nagato, he took away the small treasury of Hanzo of the Salamander under the leadership of Uchiha Hajiki. I saved Hanzo Salamander about a year's worth of detours and helped him reach the Pure Land and see the Sage of Six Paths, so it's not too much to use Hanzo Salamander's little treasury to thank him for his helpfulness, right? As for why he didn't destroy the cave, it was because he wanted to use it for fishing. After all, no one knows whether Uchiha Obito or Uzumaki Nagato will come up with "I have an idea," which is the most dangerous place is the safest place. Damn it, it's too bad to just take the fan. This thing doesn't seem to mean anything to Uchiha Obito. How about we just stay there and wait for a while? Uchiha Shikija, who walked out of the cave, suddenly had an idea. But he quickly shook his head. Although he was a time traveler and could arrange many things, he could not treat the natives as fools. Uchiha Obito received the true teachings of Uchiha Madara and everything he could think of. Uchiha Obito could also think of. This guy planned so many things. How could he be the boss behind the scenes without any brains? The next day, when Uchiha Shiki was doing this and that in the hidden rain village, Danzo Shimura on the Konoha side also took action. The sun was setting over Nanman Shrine, not far from the roots. Blood was dripping from Danzo Shimura's fingers as he pinched the eyeball of a Sharingan. He looked expressionlessly at Uchiha Shisui, who was half kneeling on the ground with one hand covering his eyes. Shimura Danzo's bandaged eyes were revealed, and the eyeballs inside had turned gray. Izanagi. You actually have the Uchiha Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui originally had an appointment today because the third Hokage Direct Umbu ordered him to come here. As soon as he arrived here, he was attacked by a group of people before he even saw anyone. The coordination was so seamless that even he was hit instantly. The Yamanaka clan's mind-transferring technique, the Nara clan's shadow binding technique, and the Abarame clan's poisonous insects. First, he used the center turn technique, then the shadow binding technique, followed by the poisonous insect bite that caused poisoning, and finally Danzo Shimura appeared and wanted to take away his eyes directly. But in an instant, Uchiha Shisui directly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the first stage half of Susanoo exploded, breaking free from the heart turn technique and the shadow binding technique. At the same time, Susanoo also punched Danzo Shimura, slamming him into the ground. Because he held back, he was half dead but not seriously injured. The rest were Danzo Shimura's subordinates, also fellow Konoha members. He didn't want to take action and just wanted to leave and detoxify. But at the moment when he released Susanoo and was about to use the instant body flickering technique, Danzo Shimura appeared again and gouged out his right eye. I'll take the other eye too. I will make the most of your pupil technique, B. Tianshen. The Uchiha clan will stage a coup and become Konoha's sinners, but I will become Konoha's hero and force Minato Namikaze, who trusts the Uchiha clan, out of that position. I am Konoha's hope. Shimura Danzo spoke gloomily. Uchiha Shisui wanted to move, but found that his body was completely out of control, and even his chakra was extremely chaotic. The poison from poisonous insects, it can even disrupt my chakra, and it makes my brain extremely dizzy, making it difficult for me to think. Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth. Although he had heard that the Abarame clan had poisonous insects specially raised to target the enemy's chakra, this was the first time he had encountered one. He didn't expect that someone would actually join the route. This reminded him of what Uchiha Shikijaku said: those who were truly hostile to the Uchiha were never the villagers of Konoha, but the top leaders of Konoha. The Uchiha clan has changed now, and he has begun to accept Uchiha Shiki's views. All the Uchiha clan needs is the trust of the Hokage, and the current fourth Hokage trusts the Uchiha clan, so the Uchiha clan is willing to reciprocate. My right eye has been taken away. My left eye must not be taken away. Uchiha Shisui knew clearly how incredible his eye technique ability was. Now he didn't even have the strength to stand up, so there was only one thing he could do, and that was to destroy his right eye while he could still think. So without hesitation, Uchiha Shisui stabbed his own left eye with his index finger. The ability of his right eye is to slowly and silently invade other people's brains and change their will, while the ability of his left eye is to instantly activate the ability and change other people's will. Snort. Even though Uchiha Shisui's arms were not very fast at this time because he was poisoned, he was kicked away by Shimura Danzo, who then passed by in an instant and broke Uchiha Shisui's limbs without hesitation. Sharingan is my asset, who allowed you to destroy it. As we all know, Sharingan is a plug-in. Shimura Danzo dug out his blind Sharingan and threw it away, then inserted Uchiha Shisui's right eye into it. A lot of heat overflowed from the eye socket, and soon the eyes are connected to the nerves successfully. After all, the current Danzo Shimura's right arm is already that white arm, but there is no Sharingan on it. It is considered the first successful product of Hashirama's cell research. This arm gave him more chakra and super regenerative ability. Hateful. Uchiha Shisui's mind was in a state of confusion. The poison spread too quickly, and his chakra was completely unable to be mobilized. He couldn't even feel the pain of his broken limbs. Shisui, for Konoha, for my ambitions, it would be an honor to sacrifice you. Danzo Shimura squatted down and stretched out his finger towards Uchiha Shisui's left eye again. As long as he took away this eye, his plan against Uchiha could be carried out. He would take advantage of the opportunity when Uchiha Shikiju was out to use Koto Amatsukami to control the Uchiha clan, and when Uchiha Shikiju came back, he would let Uchiha Fugaku steal his heart and soul from Uchiha Shikiju unexpectedly. Then he started the Uchiha coup, killing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato in the process, and then he became the final hero to lead the Root and Uchiha clan in a life and death battle to victory. Ah, Shisui-chan, you're in such a mess. Just as Shimura Danzo was trying to take away Uchiha Shisui's left eye, a childish voice interrupted Shimura Danzo's action, causing Shimura Danzo to jump back instantly. When Danzo Shimura looked carefully, he found that there was a petite girl standing next to Uchiha Shisui's head. She looked like a girl about 15 years old. She has long pure white hair and a childish and cute face. She wears a black tight-fitting long-sleeved bottom and a pure white off-shoulder dress. Her slender legs are wrapped in black stockings, and the white gloves on her hands have the Uchiha clan's round fan mark on them. See the comments in this paragraph for her appearance and character. Is this voice Lady Kanan? Uchiha Shisui's vision had become very blurry, but he could still make out the voice. Uchiha Kanan, Uchiha Shisui's teacher, is a member of the Uchiha clan of the same generation as Uchiha Kagami but at a different age. She is also the mother of Uchiha Shikijo. Her white hair was dyed this color out of consideration for Uchiha Shikijo. Uchiha Shisui learned the instant body movement technique from her. I just went to the bathroom and you disappeared. Uchiha Kanan squatted down and poked Uchiha Shisui's forehead. She has been secretly following Uchiha Shisui for some time, because when Uchiha Mikado came to tell her that Uchiha Shikijaku was leaving the village to carry out a mission, she also told her some additional secret instructions from Uchiha Shikijaku, that is to keep an eye on Uchiha Shisui and prevent him from getting into trouble. Uchiha Shikijo's fate is not smooth sailing, but there are some things he has to think about carefully. That is, if he is not in the village, the rats in the dark will probably lose their deterrence and may easily make some small and insignificant moves. That's why Uchiha Shikijabu instructed his Uchiha Kanan to keep a close eye on Uchiha Shisui. So, Uchiha Kanan stood up, unconsciously raised her hands to hold her slightly flushed cheeks, revealed a very orthodox crescent-shaped smile, and tilted her head to look at Shimura Danzo. The next second, the pitch-black eyes turned red, and 3 megatama appeared in the pupils. Ah, Danzo, to be honest, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. After all, you've always been plotting against my little Shikijaku. Uchiha Kanan's voice is weak and trembling, like a baby's whisper. Uchiha Kanan, a student of Uchiha Harumi, one of the Uchiha survivors from Konoha 33 to 37 who became arrogant because of the Mangekyo Sharingan technique. You admired Uchiha Jaime. After she used Izanami to stop the power struggle in the family due to the Mangekyo Sharingan, she was assassinated by enemy ninjas because she was blinded on her way home. Also, because of this power struggle, some people in the Uchiha clan wanted to seize power. Some Uchiha attacked the first heir, the young Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Harumi's husband also died in the battle to protect Uchiha Fugaku. So you adopted him, the one who lost his parents, Uchiha Shikaizuki. Note, Uchiha Shikaizuki, Itake and Suzuki talked about the person who used Izanami's technique in their memories. The plot should have happened before the Second Shinobi World War, not during the Warring States period, because he was wearing a Konoha forward protector at the time. Everything is based on the anime's narration. You haven't grown or aged at all over the years. Danzo Shimura had witnessed that period of history with his own eyes, and he knew that because of that internal strife, the Uchiha clan had fallen into a state of transition, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was directly broken, becoming a taboo. But because of this, Danzo Shimura became obsessed with Izanagi, and later cooperated with Orikimura to start studying the Sharingan. Well, after all, Shikik is her important child. I won't grow old before the child grows up. As Uchiha Kanan said this, a gust of wind blew, causing her bangs to float and faintly revealing the four-angled mark on her forehead. I see, Tsunade's 100 healings technique. Danzo Shimura understood instantly that it seemed that Tsunade was very close to the Uchiha clan. Shameful, he just snorted coldly. This woman is such a disgrace to the Senju clan. My grandfather died due to health problems caused by Uchiha Madara. Later, the great-uncle was injured while trying to stop the internal strife of the Uchiha clan from endangering Konoha, which indirectly led to his death at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku during the peace talks with the Hidden Cloud Village due to his poor health. It was considered an excuse for Senju Tobirama's death, otherwise it was really hard to imagine that Senju Tobirama, who used Flying Thunder God, would die in battle like that. Under such circumstances, Tsunade is still so close to the Uchiha clan, which is simply treasonous. Go, be careful, she has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although she has a disease and won't live long, she still has some strength. Go and give me her Sharingan. Danzo Shinmura glanced at his subordinates who were on high alert and ready to take action. The reason why Uchiha Kanen was not dealt with by Senju Tobirama was very simple. Because she had overused the Sharingan, her vision was not very clear, and she had a disease and would not live long, at most to around 30 years old. At the same time, because she adopted Uchiha Shikija, Senju Tobirama spared her life because of Uchiha Osamu's contribution to the village, which was also a kind of affirmation. Uchiha Kanen was 10 years old when she adopted Uchiha Shikijabu. At that time, Uchiha Shikijabu was almost 3 years old. Now 18 years have passed and he is almost 30 years old. As for the conclusion that the disease was incurable, it was also confirmed by Senju Tobirama himself at the time that that kind of disease could not be cured. As expected of the Nidame's disciple and personal guard, right, he knows everything. Uchiha Kanen was not panicked by the news, because she was already very healthy 2 years ago, and it was all because of Uchiha Shiki's use of the reverse fate. Points redemption credit. After all, Uchiha Shiki is a time traveler and has possessed the attentiveness of an adult since he was young. Of course, Uchiha Shikija also knew that he was adopted by Uchiha Kanen. After all, the person he saw when he was born and opened his eyes was Uchiha Osamu, not Uchiha Kanen. This is also the reason why Uchiha Shikija couldn't deal with Uchiha Kanen. If it was his biological mother, Uchiha Shiki would not be afraid at all. But it is precisely because he is not Uchiha Shikijo that he is afraid. She has no sense of distance towards him. Uchiha Shikijo is also a boy, he is afraid that he can't control himself. This damn feeling is so frustrating. Well, I haven't done it for a long time, I hope I'm not rusty. Uchiha Kanen grinned, and a weak and trembling voice echoed. The three Megatama rotated again, always paying attention to the movements of the enemies around her. At the same time, the three Megatama began to transform, forming a hollow circle, but it was divided into 4 arc-shaped patterns. As Uchiha Kanen's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, all the root ninjas around her took action. The first to attack was a ninja from the Nara clan. The Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Akimichi clan are all supporters of the Sarutobi clan, but there are still some people within the clan who have different ideas from the clan. They chose other allegiances, and the family patriarch would not interfere. To put it bluntly, it's a double bet. The concept of family in the ninja world is very strong. They will be loyal to their village, but they will not forget to seek benefits for their family, because no one wants to decline like the Senju clan. Do you want to dance? Uchiha Kanen glanced over. With just one glance, the entire body of this root ninja of the Nara clan suddenly fell to the ground, and even the entire ground sank in, as if the soil had been compacted. Even his companions from the Abarame and Yamanaka clans who were nearby were the same, unable to move at all. Damn it, I feel so heavy. No, that's not right. It's the gravity within a 3-meter radius centered on me that has increased. The root ninja of the Nara clan gritted his teeth. He could feel his body being squeezed, as if there was an invisible hydraulic press above his head, and the gravity was becoming more and more terrifying. Shenhun Ninjayo, another name of Shenchan Cheishin, one of the 3 great creation gods who control creation and fertility. This is the ability of Uchiha Kanen's Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't stay where you are. You need to stay out of her sight to deal with her. Shinmura Danzo spoke from a distance, and someone immediately followed his instructions and attacked from the blind spot of Uchiha Kanen's sight. Danzo Shinmura didn't know Uchiha Kanen's eye technique very well, but he still had some understanding of it. The pupil ability of the left eye is Soul and Life Grant. By focusing the sight on the enemy in the target range, the gravity ability can be activated to crush the enemy to death. If there are multiple enemies, the easiest way to deal with them is to go around them while they are staring at a certain place and attack them from their blind spot. Sure enough, leaking personal ability information is really disadvantageous. Uchiha Kanen was still smiling. She hugged herself with both hands and swayed her petite body in place. Her wide-open scarlet Sharinans revealed an unruly madness. The root members who attacked Uchiha Kanen from her blind spot directly used their own medium-range attack ninjutsu, fire style, wind style, water style, and so on. However, before the ninjutsu could get close to Uchiha Kanen, her body instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in another location, holding the back collar of Uchiha Shisui in her hand, but her eyes were still fixed on the previous target. Phew! The scream stopped abruptly, and the bodies of the 3 root ninjas from the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Abarame clan exploded like crushed tomatoes, and their bones, internal organs, and flesh turned into a scarlet mess. After crushing the 3 people with secret ninjutsu, Uchiha Kanen turned her attention to the remaining root ninjas who had just attacked her. They instantly felt a huge gravity that instantly crushed them to the ground. Guess why I'm proficient in the art of instantaneous movement. If Uchiha Kanen died of illness and Namikaze Minato also died in the line of duty, then Flash Body Shisui would be fully qualified to be called the #1 person in the Flash Body technique. But Uchiha Kanen and Namikaze Minato are still alive. Apart from Namikaze Mizuko, who uses the spacetime ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Kanen is undoubtedly the one with the strongest instant body movement technique. Any technique that can achieve instant movement is collectively called the technique of instant movement. For example, spacetime ninjutsu, high-speed physical skills, escape techniques, etc. that can achieve the effect of instant body movement can be called instant body movement techniques. Flying Thunder God is a spacetime ninjutsu. Uchiha Kanen used the flickering technique, which relied solely on high-speed physical skills to move instantly, while Uchiha Shisui combined it with the shadow clone technique. No matter how I move, I just need to keep my sights on the enemy. As Uchiha Kanen spoke, the gravity effect on the target became heavier and heavier, and one could even hear the sound of bones and internal organs breaking. Uchiha Kanen's eye technique can only target a range within her field of vision, with a maximum range of 5 meters in radius and 10 meters in radius. Generally speaking, it is difficult for anyone to withstand that kind of gravity and escape from that range. Sure enough, when the instant body flicking technique is activated, Shisui will be included. Danzo Shimura was not surprised by Uchiha Kanen's instant body movement technique. Moreover, the subordinates he brought today were all arranged to target Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Kanen gave priority to dealing with the 3 family members who possessed secret techniques. So it was within his expectations that these people would be killed before they could last 2 rounds. He didn't take action just now, and revealed the conditions and disadvantages of activating Uchiha Kanen's eye technique to his subordinates. His purpose was to force Uchiha Kanen to use the instant body technique. As long as Uchiha Kanen uses the body flicking technique to avoid leaving Uchiha Shisui's location, he will immediately use the body flicking technique to take Uchiha Shisui away. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. I told you that as long as you're out of sight, it'll be fine. Danzo Shimura sighed. Fundamentally, these people were his death warriors. It was their honor to die for him, but without their cooperation, it would be more troublesome to fight Uchiha Kanen later. So, Danzo Shimura directly stretched out his left arm wrapped in clothes, holding 3 smoke bombs. But at this moment, damn it, Earth escape. Earth flow wall. One of the root members within the gravity range endured the pressure of gravity and stretched out his hand with difficulty to form a seal. Then a wall of earth formed by Earth escape appeared in front of them, blocking Uchiha Kanen's sight. The moment the earth flow wall appeared, they felt the gravity on their bodies suddenly disappear. It actually works. The root member who performed the earth escape was stunned for a moment, but then he was ecstatic, but soon he grimaced and vomited a large amount of blood from his mouth, with his body and internal organs severely damaged. Don't just lie there, use the mist hidden technique and the smoke bomb. The root member who used earth escape struggled to get up, and his companions also gritted their teeth and endured the severe pain in their bodies, but as soon as they moved, the severe pain of broken bones and ruptured internal organs almost made them fall to the ground again. Not too stupid. Danzo Shimura nodded with satisfaction. This group of people were his latest recruits. This time they were purely used as a precaution. If necessary, they could be sacrificed in exchange for the coordinated attack of the 3 root members, Yamanaka, Nara, and Ibarame. Only. As soon as the root member finished speaking, the earth flow wall of the earth escape was directly shattered. Then they felt the terrifying gravity again, and in an instant they were crushed and squeezed, and blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Danzo Shimura looked at the bodies of several root members lying on the ground. The arc-shaped pits created by gravity were filled with blood. The blood failed to seep into the soil, so you can imagine how tightly and compacted it was due to gravity. Is the information wrong? Her Meingeki Kyoto eye technique should increase gravity the longer you focus on it. To completely crush a person into pieces, you need to focus on it for at least 4 seconds. Danzo Shimura was very surprised. He just saw that Uchiha Kanen's eye technique was to crush people in an instant, which was different from the information he already knew. Just like ninjutsu, the level only differentiates the difficulty of learning, but the power of ninjutsu depends on the caster. Ninjas can grow, so why can't eye techniques? Uchiha Kanen waved her hand and shook off the smoke and dust produced by gravity crushing the earth flow wall, but blood was flowing from her left eye. This kind of gravity that could instantly crush the enemy required a lot of mental strength and chakra. 2. Shimura Danzo had a blank expression on his face, but he was already prepared. At this moment, with Uchiha Kanen as the center point, Shimura Danzo's shadow clones appeared in all directions, even in the sky above his head, and they were performing wind-style ninjutsu at the same time. Wind-style, vacuum wave. From all directions, countless wind blades attacked Uchiha Kanen like a gust of wind. The most effective way to deal with the instant body movement technique of the ninteijutsu type is to surround it and launch an airtight attack. Because the instant body movement technique of ninteijutsu is not a space jump, but a physical movement, which means that you cannot ignore area attacks, and your body will still be hurt on the way. Danzo Shinmura was confident that his wind jutsu could cut through Uchiha Kanen's body. So, even if you activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, what are you going to do if you can't use Susanoo? Danzo Shinmura stared at Uchiha Kanen's every move. Uchiha Kanen's Gravity Eye technique can only target one side. If she uses the Gravity Eye technique to destroy the ninjutsu in one direction first, then he can completely block it. And just in case, Danzo Shinmura's real body has been hidden and blended in with the shadow clones. I really don't have any privacy at all. As Danzo of Gay Village said, she is unable to use Susanoo now. Or perhaps she now even has some difficulty in performing the Gravity Eye technique, because the eye power in the Mangekyo Sharingan is limited and cannot be generated continuously. This is also the reason why the Mangekyo Sharingan loses its light as the user uses it. But before Uchiha Kanen finished her words, her figure flickered like a frame, and 3 different versions of her appeared back to back, her real body constantly switching between the 2 clones. A terrifying gravity exploded within a 5-meter radius of her. As soon as the wind escape entered the range, it was crushed into small gusts of wind and dissipated. Even the wind escape falling from the sky was the same. Right after, the gravity range with a radius of 5 meters spread out instantly, crushing Danzo Shinmura's shadow clones in all directions into smoke and disappearing in an instant. This is her use of the instant body technique, using 2 to 8 after-image clones centered around herself to alternately release the pupil technique by presenting her vision as a pseudo-blind spot. Because her instant body flickering technique was so fast, it looked as if the gravity of the eye technique was exerted on the entire area within a 5-meter radius centered on Uchiha Kanen. But in fact, 2/3 of the area has a gravity release time difference of about 0.01 seconds. It's just too fast and is considered to be centered on her, and the entire area within a radius of 10 meters is filled with gravity effects. There's no sign of me anywhere, and the shadow clone above him has also disappeared. If it were me at this moment, I would choose to use Earth Escape technique to launch a sneak attack from underground. Moreover, in front of the Sharingan, any cover that is too thin is enough for the Sharingan to detect chakra. Uchiha Kanen jumped up with Uchiha Shisui in her arms, her eyes fixed on the place where she had just stood. Boom! The entire ground was compressed, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters sank to a depth of almost 1 meter. But suddenly, the chakra reaction underground disappeared. It was the shadow clone. The real Danzo Shinmura emerged from the branches of a tree and pouting in the blind spot of Uchiha Kanen's vision. Wind style, continuous vacuum ball. Danzo Shinmura, who possesses the Sharingan, naturally knows the capabilities of the Sharingan. Even if there is a cover, if it is not thick enough, the Sharingan can actually see some chakra balls. So when he used the shadow clone, his real body blended into the shadow clone, then broke away from the blind spot of the Sharingan and merged into a tree that was closer. Because he has Hashirama cells in his arms, he can simulate his chakra into the energy of trees, so it is actually difficult to detect unless you observe carefully with the Sharingan. You can't hide now. Ninteijutsu requires support in mid-air. You can't do it without the 8 gates ninjutsu. Danzo Shinmura stared at Uchiha Kanen, and even if she reacted and turned her head, the speed of the vacuum ball was even faster. To take a step back, even if Uchiha Kanen could avoid the attack by adjusting her body posture, a large amount of vacuum balls would still seriously injure her. But what Danzo Shinmura didn't expect was that Uchiha Kanen actually swung Uchiha Shisui in her hand, using the centrifugal force of the 2 to quickly separate them. Uchiha Shisui's face became distorted due to the friction of the air, and then he hit a tree with his face. The tree, which was as thick as a bowl, was broken in half, and Uchiha Shisui fell directly to the ground. His face turned ashen, he foamed at the mouth, and his whole body was twitching. What is even more commendable is that after Uchiha Kanen used centrifugal force to avoid Shinmura Danzo's wind escape, her sight was aimed at Shinmura Danzo, and bright red blood flowed from her left eye socket again. Not good. Ambition Village Danzo thought he was experienced enough, but he was still one step behind. An Uchiha with insufficient pupil power and almost blindness could actually achieve this level. This undoubtedly made Danzo Shinmura think that Uchiha was very dangerous and must be eliminated for the stability of Konoha and his status. But at this moment, a huge and thick wall rose up directly in front of Uchiha Kanen, blocking her sight. At the same time, because the eye technique had been activated, gravity acted directly on the wall, causing it to explode. The impact caused by crushing the stone caused the stone to fly towards Uchiha Kanen like a sharp shuriken, which made Uchiha Kanen a little annoyed. Soul, life and energy. Uchiha Kanen widened her right eye, and a black gravity ball appeared directly in front of her. The extremely terrifying gravity caused a large amount of sharp gravel splashing towards her to attach directly to her, forming a nearly perfect circle. Right after, Uchiha Kanen released the grip just as she was being sucked over, and the perfectly round rock fell directly to the ground, and so did she. Stop it, old man, are you rebelling against the heaven? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke coldly, his eyes staring coldly at Uchiha Kanen and Shinmura Danzo. Behind them were his personal guards, the Umbu, who numbered more than 20 in total. 4 of them formed hand seals and stared at Uchiha Kanen vigilantly. Danzo Shinmura also breathed a sigh of relief that he now only had the Uchiha Shisui Sharingan that he had just snatched away. Just now, he was about to give up the Sharingan and activate his Inagi. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared and used Earth Escape to block Uchiha Kanen's sight, otherwise he would be in real danger and would not have had time to perform hand seals for the instant body movement technique and the substitution technique. Old man, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I saw that old dog Danzo was about to be killed, so I came out to stop it. Uchiha Kanen's face was as cold as ice, her eyes were wide open, and the corners of her mouth were stretched into a very strange, blood-red smile. Her expression looked like she was smiling, but also like she was angry. She is a bit Yandere and also a bit crazy. She's already angry. Uchiha Kanen simply didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to arrive at the critical moment and stop it. All the decisive coincidences in the world were carefully arranged by humans. The Earth Escape appeared so close to me, and the gravity pressure from the instantaneous impact was enough to make the gravel as sharp as shuriken. Do you really think I, Uchiha Kanen, am a pushover? Blood was flowing from Uchiha Kanen's eyes. A black sphere appeared in front of her and continued to expand. The ground where they were began to tremble and crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that something was wrong. His Earth Escape just now was indeed intentional. It would have been better if the rubble could just destroy Uchiha Kanen's eyes, but it was resolved by the pupil technique ability of Uchiha Kanen's right eye. And now, Uchiha Kanen was obviously annoyed. The survivor of the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan incident was originally rebellious and crazy due to the excessive power of his eyes, and his emotions were very unstable. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Uchiha Kanen, who had been immersed in raising Uchiha Shikijo and had never left the Uchiha clan's territory, had completely lost her eye power. After all, she had never used the eye ability of her right eye when fighting with Shimura Danzo, but he didn't expect that she could still use this eye technique at this moment. Prepare to seal it. We can't let that thing take off, or everything within a 2,000-meter radius will be destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. It was obvious that he came prepared. The four Umbu around him were experts in sealing techniques. The sealing technique they possessed was left by the second Hokage. Its purpose was to prevent Uchiha Kanen's eye technique from causing harm to Konoha. It was also a backup measure for the future. But, very soon, Uchiha Kanen suddenly covered her eyes, and the huge gravity ball dissipated directly. At this very moment Uchiha Kanen rubbed her eyes, her crimson Sharingan gradually dimmed, and what she could see was completely blurred, with many overlapping images. Her pupil power was already on the verge of disappearing, and after using spiritual life energy twice, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Immediately arrest Uchiha Kanen, put an eye patch on her to seal the Sharingan, and arrest her for endangering Konoha's safety. The details of the trial will be discussed later. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order, and the Umbu behind him took action instantly. Ding! At this moment, a three-pronged kunao engraved with spells was inserted into the ground in front of Uchiha Kanen, and then Namikaze Minato, wearing the cloak of the fourth Hokage, appeared. Who dares to move? At this moment, Namikaze Minato's face was as cold as frost, his usual friendly expression was gone, and his eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. This murderous intent caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu to take a step back. Minato, get out of the way. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. As a ninja of Konoha, and even as a former member of the Uchiha Guard, you actually openly took action within Konoha and even wanted to use the ability of eye techniques that can cause large-scale destruction. This is knowingly breaking the law. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out, chakra bursting out of his body and pressing towards Namikaze Minato. Let your mother go. I'm going to fuck you. A bunch of old guys, always thinking about fighting among themselves. Why should I fight? Minato Namikaze retorted directly and swore for the first time. Not only the Umbu were stunned, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and even Uchiha Kanen, who was protected behind Namikaze Minato, was stunned. Ah, this is the first time I've heard Minato-kun swear. Uchiha Kanen has calmed down. She has a very good impression of Namikaze Minato, or rather, the entire Uchiha clan has a very good impression of Namikaze Minato. What's more, Minato Namikaze is a good friend of Uchiha Shikija, so Uchiha Kanen also loves him and treats Minato Namikaze well. Hokage-sama, Shisui is seriously poisoned and is almost dying. Shiranui Genma appeared and carried Uchiha Shisui over. At this time, the light in Uchiha Shisui's single eye was almost gone, and his skin was covered with spots of poisonous purple. Crash! It was at this time that Uchiha Fugaku also appeared. He landed directly next to Minato Namikaze, took Uchiha Shisui from Genma Shiranui's hands, then squatted down and fed Uchiha Shisui an antidote pill, but found that it had no effect at all. So he used his Sharingan to stare at Uchiha Shisui's body. Almost at the same time, a large number of Uchiha clan members appeared one after another, surrounded everyone here, and stared coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo with their Sharingan showing different numbers of Megatama. When Uchiha Kanen found this place, she saw Uchiha Shisui being attacked by Shimura Danzo, and immediately created clones, one to notify Uchiha Fugaku and the other to notify Namikaze Minato. Minato Namikaze saw that the family of the person involved had arrived, and immediately asked Uchiha Kanen about the cause and effect. Uchiha Kanen also gave an explanation, including what Uchiha Shikijaku had told her. After hearing what Uchiha Kanen said, Namikaze Minato was really speechless. Damn, what kind of pig teammates are these? I was trying my best to stabilize the Uchiha, but this old dog actually set his sights on Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan? I feel so tired. If this matter is not handled properly, the Uchiha may become alienated from him, and he may even feel ashamed to see Uchiha Shikija. What should I do? I really want to give in and say, Father, how about Shisui Nii? Uchiha Itachi also appeared. When he saw Uchiha Shisui's appearance at this moment, he was full of anger. Even when he looked at Shinmura Danzo, his 2 Magatama Sharingan appeared. He actually opened the double Megatama Sharingan just because of anger. This makes us have to mention a certain brother Yada who opened the single Megatama Sharingan because of the annihilation of his clan. Why? What's in Shisui's body is not poison, but something similar to a virus. It should be a virus bug raised by the Aberame clan's special secret technique that they devour Shisui's chakra in his body and multiply without care. It's already Uchiha Fugaku's side. This kid was good in every way except that he was a little stubborn and had his own ideas. But the key point was that he was still a little naive and had no murderous intention towards his companions in Konoha. So it is easy for others to take advantage of this and hurt you. I know about this thing that there is indeed someone in the Aberame clan who can use this secret technique. I witnessed it when I teamed up with him during the Third Shinobi World War. Later, from what one know, he joined the root. A member of the Uchiha clan spoke. Now, all the Uchiha clan members stared at Danzo Shimura. Even Danzo Shimura felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by so many Sharinans at this moment, because he could feel countless pupil powers pressing down on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. This matter was difficult to handle now with so many Uchiha people here. What's more, Minato Namikaze is here too. That's right. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about this matter. Although he denied Shimura Danzo's idea, he did not stop Shimura Danzo from doing so. He had been watching from a distance from the very beginning, and even Danzo Shimura didn't know. Seeing that Danzo Shimura was about to successfully seize Uchiha Kanen's weakness, he immediately came over to take advantage of the opportunity, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Kanen had as rich combat experience as them, and almost killed Danzo Shimura anyway. Shisui's eyes are the most powerful illusion. I originally wanted to use it when Danzo took away Shisui's right eye. After all, the right eye is more direct and more powerful than the left eye. Then I will look for an opportunity to find someone who can adapt to the Sharingan, and use Koda Amatsukami on the entire Uchiha clan, so that the Uchiha clan can be used by me. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, 2 days ago, Heite Kakashi brought back a root ninja, so he was restrained by the tongue trouble root severing technique, but Namikaze Minato used his own method to interrogate him. Because of this, the cooperation between Danzo Shimura and the Hidden Rain village became known, and he was directly criticized and even reported to the daimyo. The decision made by the daimyo was that Konoha would immediately remove Danzo Shimura from his position as assistant Hokage and disband the root organization within 7 days. In this way, Danzo Shimura lost his power. Originally, Minato Namikaze was not satisfied with this. He didn't mind such scheming, but Danzo Shimura should never have schemed against Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Shikijid. They were his only remaining disciples and best friends. Therefore, Minato Namikaze proposed to directly announce to Konoha what Shimura Danzo had done, and then execute him publicly. After all, Shimura Danzo was also considered to have sold out the village's information to the enemy country. However, he was firmly rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the families that supported him, on the grounds that they wanted to save some face for Konoha and because of Shimura Danzo's hard work and contributions over the years. The daimyo did not want to be laughed at by other countries, and also took into account the influence of the Sarutobi clan and most of the Konoha clan, so he finally rejected Minato Namikaze's proposal. Sometimes, the daimyo is just a treasury for the village, and sometimes he is even constrained. The Sarutobi clan grew too fast and had the support of too many ninja families. Sacrifice the rook to save the king? No, that would be disadvantageous to me. Danzo and his supporters will definitely choose to stand on my side between Minato and Uchiha. Find a way to put pressure on Minato Namikaze and save Danzo's life first. He can help me do a lot of things I can't do. It would be best if this matter forces Danzo to do the worst thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision that he had to protect Danzo Shimura. Danzo, let that Aberame clan member come out and remove the virus from Shisui's body. Uchiha Fugaku's 3 Magatama Sharingan stared at Shimura Danzo. He has been killed by Kanen. He is the only one among the Aberame clan who can use this secret technique. Danzo Shimura appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely panicked inside. Simply put, he is now a retired old man who seems to have no power or influence. This action is all a gamble, and it is a gamble with a 100% chance of winning. I didn't expect that Uchiha Kanen would appear here. Finally, it also attracted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo's answer made everyone look at Uchiha Kanen. Uchiha Kanen, Sigma, degree, A, she is confused and cute. Originally, Uchiha Kanen thought that Uchiha Shisui was simply poisoned, so during the battle she also fed Uchiha Shisui an antidote pill, the one in Uchiha Shiki's hand that could detoxify all poisons. Logically speaking, one poisoning pill would solve the problem, not to mention that Uchiha Fugaku just fed him another one. But he never expected that the poison was indeed poison, but it was a virus that could absorb chakra from the body of a specific target, Uchiha Shisui, and multiply infinitely to infect the whole body. So, I saved a lonely person. Uchiha Kanen looked at the Uchiha clan members. They all raised their hands, covered their faces with their hands, and sighed. Uchiha Kanen is good in every way, except that she is a little crazy. Is that okay now? Her nephew and apprentice Uchiha Shisui is going to be indirectly killed by her. The Uchiha clan members actually don't like Uchiha Shisui, because he is loyal not to the clan, but to the entire Konoha, and like Uchiha Kagami, he is very close to the Konoha high-level officials. But in the past year or so, he has changed a lot, actively joining in various policy discussions of the Uchiha clan, and gradually beginning to move closer to Minato Namikaze and the Uchiha clan. Send him to Konoha Hospital and notify Lady Tsune. Ask her to help. Also send someone to notify the Abarame clan to see if they have any solution. We Uchiha are willing to pay them a large sum of money to help. After knowing that the caster had died, Uchiha Fugaku immediately issued other orders. After all, he couldn't just watch Uchiha Shisui die like this. Yes, Lord Fugaku. An Uchiha clan member responded by carrying Uchiha Shisui on his back. The Uchiha guards will follow to prevent some bastards from targeting Shisui's right eye. 1 against 7, Itaki, you go too. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itaki, and was actually somewhat satisfied in his heart, because Uchiha had produced another genius, who was only 5 years old and already possessed a pair of double Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Itaki nodded without hesitation. Although the original work is different, but Uchiha Itaki still has a better relationship with Uchiha Shisui. So, Danzo, how do you want to die? After arranging everything, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shimura Danzo with a very cold tone. Presumptuous. Danzo Shimura is very concerned about his reputation and is very arrogant. Uchiha Fugaku's words are a contempt for him. Alright, Danzo, Fugaku, this matter ends here. I will give an explanation to Uchiha later. Sarutobi Hiruzen is taking sides again. Sandaime, just leave Danzo to us. This matter will not involve other people in Konoha. This time, Uchiha Fugaku did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sided with Shimura Danzo once when it came to the root prisoners sent back by Heite Kakashi a few days ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He could hear Uchiha Fugaku's attitude. This time Uchiha was serious. If Danzo Shimura was handed over to the Uchiha clan, he was sure that Danzo Shimura would not survive. Moreover, even if Uchiha Shikijaku was not in the village, Uchiha Fugaku had been very active in recent days. He had visited almost all the major families in Konoha, and even the head of the Nara clan met with Uchiha Fugaku. Third Daemon, Danzo has gone too far this time. A country has its own laws, and a village has its own rules. What the Uchiha clan needs is fairness. Namikaze Minato also walked out and stood directly next to Uchiha Fugaku, which meant that he strongly supported Uchiha Fugaku. If you do something wrong, you must admit it. If you get beaten, you must stand at attention. If it weren't for Lady Kanen today, even if Shisui was killed by Danzo, we wouldn't know. What kind of excuse would you use to prevaricate the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen look ugly. He knew that Uchiha Fugaku was referring to the incident involving Uchiha Kagami and several of his followers. After the sacrifice of the Night-Dame, Uchiha Kagami was supposed to be the elder of Konoha who assisted the Hokage, but suddenly one day he and his followers disappeared without a trace. The results of the investigation reported by Danzo Shimura to Hiruzen Sarutobi were that after a person failed in a secret mission, he used a special secret technique of the Umbu to burn his body to prevent the body's information from being leaked. He knew that Uchiha Kagami's death was closely related to Shimura Danzo, because Uchiha Kagami was also a member of the Root. His willingness to guard Konoha in the dark was probably Shimura Danzo's plan. He and Uchiha Kagami didn't get along very well. But at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just stabilized his position with the help of the Senju clan and needed the help of Shimura Danzo and others, so he did not pursue the matter and responded to the Uchiha clan with Shimura Danzo's investigation results. The Uchiha clan had just experienced civil strife caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the clan leader had just died in the line of duty. The young Uchiha Fugaku succeeded him, but the matter was also hastily resolved. No room for negotiation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku. After Minato Namikaze came to power, the Uchiha clan changed a lot, but also became increasingly powerful. They focused their attention on Minato Namikaze and no longer cared about these old guys. Uchiha Fugaku did not respond, just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Once upon a time, he respected Sarutobi Suzuki, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and thought that the third generation would be different from the second generation, but he was wrong. Let's put Danzo in jail directly. The daimyo must decide how to deal with Danzo. That you can't deal with Danzo privately. That you need to wait for the arbitration meeting to be held and vote. This is the rule of our village. Konoha is ultimately everyone's Konoha, not just one person's rule, right? If Konoha is in chaos now, it won't benefit anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku. When he said this, his tone was very firm. The underlying meaning is to prevent the Uchiha from lynching Danzo Shimura. Minato Namikaze, supported by an Uchiha, cannot stabilize the entire Konoha. In other words, if you dare to deal with Danzo Shimura, Konoha will be in chaos. If Minato Namikaze cannot stabilize Konoha, he will not be able to become Hokage, and you Uchiha will share the same fate with him. Maintain the status quo, and wait until the outside world stabilizes, then we can slowly compete. This old fellow has clearly seen the pros and cons in the situation, but I really want to confront you today, because the Uchiha clan has the confidence to disintegrate you. Uchiha Fugaku sneered in his heart. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to protect Shimura Danzo again. The village does have rules that are unknown to ordinary ninjas. If a high-ranking figure in Konoha or a powerful ninja makes a mistake, the Hokage will report it to the daimyo. The daimyo will send representatives to Konoha for a meeting, and then representatives of the major families will vote to make the decision. The ruling result can be made public or not. The Konoha clan that supports Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, plus those that rely on Utane Koharu and Maida Monin, total at least 60%, and the rest are neutral or insignificant. So the ending depends entirely on the opinions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the two advisors. Konoha's White Fang also went through such a vote, and the mission process was leaked to many people by Danzo Shimura, because in his opinion, Konoha did not need a sharp blade with emotions, and Heitake Sakumo was a humiliation to the ninja. People outside thought that he committed suicide because he couldn't bear the public opinion and accusations, but in fact it was the senior officials inside who forced White Fang to death because Heitake Sakumo was too powerful and affected their status, so they wanted to get rid of him. How could a ninja, especially such a powerful ninja, have such weak psychological endurance? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not urge him, he needed to give Uchiha Fugaku time to think. As for Minato Namikaze's opinion, is it important? Unimportant. Because this incident was a matter between Danzo Shimura and the Uchiha clan, without his support and the support of the Uchiha clan, Minato Namikaze would ultimately only have the title of Hokage in vain. But if possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to go that far. Because it's too risky. Now the Hidden Cloud village is still fighting with Konoha. This method will definitely cause chaos in Konoha, and the enemy will take advantage of the opportunity. Never underestimate the hidden spy's control over various intelligence. He wanted to control Konoha, but he also didn't want Konoha to suffer heavy losses. This is why even though Minato Namikaze was out of his control, he didn't directly replace him. But more importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of Uchiha Shikijo. If what he thought was correct, Uchiha Shikijaku didn't want Konoha to be in chaos, so both sides were fighting wits and courage. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knows nothing about Uchiha Shikijo's strength. Uchiha Shiki is not afraid of this. Go ahead, Mr. Fugaku, you Uchiha have been very good to me. At worst, I will give up my position as Hokage. You should vent your anger. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze spoke. If you look closely, you will see that he is actually holding a small piece of paper in his hand. This was secretly given to him by a member of the Uchiha clan just now. He took advantage of the time when everyone's attention was on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku to pretend to raise his hand and pinch his brows to take a look. Minato Namikaze recognized the handwriting immediately. It was Uchiha Shikijaku's. That's right. At this moment, Uchiha Shikaku has the sutra is here. It's just on the outskirts of the crowd. As soon as Uchiha Hajiki returned to the gate of Konoha, Uchiha Shikijabi used Flying Thunder God to come to her side. Then the two of them did not return to the Uchiha clan's territory, but went directly to Tsunade to ask about the results of the two formulas. Just as I was discussing with Tsunade, the Uchiha clan members appeared. Uchiha Shikijaku also learned something from him. Uchiha Shikija sighed when he learned about the situation. Uchiha Shisui was such an idiot. To be honest, if it weren't for the reversal of fate points, Uchiha Shiki wouldn't have wanted to bother with this guy before. The strongest Uchiha in the original novel was Dada, and he was repeatedly warned not to go alone if summoned by the Konoha high-level officials, but he still fell for it? Damn it. Out of sight, out of mind. You might as well become the fuse for Uchiha Itachi to open his eyes, even if it means becoming 3 Megatama. At this time he doesn't know that Itachi has just opened 2 Megatama. So Uchiha Shikijaku didn't bother to care whether Tsunade could save Uchiha Shisui, and just came over here directly. After coming here, he was outside the crowd and heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, so he wrote a note and asked someone to deliver it to Namikaze Minato, because the time for Uchiha Shiki's plan has finally arrived. These two old guys, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, should step down from the stage of history. As soon as Minato Namikaze's voice fell, everyone stared at him in amazement. Especially the Uchiha clan, everyone's eyes were red. Although they were red just now, just now it was the eyeballs that were red, and now it was the eye sockets that were red. They were so touched. Look, this is Uchiha's good friend. In order to give justice to the Uchiha, he didn't even want to be Hokage. He really doubt I'm going to cry to death. Fourth Hokage, you can be more arrogant when you go out in the future. Take the 8 character step with great vigor. We Uchiha will protect you. But if you take too big a step and make a big deal out of it, just pretend we didn't say anything. Please find Uchiha Shikija. I know what I'm talking about. Because Kushina just gave birth, and I was seriously injured in the masked man's attack that day, I'm temporarily stepping down as the 4th Hokage on the pretext of being unwell. All affairs of Konoha are temporarily handed over to our highly respected 3rd Hokage. Namikaze Minato walked up to Uchiha Fugaku with his back to him, then put his hands behind his back and spread out the paper in his hand for Uchiha Fugaku to see. Uchiha Fugaku originally frowned. He did not support Namikaze Minato giving up the position of Hokage, because if someone else took the position, the Uchiha clan would return to its original situation. But after seeing the words in the note, his brows immediately relaxed. Get started. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand. All members of the Uchiha clan immediately took action. Danzo Shinura looked confused. He just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't get along with him, he still had him in his heart. So he decided to let Sarutobi Hiruzen spend his old age in peace. As a good friend, I forgive you for not letting me become Hokage. But before he could relax for long, Minato Namikaze said something shocking, and Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have no consideration for the Uchiha clan or Namikaze Minato. Could he really just start fighting as soon as he said so? Hiruzen. Danzo Shinura could only look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent at this time, his brows tightly furrowed. He really couldn't understand how Namikaze Minato dared, how the Uchiha clan dared. However, if Minato Namikaze was just unwell and the power was returned to him, he could use the identity of acting Hokage to plan his own layout again, and there would be no need to do what he had just done to threaten Minato Namikaze. When you think about it this way, it seems like a good deal. He could even train a new Hokage and make Minato Namikaze always unwell, or even use the death of Shimura Danzo to make the Uchiha more notorious in Konoha, because Shimura Danzo is also respected by ordinary villagers in Konoha, and ordinary people have no idea about the darkness of the root. As long as he, the 3rd generation, has the authority, he will not be afraid no matter what plans Namikaze Minato and the Uchiha clan have. In terms of numbers, secret techniques, and family, he has a huge advantage. No matter how powerful the Uchiha clan is, they can't withstand the siege of multiple families, right? No matter how strong Uchiha Shikijo is, he can be exhausted to death, right? So the advantage is mine. Snort. After figuring it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply flicked his sleeves and turned away, as if he didn't hear Shinura Danzo's call. Even Danzo Shinura was dumbfounded. Just now you treated me like a good brother, why are you turning around and leaving now? Danzo Shinura was a politician and conspirator after all, and he soon figured out what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Damn, scumbag. It turns out that you don't love me, you just come to me if you want me, and kick me out if you don't want me. But what can we do if we figure it out? At this moment, people from the Uchiha clan were approaching him from all directions. Without the intimidation of his status and without members with any basis around him, it was obviously impossible for him to deal with so many Uchiha even though he was just an old ninja with decent strength. Escape, we must escape. This was the only thought in Danzo Shinura's mind. If he can escape, he will not let any of the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Hiruzen go. He wants to become Hokage, he wants to use Orikimura to transform his body, he wants to suppress the ninja world like Hashirama Senju, and then unify the entire ninja world. Wood style, pseudo wood dragon. Danzo Shinura pressed his palm directly on the ground, and then a huge amount of chakra turned into vitality and spread into the ground, extending a large number of dragon-shaped vines to attack the surroundings, and instantly expanded to form a large forest. But, because Danzo Shinura's arm was an experimental subject made from his own arm, the loss of a large amount of chakra caused his arm to shrivel instantly, like skin and bones. Even Danzo Shinura felt that a lot of his vitality had been overdrawn. Damn it, as expected, my arm can't withstand the instant consumption of Hashirama's chakra. That seems I should ask Orikimura to give me Shin's arm as soon as possible. Danzo Shinura gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his arm, pressed his palm on the extended wood, and his whole body merged into the wood release and disappeared. The Uchiha clan members, after dodging the wood release, went to look for Shinura Danzo again, but they could no longer see anyone, and even their perception ninjutsu could not sense him. Wood release. What is Orikimura doing? Didn't I ask him to keep an eye on Danzo? Why didn't he report this? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and felt the wood released. He immediately turned around and looked at it with a very ugly expression. It seemed that Shimura Danzo had done a lot of things without telling him, and Orikimura also had problems. Damn it, it's actually the first daimyo's would release, wood dragon technique. Old devil Danzo. The perception ninjutsu can't detect him, he's gone. It seems to be an incomplete wood dragon technique. Although chakra will be absorbed, it has no active attack and absorption speed. It is far inferior to the first generation. The Uchiha clan members felt the weakness of this would release. To be honest, among all the Hokage, the Uchiha clan probably only truly respects Hashirama Senju, because he truly regards the Uchiha clan as a part of Konoha, instead of being suspicious, excluding or suppressing them. Oh? Although I was prepared to let him escape, I didn't expect that he could already use would release now. Uchiha Shiki was smiling not far away. The arm covered with Sharingan was taken off by Orochimaru after he successfully conducted an experiment using Shin's body and then given it to Danzo Shimura. However, that was 58 years after Konoha. Shikaizuki-sama, why did you ask the Yondaime to say such a thing? And since we've already got our clan members to take action, why is it okay for Danzo to escape? Uchiha Yayu on the side was very suspicious, asked confusedly. Because I don't want Minato Namikaze to take the blame. After all, he is a good friend. Something will happen in Konoha next, and Minato Namikaze is not suitable to have those stains on his back. But Uchiha Shikija didn't say this. As long as he doesn't say anything and just takes action, it won't count as a spoiler and he can get points for defying fate. So he was just going to explain the rest. Danzo, it doesn't matter if he escapes because I think he hates Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then I will fight him in a dog-eat-dog situation in the plan I designed. Minato's words were to keep him out of the way and make him hated by Shimura Danzo. After all, the third Hokage has become a politician, he will consider whether it is worth it. Besides, what do you think the third generation cares about most? Uchiha Shikija looked at Uchiha Hajiki and asked with a smile. The power of the Hokage? The prosperity of the family? Uchiha Yayu responded uncertainly. No, he cares about his own reputation, his own prestige, and his own innocence. So when he schemes against others, it's basically Danzo who takes the blame for him. Danzo is also aware of the third Hokage's intentions, but for Danzo's own ambitions, he is willing to do it, because to achieve the goal justifies the means. This is Danzo's ninja way. And the true value of a ninja is only revealed at the moment of death. He wants to become like the Shadaime and Nidaime, he wants to be a hero of Konoha. He wants to be remembered. And I wanted him to be famous, but he became infamous. I want him to die as the most disgraced Hokage, not as the hero of Konoha. I want the Sarutobi clan to never be able to hold their heads up high. I want the families that support the Sarutobi clan to treat the Sarutobi clan as straw sandals. I want them to feel ashamed to be with the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Shikijaku's voice was very low, which was why Uchiha Shikijaku didn't kill Sarutobi Hiruzen when he retreated to the background and still had his reputation and fame, because then he would become the hero of Konoha. He personally abandoned his position on Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and actually admired Shimura Danzo more, because Shimura Danzo dared to act and did not care about his reputation at all. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was both upright and acted like a gentleman. When he was a child, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to brainwash him, but Uchiha Shikijo didn't care what he said. The Uchiha clan will become heroes, protecting the village that the Uchiha once helped create. Namikaze Minato will also be a hero who exposes the disgusting side of Konoha's high-ranking officials. Uchiha Shikijaku never thought of using his strength to crush the entire Konoha population. It would be too easy for them to just kill those people directly. They also had to experience the bad reputation of the Uchiha clan. That's fair. Sometimes, death is a relief, and living is despair. Moreover, this plan has always been there, and he has spent many years carefully considering it after actually seeing what Sarutobi Hiruzen has been doing. He has also made many plans, which is different from the planning of other fate-defying events. One of the plans originated from the idea that if that fool Uchiha Shisui couldn't escape the disaster at the hands of Shimura Danzo, one of Uchiha Shikija's plans could be implemented. Of course, if Uchiha Shisui could avoid this disaster, he would have plans for the future, and Namikaze Minato would eventually rest for a while. It's time to take the next step. Uchiha Shiki looked at Minato Namikaze, who was squatting on the ground not far away, with his fingers on the ground sensing Shimura Danzo's chakra. When I started attending the ninja school early at the age of 4 to work for the Uchiha and approached you at the age of 9, you didn't reject my Uchiha identity. That you even cared about me because of my young age. That you often secretly gave me good food from your house and asked me to train with you. He was an average ninja in the ninja world since he was a child. That he was called a genius at the age of 4 and entered the school early, so technically he was in the same class as Minato. When I opened my heart to you and told you that if the Uchiha continued in this situation, Konoha might have internal strife, you told me carelessly that you would work hard to become better and then become Hokage, and that you would trust the Uchiha, just as you trust me. Uchiha Shikija showed a sunny smile. Damn! At that time, Uchiha Shikija was so moved by Minato Namikaze's damn handsome face that he no longer had the idea of competing with Minato Namikaze for Kushina. To be honest, he wanted to use Minato Namikaze at first, but Minato Namikaze's personality charm was too strong, and he was so damn gentle and delicate. Now it's time for Uchiha to repay the favor that he wants Minato Namikaze to become the greatest Hokage of Konoha, and Uchiha will be his eternal supporter. Uchiha Hajiki, who was standing by, looked at Uchiha Shikija's expression, and his eyes instantly revealed a strange expression. He followed his gaze and saw Namikaze Minato. This gentle smile, this doting look, this full of gay love. Hiss, could it be that my Shikik-sama likes the fourth Hokage? That's not right. Lord Shikasuji is quite interested in girls. During the time we've been together, he's responded to me quite a bit. Well, Master Shikik. I think same-sex relationships are bad. How about I help you change tonight? Uchiha Yayu said weakly that she didn't really mind, she just felt that she was not worthy of Uchiha Shiki. After all, Uchiha Shikija is very powerful and has a high status in the clan. He is also very gentle and handsome. Although he sometimes does stupid things in private, he is very reliable when he is really serious about planning. Uchiha Shikijo, ha, what the hell? This is called friendship. Do you understand friendship? Because Danzo Shimura escaped, Minato Namikaze directly issued an order to list Danzo Shimura as an S-level traitor. Right after, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Uefu dismissed everyone. Uchiha Kanen's eyes were a little blurry, but she could smell a familiar scent, and she found Uchiha Shikija by simply sniffing his scent. This made Uchiha Shiki bewildered. My dear Kanen, is your nose a radar? There are so many people here, how can you smell me and identify me accurately? Uchiha Kanen, hug. Helplessly, Uchiha Shiki could only squat down and carry Uchiha Kanen in a princess hug. Her petite body curled up in Uchiha Shiki's arms, and then she fell into a deep sleep. Thank you for your hard work. Although Uchiha Shikija was not very good at dealing with Uchiha Kanen, he knew that Uchiha Kanen really loved him because she poured all her strong feelings for his mother into him. If the Mangekyo Sharingan wants to evolve, it must have a blood relative with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Kanen's only relative is Uchiha Shisui, and that's from the next generation. Shikaku, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku also came over. Let's go to the hospital and see Shisui, I'll explain everything to you on the way. Uchiha Shikija showed a sunny and cheerful smile of a big boy. On the way, he repeated what he had said to Uchiha Kanen, but this time he added various details about what he was going to do next, and there were many branching plans, but he also concealed the plot that he estimated would happen in the near future. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other. Minato Namikaze, fortunately, I am his brother. Uchiha Fugaku, fortunately, I treat him well. Uchiha Shikija's plan was to kill people and destroy their hearts, and he wanted to destroy the entire Sarutobi clan, and even make them infamous for eternity. However, Minato Namikaze was indeed very touched. Uchiha Shikijo was indeed his good friend. The information about the Hidden Rain Village reported by Uchiha Shikijo only said that the Hidden Rain Village would not take any action for a long time in the future. Next, you just need to be careful of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Mist Village. Because they walked slowly, it took them 20 minutes to reach the hospital. Uchiha Shisui was placed in a special ward and could not move. His face was covered with a white cloth. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly beside his bed. The virus in Shisui's body not only devours chakra, but also destroys the meridians and tissues in the body, even corroding the brain. He didn't survive until I developed a drug. Even the Abarame clan can't solve this. This is a secret cultivation technique that belongs only to individuals. Tsunade walked over. He was wearing the same outfit as in the anime. His face was younger, but he already had an angular mark on his forehead. Although he has seen it many times, Uchiha Shiki still wants to say, this great Laiyan temple is really huge. I wish I could put my knees on it and not be able to look up at the sky. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade. Minato Namikaze bowed to Tsunade, but was stopped by Tsunade before he could bow. Minato, you are the Hokage, don't bow down so easily. Shikijaku once told me that my grandfather's greatest failure was not distributing the tailed beasts to other countries, but bowing his head. In this world, if you have strength, you should make the other party bow their heads. Tsunade was actually very satisfied with Minato Namikaze inheriting the title of Hokage. She was also dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, she noticed that the death of Senjun Ueki was very strange, so she stayed away from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha and went out to travel. It was just that it was intercepted by Uchiha Shikija. 1 against 7, are you okay? Uchiha Shikija ignored their conversation and walked over to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi turned sideways and looked up at Uchiha Shikijo, his eyes red, obviously he had been crying. But what made Uchiha Shiki a little confused was that at this moment, the pattern of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was not 3 Megatama, but the iconic 3-blade windmill shape. No, doesn't Uchiha Itachi have a Megatama? Didn't you realize that Uchiha Shisui's death had such a big impact on the current Uchiha Itachi? But think about it. In the original work, the Sage of Six Paths killed his own brother and his Sharingan was directly transformed into the Rinnegan. In the comics, the Sage of Six Paths already had the Rinnegan. No problem. In the Ganges, hide the kaleidoscope or you'll be in danger, just like Shisui. Uchiha Shikigakai patted his head. Uchiha Itachi was very smart and immediately nodded to hide his Mangekyo Sharingan. Teacher, is it wrong for Shisui to pursue peace for the village and family? Before he died, he told me not to cry, that he did not regret his choice, and he entrusted his right eye to me, asking me to use the power of his Mangekyo Sharinan for the sake of the village. It can change the minds of the village's higher UPS, allowing them to live in peace with the Uchiha and together make Konoha even stronger. Uchiha Itachi asked Uchiha Shikija if he had transcended small love and knew what great love was when he was very young, that he could think about many things that only adults would think about. Although he chose his family because of Uchiha Shikija, it does not mean that he does not understand Uchiha Shisui. He even thinks that Uchiha Shisui is great because he dares to act for justice. It wasn't a mistake, but from the beginning, the village leaders didn't trust us, that he was doomed to fail from the start. The current Uchiha also loves the village because we have Minato, and he is a good Hokage. Uchiha Shiki patted Uchiha Itaka's little head. As for living in peace, do you think they deserve it? Is it fair to the Uchiha? Are they worthy of the power of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinan? Ninja, we are not saints, we need to give people a taste of their own medicine. Uchiha Shikija did not force Uchiha Itachi to learn his thinking, but he still wanted to slowly change some of his underlying ideas, at least before Uchiha Shisui got into trouble. I just don't know how much Uchiha Shisui influenced Uchiha Itachi before he died. Uchiha Itachi did not answer, but Uchiha Shiki saw hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that this child will indeed not be like the original. This hatred and murderous intent is directed at Danzo. As I thought, keeping Danzo alive will not only allow him and Sarutobi Hiruzen to fight each other, but also allow Itachi to grow with purpose. A thinking being like Itachi needs to be guided to a goal, otherwise it's easy for him to overthink and end up thinking like in the original novel. Uchiha Shikija thought so in his heart, touched Uchiha Itachi's head again and turned around. He still had a lot of things to do next. The most important ones are those 2 pills. This is the key to the next plan. Oh, and their house too, that we have to make time to go there. Uchiha Shikigakai muttered to himself. Tsunade checked Uchiha Kanen's body, including her eyes. Nothing's wrong except that I'm going blind, no problem. As for blindness, the Uchiha clan said that our predecessors of the previous generation were very good at it. Leave Konoha Hospital. For people came to the residence of Uchiha Shikijaku of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shikijo could only carry Uchiha Kanen to his room. Notice, the host has significantly altered the side storyline. The fate-defying stage has been successfully completed, earning 20,000 fate-defying points. Notice, the host has changed Uchiha Itachi's mentality, successfully completed the fate-defying stage, and obtained 10,000 fate-defying points. It was at this moment that the system prompt sounded in Uchiha Shikaku's brain. He really didn't expect that he could get fate-defying points in this way. He thought that he would get the fate reversal points only after he dealt with Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reversal points that consumed one life of Minato Namikaze recently have now returned to 90,500 reversal points, of which 10,000 are the settlement from the Hidden Rain village. Not reaching 100,000 points proves that Shisui is really unlucky. Never mind, I personally don't like Shisui that much anyway. After all, I tried to dissuade him many times. I even had the thought of killing him a few times in exchange for fate-defying points. But for her sake, I didn't do it. Mad, am I a bit of a saint? Uchiha Shikija looked at Uchiha Kanen in his arms and complained to himself in his heart. However, looking at Uchiha Kanen sleeping soundly, Uchiha Shikija sighed again. Then he put Uchiha Kanen on the bed, and Uchiha Shiki reached out and gently stroked her bangs. In fact, Uchiha Kanen was not very sad about the death of Uchiha Shisui, because she unilaterally wanted to train Uchiha Shisui to be Uchiha Shiki's assistant, but Uchiha Shisui had his own ideas, and he was too much influenced by Uchiha Kagami and his father. Thank you for your hard work today, Lady Kanen. Uchiha Shikik said this softly before turning and leaving. But after leaving the room, Uchiha Shiki suddenly stopped thinking, then opened the mall and directly exchanged a scroll. So expensive. Another 90% of Minato Namikaze's life is gone. That's right. Namikaze Minato became the unit of measurement for Uchiha Shikijo to calculate his fate-defying points, just like Heite Kakashi's chakra unit and Sarutobi Asuma's silver unit. Namikaze Minato, are you polite? Come to the living room. Uchiha Fugaku was already chatting with Tsunade and Namikaze Minato, mainly about the matter of delegating power to the 3rd generation in the future. However, when they saw Uchiha Shikija coming over, they all stopped communicating. Tsunade was looking at Uchiha Shiki. How did you get the recipe you gave me? There's no need for experiments. All you need to do is follow the recorded ratios, find the corresponding herbs, and then use certain techniques to extract the essence to replicate it. Also, I did a trial experiment with a spirit beast, and it was completely successful, without any side effects. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shikija with a strange expression. That this guy didn't seem like someone who would understand these things. After all, she was captured by Uchiha Shikija and made to work for him. If Uchiha Shikija really understood these things, then he would easily be able to make those recipes himself. To be honest, as long as you have the recipe, anyone with a little knowledge of medicine can make it. Anyway, you just need to know that the formula cannot be leaked. Uchiha Shikijaku did not explain, but looked at Uchiha Fugaku. During your mission, I began contacting the heads of the various clans. I brought the first batch of test samples that Tsunade-sama had created. Each clan shared some of them, showing great interest. Uchiha Fugaku responded that he knew what to do after he knew the effects of these pills, and he didn't need Uchiha Shikijabu to tell him anything. The marrow cleansing pill can improve the ninja's qualifications. Possessing ninja qualifications means that the family will have many more ninjas. Even if they are fed to a certain level, they can be comparable to ordinary senior ninjas. Chakra boosting pills can increase the total amount of chakra in the body. Although it can only double the amount no matter how much you take, this doubling is a huge increase for those ninjas who already have a large amount of chakra. This is also the reason why he was so tough in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen when dealing with Shimura Danzo today. Even if Uchiha Shikijaku did not intervene in the end, Uchiha Fugaku was planning to kill Shimura Danzo himself. He took the blame alone, and he still had the courage. Because no matter what, even if he falls, there is still an Uchiha Shikijo behind him. If the major families choose to stand on our side, then we will give them a share of these 2 pills, but they must pay silver. After all, the medicinal materials used to make these pills are not cheap. It's just that mass production can reduce costs. Namikaze Minato also spoke. Uchiha Fugaku had talked to him about the 2 pills in the past 2 days, and he understood that this was the preparation that Uchiha Shikaizuki mentioned. To be honest, Namikaze Minato was really touching. If other families have this kind of pill formula, they will definitely not use it to help anyone win over other families. Instead, they will choose to strictly control its circulation within the family, or even use it as a reward for the contribution of family members. Good buddy. Lifetime. A family's strength lies in the number and quality of its ninjas. These pills are enough to at least double the number of ordinary ninjas in their family, and increase the number of elite ninjas by 20%. Children, in particular, will become even more powerful if they take them from a young age. Uchiha Shikatsu nodded. Children take it from a young age because they are growing up. This is equivalent to taking natural treasures from a young age to change their physical qualifications. In novels about cultivating immortals. As they grow up, this qualification will be infinitely magnified. Basically, except for the 3 tribes of the Sarutobi clan's die-hard followers, I have already contacted the other clan leaders. To whom should we give priority in allocating shares? Uchiha Fugaku asked Uchiha Shikijabu. This made Uchiha Shikija smile. He actually already had an idea. The original families of Konoha were divided into several levels of combat power, but it is not a class division, but a ranking of family strength. The first class is the Senju and Uchiha clans, and their cooperative clans are the Uzumaki and Higoromo clans respectively, but none of them joined Konoha. The Uzumaki clan's Uzashio village was destroyed, and the Higoromo clan was eliminated by the times and lived in anonymity. The second class is Sarutobi, Shimura, Kurama, once a famous family in Konoha, and several Hyuga families. These 4 are the most powerful Hyuga clan, but there are also representative figures in the other 3 clans. The 3 major families are Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Abarame, Ui, and Mito. It is worth mentioning that the first 3 families have had a close cooperative relationship since the Warring States period. The 4th class families include the Inyazuka, Gekko, Utainen, Umino, Uzuki, and other inconspicuous families. The 5th level refers to civilians. It was difficult for civilians to achieve success in the Warring States period. We have to thank the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, which allowed many civilian ninjas to stand out. But even if you stand out, you will ultimately be a tool in the hands of those in power. Mr. Fugaku, you will mainly focus on winning over the Abarame, Ui, and Kurama families. I will handle the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Shikijo has his own ideas. These families actually have quite a few people, but not many of them can become ninjas. A family can have 5 senior ninjas at most, and in Uchiha Shiki's opinion, the physical constitution of the Ziri clan's natural illusion holy body has a lot of room for improvement. The Kurama clan's bloodline limit is difficult to awaken, and the clan's physical constitution is very poor. As long as their physical constitution can be changed, they will be extremely powerful. Not to mention the Abarame clan. It can be seen from the fact that Uchiha Shisui was poisoned to death that this clan is actually very strong. How could a ninja be on a mission outside and always care about mosquitoes? I see. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. The number of pills produced in the early stage would definitely be limited, so it was necessary to choose the best. These 3 families had great potential, and their true rise would be no worse than any other family. Lady Tsunade, you also have a share. From now on, as long as you use my formula to make it and provide guidance for mass production, you will get a 10% share of the income. This share can be in the form of silver or finished pills. Perhaps you can try to revive the Senju clan. Uchiha Shikija looked at Tsunade, who had been listening silently. Uchiha Shikija also has his own opinions about the Senju clan. After all, the official setting of the Senju clan is the same as that of the Uchiha clan. Both of them are descendants of the children of the 6 Paths Sage. I think we can try to reproduce the Senju clans would release. Uchiha Shiki continued to speak. According to the information I've investigated, the Senju clan only possesses special physiques and huge chakra. Although they don't have as much chakra as the first Hokage, it's impossible that only the first Hokage can use would release. Hashirama Senju's sage body and Ashura's reincarnation cannot be a reason. The Book of Formation states that would release is a bloodline limit created by Hashirama Senju by simultaneously changing the nature of earth release and water release chakras and fusing them with his body's own yang release. I think wood release is not the Senju clan's inherited bloodline limit, but a secret type of bloodline limit developed by the Senju clan through their own powerful physical energy and a large amount of chakra to fuse water release and earth release into yang release. The Senju clan of the forest. From the name of this family, we can tell that before the Shodaime, there must have been many Senju clan members who used this method to obtain wood release, and there are also scrolls that have been passed down to record it. It is very likely that the Shodaime developed wood release based on this scroll, and it became a secret technique unique to him during that era. As he used it, the secret technique was engraved into his cells and became a part of his body. Uchiha Shikija said this, it was not just a guess, but he had studied a lot of ancient Uchiha books. Just like the current struggles between ninja villages, where intelligence is collected and analyzed, the Senju clan has always been the rival of the Uchiha clan, so both sides must have many books recording intelligence on the other clan. That is to say, the bloodline limit mentioned in the original work is actually just a general term, just like the general terms bloodline elimination and bloodline network that appeared later, which are different names for the ability to fuse chakra of two or more attributes into new abilities. Whether it is inherited blood or the secret technique used, as long as the conditions are met, it can be called a bloodline limit. The most favorable proof is that the Hidden Cloud Village got a ninja with a bloodline limit of magnetic style from the Hidden Sand Village. After studying his body, they had people learn from him. From then on, the Hidden Cloud Village claimed that they had a bloodline limit of magnetic style. There is also indirect evidence, that is, in Uchiha Shiki's fate-defying mall, there are fusion scrolls of wood release secret technique for sale, which are classified as secret techniques in the ninjutsu category. In other words, as long as it is not a dojutsu like the Sharingan, it can be studied, analyzed and reproduced. The wood release setting was really a secret technique at the beginning, and later it became a bloodline limit. Anyway, Mr. Kishimoto's settings are very confusing, and many of them are settings added later, but I think my explanation can best summarize the countless bugs in the early stage. It seems that what Hanane said about you liking to read is true, and the Uchiha clan really cares about the Senju clan. That you are also very smart to analyze so much from the intelligence records. Tsunade's pretty face showed surprise, and at the same time she admired Uchiha Shiki. In fact, after the second Hokage died, as his closest person, she took over a lot of his research materials, but he was still young at the time and didn't care too much. It was not until she developed hemophobia and planned to leave the village that she sorted out those things and interpreted them with a similar view to Uchiha Shikija. But so what? She was disheartened by the deaths of Senju Nawaki and Kato Dan, as well as by the man who, in her eyes, was kind and amiable, but plotted against the Senju clan, causing them to be annihilated in name only during the Third Shinobi World War. So she sent all the information to the Konoha Forbidden Library. After all, she knew that her grandfather and great-uncle loved this village deeply. Even her great-uncle couldn't make anyone in the clan recreate wood release, so what could she do? Can the glory of the Senju clan be restored with the few scattered members of the clan? Forget it. Konoha is no longer the Konoha protected by the Senju clan. Although I don't understand other things, I am quite familiar with various ninjutsu and other things. Here you go, you can try to learn. Uchiha Shikija handed Tsunade the scroll he had just exchanged. Tsunade took it with great confusion, then opened it and looked at it. Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato also leaned over to take a look out of curiosity. They could understand the text and other content, but they couldn't comprehend it at all. Because the scroll exchanged by Uchiha Shikija and assigned to others can only be understood by the designated person, and can be understood quickly, and after the designated person has learned it, the scroll will destroy itself. Transform the chakra into water and earth attributes, then integrate the yang escape technique into it. Change the properties of the three elements together, similar to the changes in attributes, to form a certain amount of life energy. Then, inject it into the land to activate the wood escape technique. Tsunade muttered to herself, watching very seriously. But she understood all this knowledge. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato beside her knew the prerequisites for using wood release. Both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju had many people from the Senju clan learn from them. But knowing is one thing, but whether one can understand it, whether one can do it, and whether someone can put it into practice is the key. The result is obvious. Not to mention that the Senju clan all possess very strong physical energy, but their chakra is far different from Hashirama's. No one can simply combine the three attributes of water, earth, and yang to change their properties, let alone control the wood escape technique to change their form. The bloodline limit inherited by blood allows the use of special escape techniques. This comes from the fact that their bodies can inherently transform different attributes after fusing them. This is the benefit of bloodline inheritance. Just like Yamato, he has Hashirama's cells in his body, which allows him to successfully use wood release. Would release. It was at this moment that Tsunade put down the scroll and began to make hand seals in a proper manner. Finally, she clenched her fists together, ending with the SI seal. Right after, a scene that shocked both Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha happened. The ground in front of them broke open, and buds began to emerge, then instantly grew into a giant tree. Tsunade herself possesses yang, water, earth, thunder, and fire, and the prerequisites are met. This really succeeded. Tsunade herself was also very shocked. She felt that she had just had a flash of inspiration, as if she had received some vague guidance. After making the hand seals, she was able to fuse the chakra in her body with water, earth, and yang. It's like going with the flow, natural, and reasonable. She looked down at the scroll on the table, but was stunned again, because the scroll was shattering so quickly that not even a speck of dust was left behind. I made this scroll using a special method. I won't go into the details of how I made it. All you need to know is that it's very difficult to make, and it can improve the understanding of certain people. Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki said the same thing. After all, you can't say it's exchanged, right? Moreover, it is impossible for Uchiha Shiki to exchange this kind of scroll with others for no reason, especially this would release special fusion secret technique scroll, which would cost Namikaze Minato 90% of his life. You can actually use Uchiha Shikigakai yourself, and it will be half the price. But at present, Uchiha Shiki has no yang and earth attributes, so he cannot use would release. I promised you when I intercepted you that I would make Konoha a better place and restore the glory of the Senju clan. That you are the princess of Konoha. We Uchiha are grateful for the trust of the shot aimed. This is my way of repaying you. And I think there's a Senju clan member beside Minato, and he's the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a granddaughter who can use would release. So after we deal with the third Hokage and Danzo, we'll be able to deter those with ulterior motives. However, would release consumes a lot of chakra and is difficult to control. But with your unique ninjutsu and those 2 pills, then all of this will not be a problem. Uchiha Shikija spoke with a smile, his eyes revealing a strange look. Don't underestimate Tsunade's own chakra. Combined with the chakra she reserves on a daily basis, she is a living spring. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shikijo, then revealed a mature and charming smile. And Minato Namikaze. At this moment, I am crying like a pear blossom in the rain. So touching. This gay friend really does everything for him. Shikik, I'm just saying that if I hadn't married Kushina, then I would definitely fall in love with you. As Namikaze Minato said this, he was about to rush over to hug Uchiha Shikijo, but it was dodged by Uchiha Shikija, and Namikaze Minato fell to the ground. Uchiha Shiki looked down at Minato Namikaze with a disdainful look, his eyes full of disgust. Is your an adjective or a verb? Ha ha ha. Minato Namikaze stood up and smiled. Finally, he showed a serious expression. I will not let down Uchiha, and I will not let you down. Trust me, I will become the kind of Hokage you hope for. I know you seem to be afraid of something, but this fear does not seem to come from the ninja world. But I will try my best to help you. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Shiki. Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes, but he also reached out and bumped fists with Minato Namikaze. This guy has a pretty accurate feeling. He really is a good friend who can confide in you. He can even feel this. But what really made Uchiha Shikaizuki decide to give this to Tsunade was that he had slept with Tsunade for some unknown reason almost a year ago. Uchiha Shikigashi tried to intercept Tsunade, but she ignored him, so I made 3 bets. He conquered her with force, beat her at the gambling table, and finally something went wrong during a drinking contest. The 2 of them were drinking and ended up having sex for some reason. The next day, Uchiha Shikija and Tsunade were both confused. Later, Uchiha Shikija thought about it carefully and recalled some things. As they drank, both of them finally forgot about who was winning. Tsunade was curious about her Izananden and asked him to transform it out to see. Uchiha Shikijaka did as he was told for some reason and continued drinking in that form. Then, Izanran, the goddess of possession, has the attributes of a succubus. Tsunade looked for too long and had too much contact, so she got caught and pushed Uchiha Shiki down. That's right. They are all of the same gender. In the end, Uchiha Shikijaka didn't know how he turned back into the state of Izanagi, the possessed of mortal evil, which caused Tsunade to lose all her health and she even fainted. At that time, Tsunade had just lost Kato Dan and Nawaki. Although she was upset, she didn't say anything in the end because she could vaguely recall some of the process. But in the end, Tsunade decided to help Uchiha Shikija after Uchiha Shikija expressed some of his ambitions. Alright, go back to your own business. The production of the pills will be left to Lady Tsunade and Lady Fugaka. Minato, you should just stay with your wife and the baby for now. I also need to prepare to visit the Hyaga clan. Uchiha Shikaizuki stood up and walked towards the living room door. Oh, that's right, Lady Tsunade, give me the silver for the floor later, and chop down the tree as well. I'm pretty poor, so I gave most of the silver to Minato. After all, the finances are handled by 2 advisors, and it would be hard for Minato to do anything without silver. Uchiha Shikija, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and said to Tsunade. This left Tsunade full of questions. Then, Tsunade, so angry that she flipped the table. With ease, the table flew away. I have given you my body once and helped you with some things. Do you want me to compensate you for even a piece of floor? Come and die for me. Tsunade is going to chase Uchiha Shiki. Lady Tsunade, I think you should pay for destroying other people's things. Minato Namikaze stopped Tsunade. This is my good friend, my good brother. He has sacrificed so much for me. Tsunade glared at Minato Namikaze, and the ground shook instantly as she stepped on the ground with her high-heeled sandals. It's nothing. I feel like you're right. You're doing Shiketsuji a favor. It's just a piece of floor. It's really wrong to be so fussy, so please do as you please. If you wish, I can even use Flying Thunder God. Shikek has my technique engraved on her. Namikaze Minato immediately changed his words and dodged with a flash of his body, at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Shiki is my good friend. So in order to teach him a lesson so that he won't talk nonsense when he goes out in the future, it would be a good idea to let Lady Tsunade teach him a lesson. Good brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Uchiha Shikija looked at Namikaze Minato and the corners of his mouth twitched. When there is no danger, good brothers are the most dangerous, right? So Uchiha Shiki turned around and ran away. At the same time, Danzo Shimura, who was deliberately let go by Uchiha Shikijo, is in a stronghold outside Konoha village, where many of his confidants gather. Even though the roots were disbanded, these people were still under his control. Orochimaru, transplant Shin's arm for me and use the eyes of those Uchiha followers of Kagami. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy. He hadn't felt so aggrieved in many years. Uchiha clan, the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must use force to take back everything he has. It's possible to transplant, but you'll need to suppress the Sharingan's immense spiritual power. So even if you transplant an arm containing Hashirama cells, I'm afraid its regenerative and would release abilities will be greatly reduced. It might even be worse than your current arm. At least it can release would release, and it can also provide you with powerful recovery capabilities. After seeing Uchiha Shikijo's Susanoo, Orochimaru was extremely obsessed with the Sharingan and even directly revealed some of Uchiha Shikijo's information to Shimura Danzo. There is an Uchiha who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why Danzo Shimura took action today, because he felt that he couldn't wait any longer and Uchiha Shikija might be back soon. He will not underestimate the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for whether Orochimaru knows what happened in the village, he knows. But it doesn't matter, because even if he loses his status, Shimura Danzo can still support many of his research. I once sneaked into the Forbidden Library and brought out many of the second daemon's research notes on his own family and the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan is born with Yang escape, and their body energy is huge, while the Uchiha clan is born with Yin escape, and their spiritual energy is enhanced with their eyes. What Orochimaru said was actually similar to what Uchiha Shikigashi and Tsunade said. And the Forbidden Technique Library he was talking about was actually the one that Tsunade knew about. It doesn't matter. As long as I have a Zanagi, I can do a lot of things. And I also have ideas for wood release. Shimura Danzo's eyes are full of showing cruelty. There is nothing wrong with what I have done. I will become the Cage in my own way, and I will protect Konoha in my own way. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar, and the third time you can take the initiative. 5 hours. At this time, someone shouted, "Who else?" The next day, Uchiha Shikaizuki woke up from his bed and looked around him. Tsunade's body was half covered under the quilt, her skin was pink and tender, just like a young girl. Yesterday, after chasing each other, the two of them went to the dormitory. What? Where is Uchiha Kanon? Well, Uchiha Hajiki was arranged by Uchiha Shiki to move away without stopping. As for the blindness problem, there is no need to rush. When the time comes, we should catch Ant Snake and use her like a donkey with a small whip. What are you looking at? Tsunade opened her eyes and rolled her eyes when she saw Uchiha Shikijaku looking at her. She also accepted Uchiha Shikija. After all, the first blood was with Uchiha Shikija. Although she was carefree and generous, as a princess of a famous family, she still paid more attention to these things. Look at you, you look so mature and beautiful. Uchiha Shikija responded that Tsunade has a hot temper and a hot body, and she also knows a lot about politics and medicine, making her a good wife. Not a loss. It's really worth it. Glib tongue. Tsunade simply pulled back the covers and put on her clothes. I'm going to help you with the pill business. I have the factory and all the necessary tools personally, and I'll deliver them to the factory. Because the most important step is to extract the essence of the medicinal herbs. For this step, I will have Fugaka select a more reliable person from your Uchiha clan. As long as this technology is in our hands, even if someone analyzes the pill in a short period of time, there will be no progress. However, the formula you gave is relatively simple. Many people who understand pharmacology will understand it after reading it, and the dosage can also be visually tested. So, just in case, I thought of using a division of labor process, with each person responsible for a specific step, Tsunade said as she put on her clothes. What she was talking about was actually the assembly line process, which is efficient and prevents one person from knowing too many formula ingredients. You guys decide for yourself. Last night, I instructed Miss Yeyu to send 2 boxes of banknotes to your residence outside Kanaha Village. That is the initial capital for all future research equipment and medicinal materials. Don't gamble with it. Uchiha Shikija watched Tsunade put on her clothes and gave her some instructions. Those silver coins were exchanged by Uchiha Shikija at Uchiha Hajiki overnight using the things she brought back from the Hidden Rain Village. I know, I haven't lost all the money you asked Fugaku to give me last time. Tsunade put on her clothes, hesitated for a final moment, and then looked at Uchiha Shikijo. Be careful, Danzo. Even if the root has been disbanded on the surface, those people are still bound by him. Moreover, that old man is very insidious. Although you are very strong and your body can be close to nature, you are still a mortal human after all. You don't have the terrifying healing power of your grandfather. Tsunade gave these instructions seriously because Uchiha Shikijo was too young and his strong personal strength meant he rarely suffered any losses. She was afraid of the conspiracy and tricks of Shimura Danzo within Uchiha Shikijo. Uchiha Shiki stood up and answered, stretched, and then put on his clothes. Then he gave Tsunade a gentle smile, which was very sunny. This older sister actually cared about him very much. Tsunade was stunned, and in a trance she seemed to see her brother's sunny smile. Little man. Tsunade reached out and grabbed Uchiha Shiki's collar, pulling him down with force. After all, Uchiha Shiki was too tall. Then Tsunade lightly touched Uchiha Shiki's forehead with her red lips, and then left without looking back. She could be vaguely heard muttering to herself, he is all sticky, how come this little man has so much? Uchiha Shiki was stunned. Oh shit. My sister is so domineering. I like it so much. Uchiha Shiki touched his forehead and it was warm. Information: the host defied fate and allowed Tsunade to possess would release, and made her heart attached to the host. The defied fate stage was successful, and 5,000 defied fate points were obtained. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang in my brain. System, open my panel. Uchiha style Sparrow communicates with the system. Notice, opening. System name, Destiny Track Change System Host name, Uchiha Shikijaka Current age, 18 Ninja Rank, Elite Jonin Bloodline Limit, Sharinan, Mangekyo, Hosting Ability, Awashima Tengziazenzo Left Eye Ability, Celestial Possession is Anran, actively connects to the power of Azunamai hosted in the Mangekyo Sharinan to transform the body, giving the body a perfect female appearance, and uses the natural energy stored in the left eye for a long time in this state to enter the chakra attribute power. Mode. Chakra amount 8,652 hours remaining, with the upper limit being 1 year. Right eye ability, evil possession Izanagi. A normal male can connect the power of Izanagi residing in the Mangekyo Sharinan to transform his body. He can only permanently hold the various data of the average level of ninjas in the ninja world and cannot improve on his own. Chakra amount, 30% of the total amount. Heide Kakashi's 30% of the chakra amount. Possessing attributes: yin, thunder, fire, water. 3 body ninjutsu, substitute jutsu, clone jutsu, instantaneous jutsu, special ninjutsu, perception ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, flying thunder god jutsu. Fate reversal points, 5,500. The storage time is less than a year, so we have to find time to fill it up next time. Although a year's worth of natural chakra storage sounds like a lot, with the way I fight, Celestial Maiden Possession Izanamai is very physically and mentally draining. Uchiha Shikija muttered to himself that to store natural chakra, one needs to enter the state of Celestial Maiden Possession Izanran, and still have to stay in place. At the same time, the efficiency of conversion and storage is also very low. Compare Uchiha Shikaku's body to a bucket, storing the water and transferring it to the left eye. The process is likened to a ladle, and natural energy is likened to water. A bucket can only hold so much water, and Uchiha Shiki can only use a ladle to slowly move the water from the bucket into his left eye, little by little, and then there will be enough space in the bucket to continue adding water. The process conversion ratio is, the amount stored for 1 hour requires 6 hours to be absorbed. Uchiha Shikijo once tried Uzumaki Naruto's method of absorbing shadow clones, but ended up losing everything. Because the shadow clone will divide his storage capacity equally, and after the shadow clone is released, the amount that returns to his body is only that of the shadow clone's body, while the storage capacity that was divided equally at the beginning will directly dissipate in the world and return to nature. What a loss. Well, it's time to get down to business. The Hyaga clan is a prestigious family and doesn't interact much with people from other clans. The clan is even more closed off to information than the Uchiha clan, and they place great emphasis on tradition and etiquette. I asked Miss Yaya to deliver the visiting card for me last night. Uchiha Shiki reached out to tie her hair into a single ponytail and started washing up. The Hyaga clan is probably the only clan that has not been monitored so far, because they are neutral and don't care who becomes the Hokage. Moreover, with the Byakugan, anyone who wants to monitor them cannot escape, and will instead create a rift in the Hyaga clan. Uchiha Hajiki was there when Uchiha Shikijo came out after washing up. She was not wearing the mission outfit today, but a kimono-style made outfit with tabi on her feet. She still diligently helped Uchiha Shikija change his clothes, and at the same time took down Uchiha Shikija's hair, combed it again and tied it up. To be honest, Uchiha Shikaizuki wanted to cut his hair, but every time he used his Zanran to remove it, his hair grew back to being that long, so he finally gave up. Next up is breakfast. After eating, Uchiha Yayu wore wooden clogs and went out with Uchiha Shikijabu, carrying the prepared souvenirs. On the way, many villagers were discussing the news that Namikaze Minato had temporarily stepped down to recuperate and that the third generation would take over the reins of power. Some people are worried about Minato Namikaze's health. Some people say that it is better for the third generation to rule. After all, Minato Namikaze is too young and seems to have no experience and cannot lead the village well. Some were also bragging about the third generation, analyzing with ordinary people how well-intentioned the third generation was in making a step back and forming an alliance with the Hidden Rock village. Anyway, it's just a lot of public opinion, using public opinion to change the villagers' views. Shikaku-sama. Uchiha Yayu frowned and spoke behind Uchiha Shikigakai. Yeah, I'm not stupid, I can tell. The third generation is pretty fast. He abdicated because the daimyo was dissatisfied with his actions, and because the villagers whose family members had lost ninjas in the line of duty were dissatisfied. Even after winning the battle, he still took a step back and allied with the Uegakur village. This is tantamount to insulting the family members who died in the line of duty. Uchiha Shikijo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was paving the way. It could be heard from the rumors that belittled Namikaze Minato that he planned to let Namikaze Minato recuperate until he could train a new Hokage chess piece. As for why Konohagakure village still negotiated an alliance with Uegakure village after winning the battle, it was actually because Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved his goal. Because the ones on the Uegakure front were the Senju clan that he had tricked over, and their support was delayed. The Senju clan attached great importance to integrity and ninja pride, and would fight to the death and would die for Konoha, so they suffered heavy casualties in the end. If they continue to fight with the Uegakure village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, will have to let the Sarutobi clan set an example and go straight to the front line to face the crazy Natsumonaki and the Uegakure village. He doesn't want to sacrifice his trump card. So Minato Namikaze led the Minato squad to support the Uegakure village's front line, which was the so-called Battle of Konobe Bridge. Ryotsubo Oniki knew how powerful Namikaze Minato was, and later Sarutobi Hiruzen negotiated peace with Uegakure in the name of Konohagakure. It was not known whether it was because he gained nothing from this war, and because he thought of the revenge of the Kumagakure village's sneak attack on the Uegakure village during the last Ninja World War, so he turned around and attacked the empty Raikage village, resulting in the death of the third Raikage. The Reian village finally retreated to its defense line and had no intention of fighting Konoha again. Where is Uchiha Shiki? This was the invasion front of the Hidden Mist village where he was ordered to do something in a critical moment and killed 100 shinins and 20 jonins all by himself as the root members who had come to cause trouble before said. He was near the Hidden Mist village at the time, too far away from Minato's team. After Uchiha Obito died, he was transferred to the Hidden Sand village to deal with Ebizocho's poison. Moreover, at that time, Uchiha Shikijo's fate reversal points were not enough to exchange for Flying Thunder God, and even if he had enough, he would not exchange it, because the only people he really cared about were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so insidious. 80% of the Uegakure village's front line is made up of the Senju clan, and 20% are civilian ninjas. Don't worry about them. The higher these people praise the third generation now, the harder he will fall later. Ordinary people will never understand the cruelty of political struggle, nor do they know that they are always part of politics. Uchiha Shikija sighed and continued walking towards the Hyuga family land. 15 minutes later, Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Hajiki arrived at the gate of the Hyuga family's territory. Because he had submitted a visiting card, and Uchiha Shikija was of noble status and an elite ninja on par with the three ninjas, the gatekeeper politely led the way for Uchiha Shikija. When they arrived at the gate of the Hyuga clan leader's house, they saw the still very young Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi waiting at the door. After the greetings, Hyuga Hayashi received Uchiha Shikijabu, while Hyuga Hisashi took Uchiha Hajiki to another room for entertainment. Tea room. Hinata Hayashi's hospitality was very thoughtful. Uchiha Shikik placed the souvenir prepared by Uchiha Hajiki on the table and pushed it gently. Lord Rizu, I will not be polite. I believe you understand the purpose of my visit, and since you agreed to meet me, you should also have the intention of responding to my purpose. These are the 2 pills that I believe you've already heard from Lord Fugaka. To show our sincerity, the first batch will be given to the Hyuga family first. In addition, the Hyuga clan will have a 10% share of the profits from these 2 pills. Uchiha Shikija spoke frankly, and everyone knew what he meant, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Mr. Shikaizuki is really quick to speak. This pill is very attractive to any family and any ninja. Even Tsunade-sama, the #1 medical expert, assured me that there are no side effects. But I want to ask a question first. Why is the Yondaime temporarily recovering from his injuries, and you want us to support the Yondaime? Even if we are not allowed to support it, we Hyuga Hayashi will obey the orders of the Hokage. Hinata Hayashi is not a political idiot, otherwise he would not have remained neutral all the time and would not care who became Hokage. It's simple, just to prepare for the future. The third Hokage is a qualified politician, but not a qualified Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Shikijaku didn't explain much, just responded simply. Hinata Hayashi, watching Uchiha Shika without saying much, just shook his head. What I mean is that trying to convince him is not enough. To some extent, our two families share the same heritage. Even the Sharingan originated from the Byakugan. I hope our two families can cooperate. Expressing one's stance and not expressing one's stance are two different things. Uchiha Shikija sighed and could only continue speaking. It is true that the Uchiha Sharingan originated from the Byakugan, because Kagaya Atsutsuki originally possessed the Byakugan and the Megatama Rinnegan, and later she obtained the power of the sacred tree, and with the blessings of the people, Atsutsuki Hagoromo and Atsutsuki Hamura were born, who possessed the Sharingan and Byakugan. Even Uchiha Shikaizuki dared to be sure that a family like the Hyuga clan, which values tradition, must have preserved many unknown historical records. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he is more likely to know about the Atsutsuki clan on the moon. It seems I came at the wrong time that you have guests. It was at this time that an old man appeared in the tea room. He has pale skin and long pale hair, wears a strange white robe, and has a Megatama pattern on his neck. Although his eyes are white, you can vaguely see faint black spots in them. When Hinata Hayashi saw the old man, his face changed immediately. But he couldn't act rashly, so he could only look at Uchiha Shiki. Mr. Shikik, I'm so sorry. Let's stop here for today. I'll come to your house to apologize in person later. The meaning of Hinata Hayashi's words is very clear, which is to see the guest off. However, Uchiha Shiki looked at the old man with great interest, because the first person he thought of was the Sage of Six Paths, because his attire was similar to that of the Sage of Six Paths. No, since he has seen me, just in case, you should take care of him. The old man looked at Hinata Hayashi, and his tone was more commanding, with a sense of superiority, as if he did not take Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader, seriously. When Hinata Hayashi heard this, he was completely confused. What? I fight Uchiha-style Sparrow? What are you doing? This man is now sitting on a chair near the border of the land of water. The hidden mist village is simply standing still, not daring to move forward. The 7 ninja swordsmen are all avoiding them, although Michael Dai eventually killed several of them. Uchiha Shikija also chuckled that he really didn't look down on Hyuga Hayashi, but what was the difference between this and Kusake Batsuya fighting against Sukuna on both sides? It seems like some strange metaphors got mixed in. Why are you laughing? The old man looked at Uchiha Shikija with contempt, because he did not feel any oppression from Uchiha Shikija, and the amount of chakra was not that great, even giving people the feeling that he could crush him to death with just a raise of his hand. Why don't you try to do it to me, then you'll know what I'm laughing at. Uchiha Shikija raised his hand and formed a seal. After a puff of smoke, the flame fan was held in his hand. After receiving this from Uchiha Obito, he took the time to establish his summoning contract so that he could summon the spirit at any time. The flame fan of the Indra clan, are you a descendant of the Six Paths Sage's bloodline? The old man was stunned at first, then he carefully sensed it and stared directly with his white eyes, and found that Uchiha Shiki really had Indra's blood in his body. He is a descendant of Atsutsuki Hamura. Although he is a branch family, there was no distinction between the main family and the branch family many years ago because they wiped out the main family. Moreover, their clan has been observing the earth and is very familiar with many things happening on the earth. After Atsutsuki Indra left the ninja clan, he used the remaining branches of the sacred tree to make this round fan. After Atsutsuki Indra's death, his descendants took the surname Uchiha based on this round fan. In Japanese, the pronunciation of Uchiha is similar to round fan. This flame round fan has also become the representative token of their family patriarch. After hearing this, Uchiha Shiki was certain that this old man should be from the clan on the moon. For the sake of your blood, get out. Hizuki, what have you considered, that unborn child? The old man no longer paid attention to Uchiha Shikija, but looked at Hyuga Hayashi and asked, now they have no idea of destroying the ninja world, or they have this idea, but are still observing the vote. Bang! Only! As the old man finished speaking, the flaming fan hit him in the face like a slap, instantly knocking him away and hitting the pine tree that decorated the courtyard. So far, you're the first guy who dares to tell me to get out. Uchiha Shiki's voice, full of charm and the tone of a mature sister, echoed in the air. The Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes flashed with a strange red light, and there was red eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, which looked like the face of an immortal, and this added a bit of mature charm. There is a kind of charming and elegant temperament revealed between her eyebrows, which makes people fall in love with her. His figure was graceful and light, like a flame swaying in the wind, and his off-shoulder and backless outfit showed off his figure to the fullest. Every gesture and movement exudes the unique charm and style of a mature woman, seductive and elegant. This form is exactly the fire attribute chakra power motive, is Anran, the goddess of possession. Hinata Hayashi, Sigma, degree, surprised. Hinata Hayashi widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Shiki in astonishment, his mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could fit in it. What's going on? He muttered to himself, completely unable to comprehend the scene before him. He didn't even care about the old man who was knocked away, he had only one thought in his mind. How did Uchiha Shiki suddenly change into a female body? Moreover, his figure is even better than his wife's. What surprised him even more was that he smelled a faint body fragrance, and a little heartbeat surged in his heart. Hinata Hayashi shook his head frantically, trying to drive this strange feeling out of his mind. There must be something wrong with me. He secretly told himself that he must not be influenced by this kind of thinking. Uchiha Shikija ignored Hinata Hayashi's shock, but walked barefoot with a flaming fan in hand. When he left the corridor and was about to step into the courtyard, he floated into the air and drifted towards the old man. You dare? Ha! The old man stood up from the messy ground, looked at Uchiha Shikija angrily, and then was stunned. Hiss! Is it because I'm old that my eyesight is blurry? Not likely, right? Even if my eyesight is blurry, it is impossible for me to mistake a woman for a man, right? After all, the man just now was ordinary, but this one is a very bad omen. How could that be? Not only has the appearance changed, but the chakra waveform and the meridians in the body has also changed, and the amount has become much larger. The old man opened his Byakugan and stared at Uchiha Shiki. But as a clan living on the moon, he knew a lot of history and immediately guessed that this might be the Uchiha clan's eye technique ability. No matter what, if you dare to attack me, then die. As the old man spoke, his Byakugan, which was slightly different from those of the Hayaga clan, opened directly, and the black dots in his pupils became clearer. But the next second he noticed that his sight moved downwards, and the ground where he was standing suddenly sank and collapsed, and his entire face and half of his head sank directly into the compacted ground. It turned out that Uchiha Shikija used the instant body technique to grab his head and smash it down. Uchiha Shiki is not a fool. Does he have to wait for people to open their eyes before fighting? What's the difference between this and the monster in Kamen Rider who has to watch the night transform in order to torture it? You already want me to get out, so is it okay for me to ask you to kowtow to me a few times? Uchiha Shikijaka smiled and spoke, his tone still as charming and pure as ever. Hateful. The old man's angry roar echoed, and chakra exploded throughout his body. This is the ability of the Byakugan, similar to the release of Kaiten, and it is the absolute defense of the Byakugan. Uchiha Shikija immediately let go of his hand and used the body flickering technique to dodge again. Kill you. The old man spoke as soon as he stood up, but before he could make a move, his entire head smashed to the ground again. This time, Uchiha Shiki grabbed his head and dragged it on the ground, leaving a groove, and then suddenly leaped into the sky. Come, I ask you to get out. Uchiha Shikija was very polite. He swung the old man around and threw him like a bowling ball, and the force exploded in the air. Uchiha Shikijo doesn't like to use ninjutsu, not because he is not good at it, but when he used his Zanran to perform physical techniques before, the enemies would always want to get close to him because of the smell on his body. That some of them were even so outrageous as to take his kicks with their faces, and they looked like they were enjoying it. This made Uchiha Shiki feel offended, and he was really unhappy. He always felt that he won the battle, but he lost something, so Uchiha Shiki chose to use fairy techniques to crush his opponent. Let's get back to the topic. At this moment, the old man seemed to have lost control of his body. He was like a gyroscope spinning at high speed in the air. The strong inertia made it impossible for him to adjust his posture. He could only watch himself flying straight in a certain direction like a cannonball and rolling like a ball. To be more precise, since the Hayaga clan's territory was close to the area where the Hokage building was located, he was actually rushing towards a location above Hokage Rock, where there were no people or buildings. However, this is just the beginning. Suddenly, Uchiha Shikija's figure flashed like a ghost over the Hayaga clan's territory, and instantly appeared next to the old man who was still tumbling in the air. Before the old man could steady his tumbling body, Uchiha Shikigakai moved like lightning and grabbed his head again, then pressed him down without hesitation and fell suddenly. There was a loud bang, and it fell like a meteor. When Uchiha Shikaka pressed the old man's head and touched the ground again, at that moment, the entire ground seemed to be lifted up by a huge wave, surging violently, and then suddenly exploded. Dust was flying and gravel was scattered. The scene was extremely shocking. From this we can see that even in the state of Izanami possessed by the Heavenly Maiden, Uchiha Shiki's ninjutsu and strength should not be underestimated. Certainly. Just now, Uchiha Shikija was able to instantly come to the old man's side above the Hayaga clan's territory. It was not an ordinary instant body technique, but the Flying Thunder God technique. When he first held the old man down, Uchiha Shikija left a Flying Thunder God technique on his head. This thing is very good in conjunction with both physical and ninjutsu. I thought it was amazing, but this is it. Uchiha Shiki was speechless as he looked at the old man's body, half of which was buried in the ground and blood was exploded around him. Listening to the old man's casual tone of life and death, I thought he was very powerful. Old man, if you have the guts, let me use my skills. Forget it. Uchiha Shikik raised his foot and was about to step down, intending to step directly between the old man's legs while his body was still upright. But suddenly, the corner of Uchiha Shika's mouth twitched, because at this moment a golden-haired head appeared and was stepped on directly in his face. Hiss, this smells so good. The golden retriever suddenly said this. This made Uchiha Shikija hold his forehead with his hands, retract his bare feet, and hit Namikaze Minato on the head with his flaming fan. What are you doing here, Minato? The Flying Thunder God technique engraved on me is for you to use in danger, not for you to come here and be stepped on by me. That's right. The person who came was Minato Namikaze, who came instantly with the Flying Thunder God technique. Because his mark was on the bottom of Uchiha Shikigamai's feet, he was hit directly in the face. Fortunately, Uchiha Shikijaku finally stopped, otherwise Minato Namikaze's handsome face would have been destroyed. I sensed the fluctuations of your chakra, and heard the loud noises coming from the Hyuga clan in here, so I guessed you might be taking action. So, where's Danzo? Namikaze Minato touched his face, wiped the blood from his nose, which might have been caused by a bump, stood up, adjusted his body, and looked at Uchiha Shiki. I have to say, it smells really good. He began to understand those enemies who like to use their faces to receive Uchiha-style sparrow kicks in the state of heavenly maiden possession is Anran. Wrong. How could I think like that? My Kushina's feet are also very flexible and smell good too. Why are you so soft? Minato Namikaze stood up and twisted his feet, feeling the ground a little soft. Then he looked down and found that he was standing between the legs of a person whose head and half of his body were stuck in the ground, with only half of his body lying on the ground. At this moment, the man's legs twitched violently, not sure if it was because of pain or something. Oh my god. Minato Namikaze jumped away immediately. Could this guy be disabled somewhere? Uchiha Shikija smiled as he listened to what Namikaze Minato said. Sure enough, Namikaze Minato is a real good friend. He thought it was Danzo Shimura who attacked him, so he came over immediately. Who is this guy, Danzo? No, the chakra sense isn't him. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Shikija and asked. But just as he asked, the ground exploded, and fists formed by countless chakras directly hit Uchiha Shikija and Namikaze Minato, and the old man with half his body buried in the ground quickly stood up and distanced himself from Uchiha Shikija. But his knees were bent inward when he stood, and his whole body was shaking and covered in cold sweat. Uchiha Shiki looked at those chakra fists and raised the flame fan in his hand horizontally. Before these chakra fists touched the flame fan, they immediately changed the direction of attack and bombarded Uchiha Shiki from all directions. It looks very similar to Kagaya Atsutsuki's 80 God's Air attack, and it can also control the attack path of the chakra fist. Uchiha Shikaku's Mangekyo Sharingan quickly scanned the area and swung the flame fan in his hand quickly to block and absorb the chakra fists. White eyes. Namikaze Minato frowned. Shouldn't Uchiha Shikijibu discuss cooperation with the Hyuga clan today? How did the fight start? Moreover, he didn't know this person. Judging from the chakra fist just now, this person should be strong, but he didn't remember this person in the Konoha ninja records. Damn it, remember this. Old man, his entire forehead and face were swollen and bleeding, and many of his teeth were missing. After he finished speaking, his body became half hidden and half visible. But, bang, the old man hit his head on the ground again. Obviously Uchiha Shikijaku launched the Flying Thunder God technique again. I told you to kowtow to me a few times, and I'm going to kowtow to me a few times. Uchiha Shikaku squatted down, reached out, and grabbed the old man's pale white hair and pulled it up. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he also has his own pride. This old man is too arrogant. So, he suddenly grabbed the old man's head and pressed it down. Pull it up. But. Press it down. Pull it up. Big. Tube. Press it down. Pull it up. This time the old man was silent. His head was in a terrible state, and even his forehead bone could be vaguely seen. The ground where he had hit the ground was covered in blood mixed with some flesh. Seeing that he was motionless, Uchiha Shiki stopped. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi, who arrived late, was stunned by what he saw. No, I was completely defeated by this old man before. How could it end so easily? And Uchiha Shikijo actually also has the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? What's even more outrageous is that Uchiha Shikijo can actually use the Thunder God technique. Hinata Hayashi walked over with a confused look on his face. His white eyes looked at the old man lying motionless on the ground with blood all over his head, and then looked at Uchiha Shikijo, who had transformed from the celestial possession Izanano state back to the mortal possession Izanagi state. Are all the Uchiha family's eye techniques so outrageous? Even gender can be changed? During Uchiha Shiki's transformation, Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan. He could see the special chakra retreating from Uchiha Shiki's body back into Uchiha Shiki's left eye, or rather, his brain. Mr. Shikik, what are you doing? Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but ask. He was really curious. This is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. I simply used my dojutsu to transform my own body. Uchiha Shikija didn't say much, but in fact, any ninja with a little strength could basically guess the general idea of his eye technique ability. It doesn't matter if the ability to transform one's own body is known. The key is that the core Izanagi, the mortal possession, and Izanami, the celestial possession, are not understood by others. Notice, the host continues to use the immortal body technique, consuming 2 hours of natural energy. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. There are 8,651 hours of natural energy remaining. Notice, the host has successfully defied fate, changed the future plot in advance, and started to defy fate, gaining 2,000 points. And then, the system prompt sound echoed in Uchiha Shiki's mind. This made Uchiha Shiki sigh. Sure enough, the plot is too far away, and even if you intervene, it will only give you a few points of defying fate. The key is that this old man is not an important character. Mr. Hayashi, what on earth is this? Judging from Hinata Hayashi's reaction, Namikaze Minato guessed the identity of the old man, but after speculating again and again, he still had no clue. His name is Itsutsuki Tenmaku, and he represents a certain Byakugan who came to the Hayaga clan to demand pure blood. That he has set his sights on the unborn child in my wife's belly. Hinata Hayashi could only give a simple answer. Hinata Hayaga was born 2 months later, and her gender is already known. This old man actually wanted to help Itsutsuki Tonari, who was born without eyes, to obtain pure-blooded Byakugan. Moreover, the old man determined that this pure-blooded Byakugan was suitable for the child in Hinata Hayashi's wife's belly. The movie version used Hanabi, but there is no Hanabi yet. Although Hinata's performance ability is not very good, the purity of her Byakugan is very high. Okay, Minato, don't ask too many questions. Every family has its own secrets. Uchiha Shikija tore off his shirt and threw it on the ground, then patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder and told him not to ask any more questions. Let's take this old guy and go before anyone else comes. Minato, take the baby tube. Uchiha Shikija stepped directly on the old man's body, put one hand on Hinata Hayashi's shoulder, then launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared on the spot. Ouch, oh my gosh, when did Shikik learn Flying Thunder God? Namikaze Minato was very shocked. The Flying Thunder God technique was not easy to learn, and he was able to come into contact with and learn this forbidden technique because of Jiraiya. And how could Uchiha Shikija learn it? The management rights of the Forbidden Library are still in the hands of the third generation, and will the third generation let Uchiha Shikija learn the Flying Thunder God technique? How is that possible? Hayaga clan land. Uchiha Shikija brought the old man's body and Hayaga Hayashi to Uchiha Hajiki, because Uchiha Hajiki always carried the kunao engraved with his Flying Thunder God technique with him. Shikaku-sama. Uchiha Hajiki looked at the body of the old man being stepped on by Uchiha Shiki. The noise just now was very loud, and Uchiha Yayu also heard it, but she didn't move at all, and asked Hinata Hisashi, who was accompanying her, to stay with her. Brother, isn't this person? Hinata Hisashi was also staring at the corpse that Uchiha Shiki was stepping on. He recognized it from the clothes on the corpse. However, Hayaga Hayashi just raised his hand to signal his brother not to ask, and then looked at Uchiha Shikija. He was also surprised by Uchiha Shikija's Flying Thunder God technique, and at the same time he was very entangled. Strictly speaking, the Hayaga clan and the Munitsutsuki clan are of the same clan and branch, and are also one of the branches of the Munitsutsuki clan's main family. Their bloodline is nobler than that of the elders of the Munitsutsuki clan's branch family. But what about nobleness? The Itsutsuki branch of the moon is no caged bird, he can't restrict it at all. Even a few months ago, the Hayaga family was crushed by this old man. Hinata Hayashi would definitely not agree to sacrifice his child's eyes, but he couldn't beat him, and he couldn't bring trouble to the village, so he kept dragging it on. But I didn't expect that the old man would come again so soon. This time, he was even killed by Uchiha Shiki because of his foul mouth and arrogance. In this case, the tribe on the moon will definitely not give up. After all, Hayaga Hayashi had been there and knew that there were only a few people left in that clan, but each one of them could crush the Hayaga clan. Mr. Hizuki, let's talk about a different condition. I will protect your child, and I can accept your child as my disciple in the future. You just need to express your support for Minato Namikaze and form an allied family with the Uchiha clan. And I'll still give you the pills and your share of the profits. Just consider it my investment in the Hayaga clan, how's that? Uchiha Shikijaku wouldn't ask too many questions, not even whether Hinata Hayashi had been to the moon, because none of that mattered. What mattered was that he wanted to conduct an experiment, and once everything was ready, he would go find Orochimaru with the whip. Besides, it's not a loss to accept Hinata Hayaga as a disciple. Hinata Hayaga's performance is poor because she has poor combat awareness. In the original work, she even often forgets to open her Byakugan. Whenever Uzumaki Naruto is around, she will just look at Uzumaki Naruto. But none of this matters. Hayaga Hinata's poor performance does not mean she can poor strength. She always performed poorly because Hinata Hayashi put too much pressure on her and scolded her all the time, which eventually led to her becoming a person who lacked confidence and gave up easily. After all, members of the Hayaga clan have to receive training at a very young age and have to bear pressure since childhood. Their natural introverted and somewhat timid character is their weakness. More importantly, he felt that Hinata Hayaga did not show outstanding fighting ability because the Hayaga clan's acupoint pressing techniques were too restricted throughout the entire play and there was no expressiveness at all. In the later period, besides Mike, who will play physical skills with you? As for Hinata Hayashi, he was silent at this time. At the beginning of the conversation between Uchiha Shikija and Itsutsuki Tenmo, he heard that Uchiha Shikija seemed to know the Itsutsuki clan of the moon. But how did Hinata Hayashi know that? It's not clear. Perhaps, the Uchiha clan, like the Hayaga clan, has some records left over from long ago. Good. Hinata Hayashi finally nodded. Uchiha Shikijo, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, might really be able to guarantee the safety of his child. As for recruiting disciples, Hayaga Hayashi believed that Uchiha Shikijaku wanted to use this identity to protect his children. Time flies. The 52nd year of Konoha. January 27th. No one paid any attention to what happened to Otsutsuki Tenbo, because the Hayaga clan only said that he was sparring with Uchiha Shikijabu. And today, the Hayaga clan and the Uchiha clan held a ceremony to form an alliance between the two clans, and Hayaga Hayashi publicly announced that his daughter, who had just turned 1 month old, would become a disciple of Uchiha Shikija. At the same time, the heads of the Kurama clan, the Abarame clan, and the Ui clan also attended the ceremony and announced that they would cooperate with the Hayaga clan and the Uchiha clan to complement each other in business and resources. For a moment, this news made many families look at each other in confusion, but no one cared much, because family alliances were very common. For example, the Sarutobi clan, and the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans were also allies. And the village became strange again when Sarutobi Hiruzen regained power. The Uchiha clan's task share was directly returned to its original state, and all the Uchiha clan members who had just taken up their positions were transferred away. The Uchiha clan moved from the core to the periphery again. But this time, the Uchiha clan did not have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were all trying to give up and even actively developed business. In just over 2 months, many commercial stores appeared in Konoha. Food, clothing, and utensils are all covered. There are even pharmacies that sell things that ninjas and even ordinary villagers are tempted by, which are 2 kinds of pills, but the prices are ridiculously high and they are sold in limited quantities. Certainly, the appearance of this pill also made the eyes of spies from other countries shine, and they all reported it, because as long as they got the formula of this pill, their countries would definitely become stronger. Hokichi's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked at the information. This was the report on the Uchiha clan's behavior that he had asked the Umbu to collect recently, as well as the information about the 2 pills that he was most concerned about. What on earth is Tsunade doing? She developed this kind of pill and actually collaborated with the Uchiha. This pill is practically a treasure. As long as it is mass-produced, it will not only bring huge profits, but it can even enhance Konoha's overall strength. More importantly, this kind of thing can also win over many families, and the Uchiha don't sell the Sarutobi clan to families that have good relations with the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table with his hand, thinking in his heart. He had asked someone to buy this thing to see its effects, but he required it to be taken on the spot and he could not leave until the effect was fully exerted. One thing he could confirm was that these pills really worked. Recently, even within the weak and sickly Kurama clan, several promising individuals have emerged, and some have even awakened their bloodline limits. But Tsunade doesn't trust him. He is very clear about this. There's been no movement from Hong or Asuma either. It seems like it's going to be difficult to bind the Ui clan through Asuma. Recently, Hong has been intentionally or unintentionally distancing herself from Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been trying to win over the Ui clan because they have perfect illusion skills. I found that the clans praised by Mr. Kishimoto in the public notice were all mediocre later. Another important thing is that even Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan cannot bounce off Ui Shinku's illusion. Forget it, let's deal with the Uchiha clan first. As long as the Uchiha clan falls, these guys will only have one choice. Now they should think about how to choose another successor to the Will of Fire from the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha clan has basically stopped carrying out ninja activities. There is even a rumor circulating that the Uchiha clan has given up the idea of the Konoha Guard. Although the Konoha Guard is powerful, it is an organization that can suppress the Uchiha. It will make the people of the village resent the Uchiha and exclude the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows. He actually knew that the second Hokage had no good intentions in letting the Uchiha establish the Konoha Guard, but it was ultimately to prevent the Uchiha from causing trouble and keeping quiet. He really had no intention of killing the Uchiha, but after he inherited the position of Hokage, he directly distorted what his teacher wanted to convey. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the Senju clan in the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan's reputation and status hindered him, and the Uchiha clan's strength and power blocked him, but he couldn't really let the Uchiha clan hand over this power. What he wanted was for the Uchiha clan to have this power and make the villagers hate the Uchiha clan. There's been no news about Orochimaru recently, but Danzo has been active and has revealed to me that he's still secretly maintaining the dark side of Konoha. After the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village passed away, although there were some frictions with the Hidden Leaf Village, it ultimately did not become too chaotic. However, according to spy intelligence, the Hidden Cloud Village is now beginning to become stable under the arrangements of the new fourth Raikage. That guy, Tatsuya Tsubo, it's really useless to negotiate an alliance agreement. The intelligence shows that the Uegakur village is ready to make a move again. Danzo said he would arrange for people to obtain the information. Am I really too cruel to Danzo? He loves Konoha as much as I do. Forget it, once we've dealt with the Uchiha issue, we'll restore his identity. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village are both making military preparations. It is estimated that a large-scale battle will soon break out with the Hidden Leaf Village. The power of the root is still indispensable. Thankfully, the sand village has become somewhat exhausted recently. The fighting has almost ceased, and there seem to be signs of peace talks. But the strange thing is that in the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander seems to have disappeared, and the entire Hidden Rain village has begun to close down. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked down at the village from the huge window of the Hokage's office. He was thinking about how to deal with the restlessness of the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Rock village. At present, the Uchiha clan is unlikely to obey his orders, and he cannot send them to the front line to weaken their strength. Namikaze Minato also used self-cultivation as an excuse. What's more, after he discovered that Minato Namikaze was disobedient, he had no intention of allowing Minato Namikaze to continue to increase his reputation. Hokage-sama. It was at this time that an Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office. Are you ready? Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged his pipe and did not look back. Yes, I'm ready to go meet the daimyo. The Umbu responded that Sarutobi Hiruzen would leave the village today to report to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Also, for the sake of the legitimacy of his authority, he wanted to truly restore the position of the third Hokage. In this case, it would be legitimate and reasonable if the Fire Nation daimyo issued a notice. In fact, the daimyo of the Fire Country really did not want to see Sarutobi Hiruzen reinstated, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had used public opinion to reverse a lot of his reputation in the past 2 months. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen is powerful and has the support of many families, so the daimyo of the Fire Country can do nothing, because Konoha and the Fire Country prosper and suffer together. What's more, at this time, several neighboring countries are watching covetously. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, picked up the Hokage's hat on the table, and walked out of the Hokage's office directly. After this matter was dealt with, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to get rid of Uchiha Shikijaku first, because Uchiha Shikijaku was the uncertain factor of Uchiha. A town not far from Konoha, it was once the ancestral home of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Later, it was abandoned due to the establishment of the Hidden Leaf village. But after Uchiha Shikijaku started planning for the Uchiha, he began to build this place and turned it into a production site for pills. At the same time, Uchiha Shikijaku also began to build another factory next to the pill factory, the factory's accommodation area. In the room assigned to Tsunade, Tsunade was kneeling on the ground, holding information in her hands. Uchiha Shikik rested his head on her legs, staring at the milky white Yukiko who was blocking his view without blinking. Breathtaking, breathtaking. Children will no longer be afraid of going hungry. As for Tsunade, her pretty face was full of joy at this moment. Since she used the wood release, she began to pay attention to the condition of her body cells, because Uchiha Shiki had a hypothesis that needed Tsunade to confirm. The result was exactly as Uchiha Shikichi had expected. Tsunade compared the cells of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, with her own cells and found that they were almost identical. The cell data of Hashirama Senju was once the result of a secret research on Hashirama's cells ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, but later it was discovered by Tsunade under the secret manipulation of Uchiha Shikigami, who violently demolished the research institute and took away a lot of data. This is also the reason why Tsunade now has a much worse attitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen than in the original work. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen even dug up her grandfather's grave. Sure enough, cells similar to my grandfather's began to appear in my body. Although they don't have my grandfather's exaggerated vitality, they can also generate chakra and split according to certain situations. Tsunade put down the information and lowered her head to look at Uchiha Shikijabu lying on her legs, but she found that she had a very good figure and could not see Uchiha Shikijabu's face when she lowered her head. That proves my guess is correct. Uchiha Shikija felt that all the descendants of the Six Paths Sage possessed certain characteristics, but those characteristics gradually deteriorated over many generations. Physical energy can include families such as the Senju, Uzumaki, Hagoromo, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Yatsuki, and Kagaya Kimimaro. Spiritual energy can include families such as Uchiha, Hyaga, Kurama, and Ui. Whether it is the abnormal amount of chakra, the physical bloodline limit, or the tricky eye technique and mental attack, etc., it is all because they are descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Not all members of the Senju clan have immortal bodies, they just have ridiculous physical energy, that is, and ridiculous amount of chakra. But perhaps the Ashiras of all generations will only reincarnate in people with strong physical energy, while Indra will only reincarnate in people with strong spiritual energy. In other words, even if Hashirama Senju was not the reincarnation of Ashura, he could still develop would release, but this special type of bloodline limit secret technique would transform the cells in his body. The reason why Hashirama Senju's would release is so powerful and his body is so abnormal is probably that after he mastered would release, he merged it with the Ashura's chakra in his body to obtain a perfect sage body. Tsunade is now beginning to produce cells in her body that are similar to those of Hashirama Senju. This is because she uses the combination of the three attributes of earth, water, and yang to change the properties, causing the cells in her body to mutate. However, the power and cells of would release are weaker because she does not have Ashura's chakra in her body, which means that she has not obtained the so-called true sage body. The most intuitive difference between Tsunade Senju and Hashirama Senju can be described by Uchiha Madara. That is, if Uchiha Madara used Tsunade's current cells, he would definitely not be able to awaken the 6 paths of Samsara, because Tsunade does not have Ashura's chakra in her body. In other words, wood release is not inherited from blood, but requires one to master the combination of 3 attributes and then produce special chakra-transformed cells, so that one can use wood release. Tsunade reached out and gently stroked Uchiha Shiki's white hair. At first, she was really annoyed with this little man of hers, but as they got along, she found that this little man was actually very good, that he was not only knowledgeable and talented, but also very powerful. And after that incident, Tsunade felt a little addicted to it. That's right, but the prerequisite is that the user himself must have a body like the Senju clan that has an extraordinary amount of chakra. After all, wood release consumes a lot of chakra. More importantly, they have to fuse the 3 attributes required for wood release and transform them without Hashirama's cells. Moreover, this transformation must be able to transform chakra into vitality. If I'm not mistaken, all members of the Senju clan are born with the yang release chakra attribute, and it's common to also possess the water and earth attributes. The ancestors of your clan realized this, so they have been developing escape techniques, and later developed wood escape techniques. However, few people succeeded. But it is precisely because of the power of wood escape techniques that your clan is known as the Thousand Hands of the Forest. Uchiha Shikik spoke leisurely. Tsunade thought about it carefully. The basic attributes of her grandfather, father, younger brother, and others are earth and water, and Yang Dun is the attribute that the clan members possess from birth. By the way, Yin and Yang Dun and Yin Yang Dun are not different things. Yin Yang escape refers to the power of the 6 paths, which is a fusion of the 5 basic attributes of the 2. If you have to say it, it is the power of the 6 paths, and it is the bloodline network. Shikik-kun, here I come. Just as Tsunade was thinking, a rather special person appeared here. She was dressed like a nun, had long brown hair, and wore a pair of round-framed glasses. Her voice was very soft and pleasant, and sounded a little ethereal. A wandering witch. Outline Xiao was very surprised. Could this guy also be Uchiha Shikija's man? No, if you show up, then something must have happened, right? Uchiha Shiki stood up, sat in a very casual posture, and spoke with a smile. The wandering shrine maiden is actually Yakushi Nono, 24 years old, a ninja of the same class as him. His current identity is still the director of an orphanage. In the original work, she was a core member of the Root, and her personal abilities were very good. She was good at lurking and intelligence gathering, so she was spotted by Danzo Shimura and pulled into the Root. Later, she withdrew from the Root because of her kind nature. Unfortunately, she was framed by Danzo Shimura and caused her and Kabuto Yakushi to kill each other. But now she has changed a lot because of Uchiha Shikija. She was even a spy of Uchiha Shikija when she was in the Root. After she collected a lot of information that Uchiha Shikijaku wanted, Uchiha Shikijaku asked her to do what she wanted, so she withdrew and set up an orphanage to shelter war orphans. Uchiha Shikijaku was not stingy and secretly provided a lot of funds. He even gave her rubbings of many ninjutsu scrolls of the Uchiha clan to use in training the orphans in the orphanage, but he did not restrict them to learning, so they were very free. Now and in the past, much of the information Uchiha Shikijaku holds was provided by Yakushi Nono. But on the surface and secretly, no one would have thought that Yakushi Nono was Uchiha Shikija's man. Yes, Yakushi Nono responded with narrowed eyes and a gentle smile. She did not avoid Tsunade because with her intelligence ability, she had known for a long time that Uchiha Shikija and Tsunade were having an affair. Snort. You always took advantage of me when we were in school. From Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Shikija learned that Danzo Shimura was actually looking for her just like in the original story, but the time was 1 year earlier. Danzo Shimura still uses his power to oppress others. After all, although Danzo Shimura was labeled a traitor by Minato Namikaze and lost his root and his position as Hokage advisor, everyone who understands knows that this is no big deal. Danzo Shimura has a large amount of silver and Konoha headquarters ninjas in his hands. He has only become darker and darker. He is still doing things for Konoha for his own sake. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knew it, but he just acquiesced. Recently, the Uegakure village has been restless, so Danzo Shimura did the same thing as in the original work, asking Yakushi Nono to carry out a long-term undercover mission and requesting that people be recruited from the orphanage to join the Root. The process is the same as in the original. Kabuto Yakushi was eavesdropping, and Danzo Shimura said this because he realized that Kabuto Yakushi was eavesdropping. He also had the idea of getting rid of Nono Yakushi because Nono Yakushi knew too much about him. I'm good at medical ninjutsu and espionage, and the forbidden technique you taught me a long time ago, the technique of self-transformation. Danzo knew this. He told me to transform into your appearance and attack the Uegakure village or the daimyo of the land of Earth while I was a spy there. He gave me the clothing you casually discarded, which contained your genetic material. So my mission is not only to investigate and lurk in the Uegakure village, but also to provoke a war between the Land of Fire and the Uegakure village, and to make the 2 great lords of the Uegakure village, Oniki, target you and start another war. Yakushi Nono continued speaking. Forbidden technique, the technique of transforming yourself. one of the S-level forbidden techniques developed by the second generation, introduced in the fate-defying Mall. It requires the user to have extremely terrifying chakra control abilities and a strong knowledge of human biology. As long as one obtains the other party's genetic material, whether it is flesh, blood, hair, or even clothes stained with skin fragments can be used as a medium, and then this forbidden technique can be activated, using the technology of precisely controlling chakra to physically change one's own body appearance, perfectly mimicking the opponent. During the process one can use any ninjutsu of the opponent except for the non-bloodline limit, but it is limited to the ninjutsu known before obtaining the genetic material, and the power is only 30%. It is also obvious that it is listed as a forbidden technique, that is, it cannot be used for a long time, otherwise the physical shape will be fixed and return to its original appearance. Therefore, Yakushi no usually releases it every 3 hours and then continues to use it. And this forbidden technique was only known to Yakushi no, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Shikija, who provided her with the ninjutsu scroll. This is how she became the strongest master of espionage. Oh, that guy Danzo is starting to target me. I thought she would target Sarutobi Hiruzen first, but then again, the Uchiha clan humiliated him. If this plan succeeds, the Hidden Cloud Village can use the excuse that Konoha tore up the alliance agreement first as an excuse to retaliate against the Hidden Leaf Village. This way, they will have a better reason to start a war again without having to bear the blame. If everything goes well, they may even be able to obtain the corpses of the Uchiha clan for research. It's not a loss at all. Regardless of whether the Sandaime can hand me over to the Hidden Cloud Village, I will become a sinner of Konoha, and the people of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rock Village will hate me. If the Sandaime has the courage, he will even attack me and hand my body over to the Hidden Cloud Village to avoid war. Let's fight first. Tisk tisk, what an old fox. They scheme against their own people even more deliberately than they scheme against other countries. Uchiha Shikija immediately understood Shimura Danzo's purpose. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Tsunade and Yakushi no rolled their eyes together. After hearing the content, you figured it out in an instant. You are the fox who deduced so much information, right? Real. Yakushi no spent a long time thinking on the way here before he figured out Shimura Danzo's plan, which took him 10 hours. Before Uchiha Shikijaku spoke out, Tsunade only thought that Shimura Danzo wanted Uchiha Shikijaku to become the sinner of Konoha and suppress the Uchiha's reputation, which was slowly recovering. Uchiha Shikija, just kidding, I'm also calculating people, and I've read the original work, I may know Shimura Danzo better than him. As expected, Shikikun is still so smart. So, what should I do? To be honest, I don't want to do that. I don't want you to be hated by your fellow Konoha people. Yakushi no still smiled with narrowed eyes. Her forbidden technique can even mimic the opponent's chakra and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu, which even the Sharingan cannot see through. By then, Uchiha Shiki will have no way to defend herself. Uchiha Shikijo certainly knew this. Seriously, many of the ninjutsu developed by the second generation are basically forbidden techniques, and many of them are aimed at the Uchiha clan. For example, this forbidden technique, according to what Uchiha Shikijaku learned from investigating family documents, was used by Senju Tobirama to collect intelligence on the Uchiha clan before Konoha was established. Besides, he clearly mastered the 7 escape techniques and could change their nature, but he only specialized in water escape technique to defend against Uchiha's fire escape technique. The key is, there's a joke. Senju Tobirama, brother, I have developed a new, couldn't finish. Senju Hashirama, is it water jutsu, interrupting? Senju Tobirama, no, couldn't finish. Hashirama Senju, classify forbidden techniques, continue to interrupt. It's outrageous. From here we can see that many of the ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama are outrageous. Be good and do as Danzo says. Uchiha Shikija stood up and walked over, squatted down, and touched Yakushi no's head. Yakushi no is very kind, truly kind. He was so kind that sometimes Uchiha Shikija asked him to be a spy. I can't bear it. She never thinks about herself, but only spreads her kindness. Yakushi no squinted his eyes, revealing a somewhat silly, or perhaps natural, smile that made people feel soft and at ease. Picture in the comments. And Tsunade looked at Yakushi no. This little man seems to be quite charming. Although the villagers of Konoha are afraid of the title of Uchiha, it has to be said that the Uchiha clan is basically made up of handsome men and beautiful women. Uchiha Shikijaku does not have the gloomy and melancholy appearance that Uchiha was born with due to Yindun. Instead, he always gives people a gentle and comfortable feeling, which is actually very popular with little girls. In his future in politics, he will definitely be the target of many families wooing. The best way to win him over is through marriage or through a true master-disciple relationship. Perhaps I can really try to revive the Thousand Hands of the Forest. Tsunade has her own understanding of politics. Like the second generation, he never married, but as a political means, he accepted disciples from different families and different classes and trained them as his personal guards. By the way, the third Hokage is leaving. I saw him on the way here. According to the intelligence personnel under my command, he is going to accept the commission and continue to lead the Hidden Leaf Village as the third Hokage. Yakushi Nono, who was enjoying the Uchiha-style touch, suddenly remembered something and continued talking. She actually knew a lot about Uchiha Shikija, including what happened in Konoha in recent months, because Uchiha Shikija also secretly provided pills to the orphanage she ran. To put it in Uchiha Shikija's way, it means both parents are dead at the beginning, life experience is tragic, and there is a possibility that he will be the protagonist. Just like Kabuto Yakushi, if he hadn't met Uchiha Itachi and Izanami, he would definitely have been destined to be the villain protagonist. It's something that's expected, don't worry about it. Uchiha Shiki went from touching Yakushi Nono's head to pinching Yakushi Nono's chubby face. This was a habit developed over a long period of time, just like a playful quarrel between siblings. Even though Yakushi Nono is wearing a nun's outfit, she has a great figure. Moreover, he has had a chubby figure since he was a child, but it does not make people feel fat. In the words that Uchiha Shiki knows, that is the innate cause holy body. Then I will go and carry out what Danzo has arranged. Yakushi Nono nodded, then pulled some hair from Uchiha Shiki before leaving. Yakushi Nono trusts Uchiha Shikija very much. Like Namikaze Minato, she cared a lot about Uchiha Shikija, who was much younger than them, when they were in the ninja school. In addition, Uchiha Shiki has always been a pleasant person to deal with since he was a child, so basically there are really few girls who hate him. However, many boys do have opinions about him because girls are all around him. Tisk tisk, you're quite popular with women. After Yakushi Nono left, Tsunade joked. Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes. This was called investing for the future. Every person he came into contact with would be of great use in the future, so he started building good relationships since childhood. Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Senju Tsunade, and more. Then I'm leaving. I have to go teach that Braditaki. Uchiha Shikaizuki said hello and left. Even though he and Tsunade had done something like that, he still felt like they were more than friends but less than lovers, which was very strange. Notice, the host has completed the story of the fate-defying pharmacist Nono, and has obtained 2,000 points of fate-defying points. Information: the host has defied Shinmura Danzo's original plan against the Uegakur village and received 2,000 points of fate defiance points. Information: the host has gained 2,000 points of fate-defying points by demonstrating the presence of the fate-defying Thousand Hands clan. On the way back to the village, Uchiha Shiki listened to the prompts from the system in his brain. Shikaku-sama. When Uchiha Hajiki appears, she usually hangs around Uchiha Shikijaku when she has nothing to do, and at the same time receives a lot of information or handles miscellaneous matters on behalf of Uchiha Shikijaku. What's wrong, Miss Yayu? Seeing Uchiha Hajiki, Uchiha Shikik asked. He wondered if he should recruit a few more direct subordinates, otherwise Uchiha Yayu would be very busy in the future. A family would like to offer their children to become your students and learn from you. They would like to ask for your opinion. Uchiha Hajiki handed a list in his hand to Uchiha Shikija. This was the political act that Tsunade had in mind just now. These families have recently used Uchiha Shiki's pills to train the younger generations of the family. The results are very obvious. Not only can they use various types of ninja and chakra control smoothly, but the increase in chakra also provides a more promising future. So they increasingly felt that they had to deepen their relationship with Uchiha Shiki. Even though on the surface they only knew that the pill was developed by Tsunade, it was entrusted to Uchiha Shikijaku for management. That's right. In the outside world, except for Hayaga Hayashi, the other family roots allied with Uchiha did not know that this pill was developed by Tsunade with the formula provided by Uchiha Shiki. Let me see. Uchiha Shikija did not refuse, which is a good thing. In the original work, successive Hokage have more or less bound the various families together through this kind of student relationship. Oh, there are so many children who were born last year, but there are older ones too. In the list, Uchiha Shiki saw several familiar names, such as the new generation of Abarame Shino, Ui Kurane who is only 11 years old now, and so on. Suddenly, Uchiha Shikija smiled because he saw a name that impressed him very much. Kurama Yakumo, the eldest daughter of the Kurama family, now just over a year old. Those younger ones will have to wait a few years to become my disciples. By then, I will have Shino Abarame, Yakumo Kurama, Hinata Hayaga, Suzuki Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki all become my students. As for Ui Kurane, let her come to me. Abarame Shino, a man who has never lost a game, but is not very impressive. Although his brain is not as good as the future Nara Shikamaru, he is also very flexible. Kurane Ui was born with a special illusion body that if she is trained well, she will grow up to be quite good. After all, even the Mangekyo Sherinan cannot resist the illusion of her father, Shinku Ui. Kurama Yakumo, with his special physique, has extremely powerful illusions under his bloodline limit. Not only can he control people's five senses, but everything that happens in the world of illusion can also cause real harm to the human body. In layman's terms, it turns illusions into reality. Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Shiki has an idea that he wants to try out if they are allowed to stay together since childhood, work hard and study together, and their emotions are strengthened, and if their original plots have been changed, will they still become enemies? Yes, Shikasuji-sama. Return. There is another thing. Today, while the third Hokage was away, the clan leader submitted a proposal to the Konoha high-level officials to transfer the power of the Konoha Guard. He has already received the approval of the two advisors. They have taken over the Konoha Guard and have begun to reorganize it. Uchiha Yayu continued to say that many people in the Uchiha clan now know that the power of the Konoha Guard is a pit, and there is nothing to be reluctant about now. Very good. The advisors have the decision-making power. If the Hokage is not in the village, then the former Danzo and the two advisors will hold the decision-making power. The following notice will be issued: the Uchiha clan will not interfere in any political affairs of Konoha village, and will give up all commissions and turn to business development, but private training will also continue. We also instruct the families we are cooperating with to take actions that distance them from Konoha's military. Uchiha Shikijaku has started to set traps for some people. If this continues for a long time, many people will wonder whether Uchiha and Konoha are becoming disunited. So, only the hidden cloud village would be fooled. Otherwise, Konoha, who twisted the threads into ropes, would make others a little afraid. Otherwise, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo become despised beings? That's right. Everything Uchiha Shikijaku is doing now is to wait for the time for the hidden cloud village to kidnap Hyuga Hinata. Even if it didn't happen in the end, Uchiha Shikijo had a backup plan. Yes, Master Shikik, I will immediately inform the clan leader and the clan leaders of other cooperating families. After saying this, Uchiha Yayu used the instant body technique and disappeared. Because it was a bit far from the village, Uchiha Shikija originally thought of using the Flying Thunder God technique, but thinking that he hadn't taken a slow walk for a long time, he walked slowly towards the village. But as he walked, Uchiha Shikaizuki frowned. As a time traveler, Uchiha Shikijo's abilities were mediocre even in the state of his Izanagi, but he still insisted on using his perception ninjutsu whenever he went out. He discovered that there was someone nearby. Because he was following him all the time, Uchiha Shikijaku felt something was wrong. Why does this chakra attribute feel so familiar? Uchiha Shikija stopped and looked at a certain spot. There is a tree over there. Although it is well hidden and the chakra has turned into life energy integrated into the tree, because Uchiha Shiki remembered the chakra fluctuations of Senjutsunade, he has an understanding of the chakra fluctuations of wood release. According to ordinary people, they really wouldn't be able to sense it and would just think that the tree is normal. Suddenly, a lot of pointed wooden stakes emerged from the ground, piercing out from all directions of Uchiha Shikigakai's position as fast as the wind. The distance between the stakes was very small, and even the sky was covered. This is to prevent Uchiha Shikijo from using the instant body technique in the ninjutsu. The ninjutsu flickering technique involves high-speed movement, not space jumping, so there must be a gap to escape. Uchiha Shiki's Sharingan had already been revealed early on. When he realized something was wrong, a Senbon needle engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique had already slipped out from his sleeve and was shot out, passing through the gap in the wood release technique. Although we can directly use Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha, but that would be a bit boring. Uchiha Shikija activated the Flying Thunder God technique, jumping in time and space beyond the range of wood release, and instantly swung his hands, shooting out more than a dozen thousand needles engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Shikija figured out one thing: why does the Flying Thunder God technique require the use of a kunao seal? First, it can be used as a weapon. Second, the steel used for kunao is chakra steel, which is very suitable for ritual engraving. Third, easy to recycle and reuse. Therefore, Uchiha Shikijo also used chakra steel to create many Senbon needles. Using Senbon needles makes it more difficult for the enemy to discover the engraving location. As expected, when Flying Thunder God is in the evil possession Izanagi state, his chakra consumption is quite high. If he doesn't condense his chakra in between, even Nagato should only be able to use it about 200 times. And in my evil possession Izanagi state, I can only use it about 20 times at most. But fortunately, even in this state, I am proficient in all the ninjutsu I redeemed from the fate-defying maul. The only difference is that I have too little chakra. He thought about it in a flash, and this time a kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique on it slipped out from Uchiha Shika's sleeve. He threw it directly towards the tree, and he began to form hand seals while throwing the kunao. At the same time, at the moment when the kunao was about to hit the tree trunk, he activated Flying Thunder God again. His left hand held the kunao he had just thrown, and his right hand was already emitting lightning. Lightning release Thunder Dragon falling from the sky. Not only can it be released without the hands, but it can also be gathered in the hands and rush directly towards the target. The Flying Thunder God technique of the Yondaime and Nidaime? Jin inside the tree was very shocked, because the information he got did not show that Uchiha Shikijo could fly Thunder God. Moreover, lightning struck wood is very effective. So Jiali broke free from the other side of the tree and jumped out, while forming seals with both hands. Wood release, tree binding and eternal burial. As the seal was completed, the tree that Jia had just attached to instantly exploded into countless branches that they coiled towards Uchiha Shiki like flexible snakes, and the speed was very fast. In an instant, they were about to wrap up Uchiha Shiki. Crash! Uchiha Shikija once again activated Flying Thunder God, jumped to a position on the side through time and space, and shot the kunao in his hand again at Jia, who had just separated from the tree and had just landed on the ground and formed seals without releasing his hands. So fast! A's face changed drastically, and he put his palms together again, which were about to separate. He later became Captain Yamato. Would escape wooden spindle wall. This is a wood-release defensive ninjutsu. A row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form an arch wall to protect the armor, and also allowed the Flying Thunder God kunao to be nailed outside. However, Uchiha Shiki still activated Flying Thunder God and held it, came to the side of the wooden wall, and rushed forward with the lightning in his hand. The exploding lightning was mixed with a large number of wooden fragments, some of which were directly burning red, obviously because sparks were burned by the lightning. Wood makes fire. Just like the Fire Nation can become the strongest country because of Hashirama Senju, Hashirama Senju burns himself to make the Fire Nation even more powerful. Oh? Uchiha Shiki looked at the empty interior of the wooden wall. It seems that Ji used the earth escape technique to escape directly into the ground, and at this time, within 100 meters around, the earth seemed to come alive, and countless vines emerged from the ground. They gradually expanded and coiled towards Uchiha Shikigakai like a giant dragon and snake. The tree world is born. No, it's not. It's just that the roots of the trees have changed their shape and used them for attack. They should absorb the chakra of the person who is entangled. But there's one good idea. All the 1,000 needles I shot out are within the range of his would-release ninjutsu. This means that no matter how I jump through time and space, I'm still within the range of this would-release. Uchiha Shikaizuki thought for a moment. He thinks that Jia is actually quite powerful now. He was able to fully master would-release at the age of 10, and even possessed a scroll of would-release ninjutsu. He was also personally taught various experiences by Danzo Shimura. If it weren't for his limited power and chakra, he would have a bright future. What a pity! Uchiha Shikigashi formed hand seals and launched the Flying Thunder God technique again. It is true that Flying Thunder God does not need to make hand seals, but if there is no guidance of the technique engraved, then hand seals are needed, and it will also consume a lot of chakra, and the distance of the instant body movement is not far. But out of wood there is no problem in escaping the encirclement. So he easily escaped from the wood-release encirclement again and stood not far away. In fact, Uchiha Shiki knew without any perception that Jia was definitely there. People at the root level take their tasks very seriously. There is no need to think about it. This child must have been arranged by Danzo Shimura. In the original work, after Minato Namikaze's death, Shimura Danzo was dissatisfied with the conservative third Hokage's return to power, so he sent Kabuto and other root ninjas to assassinate the third Hokage. But now the target has changed to me. It should be a double insurance. If A succeeds in assassinating me, then Yakushi Nono's plan to frame me will not be carried out. But if A fails to assassinate me, then we can continue. Tisk tisk. Should we say that he is truly worthy of being Danzo Shimura? He actually sent out Kabuto, who possesses would-release. Isn't he afraid that I will kill him? No, Danzo is an old fox. The would-release that Kazuo possesses is very important to him. So there is only one possibility. Shimura Danzo must be watching nearby at this moment. After all, he is really interested in Kazuo's would-release. After figuring it out, Uchiha Shikichi grinned with a wicked smile. Damn it, there wasn't much information on Uchiha Shikijaka to begin with, but I didn't expect him to be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique. And he can actually sense me merging with the trees. How is that possible? Would-release is different from other ninjutsu, it cannot be distinguished. I was hiding in the trees, feeling a little overwhelmed. Because the Flying Thunder God technique was too tricky, even if he used would-release without hesitation, he had no chance of hitting. And if the opponent attacks, he can only defend. The other party is obviously playing tricks on me. With Flying Thunder God, he can leave here anytime he wants, and he still has a very large range of lightning escape that he hasn't used yet. A is already thinking about what to do next. Should I escape directly or try again? When he was following Uchiha Shikija just now, he was actually very hesitant, and even paused when performing would-release. After all, he had also collected information about Uchiha Shikija's behavior. He personally believed that Uchiha Shikija was worthy of respect. He also admired Uchiha Shikija's strength, which was so strong that it could cause losses to the root and make Shimura Danzo fear him. But he is too weak and can only be controlled by others. It was precisely because of this that Uchiha Shikija felt that Jia was really not suitable for this kind of assassination. His emotions are just restricted by his roots, but his thinking is actually normal, and he also wants to protect what he thinks he can protect. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. But just as Jia was thinking, Uchiha Shiki had already made his move in an instant. The opening hand seal is the same as Uchiha Madara's. After inhaling a large amount of air into the lungs, the chakra is gathered to change its nature and convert it into fire attribute before being exhaled. The power of a ninjutsu lies in the amount of chakra injected into it. However, fire style like this oral fire style still depends largely on lung capacity, because even fire style formed by chakra requires air as an accelerant. Therefore, many people will take a deep breath before using oral fire escape, and some even have their chests bulge. The amount of chakra that Uchiha Shikija injected into the fire style at this moment was 1/3 of the remaining chakra, so the effect of the technique was very great, and the horizontal area reached 10 meters. But this is not the end. The destructive power of fire release alone can only burn for an instant, so after releasing the fire release in one breath, he formed seals with his hands to release lightning release and injected the remaining half of the chakra. Lightning release. Thunder Dragon falls from the sky. The purpose of Thunder Dragon descent is to release lightning and precisely control it to fly into the air like a passing dragon to attack the enemy. It can also be gathered in the palm of the hand to form a straight line and shoot out rapidly. But, because the users are proficient in the ninjutsu exchanged from the fate-defying maul and used, they can control the effects of the techniques to the maximum extent. Therefore, Uchiha Shiki's lightning release directly rushed into the fire release and exploded, turning into countless small thunder dragons, which were propelled by the heat of the flames and destroyed indiscriminately like a shotgun. Under the burning of fire release and the sweep of lightning release, the forked branches and leaves turned into ashes, while the trunk was directly penetrated by lightning release and exploded. As long as the amount of chakra is sufficient, the power of any ninjutsu will be great. Just like at this moment, Uchiha Shiki's fan-shaped attack swept in front of him, destroying a large space. Sure enough, very powerful. In the dust, Ji looked very disheveled. His long hair, like a girl's, was curled up, and his pretty face and body were somewhat burnt. His left arm was torn and flashing with twisted wire mines. Although he intended to use water jutsu the moment fire jutsu hit him, it was too late. So he could only control the trees on the spot and use wooden ingot walls to defend against the fire escape, but the fire escape was mixed with the very destructive lightning escape, which directly penetrated the wood escape and hit him. Finally showed up. At this time, Uchiha Shikijo only had half a quarter of chakra left in his body. The two ninjutsu consumed 2/4, Flying Thunder God consumed a quarter, and the remaining half was out. As expected, the amount of chakra in the male form of his Inagate is too little, and in order to increase the power of the ninjutsu, he also gave the ninjutsu a lot of chakra. A test subject for Hashirama's cells, my wood release is pretty good, but that Danzo guy is underestimating me, isn't he? Uchiha Shiki smiled. But the voice of these words came from behind A, and A's face suddenly changed. Without looking back, he clenched his fist and swung his arm behind him, but he was grabbed by another Uchiha Shikatsu and his neck was pinched. Ji did not give up. He turned around and kicked Uchiha Shikija. Even the shoulder whose arm was pinched by Uchiha Shikija was dislocated because of his action. Bang! Uchiha Shiki was kicked, but his body turned into smoke and disappeared. Damn it, when did he use the shadow clone? Ji gritted his teeth and used his palm, which was torn apart by the lightning attack, to twist his dislocated arm back into shape, then stared at Uchiha Shikijo vigilantly. When did I disappear from your sight? Uchiha Shikija smiled and asked back. This made Ji frown, then react. When he used would release Eternal Burial, many tree roots wrapped around Uchiha Shiki, and at that time he lost sight of Uchiha Shiki. In fact, it was true. At that time, Uchiha Shikija used shadow clones. The main body instantly arrived here, while the clone used the Senbon technique that could cover the range of the wood release to hide in the blind spot. As for why Uchiha Shiki said he was an experimental subject, it is not difficult to guess. Deo didn't know where he got the news from. When he broke into the laboratory, Ji saw Tsunade in the container, and Uchiha Shikijaku has a good relationship with Tsunade now. Silence. Slowly retreated, he had to retreat. Look at your arms. Uchiha Shiki pointed at the arm that had just been held by the clone, and was not worried that he could escape. Ji aimed his gaze at the area below Uchiha Shiki's eyes, stretched his arm in front of him and took a look, and found that there were the words "I was here" where he had just held it. This made him understand that Uchiha Shikija's clone was not trying to control him, but simply to keep the Flying Thunder God technique. This made Ji stop retreating. He immediately understood that this should be the Flying Thunder God technique, so he did not hesitate to draw out the ninja sword on his back with his other hand, and then chopped at the arm with the Flying Thunder God technique. There's also the back of the neck. How about you cut it off as well? Uchiha Shikija smiled and looked like a gentle brother next door. He felt that under normal circumstances, he was actually quite powerful when combined with Flying Thunder God. It was just that he had less chakra. After hearing what Uchiha Shikija said, Ji stopped swinging his sword and instead stabbed it towards his own heart. This is how the roots teach us: if the mission fails and there is no hope of escape, then you have to find a way to commit suicide to avoid being captured alive and having your own intelligence obtained. Generally speaking, members like Gio who possess special abilities have bodies that are treasure troves, so they should use chakra to self-ignite. But that would take time, so he could only stab the heart directly, and then try to see if he could ignite the chakra in his body before the heart stopped beating. Having witnessed the tragic fate of many other experimental children dying one after another at a young age, he developed a desire to protect them at a young age. However, due to the fate of the test subjects being at the mercy of others, this goal could not be realized, leaving an indelible mark of pain deep in his heart. Now as a member of the Root and carrying out missions under the codename E, he also has darkness in his heart, but he also has his own ideas. He just needs someone to let him bask in the sunshine, just like Kakashi had taken him in the original work, but because of the protagonist's butterfly effect, this event did not happen. As expected, in the end, I can't protect anything. If I could, I would like to be like a tree and bask in the sunshine. This thought flashed through his mind as the blade was about to pierce his heart, but soon, his blade stopped. Because at this moment Uchiha Shiki had already activated Flying Thunder God and appeared in front of him, grabbed his hand, and hit him in the stomach with a knee, then pinched his neck and lifted him up. The Uzumaki clan is good at sealing techniques, and the fourth Hokage's wife is good at sealing and releasing them. The root of the tongue disaster root extermination technique is a kind of sealing technique. If you want to bask in the sun, then choose it. Since you are a talented person and you even hesitated when you used the wood release to assassinate me, I will not kill you. From now on, take the name Senju and work for Konoha to atone for your sins. Uchiha Shiki's voice echoed softly, and only the two of them could hear it. Then he swung his hand and threw Jia to the ground, then turned and left. But Uchiha Shikijo didn't say some things. That's because in Yamato's original work, even when Uzumaki Naruto went berserk and grew 8 tails, he knew that he couldn't suppress it even if he went over, but he didn't give up and continued to endure the severe pain in his palm and rushed over. And for the sake of Danzo Shimura, who might be watching in secret. Previously, Uchiha Shikaizuki believed that Orochimaru must have passed the information about his abilities to Danzo Shimura, so Danzo Shimura ordered Yakushi Nono to carry out that mission and use his country to deal with him. But judging from this assassination, it should not be the case. Perhaps Orochimaru just told Danzo Shimura that he possessed the Mangekyo or something else. Otherwise, with Shimura Danzo's shrewdness, he would never have sent Kabuto to die when he knew that he could use Susanoo and the power of his Inamai. This time, they sent Jia, probably to test his strength, and also to see his kaleidoscope ability or combat effectiveness. After all, apart from Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Tsunade Senju and Hajiki Uchiha, everyone who saw his fighting power was stunned, and no one else knew his abilities. Oh, there is another Uchiha Obito who knows. After seeing Jia and making this guess, Uchiha Shiki chose to use the evil possession Izanagi state and exposed the Flying Thunder God technique at the same time. He just wants Shimura Danzo to be confused. Moreover, Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Shikijo were meant for Uchiha Itachi from the very beginning. The person he wanted to deal with was Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura was just a byproduct. But it doesn't matter if Danzo Shimura seeks death early. There is no need to be frugal for the sake of Uzumaki Minato's life. However, Uchiha Shikijo still prefers to let Uchiha Itachi do it himself. Tisk tisk, you're worthy of being the two old 6S, you use me, I use you. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo have 800 minds between them. Those who plot schemes have dirty hearts. Unlike me, I'm a sunny and cheerful boy. Come on, Danzo, I don't have much chakra now. If you were here, come and attack me quickly. Even if you die, I will let Ant Snake give you an impure world reincarnation and then let Itachi whip your corpse. Uchiha Shikija put his hands in the sleeves of his Haori, looking forward to it with great interest. Because if Danzo Shimura really dared to launch a sneak attack, it would prove that he might have already possessed the arm full of Sharingan, otherwise he would not dare to show up. The Sharingan on the arm should belong to Uchiha Kagami and his followers, whose bodies were not found as mentioned by Uchiha Fugaku. If that's true, then Uchiha Shikijo wants to challenge him to see how many seconds it will take to dig out all the Sharinans from Shimura Danzo's arm. Just after Uchiha Shikija left, Danzo Shimura instantly appeared next to Jia. His arm has been replaced with Shin's arm, which is embedded with Sharingan, and his attire has also become an armored combat outfit similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen's, except that he is wearing a cloak without the Naruto characters on it. Just now he was watching from a height of 1,000 meters away. After all, the Sharingan can see far away, and he knew that Uchiha Shiki had perception ninjutsu. This information had been reported by Sarutobi Biwako and Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Jia was about to commit suicide, Danzo Shimura was ready to activate the curse seal binding left on Jia's body, which was similar to the binding technique used when fighting Uchiha Suzuki in the original work. Even if A is captured alive, it is better than death, because A is very useful to him. What's more, what if A's intelligence is taken away? He is now Konoha's rebel ninja. However, he really didn't expect Uchiha Shikijo to just turn around and leave. Flying Thunder God technique. That Minato guy actually taught the forbidden technique to others casually? Just now, the Sharingan could see that he didn't have much chakra left. With that amount of chakra, how did he have so many outstanding achievements, and how did he release such a large range of lightning during Kushina's childbirth? Then the lightning escape is stored in a special ninjutsu scroll, and the battlefield relies on the Flying Thunder God. Also, he didn't kill Kazuo because Kazuo has wood release? I can't see through it. But my instinct told me not to attack. That he seemed to have guessed that I was nearby, and even turned around and left, revealing some subtle flaws. Danzo Shimura looked in the direction where Uchiha Shiki was no longer there. As a veteran, experienced, and very shrewd ninja, he generally trusts his intuition. As for A, he was lying on the ground, unable to move. The flying thunder god's seals on his arms and the back of his neck had already melted beneath his skin, but soon, he felt dizzy and passed out. Uchiha Shiki's lightning release actually made him feel a little uncomfortable, and his torn arm caused excessive blood loss, and the final knee strike was quite powerful. Shinmura Danzo sighed. Although Jia has wood release, his chakra amount and the power of wood release are not as good as those of the first Hokage. If Uchiha Shikijaka didn't have the flying thunder god technique, then it would be easier to deal with. To be honest, even he is afraid of the flying thunder god technique. It seems that I still have to let Nono carry out that plan. I will not bother him for the time being. Danzo Shinmura was able to endure and bend, and those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. For the sake of his position as Hokage and to unify the ninja world, any humiliation and forbearance are commonplace for him. Notice, the host changes the plot of the future Yamato stage and obtains 1,500 points of reverse fate. Notice, the host caused Shinmura Danzo to deviate from the original plot and gain 4,000 points of reversal of fate. Uchiha Shiki was a little surprised when he heard the prompt in his mind. Ouch! Did Danzo Shinmura hit a critical hit again? He is truly the tool of destiny, Konoha's strongest pot shadow. Come to think of it, Danzo Shinmura was causing all kinds of trouble in the anime during this period, so it's normal that he could get 4,000 points of fate reversal after the change. But he was not surprised that Danzo Shinmura did not sneak attack him. They are all old foxes, they can't be fooled so easily. Well, anyway, he is left as a target for attack. Otherwise, the kid will tend to think too much that there must be a target to steady him. As long as I lead him astray enough, fate will not be able to keep up with their pace of deviation. Uchiha Shikaizuki was thinking about things while walking on the road to Konoha village. In fact, the people that Uchiha Shikijaku contacts, makes friends with, or lets go are all people he thinks will be useful in the future. Since there was still time, he could reorganize Konoha, he could make those he thought had potential stronger, and do his part in defeating future alien visitors. I'm currently no match for anyone in the ninja world. I'll even try to evolve my eyes again later. I think I'll have no problem fighting in Itsutsuki. But my goal isn't just to prevent alien visitors, so every bit of help is appreciated. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan are the most important. According to what I know, to open the Rinnegan, one needs to possess Indra's chakra while also possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, one needs to obtain Ashura's chakra, fuse them together to draw out the power of the 6 paths, and then, after adapting, one can open the Rinnegan. As for whether it's the eternal Mangekyo or not, it's actually not important. The eternal Mangekyo is probably just something that a certain point king of the Uchiha clan used to avoid blindness in the long history of ninja. But we still need to practice to know if it's correct. That's right. Uchiha Shiki was thinking about how he should come up with an idea to make those members of the Uchiha clan who were close to him and would not betray him awaken the Rinnegan. As for whether it is right or wrong, a great man once said, practice makes perfect. To be honest, Uchiha Shikaizuki himself was not quite sure whether the opening of the Rinnegan required the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Uchiha Shikija thought of another question. If the Uchiha clan's Indra's reincarnation can fuse the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation to awaken the Rinnegan, then what about the reverse? If the reincarnation of Ashura obtains the chakra of the reincarnation of Indra, what abilities will he gain? The power of the 6 paths, or something else? After all, in the anime, Naruto didn't get Indra's chakra, but directly obtained the power of the 6 paths from the Sage of 6 Paths, and also possessed part of the chakra of the 1 to 8 tails. Strictly speaking, he is considered a pseudo 10 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shiki paused, frowning in thought. In this world, the human soul is a special kind of natural energy, chakra, and the ability to extract souls. The Rinnegan's human ability. This is impossible because the only Rinnegan right now is with Nagato. Unless he stops hiding from me and lets me dig it out and use it. Then the other one is. Uchiha Shiki looked up in one direction. In the Land of Fire, at the outermost edge of Konoha village, at a relatively far distance, there is the Uzumaki clan's Nanamando, a shrine that houses the Uzumaki clan's masks. Shiki Fusion, that's the trick. Hehe, really, even though you're still in your cradle, you must trust me. I'll only take a little bit of you, really just a little bit, for experiments. Minato and Kushina, as well as Mr. Fugaku and Aunt Mikato, know what I'm thinking. They shouldn't want to stab me, right? It's true that Uchiha Shiki is strong, but he actually respects and cherishes these people, and his confidence is a little lacking. However, he still changed direction. The destination was the location of Nemean Hall, which was not far from where he was. Now, isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen useful? Since he's going to die anyway, why not make use of him? 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shikija arrived not far from the Uzumaki clan's Nemean Hall. But Uchiha Shiki was stunned for a moment. Because at this moment, there was a red-haired woman holding a baby in her arms standing in front of Nemean Hall. Her eyes revealed sadness and her expression was a little tired. The cloak on his body was a bit worn, the shoes on his feet were badly worn, and he was only carrying a small package on his back. Uzumaki Karen, this is her name, Karen's mother. Another translation of Karen can actually be called Hanashi, and the flower language of Karen is only love, but her mother has no name in the anime, so I used Karen for her. Coming all the way from the Iron Country, this is the first one that's so intact. Perhaps there are people from this tribe here. I can. No, the Fire Nation is a huge country, and it seems to be in turmoil. I'd better keep moving forward and find a small place to stay and raise Karen. Karen, let's continue on our journey. Uzumaki Karen looked down at the child in her arms, revealing her maternal tenderness again. Then she put on the hood of her cloak to cover her hair color, turned around and left in one direction. Along the way, she heard a lot of news, all of which were news of internal discord within Konoha, so it would be better not to stay near Konoha for too long. Although this information was deliberately leaked by Uchiha Shiki. From the Iron Country, and with red hair and a child in her arms, the direction she's heading is the direction of the Earth Country. There are small countries like the Grass Country at the border there. Uchiha Shikija seemed to be able to guess who it was, but he had to confirm it. Excuse me, are you a member of the Uzumaki clan? Without much hesitation, Uchiha Shikija spoke. This made the woman immediately turn sideways alertly, and even took out a rusty kunao and stared at Uchiha Shiki. From this we can see that she encountered many situations along the way. He leaned sideways to protect the child, and held the kunao for defense. Please don't worry, I mean no harm, I'm a ninja from Konoha. Uchiha Shikija explained. Uzumaki Karen also possesses the ability to determine if someone is lying by sensing chakra, but even after she can tell the truth, she doesn't relax. Because the members of the Uzumaki clan are treasures that can be used by any village, and some villages would even be wary of them if there were too many of them, otherwise the Uzumaki clan would not have been exterminated at that time. The sealing technique mastered by the Uzumaki clan was coveted by many countries, including the Land of Lightning, Kimagakur, Mist Village, etc., and they eventually joined forces to launch a war to annihilate the country. However, Konoha village was scattered due to the war and failed to intervene in time to rescue. So as a survivor, Uzumaki Karen has been living cautiously. But because the war spread to the Iron Kingdom where he was hiding, her husband was killed. She could only hide from place to place with her pregnancy. Finally, she gave birth to Uzumaki Karen on June 20th last year, and then continued to move slowly and carefully. She happened to see this Nemean hall today, which made her feel a little sad. I heard you talking to yourself just now. If you have nowhere to go, why not come to Konoha? There are also members of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. After all, the child you are holding is still young. Uchiha Shikija smiled, his tone and expression were sincere and gentle. But when he heard the word Karen, he was sure that this woman was Uzumaki Karen's mother. Uchiha Shikijaku himself had no intention of targeting Uzumaki Karen. He just wanted to find a wife with a better bloodline for a future brother named Yuxing. What bad intentions could he have? After all, Uzumaki Naruto is a man. The reincarnations of Indra and Azura, even if one of them was a female, the family feud would not have lasted so long. If there is a quarrel, just go and defeat him. There is no conflict that cannot be solved in one go. If there is, just fight with him all night long. Either you die of exhaustion or I die of exhaustion. Come on. If you keep arguing, we'll continue to hurt each other. Why did Uchiha Shikija think about bloodline? Boruto. Harino Sakura and Nishikawa's daughter is quite talented. But just because the children born to Hashira and Harino Sakura, a commoner, are both talented, what if the target is Uzumaki Karen from the Uzumaki clan? Bloodline is really important. Uchiha Shikijaku actually had some doubts about his white hair, because the Uchiha clan really did not have pure white hair. My parents have normal hair color, how could I have white hair? So he also asked the system directly. The system's response was that he was born with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and could also use Izanagi, the mortal possession, and Izanagi, the celestial possession. Ever since he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, the transformative abilities of his left and right eyes have been transforming his body, but the two are extremely opposed, as if they have a grudge against each other. It's outrageous. The female state is more powerful because his body in female state is very close to the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. The male status is just a small fry, similar to a civilian ninja, or even a native, and that's the limit of his growth. However, it was precisely because of this that Uchiha Shikija had a bold idea. Could the descendants of the Six Paths Sage use some means to enhance their bloodline and make it more powerful? This was also Uchiha Shiki's main plan, so he wanted to use the small whip to find Ant Snake. Uchiha Shiki's own idea takes too much time. For example, if the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan combine to give birth to the next generation, and this generation combines with the Senju clan to give birth to the next generation, then they will have the three bloodlines of Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. Then, they combined with the Hyuga family to give birth to the next generation, and became the bloodline of the four clans. Is this similar to an alternative atavism bloodline? Sharingan with Byakugan, whoever you blare at will die? Diamond Seal set would escape, whip everything to pieces? Seriously. Basically all the people who can cheat in the whole play are on Konoha's side. Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, Uchiha. What about other people? Either rely on hard work or mutation, but the limit of achievement is just like that. Might guy, so, take my kick, my youth has no limits. Let's get back to the topic. Uchiha Shikija looked at Uzumaki Karen so sincerely, and Uzumaki Karen could also use her ability to feel that Uchiha Shikija was sincere. To be honest, Uzumaki Rosewood was a little hesitant. She also didn't want to let her child suffer, but Konoha was an uncertain factor, and she might be imprisoned. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Uchiha, and my given name is Shikik. You may not be familiar with this name, but you must have heard of the title of Ghostly in the ninja world. Seeing that Uzumaki Karen was hesitant, Uchiha Shikijaku introduced himself directly. Uzumaki Karen had just revealed in her muttering that she had been in the Land of Iron before, so she might know him. Uchiha Shikija's words also made Uzumaki Karen stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Uchiha Shikija with shining eyes. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Iron was directly used as a strategic location by the Hidden Rain Village, and ordinary people of the Land of Iron were used as strong laborers and killed at will. That's how her husband was killed. She knew that her red hair was eye-catching, and the Hidden Mist Village was one of the main forces that destroyed the Uzumaki clan at that time. She did not dare to go out rashly, and even only had simple reserve food to eat. Just when her food reserves were about to run out and she was about to venture out, she heard bursts of thunder, and in the distance, thunder as dense as rain fell from the sky over the location of the Hidden Mist Village stronghold. Afterwards, all the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village around her village disappeared, leaving only charred or electrocuted corpses scattered all over the ground not far from the village. Later, the rumor spread in the ninja world that a man from Konoha village directly repelled the Hidden Mist Village. He was Konoha's Geixi, and he came directly from the territory of the Land of Fire to the stronghold of the Hidden Mist Village, frightening the Hidden Mist Village. Later, he landed directly in the territory of the Land of Fire from another direction. Although she knew that perhaps it was because this was a strategic point of the Hidden Mist Village that the people of Konoha attacked here, but it is also a fact that she and many other villagers were saved because of this. So in other words, Uchiha Shiki can be considered the savior of her and the child in her arms. Thank you for your lightning-fast action in forcing the evacuation of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas from the Land of Iron during the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, one was in a village not far from where you were fighting. If it weren't for you, one might have had to venture out to find food, which might have been dangerous. After all, one am indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Karen knew from her ability that Uchiha Shikijo was not lying, so she immediately retracted her kunao and bowed slightly to thank Uchiha Shikijo. As the elder of the Uchiha clan, I would like to invite you to settle down in Konoha and join Konoha. What do you think? Let me be frank with you. I can see that the child you are holding is a girl. There is a child in my family who is about the same age as her. I want to find a wife for him. Uchiha Shikija smiled and did not avoid the bow. This was just a coincidence, and he had no idea that Uzumaki Karen was in the Iron Kingdom at that time. Although he killed many ninjas at the border, it was also a fact that many ordinary people in other countries avoided being harmed by other ninjas. Uzumaki Karen, her face was full of question marks and confusion. No, what the hell are you worried about? Is he about the same age as my child? Doesn't that mean he's not even a year old yet? How afraid are you that he won't be able to find a wife in the future? The key is, her ability allows her to know that Uchiha Shiki was not lying. This is outrageous. Puff. Before she knew it, Uzumaki Karen couldn't help but smile. She hadn't laughed like this in a long time, and Uchiha Shikigashi felt very funny to her. Uchiha Shikako flipped over eyes, hands spread out. Sincerity is his ultimate weapon. He knew that the Uzumaki clan had an ability that could sense whether the other party was lying through chakra. Thank you for your invitation, I will go. Uzumaki Karen also figured it out that if she went to a small place, she would be alone with her child, and she would be an outsider, so life would probably be difficult. It would be better to accept Uchiha Shiki's invitation. At least, Uchiha Shikijo is a member of the Uchiha clan, and is also the famous ghost in the ninja world. If possible, no parent would want their children to suffer with them. By the way, why are you here? Uzumaki Karen asked Uchiha Shikija. It just so happens that maybe you can help me. I'm looking for a mask, the mask of the god of death from the Shiki Fusion. Uchiha Shiki looked at the location of Nanman Hall. To be honest, Uchiha Shikaizuki didn't know which mask the god of death was. Originally, he had planned to take them all and then tell Uzumaki Kushina later, because only Uzumaki Kushina comes here to clean and repair it every year. The Mask of Death. Uzumaki Karen thought about it and she had an impression of this. The sealing technique, Shiki Fusion, was developed by the Uzumaki clan. That unlucky guy died on the day he invented the technique. He used his life to develop the sealing technique. Fortunately, he had written records, and later other members of the Uzumaki clan continued to improve the Shiki Fusion based on these records. Because the author had brain surgery, the writing can't keep up with the brain's thoughts, and it's hard to concentrate, so the author has to write in the middle of the night when it's quiet, so updates are around 7 a.m. Also, please give me some ratings and rewards. Please give me more feedback and urge me to update more. Thank you. The death masks of the name Endu are all the same, but they are actually the carriers of contracts with different techniques. This is what Uzumaki Karen told Uchiha Shikija. Uchiha Shikijaku really didn't know this. Using her special sensing ability, Uzumaki Karen held the sleeping Uzumaki Karen in one hand, took off one of the masks from all the others with the other hand, and handed it to Uchiha Shikijo. This is the sealing technique, Shiki Fusion mask that carries the Death God's contract. Don't wear it lightly, and even if you do, be sure not to randomly condense chakra, otherwise your body will be used as a sacrifice by the Death God. Uzumaki Karen instructed Uchiha Shikijo very seriously. The results of wearing a mask to condense chakra and using the Shiki Fusion are the same. The difference is that releasing the Shiki Fusion requires the user's soul, while wearing a mask to condense chakra requires the user's body. The soul should not be used, unless Ant Snake encountered a bug at the time. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Uchiha Shikigakai put the mask away. Uzumaki Karen seemed to have a good personality. Perhaps because of his sincerity, she no longer felt as wary as before, but instead felt a little relaxed. So, are you coming back to Konoha with me now? Uchiha Shikija asked Uzumaki Karen. Well, after all, I was just passing by here, and I remembered that there was the Uzumaki clan's name and hall here, so I came to take a look. Uzumaki Karen nodded. Once she made a decision, she would not procrastinate, unlike Uzumaki Kushina, who was impatient. Well, excuse me then. Uchiha Shikija raised his hand and pressed it on Uzumaki Karen's shoulder. Before Uzumaki Karen had time to wonder, she felt her eyes blur, and then she found that her place had changed and was now in a tidy-looking room. A kunao with the words "I was here" engraved on it was hung in the air by its handle. The Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Karen was a little surprised and looked at Uchiha Shiki. We are already in Konoha village. This is the Uchiha clan's land, located in the very center of the Uchiha clan. It's a public school, and it's where I teach the younger Uchiha when I have time. As Uchiha Shikija said this, he sealed the death mask he brought back with a scroll and put it back into his ninja tool bag. Please follow me. I will take you to see the clan leader and also let you see your future. No, I'd better prepare some clothes for you first so you can sort it out. Halfway through his speech, Uchiha Shikija smiled and changed the subject. He could see that Uzumaki Karen was hesitant to speak, and considering how exhausted she looked now, he decided to let her wash up first. After all, it is somewhat disrespectful to meet the clan leader in such a state. Okay, thank you. Uzumaki Karen bowed slightly, and it was obvious that Uchiha Shiki was quite thoughtful. Soon, Uchiha Shikija found clothes for Uzumaki Karen, which were exactly the same as those on Uchiha Shikija. After all, the clothes worn by Uchiha Shiki are suitable for both men and women. In addition, Uchiha Shikija also found clothes for Uzumaki Karen in Uzumaki Karen's arms. These were left here by Uchiha Mikato because sometimes she would come here with the child, so there were baby clothes here. After thanking her, Uzumaki Karen took Uzumaki Karen to the bathhouse that Uchiha Shikijaku mentioned. Uchiha Shikigakai just sat down cross-legged. In his male form, his chakra has almost been depleted to date. Although he can eat soldier pills, Uchiha Shiki really doesn't like eating them, so he needs to refine his chakra. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Shikija, who had condensed his chakra, sensed someone approaching and opened his eyes to look over. Uzumaki Rosewood walked towards them from a distance, holding the little girl Uzumaki Karen tightly in her arms as if she were protecting a rare treasure. Uchiha Shikija couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the Uzumaki clan was exactly the same as the Uchiha clan, and it was truly a concentration camp of handsome men and beautiful women. Whirlpool Rosewood, who had just finished bathing, had long hair as rich as red wine, so smooth that it seemed to flow like water. Her skin was as smooth and tender as white jade, and her facial features were even more delicate. The only slight flaw was that her face looked a little thin, like a fragile flower swaying in the wind. As for her figure, perhaps because she had just given birth to Uzumaki Karen, the maternal characteristics of her figure were like the rising sun in the morning light, emitting a hot and strong maternal glow from top to bottom. With just one glance, Uchiha Shiki knew clearly that Uzumaki Karen would definitely not starve. However, the truth is, there is a reason why Whirlpool Rosewood is so thin. Poor diet is certainly one aspect, but more importantly, for Uzumaki Karen, she did not hesitate to use chakra to stimulate her breasts to make the milk more abundant and nutritious. This is also the reason why Uzumaki Karen is now white and plump. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Shikik. Uzumaki Karen bowed slightly to Uchiha Shikijaku. In her arms, the 8-month-old Uzumaki Karen was looking at Uchiha Shikija curiously with her big round eyes. This was the first time the uncle saw him. Karen, this is Uncle Shikasugu. That will need him and his people to take care of us from now on. Uzumaki Rosewood gently holds Uzumaki Karen. Although children of this age don't understand these things, parents always like to talk to them. So cute. Uchiha Shikigakai stood up and walked over. He patted Uzumaki Karen's little head. Then I looked at the sky. It was already late and the sun was setting. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Uchiha Shiki looked at Uzumaki Karen. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Karen, Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen immediately responded that this was really not right. Well, Miss Karen, please follow me. we're going to the clan leader's house for a meal, and we'll also let Karen meet her future husband. Uchiha Shikaka leads the way directly. And Uzumaki Rosewood is really funny. No, Mr. Shikik, are you really serious? This child is not even 1 year old yet and he already has a fiancé? However, Uzumaki Karen also understood that the child that Uchiha Shikijaku was talking about, who was about the same age as Uzumaki Karen, might be the child of the Uchiha clan leader that Uchiha Shikijaku was talking about. If so, your status and family background are very good. Is she worthy of my child? As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen would not normally have such thoughts, but the destruction of the village, the deaths of clan members, the life of displacement, etc., have made her realize that she is a wanderer without a hometown. Well, if possible, let's first see what the other party's family is like. Uzumaki Karen thought to herself that if her daughter could marry into a good family, she would feel much more at ease. At least she wouldn't have to hide from place to place. Uchiha Fugaku family. Although she is the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Mikato still likes to cook for her family. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was holding his younger brother Uchiha Suzuki and sitting in the corridor outside the door to watch the sunset. Uchiha Suzuki was also white and chubby, and he never cried as long as Uchiha Itachi took him. He really had a big brother complex since he was a little brother. What? Why did Uchiha Fugaku, who did not respect Sarutobi Hiruzen, still name his youngest son Suzuki? Uchiha Shiki was actually confused, but didn't ask. But before the joint alliance ceremony of several families, one day Uchiha Shikija and Uchiha Fugaku, who was out of the clan territory for investigation with his child, met Sarutobi Hiruzen on the road. Then suddenly he said to him, "The third generation's father is called Suzuki, so my son's name is Suzuki." Uchiha Shiki was a little confused at first, because Uchiha Fugaku's voice was a little loud, and he emphasized the word dad, and his tone did not sound respectful. It took a while for Uchiha Shiki to understand. What Uchiha Fugaku meant was Sarutobi Hiruzen's father was called Suzuki, and his son was called Suzuki, so Sarutobi Hiruzen was the grandson. Whenever he met Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku would say this to the people around him: "Good job." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Hey, Itake, you brought your brother with you." Uchiha Shikija led Uzumaki Karen over and took Uchiha Suzuki directly from his arms. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity it is that such a cute kid is disabled. Suzuki. Wait a little longer. After I have whipped Aunt Snake with the whip and dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will take a little bit of the soul from your body. Uncle won't lie to you. Better a lesser soul than a lost arm, right? Uchiha Suzuki, who was being looked at by Uchiha Shiki with a smile, trembled all over and wet his pants. Then he started crying loudly, and kept pushing Uchiha Shiki's face with his little hands, trying to resist as much as he could. The corner of Uchiha Shika's mouth twitched. Good job. When you grow up, you can brag to the ninja world that you are the only one who can pee on Ghost and still survive. Teacher, Suzuki is shy. Uchiha Itake grabbed Uchiha Shiki's belt and tried hard to get his brother back. The teacher's legs were too long. His heart breaks when his brother cries, "This is my only brother." Mom, speechless. It's really just one of them being a brother con and the other a brother con, right? If you were siblings, or brother and sister, would you have to break through the barriers and go to Germany? When Uchiha Suzuki was returned to Uchiha Itachi, he stopped crying immediately, but for some reason, his eyes stared at Uchiha Shiki. "You little brat, I brought your future wife here, and you treat me like that and even peed on me." "Uncle, I am really a good person." Uchiha Shiki was smiling. The child must be really shy. It's impossible for him to know that he is plotting against him at such a young age, right? When Uchiha Shikija looked at Uzumaki Karen in Uzumaki Karen's arms, he was stunned for a moment. Because at this moment Uzumaki Karen was staring at Uchiha Suzuki, and her little face was smiling happily, which was very cute. "Ah, wife." Uchiha Itachi was a little confused. "Ah, wife." Uchiha Mikado, who opened the door not far away and leaned out with a spatula in her hand, said the same thing. She heard Uchiha Suzuki crying and was surprised, so she came out to see. Because Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Suzuki with him, this child really never cried. "Aunt Mikato, I'm here to eat." As for this is Uzumaki Karen, and the one in her arms is her daughter Uzumaki Karen, who is about a month older than Suzuki. I'm thinking of arranging a marriage for them. Of course, I respect the opinions of both your parents, I'm just mentioning it. Uchiha Shikijo explained happily that he was very well behaved in front of Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku. How can I say Uchiha Kanen? It's not that she doesn't love him, but that love is a little weird. She is really affectionate, coquettish and cute, making Uchiha Shiki feel like she has a daughter. The ones who truly made Uchiha Shiki feel the love of his father and mother were actually Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato. Swirl. Uchiha Mikato was stunned for a moment and looked at Uzumaki Karen, whose red hair was the same as Uzumaki Kushina's, which was actually very similar. Come in and sit down. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also came out from where Uchiha Mikato was, with his hands in his pockets, and called Uchiha Shikija and Uzumaki Karen in. Inside the house, Uzumaki Karen and Uchiha Suzuki were both placed on the soft cushions at this moment. Uzumaki Karen crawled towards Uchiha Suzuki using her short legs and small hands. Uchiha Suzuki tried to crawl away softly, but was quickly knocked down by Uzumaki Karen. Uchiha Suzuki used his little hands to push Uzumaki Karen, but when he found that he couldn't push her away at all, he looked directly at his brother. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi just looked at the two little guys with a smile and had no intention of interfering. He didn't have many friends, so he hoped that his younger brother could have many friends. As for Uzumaki Karen, she was pulled to the kitchen by Uchiha Mikato. This was not out of disrespect, but to get closer to her. Uchiha Mikato's unique way of making friends is to cook together, and she can ask Uzumaki Karen some questions at the same time. Uchiha Fugaku entertained Uchiha Shikijaku. What's going on? Uchiha Fugaku asked Uchiha Shikijabu, and Uchiha Shikijabu also told how he met Uzumaki Karen. At the same time, he also told Uchiha Fugaku about the bloodline theory as his speculation. Uchiha Fugaku suspected Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are gay, and he would not doubt that Uchiha Shiki would harm his child, and even seriously considered it. We all know that the Sharingan of our clan comes from our brains, which is also known as special spiritual energy. The Uzumaki clan has special physiques and strong physical abilities, so it is very likely that their physical energy is very strong. Uchiha Shikija didn't say much, but most ninjas understand the concept of mental energy and physical energy, because chakra comes from physical energy. That lady, does she have any objections? Uchiha Fugaku didn't think for long before looking at Uchiha Shikijaku and asking. I'm being frank, and she doesn't seem to object. But the children are still young, so we just want them to be together from a young age. This way, Suzuki will also have a playmate. You two can observe and decide. Uchiha Shiki could see that Uchiha Fugaku trusted him very much, and he was also moved. After all, although the Uchiha clan pays attention to bloodline, the purity of the bloodline does not really matter. Some people have very pure bloodlines and will never be able to open the Sharingan in their entire lives. So it can be seen that as long as one has Uchiha blood, they possess special chakra and can open their eyes if the opportunity and ability are sufficient. Okay, let Aunt Mikato take care of this matter. After all, they are both mothers of the child. I have no objection on this matter. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Uchiha Shikija smiled, stood up and walked to Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Karen, then picked up Uzumaki Karen and teased her, and then looked at Uchiha Suzuki who was staring at his brother with a look of grievance. Tisk tisk, uncle, I really envy our little Suzuki, he has a wife at such a young age. As he said that, Uchiha Shiki slapped Uchiha Suzuki on the butt. Uchiha Suzuki burst into tears. When Uchiha Itachi saw this, he used his instant body movement technique and picked up Uchiha Suzuki to comfort him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Shiki was full of resentment. This made Uchiha Shikaku's mouth twitch. This kid's brother complex is truly hopeless. You have to thank me, uncle. Your brother is a bit fragile and he needs to be disciplined more from a young age to let him know how dangerous society is. It's definitely not that I want to avenge him for peeing all over me. Uchiha Shikijaku didn't stay in Uchiha Fugaku's family for long. After finishing his meal, he left with Uzumaki Karen. As for Uzumaki Karen, she gets along well with Uchiha Mikato. As the wife of the clan leader, Uchiha Mikato is not a simple-minded person, and she also regards Uchiha Shikija as her own child, so she does not think that Uchiha Shikija will harm them. That's how the marriage between Uzumaki Karen and Uchiha Suzuki was actually verbally decided by their mothers. If the two children get along well in the future, they will announce it. Before that, Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Karen would both live at the private school. Uchiha Shikijaku also offered Uzumaki Karen a job, which was to let her take over Uchiha Hajiki's job of taking care of his daily life chores, and Uchiha Hajiki would only be responsible for the tasks assigned by Uchiha Shikijaku from now on. Back to private school. Uzumaki Karen took Uzumaki Karen to the room that Uchiha Shikijo had prepared for them. Daily necessities, baby products, and so on. Just before dinner, Uchiha Mikato had someone prepare it, and it was already placed in the room. Looking at the neat furnishings and the white lights, Uzumaki Rosewood felt very emotional, and even felt a sense of security in her heart. She has the ability to tell whether others are lying, so she knows clearly that Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku have no bad intentions towards her, and even feels that they treat her as a family member. And throughout the whole process, she found that the couple looked at Uchiha Shiki with eyes full of pampering and gentleness, and they seemed to really trust Uchiha Shiki. Home. Uzumaki Karen unconsciously lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms. Announcement: Host Uzumaki Hanari's stage storyline for Defying Fate, earning 500 points of Defying Fate. Announcement: Host Uzumaki Karen's stage storyline for the Fate-Defying Uzumaki, earning 3000 Fate-Defying points. Announcement: The host has completed the storyline of Uchiha Suzuki's rebellion against fate and has obtained 3000 rebellion points. The other side. Uchiha Shikija, who had just entered his room, heard the system's prompt. Ouch, what are you doing? Ugh, oh my god. What a good day today is. Not only did Danzo Shimura give a critical hit, but even Uzumaki Karen and Uchiha Suzuki gave big critical hits. After all, normally such small-scale plot changes will result in relatively few points of reversal of fate. Uzumaki Karen, a character who only appears for a dozen seconds in the original novel, can provide 500 reversal points, which is already a lot. Today is such a good day. Uchiha Shiki was singing a song, and just as he was about to continue walking, he felt a familiar feeling on the solace of his feet, which made his hair stand on end. Look down. At this time, a yellow-haired head was being stepped on the ground, with its facial features pressed tightly against the floor. The corner of Uchiha Shikaku's mouth twitched, and he lifted his foot and retracted it. There is no doubt that the only one who could suddenly appear and avoid his perception ninjutsu is Minato Namikaze, who can use Flying Thunder God. Hiss, what a loss, there's no scent, it must be a man's state. Minato Namikaze stood up directly, reached out to touch his face, and found that his nose was not bleeding. The handsome face that made his wife scream every night after giving birth was still there. He shouldn't have been so obsessed at that time, and shouldn't have agreed to Uchiha Shikijo's engraving of the Flying Thunder God technique on the solace of Uchiha Shikijo's feet just for the sake of wanting to touch them and feel the feel. After all, Uchiha Shiki was in female form at the time and was speaking in a joking tone, but Minato actually reached out and pressed it. I've told you countless times that the Flying Thunder God technique I engraved on me is for when you're in danger and can't win, not for you to just come and step on me for no reason. Although he was in male form, Uchiha Shiki still stared at Namikaze Minato with disdain. She would only activate her female mode if the enemy made her feel difficult to deal with. Otherwise, she would usually go straight to male mode. Even today, when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt that he still had a lot of room for control in his male mode. This saves trouble. Let's get down to business. You asked the root Umbu to come find Kushina and asked her to help him crack the root's tongue disaster root severing technique. What's so special about that kid? Namikaze Minato asked Uchiha Shikija. Although Namikaze Minato is a good guy, he doesn't mean nothing. The child still has wounds on his body, and he confessed that it was Uchiha Shikija who gave him the choice. Oh, you really went? Uchiha Shikija was very surprised. Did you go to find Uzumaki Kushina that night? That child possesses would release, and is the product of Hashirama's cell experiments. Currently, only a few people know of his existence, but you can ask Kushina to help remove it. Then, have him cut his hair, put on an Umbu mask, and let him be your Umbu. When the third Hokage era comes to an end, you will have to return to the position of Hokage. You will need to have your own power in your hands. Uchiha Shikija looked at Namikaze Minato and gave him serious instructions. In fact, Uchiha Shikijaka didn't need to say that he was not simply doing nothing during his free time at home. He has already recruited Ui Shinku, Heide Kakashi, Abarame Shiwei, Shiya, Karamahi, Original, and Hyaga Karaman, the same age as Kakashi, into the Umbu Guards, and others are also being screened. Anyway, once he returns to his position, they will be able to take up their posts. I see. Would release. I didn't expect that one of Hashirama's cell experiments was actually successful. Minato Namikaze was obviously not that surprised. In fact, the experimental site where Tsunade was able to sense Hashirama's cells was led by Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikija, and then revealed to Tsunade by Minato Namikaze. So Minato Namikaze also knew about the experiment on Hashirama's cells. As for what Uchiha Shikaka meant by the end of the third generation era, Minato Namikaze also knows it. Recently, he often heard that the village had discovered spies, and the borders of the country are very dangerous, and the battles and conflicts are becoming more and more intense. The information spread by Uchiha Shikija did give several major countries some ideas. Of course, they would also find out the truth, so they mobilized the spies who had been hiding in Konoha for many years and obtained a lot of intelligence inside Konoha. The content of the intelligence was very simple. Konoha high-ranking official Danzo Shimura spied on Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo and took action, which eventually led to a rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. The major families that supported the Uchiha clan chose to abandon their ninja identities along with the Uchiha clan and act as businessmen. The shadows of the major hidden villages heard this. Ah, Danzo? That's okay, the information must be true. Because Danzo Shimura has a really bad reputation in the ninja world. He is good at all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, and will do anything to achieve his goals. What is even more frightening are the spies of the root, who are really omnipresent. All the major hidden villages have suffered at the hands of Shimura Danzo. But this time, Cloud Village, well done, Danzo is such a good man, my Cloud Village will be the first to try this. Sand Village, Danzo, I apologize to you, you are a good person. Iwega Core Village, the era that belongs to me, Ryot Subo Onaki, has arrived. The Hidden Mist Village, I will just keep quiet and keep silent. Let's all fight, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shikige, yeah, I think Danzo is a good guy too. The next day, Uchiha Shiki gets up early. Uzumaki Karen quickly adapted to her identity and understood the daily work under the guidance of Uchiha Hajiki. It's nothing more than 3 meals, running errands, and cleaning. Finish your meal. Uchiha Shikijaku did not choose to let Uzumaki Karen follow him all the time, because she was different from Uchiha Hajiki, and she was mainly responsible for Uchiha Shikijaku's life. So, Uzumaki Karen also went to take care of Uzumaki Karen. And yesterday Uchiha Mikato said that she would take her to meet Uzumaki Kushina today. Master Shikasuji, Hong from the Ui family has been waiting outside early today. Uchiha Hajiki informed Ui Shinka yesterday. Uchiha Shiki nodded and asked Uchiha Hajiki to ask Ui Kurane to come and see him. Soon. A little girl with long curly hair, delicate face, red eyes, and wearing a black ninja uniform came over. She looked good overall and her nipples were already showing. Kurane Ui is 11 years old this year and graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 9. Unlike Kakashi Hatake and others, she has never been to the battlefield because she had not graduated at that time. At this moment she looked a little nervous, because she had also heard the legend of Uchiha Shikija, and could even be said to admire Uchiha Shikija. In addition, her father had told her not to be careless in front of Uchiha Shikija and to be respectful. After all, Ui Kurane actually has the talent to be a tomboy. You are Mr. Genhong's daughter, right? It seems that you have taken a lot of pills. The amount of chakra and the meridians in your body are very good. Uchiha Shikijo has already opened the 3 Megatama. Looking at Kurane Ui's body, he revealed a gentle smile, which gave people a soothing feeling. This reminded him of a meme from an anime. Uchiha Mirai. Then it must be the real Uchiha Mirai. But who should go? Itaki, but I have a little crush on Izumi. Suzuki is too young, and there's Karen. Forget it, let's talk about it later, but there's no hope for Asuma Sarutobi. Yes, Master Shikik, I am Ui Kurane. My father asked me to visit you and become your disciple. There was some excitement in Ui Kurane's voice. She looked up at Uchiha Shikijo, then lowered her head again. Her little face was flushed, and her little hands were clenched into fists, pinching the corner of her clothes. Ninjas worship the strong. Then become my disciple. From now on, you will be my second official student. Your senior is Itaki. Uchiha Itaki was indeed a student of Uchiha Shikija, and he had been one for a long time. Yes, teacher. Ui Kurane immediately responded stiffly, her body trembling uncontrollably due to excitement. The person in front of him is Guixia, who is called the god of death in the ninja world. He is an existence that can suppress the entire hidden mist village by himself. Don't suppress your nature, I know you well. Uchiha Shiki walked towards Kurane Ui and reached out to touch her head. This made Zihi Kurane stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red, because she herself knows that her personality is a bit tomboyish. After that, you will follow Itaki. I will teach you for the rest of the time. That's right. The focus after Uchiha Shikijabu was Uchiha Itaki and Kurane Ui. As for things outside, it doesn't matter. I hope Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan won't lose their composure by then. For a long time afterwards, Uchiha Shikija really hid in the Uchiha clan's territory and did not go out. He created the illusion that he was not there and taught Uchiha Itaki and Kurane Ui in a certain isolation barrier. Why in the barrier? Of course, it was to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique. This barrier was specially developed by the Uchiha clan because no one wants his wife to be peeped at. Yakushi Nono also sent information that her hiding in the Uegakure village was going very smoothly, and Shinura Danzo was urging her to carry out the plan. Uchiha Shikija knows the current changes in the situation in the ninja world. Now the Sand Village, the Reikurigakure, the Mist Village, and the Uegakure, which has not taken any open action but is already making preparations, are all waiting for someone to lose patience and take the lead. Therefore, Uchiha Shikaizuki wanted to take advantage of the time when teaching students to give Uegakure village this opportunity. May of the 52nd year of Konoha. Yakushi Nono carried out the plan of Forbidden Technique, Transformation Technique, and the entire Uegakure village was blown up because their daimyo was directly killed by Uchiha Shikija, and even the guards suffered heavy casualties. There was a ninja who had sensed Uchiha Shiki's chakra from afar and noted the ripples. He sensed that it was Uchiha Shiki's chakra. At the end of the same month, the Uegakure village openly broke the alliance agreement on the pretext that Uchiha Shikiju assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Earth, and directly allied with the Kumagakure village and the Sand Village, declaring war on Konoha again, threatening that if Konoha did not hand over Uchiha Shikiju, they would fight to the death. After all, the daimyo had been killed, and both their face and their substance were gone. The reason given by the Uegakure and Sand villages was that assassinating the daimyo was disrespectful. There was actually an unwritten rule in the ninja world that one could not attack the daimyo. After all, they supported the ninja villages. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was completely confused and asked someone to go to the Uchiha clan to inquire, but the response he got was that the person in question had not been in the clan for a long time. At this time, Hokichi's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the various pieces of information, slammed his hand on the desk and gritted his teeth. This period is so special now, how dare he do that? Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the information sent by Shimura Danzo. He also believed that no matter how ambitious Danzo Shimura was, he would not joke about such things. Moreover, the spy sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself to the Hidden Cloud Village also reported that it was indeed Uchiha Shikijibu, because the chakra ripples under the sensing ninjutsu were exactly the same. But the situation is urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about whether to bite his teeth and send out a large number of ninjas from his family because there are really no extra cannon fodder to mobilize. There are too few elite jonin that he can mobilize now. There are quite a few special jonin and other ninjas with not so good combat capabilities, but the truly powerful ones are the family ninjas from his family and the alliance. Let my eldest son and daughter-in-law be transferred directly from the Umbu, and send them to lead the ninjas directly to the border, Konohamaru's parents, to negotiate with the representatives of the three countries to avoid war. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, because now is not the right time. If a fight really breaks out, what will happen if the Uchiha clan takes advantage of the situation? Negotiation, must negotiate. He needed time to eliminate the influence of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikija. No wait. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down. Fight, we must fight, and the more people who die, the better. My direct descendants just need to pretend to delay the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Heitake Sakumo. Didn't you say you love the village? Well, I'll let you be hated and cursed by them, and I'll have no choice but to decide to use you in exchange for the unnecessary sacrifice of more people in the village. You'll be happy with that, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Gossip and malicious slander are the best swords. This will not only make Uchiha Shikija the target of hatred in the village, but will also directly worsen the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and it is even possible that many people in the village will turn to support him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good man with a kind face, a broad mind, good at appeasing people, and he always negotiates with the enemy in order to prevent the sacrifice of his fellow villagers. Here it comes, Uchiha Shiki's plan has begun. The Uchiha clan's private training ground, which is covered by the barrier set up by the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the outside world, Uchiha Shikijaku was always accompanying Uchiha Itaki in training his eye techniques. Itaki, please don't use your Amaterasu carelessly in the future, because it really can't burn people to death. I think it would be more practical for you to use a wooden stick to glare out black flames and then use it to stab people. Real. Uchiha Shikija was really trying hard to persuade the boy at this time. He was surrounded by dozens of scrolls of fire-sealing seals. This kid has been taking drugs since the pills appeared, and his internal meridians and chakra have been significantly improved. But his Amaterasu is really hard to break. Uchiha Shiki used a mobile puppet, but he missed it and almost burned all the trees around the training ground. Well, Uchiha Itake wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and scratched his head embarrassedly. His eye ability Amaterasu has difficulty hitting fast-moving targets, and he can only release it but cannot control it. What? Isn't Itaki Uchiha afraid of going blind when he uses his eye technique like this? Fine. It's just blindness, the Uchiha clan is used to it. After whipping Ant Snake with a small whip, Uchiha was no longer afraid of going blind. Moreover, Uchiha Shikigashi only let Uchiha Itaki release a little bit, just to test the hit rate. Itaki, wipe it off. Uchiha Izumi was also here. She came over and wiped the blood off Uchiha Itaki's face. She feels so distressed. His eyes have been bulging with blood for the past few days, almost several bottles of blood. Is he really not suffering from blood deficiency? She used to envy Uchiha Itake for having the Mangekyo Sharingan, but now she feels there is nothing to envy. Those eyes are about to pop out. Thanks. Uchiha Itake took it and said thank you. Perhaps because of the inspiration from Uchiha Shikijibu's childhood marriage to Uchiha Suzuki, Uchiha Mikato also had in childhood marriage with Uchiha Hajiki. Uchiha Mikato also considered this. That is, Uchiha Hajiki is now Uchiha Shikijaku's confidant and his retainer, so it is worth doing so. No way. Fundamentally speaking, it's really hard to hit the enemy if Amaterasu is simply released. This may be because it hasn't been fully developed, or it may be because it's impossible to control. The need to use Amaterasu proves that the enemy is strong. If the enemy is not strong, Amaterasu is not needed. Generally speaking, a strong enemy will definitely be very fast. Although Tsukuyomi can sometimes kill on sight, it also has many limitations, such as line of sight, distance, and the mental limitations of the caster. Although this eye technique can cause great damage to the enemy, it also means that if you kill 1,000 enemies, you will lose 800 of your own. Uchiha Shiki turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Karen, who was sitting on the ground not far away, leaning against a tree. Her hands were covered in ink, her brush had fallen to the side, and there were hundreds of scrolls lying nearby. Sealing technique, fire sealing seal. If we don't count legendary figures like the Six-Path Sage, the true origin of many sealing techniques is actually the Uzumaki clan, who later entered the Warring States. Basically, most of the sealing techniques in the ninja world were developed by the Uzumaki clan, and then improved and refined by other countries. Uchiha Shikija doesn't know how to seal, so he can only ask Uzumaki Karen for help. But now Uzumaki Karen looked up at the sky with lifeless eyes, an expression that asked, "Who am I? What am I doing? What should I do?" She really couldn't even lift her hands. Who can understand how she felt after writing the ritual tattoos for 3 consecutive days? Who can understand how she feels when she uses the sealing technique continuously for 3 days? No one told me that being a life assistant would be so tiring. Teacher, I suddenly had an idea. I want to try using fire style to coordinate with Amaterasu. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shiki. He possesses Amaterasu and can feel that Amaterasu's black flame attribute should actually be flame release, a special flame formed by the special yin chakra inside the Uchiha brain. That is, mobilizing the chakra in the body to flow to the eyes, changing its nature to form fire, and integrating the special yin chakra produced by the brain together, and then changing the form and nature of the fire attribute. Personal speculation. Fire escape is about fire, and some fire escapes change their trajectory according to the caster's thoughts, which may be used as a breakthrough. Because Uchiha is the best at using shuriken in fire escape. Uchiha Itachi knew all of this. Uchiha Shikija listened to Uchiha Itachi's words and nodded with a smile. It seems that Uchiha Itachi should have the same idea as him. It was originally because there was really no other way that Uchiha Shikija reminded him of his idea. After receiving the response, Uchiha Itachi took a few steps back. Uchiha Shiki's Sharingan could see that he had gathered the chakra in his right eye, and at the same time he could inhale through his abdomen to condense the chakra. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Uchiha Itachi directly spit out a ball of fire, and the shuriken directly penetrated it with flames attached, and shot directly towards the fast-moving automatic wooden man. Right after, each of the flying shurikens wrapped in fire suddenly burned with black flames and instantly expanded, swallowing the fire wrapped around the shuriken and strengthening itself. This time, each shuriken accurately hit the fast-moving wooden dummy, and instantly burned into black flames upon contact. I see it. I think the same thing as you. But I'm really surprised that he can think of this at his age. There's no pattern to predict with the wooden dummy I set up, but the Sharingan's inherent predictions can predict in advance. And the Uchiha Shuriken are always accurate, and since they throw the Shuriken themselves, their trajectory is clear. So Amaterasu only needs to predict the trajectory of the Shuriken and burn it in the air, and then ignite and wrap it at the moment the Shuriken flies past, taking the enemy by surprise. Attack them when they are least prepared. Uchiha Shiki immediately saw the clue, but this was obviously not enough. The trajectory of the shuriken was too simple and easy to dodge. But soon, Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals again. The moment he saw the seal, Uchiha Shiki immediately knew clearly that this was water jutsu. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand and his head at the same time, releasing the pupil technique of his right eye. Black formed directly above his head, but because there was no burning attachment, it was about to fall and hit Uchiha Itachi on the head. But the next second, a huge round water ball appeared above Uchiha Itachi's head, which directly wrapped the black flame. After all, Amaterasu is not a simple fire escape, and water escape cannot extinguish it. Instead, it will become a burning object attached to it. Water style, water dragon whip technique. Uchiha Itachi controlled the water in the center of the water ball and diverted it. Each stream was mixed with a ball of black flame. Countless water whips shot out at a very fast speed under his control. The head of each water whip is wrapped in black flames. Right after, the water whip landed directly on the fast-moving wooden man and exploded, and the black flames on the head directly covered the wooden man and burned him. Pa pa pa. Uchiha Shiki raised his hands and clapped. Flexible thinking. I don't need to remind you. My lady Hanaine herself is also limited by her pupil technique, so she came up with the idea of using the body flicking technique in conjunction with the pupil technique. Since you can't control Amaterasu, just use its characteristics and use your own ninjutsu to drive it. Uchiha Shikija smiled, and Uchiha Itachi finally looked a bit like the god Itachi. Actually, I just suddenly thought of Lady Kanan. Her eye technique is not a secret. Many people know that she learned the instant body movement technique to complement her eye technique. So I thought that since I can't control Amaterasu, can I use ninjutsu to indirectly control it based on Amaterasu's characteristics? Receiving the praise from Uchiha Shikija, Uchiha Itachi rarely showed a shy smile. Remember this flexible thinking. The ninja's use of ninjutsu and its effects are endless and cannot be constrained by common sense impressions of ninjutsu. Uchiha Shiki walked over and touched his head. As for Uzumaki Karen, she tilted her head and stared blankly at the black flames in the distance, which totaled hundreds. Uzumaki Karen, I can't lift my hands anymore. I really can't lift my hands anymore. I can't even comfort myself at night lately. Mom, I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Uzumaki Karen stood up silently, and Uchiha Izumi didn't even have time to praise Uchiha Itachi's little fangirl before she immediately went over to help Uzumaki Karen move the scroll. She didn't know why at this moment. I feel a little sorry for Uzumaki Rosewood, but I can't help but want to laugh. Because Uzumaki Karen's face was full of despair. Well, Miss Huali, this month's salary has tripled. Thank you for your hard work. Uchiha Shikija looked at this and felt a little embarrassed. This was too difficult for him. He was paid as a personal assistant and was doing the work of a logistical ninja for you. He was also responsible for writing sealing rituals and sealing Amaterasu. Uzumaki Karen, Sigma. Oh, real. Uzumaki Rosewood's eyes sparkled, her waist was no longer slumped, and her hands were strong. She was instantly revived with full health. I'm rich enough to buy nice clothes for my daughter. Really, the extra money will be deducted from the pocket money the clan leader gives Itake. Oh, and one more thing, Itake, these wooden dummies aren't cheap, so you'll have to pay for them when the time comes. You know I'm very poor. Uchiha Shikija answered directly with a smile, then looked at Uchiha Itake. Uchiha Itake? No, I'm still a child. Teacher, how can you say ice escape with a mouth that can spit fire escape? Uchiha Itake was almost dumbfounded. But before Uchiha Itake could protest, Uchiha Shiki turned and looked in one direction. Uchiha Itake was stunned for a moment and looked over, but there is no one in that direction. But more than 10 seconds later, Uchiha Itake saw several people walking towards him. Father, Hokage, Hayashi, and junior sister. Uchiha Itake was stunned, because Uchiha Shikija had instructed that few people knew about this place, and few people could get close to it. Moreover, Uchiha Shikija had also instructed that no one should disturb him unless it was something important. Itake, go help Miss Karen. Uchiha Shikiju probably knows why these people are here. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Itake was very obedient and ran over to help Uzumaki Karen move the sealing scroll with Uchiha Itake, and Uchiha Shikija walked towards Namikaze Minato and others. You haven't appeared in Konoha recently. If I didn't know that you were training Itake, Izumi, and Korone here in turn, I would have doubted whether you were the one who did what happened in the Hidden Rock Village. As soon as Uchiha Shikija came over, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile, no way, it must be the Uegakure village who slandered the teacher. The teacher has been teaching us here recently. We each receive individual training every day. How could the teacher leave here? Korone Ui, who came with Minato Namikaze and others, immediately ran to Uchiha Shikija, put her hands on her hips and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Recently, she has been going in and out of the Uchiha clan's territory frequently. The Uchiha clan members also know that Korone Ui is Uchiha Shikija's student, so they have divided their kindness to Uchiha Shikija and are very close to Korone Ui. The older ones would give snacks to the older ones when they met, the peers would greet them with a smile, and the younger ones would sweetly call them seniors or sisters, and then the snacks that Shirihong got would be shared among them. Shirihong seriously suspected that she was being taken advantage of for free. However, after getting familiar with these bigwigs and the Uchiha clan, Ui Korone felt that the Uchiha clan was not scary at all, and they were all quite friendly. Haha, I guess no one in Konoha trusts me, your teacher, more than them. It was only today that Korone Ui heard a lot of news that was unfavorable to the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Shikija. After all, she trained very hard every day and basically went to bed after taking a shower when she got home. But she heard a lot of news today, which made her very angry, but there was nothing she could do. Teacher once said that when someone feels they have been plotted against, but can't find the person responsible, then they can assume it was our former Hokage assistant, Shimura Danzo, who did it. So the rumors outside must have been spread by Shimura Danzo. Feeling Uchiha Shiki's touch, Ui Korone's pretty face turned red. After all, she thought the teacher was really handsome, gentle, and extremely powerful. He also gave her some illusion scrolls that could not be found anywhere else. Her overall strength had improved a lot recently. She even met Asuma Sarutobi today, and it was he who told her this news, even saying that she had no future in becoming Uchiha Shikija's student. Korone Ui couldn't stand others talking bad about her teacher, so she beat up Asuma Sarutobi and said angrily, my teacher doesn't allow me to play with monkeys, so don't come to me again, I will fight for my own future. Ha ha ha, Hong's right, I also think it was Shimura Danzo who did it. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. He actually didn't know about Yakushi Nono's plan, but he would rather believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were gay than believe that Uchiha Shikijo would go to the land of Earth to kill the daimyo there, because this was a very serious political event. The battle between ninja villages cannot involve the other daimyo. Because if you do this, the other party can also do this. This is the tacit understanding among several major countries. However, according to the intelligence our clan has received, the daimyo of the land of Earth is indeed dead. Basically, his body was completely destroyed, burned to ashes by a powerful fire jutsu. The Uegakure village has also joined forces with the Kumagakure village and the Sangakure village to fight Konoha from 3 directions. Uchiha Fugaku continued to say that since Uchiha Shikijaku appeared, he has become more and more powerful, and even secretly has his own intelligence network that belongs to Uchiha. I also received the information sent by the 4th generation. It is indeed true. I don't know what the old man means by this behavior. However, because of us, many civilian ninjas died on the front lines, and the villagers are very dissatisfied with us. If we plan this way and sacrifice so many civilian ninjas, will it? Hinata Hayashi was about to say something but stopped himself and looked at Uchiha Shiki. This is the fate of ninjas. Even if it weren't for us, those who should have sacrificed on the battlefield would have sacrificed. Moreover, this war was inevitable, even if we took action. Namikaze Minato spoke seriously. Although he was led astray by Uchiha Shiki, he was really gentle and delicate by nature, and he could be ruthless to his enemies. He actually began to have a superior mentality towards the people in his village. He can also see the situation clearly. The Third Shinobi World War is apparently over, but there are many small moves among the various hidden villages, and the war will definitely break out again. Any death is due to the lack of ability of the person involved. To become a ninja, they must have the determination to die in battle at any time. And Minato is right, this war is inevitable, the only difference is how many people die. Uchiha Shikijaku spoke calmly. The reason for saying this is that even though he facilitated the start of the battle, the points of reversal of fate he received were still very few, which meant that even in a world without his intervention, these civilian ninjas would still suffer heavy casualties. I actually know about the rumors circulating outside. After all, Miss Yeyu reports intelligence to me every day. First, the third generation spread rumors that the villagers all believed I had killed the daimyo of the Land Kingdom and started the war, causing their loved ones to die on the battlefield. Secondly, the Three Nations Alliance is due to their interest in the internal discord within Konoha. That they see this as an opportunity. That it would be even better if they could use this opportunity to force the third Hokage to get rid of me, the ghost. Third, the Sandame's goal is to make me hated by the village. We keep saying we love Konoha, so it's only reasonable for an Uchiha to sacrifice a ghost in exchange for peace, right? I imagine the Uchiha clan's improved reputation has started to be criticized again recently? The pressure of public opinion and the direction of people's hearts, doesn't it feel familiar? Uchiha Shikija looked at Namikaze Minato and the others with a smile. They thought about it for a moment and immediately reacted. Damn, they dare. Do you really think I, Minato, am a pushover? You let my student's father die because of public opinion, and now you want my best brother to become like that? Namikaze Minato's eyes, which were originally sunny and gentle, suddenly revealed a coldness. His advantages lie in speed and skills. Although he is not as proficient in all escape techniques as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in 5 types of nature-changing ninjutsu, including Konoha's secret ninjutsu, White Fang. Hinata Hayashi's face showed regret. It was the end of a genius and a powerful man. It was really a pity. Shikaizuki-sama, the Sandame's direct Umbu wishes to see you. It was at this time that Uchiha Ieyu suddenly appeared. This made Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to say something, frown instantly. Nearly a month had passed since the war began, and during that time Sarutobi Hiruzen had never contacted the Uchiha and allied families, as if he really wanted to let them not participate in the military. Let him come over. Uchiha Shiki smiled. Soon, a man wearing Umbu clothing and a mask on his face appeared. Mr. Shikik, chief of the Fugaka clan, the Hokage has sent a message and asks you to go see him. The Umbu spoke calmly, his tone polite but only superficially. Ms. Hajiki, the list of Konoha's casualties can be published to the civilians of Konoha, so they can see who died. There will be one list for civilians, and one list for the Sarutobi clan and other well-known families. Uchiha Shikija ignored the Umbu and spoke directly to Uchiha Hajiki. These days, not only did Uzumaki Karen's hands feel sore, but Uchiha Hajiki was also very busy. The Uchiha clan's own intelligence network, Yakushi Nono's intelligence network, are constantly collecting lists of those killed on the front lines. The Umbu was stunned that he didn't understand what Uchiha Shikija meant, but being directly ignored made him feel humiliated. Uchiha Shikija, the Saname wants you and clan leader Fugaka to meet him. This is the Hokage's order. The Umbu spoke directly in a cold voice that he was the Umbu directly under the Hokage, and what he said represented the Hokage only. Uchiha Shikija looked at Uzumaki Karen and others who had been sealed before the Umbu arrived, and directly asked everyone to prepare for dinner. Everyone also tacitly ignored the Umbu. Only Uchiha Hajiki stood next to the Umbu, looking at him expressionlessly. Damn it, you let me in, and now you're ignoring me. What's the point? The Umbu was also confused that he was just the strongest king, relying on the power of others. That he didn't dare to lose his temper here. I'll give Sande 10 minutes. If he has anything to say, he can come see me. I won't wait for him after the deadline. He's old and weak, so don't try to crawl. Remember that he's the Hokage. Uchiha-style sparrow voice came over. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Just because he calls me, I have to go? How shameless. Uchiha Shikijo could already guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking for him for, which was that he was preparing to put on an earnest show. You guys are so careless. Just as the Umbu was about to say something, they discovered that at this moment Uchiha Yeiyu's whole body was exploding with lightning to form a thunder armor, and his palms turned into hand knives to condense thunder, and his whole body exuded murderous aura. Seriously. In terms of murderous intent, Uchiha Shikija is really not as good as Uchiha Hajiki. Ever since she killed her husband to prove her truth, she has been really murderous. Unless the enemy is Uchiha Shikija who wants to live, the enemy will basically be adorable with their hearts taken out and their heads cut off. Gurgle. The Umbu swallowed his words back, turned around and used the instant body technique to leave, while Uchiha Yaya followed him until he left the Uchiha clan's territory. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he felt so happy. Ever since Uchiha Shikija started planning for Uchiha, he felt that he was becoming more and more tough. If Uchiha Shikija had not spoken just now, he would have refused as well. You want me, the Uchiha clan leader, to come see you? Why? Because you are older than me? Or because you are shorter than me? However, up to now, Uchiha Fugaku still has a question that he has not been able to ask, which is what did Uchiha Yaya do recently to get more powerful clan members? Bang! Here is the Hokage building. After the Umbu came back, he reported directly. Not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he slammed the table, but calmed down quickly. How did he get a list of the names of those killed on the front lines? These should have been delivered by courier eagles and sent directly to me. Never mind, it's not that important. After all, there are many sacrifice ninjas from the Sarutobi clan and several other large families, and this meeting must be held. If Minato is still there, then we can use another method. If Minato is not there, then we can continue to use public opinion to influence them. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it in his mind, then searched his face and changed back to a gentle image, even his eyes pretending to be lonely and sad. Spread the news that I condescended to go alone to the Uchiha clan to meet Uchiha Shikija. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he picked up his Hokage hat and put it on, then left the Hokage building. His back was hunched, and he just made dull smoking movements the whole way. The Hokage's attire easily attracted attention. The villagers couldn't help but sigh when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's haggard and hunched appearance. These civilians had never seen Sarutobi Hiruzen look so heavy. It seems that Konoha is really in danger this time. Do families like the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have no conscience at all? This is Konoha for all of us. Is the direction Hokage-sama heading to the Uchiha clan territory? Damn Shikijaku, why did he attack and kill the daimyo of the Land of Earth for no reason? The attack is fine, but the key is that the other party's sensory ninja was able to identify him. He is ghostly. I even suspect he did it on purpose. Someone who is as famous as the three ninjas, Gaikushi, is afraid of death and loves life. The war started because of him, and he is still missing. That's right. The Sandaime-sama was extremely concerned and worked hard to compensate the Uegakure village. He didn't want to see Uchiha Shikaizuki lose his life. I don't think it's necessary. Didn't the Uegakure village say that if we hand over Uchiha Shikijaku and pay compensation, they will stop the war? That's right, we should hand over Uchiha Shikijaku and let him handle the problems himself. The people arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen began to spread these words among the crowd. Gradually, some people in the crowd began to respond, especially those civilians whose family members had lost ninjas in the line of duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned as he walked away, but immediately turned worried again. No, the corners of your mouth cannot be raised. The two advisors had previously agreed to the handover of the Uchiha Konoha guard, which made him want a curse. After all, that was used to plot against the Uchiha, but because they were of the same generation, he didn't say anything in the end. Anyway, it is an established fact that Uchiha's reputation has improved. But now, snort. So what if my reputation improves? Isn't it hitting rock bottom now? Do you really think that a bunch of you young boys can compete with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that Uchiha Shikijo and Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Orochimaru were all calculating their own plans. Orochimaru, I will conceal the information about Uchiha Shikigashi from you and let Danzo Shimura deal with him to test his bottom line. Then, while the mantis stalks the cicada, I will be the Oriole waiting behind. Danzo Shimura, hide the fact that Uchiha Shikijo possesses the Mangekyo and let Hiruzen deal with him. It would be best to include the cages of the three kingdoms in the plan, and then watch the mantis stalk the cicada, but I am the Oriole waiting behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph, a mere Sharingan, what good is it with the Flying Thunder God and the Forbidden Lightning release technique? I'm not called a ninjutsu professor for nothing. Wait until I plot against you and you'll die. And I have to be wary of Danzo, he's quite ambitious. Uchiha Shikija, you bunch of idiots, is it possible that the Oriole is me, Shikija? The protagonist's name comes from Uchiha Shikija. Uchiha Shikija is indeed a sparrow. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. If I didn't want to turn you into straw sandals, I would have killed you long ago. That's right. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought the Forbidden Lightning technique. He saw that day was one that was sealed in a scroll in advance. It was probably made with the help of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, but the number should not be large, otherwise how could Uchiha Shikijo release that Forbidden Lightning technique with his chakra capacity? Ghostly on the battlefield, it was probably the strength given to him by the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with his fire and lightning styles, that gave him this title. After all, Namikaze Minato was also able to intimidate an entire battle line by himself. The advantage is mine. It's nothing more than stealing Sensei's Flying Thunder God. What a sad situation, and Uchiha having to rely on a spacetime jutsu developed by someone who was once his enemy. If I didn't cherish my white feathers, would I have planned so much for your organization? The dead Uchiha Shisui and the blind Uchiha Kanon. Now Uchiha is nothing. It's a pity that he didn't succeed in fooling Uchiha Shisui and turning Uchiha into a sharp blade in his hands, otherwise he would have made a lot of money. Shikija, you are a genius who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 4. That if you had accepted my brainwashing and my ideas at that time, then I might have kept you by my side like the teacher kept the Uchiha mirror. What a shame, you're too smart. Namikaze Minato is my best chess piece. That he will be Kushina's light. That if I control Minato, it means I control Kushina. Otherwise, do you really think the hidden cloud village can sneak into Konoha and kidnap her? Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart. The future Konoha is the Konoha of the Sarutobi clan, a hereditary Konoha. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will become the greatest Hokage. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Shikijo is having dinner with Uchiha Fugaku and others, and he ordered Ichiraku ramen from Konoha. The men squatted in the courtyard of the private school, slurping a bowl of ramen in their hands without any image, their eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard. Oh, Hinata Hayashi didn't fit in with them and chose to sit at the children's table inside the house. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Why did he feel so angry when he saw Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shikija, and Uchiha Fugaku slurping their ramen bowls while looking at him? Damn it! I'm coming, and you don't stand up to greet me, but instead squat there eating ramen? But it smells so good, it must be Ichiraku ramen. Shikijaku, Fugaku, have you guys made enough trouble? The village is in crisis now, and most people have sacrificed their lives. That you are also members of Konoha, and you should do something for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed himself down and thought, you can't curse. I'm here to fool Uchiha Shikija, I have to make him feel the same way. Well, the Uchiha and allied clan ninjas have all changed careers, and we are just civilians in Konoha now. Uchiha Shikigakai finished eating first and put the bowl and chopsticks aside. He smiled gently, seeming easy to talk to. Stop messing around, Shikija, I don't think he'll kill the daimyo of the Land of Earth. This must be because the Land of Earth wants to divide the interests of the Land of Fire. So, do I need you? I admit that I was wrong in the past. That I allowed Danzo to target the Uchiha and even withheld their share of missions and appointments. How about this? After this crisis is over, I will completely resign from my position as Hokage and retire outside Konoha. And I will also solemnly apologize to the Uchiha clan and give half of the Sarutobi clan's public wealth as compensation to the Uchiha clan. How do you do that? As for Danzo, I will capture him myself and return Shisui's Sharingan. What Sarutobi Hiruzen implied was that he hoped Uchiha Shikijo and others would help, because if they don't make any efforts, many of his direct descendants will die. Resigning from the position of Hokage means that Minato Namikaze will continue to serve as Hokage and he will give up all power. As for compensation, it is also to make up for Uchiha. This tactic is called retreat in order to advance. When his plan succeeds, did he say these words? No. Witness? They are all close to Uchiha, so whatever they say is fake. Real? Uchiha Shiki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen suspiciously. Of course, it's impossible for Uchiha Shiki to believe it. As a time traveler, he more or less knows a little bit about military tactics. This is called retreat in order to advance. Really, my word is mine. Please help me because of the sacrifices made by so many people in Konoha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he was about to bow to Uchiha Shikijo. You little brat, I have been so humble myself, you should give me some way out. Come here quickly and support me, then let go of our past grudges and join hands with me to fight for Konoha. Quiet. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not waited for Uchiha Shikijaku's instant body technique, which means that Uchiha Shikijaku had no intention of coming over to stop him. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen grit his teeth and bend forward before straightening his back. Uchiha Shikija just looked at him with a half smile. Alright, I accept your bow. Now, if you have nothing to do, please leave. The Uchiha are just civilians now, not ninjas. Uchiha Shikijaku said this and was about to walk directly towards Namikaze Minato and the others. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen look ugly instantly. He was so humble, but Uchiha Shikijaku didn't fall for it? Do we really have to rely on public opinion? Maybe Uchiha Shikijo cares about what others say? Damn, didn't you say you loved Konoha? You guys should show some expression and take some action. Shikik, the third Hokage, has said this much, why don't we just help him? After all, Konoha is our Konoha. Also, the rumor out there is that you attacked the daimyo of the Land of Earth. We can't take the blame for this, we must resolve it. It was at this time that Namikaze Minato spoke with some hesitation. After all, he is a good guy, a truly sunny and cheerful boy. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. In fact, when he came here and saw Minato Namikaze, he changed his strategy of using public opinion to influence others and chose to show weakness to the enemy and retreat in order to advance. Because he understood Minato Namikaze, and he also knew that Uchiha Shikija valued Minato Namikaze. As long as Minato Namikaze softened his heart, then everything would be fine. The naturally evil Uchiha and the kind-hearted Minato Namikaze. Strike while the iron is hot. Sarutobi Hiruzen appealed to Uchiha Shikija's wishes with both emotion and reason, saying all the nice things he could, even bringing up Uchiha Shikija's biological mother. Your mother protected Konoha and Uchiha with her life. Do you really want to see it like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Shiki. Sure enough, Uchiha Shiki's face showed hesitation, and there seemed to be struggle in his eyes. Shikik, this time it's not a struggle within the village. The threat comes from outside. We Uchiha also cherish Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku also spoke appropriately, but this made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. Namikaze Minato said that this was normal because it was hard to change his nature, but Uchiha Fugaku's words made him suspicious of something. Besides, not everyone can slander us Uchiha clan members. Let's just kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Uchiha Fugaku continued speaking. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was listening, smooth out his frown. This is a matter of family reputation, so it's normal for Uchiha Fugaku to say that. But what do you think, Uchiha Fugaku? Why were you staring at me when you said the word monkey and killed a chicken to scare the monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry. However, the words of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shikija, and even Namikaze Minato made Sarutobi Hiruzen begin to doubt the truthfulness of the spy information provided by Shimura Danzo. In this world, ninjas don't just rely on appearance to identify a person. After all, this world has transformation techniques and the like, so they have developed chakra identification that can sense ninjutsu species. Even the ninjas from different ninja villages have different chakra fluctuations, and you can even tell which country they are from. Similarly, the chakra fluctuations in each ninja's body are also different. As long as a sensing ninja has sensed the enemy's chakra once, he will be able to recognize it immediately no matter how many years later. Could it be that the information Danzo obtained was false from the beginning, or was he deliberately giving me false information? No, although Danzo is ambitious and often holds different political views from mine, and although he also regards Shikijaku as a thorn in his side, he will definitely not lie about such a major matter, because it would be detrimental to Konoha. He also understands that Konoha has just experienced the Third Shinobi World War and has suffered a great loss of vitality. Besides, he said in written communication that if they really couldn't hold on, they would transfer the Shimura clan's ninjas to the front lines. So there is only one possibility, that is, this is a self-directed act by the Hidden Rock Village, and the target is Uchiha Shikigashi. But I remember that Shikijaku never provoked the Uegaku. The only people who truly hated and feared Shikijaku were probably the Kumo, Suna, and Mist villages. The Uegaku should have wanted Minato's life more. After all, it was Minato who ultimately forced the Uegaku to retreat, and it was my kindness that facilitated the peace talks afterwards. This is the disadvantage of knowing your classmates too well and adding them as friends. It is because he knows him too well that Sarutobi Hiruzen has the idea that Shimura Danzo will not deceive him about this matter. He ignored the fact that Shimura Danzo's desire to compete with him had now turned into hatred. Family, is it important? For Danzo Shimura, the elites of the root are his foundation. In his opinion, as long as Danzo Shimura was alive and got everything, he could single-handedly destroy the entire Senju clan like Hashirama Senju did. Okay, for the sake of the clan leader and Minato, how do you need our support? Uchiha Shiki seemed to hesitate for a long time before finally looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha can no longer afford to continue the war, so I want you to come with me to join my eldest son and daughter-in-law to negotiate with the Cage of the Three Kingdoms. At the same time, the three front lines also need people from your families to go there. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to think for a moment, then looked at Uchiha Shikijagi and the others. After just a few people discussing the allocation of personnel on three fronts, the Hyuga clan and the Ui clan headed to the Hidden Cloud Village's battle line, the Uchiha clan's battle line heading towards the Uegaku village, and the Kurama clan and the Abarame clan's battle line heading towards the Sand village. However, there are also people from several families intertwined among them to cooperate and collect various intelligence. As expected, a brat is a brat. Those who achieve great things don't care about small details. With this level of intelligence, it's hard to achieve great things. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shikija, and Uchiha Fugaku are all the same. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Uchiha clan territory with contempt in his heart. There were definitely doubts, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care at all. The only thing he was not too sure about was probably Uchiha Shikijo's Flying Thunder God technique, but he also had ways to deal with it. Do you really think that as a shadow, he would agree to let Jiraiya give the Flying Thunder God technique to Minato Namikaze without being wary of the uncertainties surrounding Minato Namikaze? This is really underestimating him as a ninjutsu professor. We have to inform Danzo and give him the thing. Doesn't he regard Uchiha Shikijaku as a thorn in his side? This time I'm giving you a chance. Whether you can seize it depends on whether you can prepare well in advance. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants Shimura Danzo to take the blame again. Danzo Shimura now has one of Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan in his eye. If he uses his brain a little, he might know what to do. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Namikaze Minato and a few others looked at each other and laughed. All of them were smiles of contempt for Sarutobi Hiruzen. All their conversations and reactions just now were planned by Uchiha Shikijo while they were waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to Uchiha Shikija's speculation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely continue the path of peace talks, and the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, so he is the best person to go to the peace talks. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mention it, he would take the initiative to go. The reason is that I, Uchiha Shikija, cannot be slandered casually. But Uchiha Fugaku objected that he could not let Uchiha Shikijaku fall into danger because Shimura Danzo was still connected with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3 cages of other countries. Minato Namikaze told this to several people present. Because after Jia lifted the technique to eradicate the evil tongue, he revealed a lot of information, including the correspondence between Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the letters were sent by Jia. After all, Jia lived inside Konoha, and Danzo Shimura let Jia go to Konoha to recuperate on his own, which is why Jia was able to find Minato Namikaze that night. Only, Uchiha Fugaku objected, but when Uchiha Shikijo showed his Mangekyo Sharingan and Flying Thunder God technique, he was stunned. Damn it! You old man, you actually have the same Mangekyo Sharingan as me? And then nothing happened. The Mangekyo Sharingan was given to Flying Thunder God. As long as Uchiha Shikijo wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The next day, as soon as Uchiha Shikigakai left the clan territory, 2 people landed beside him. They were all dressed in Umbu uniforms and wore various Umbu masks. They are Tiger Face and Fox Face respectively. Tiger Mask is Heitei Kakashi, but Fox Mask was a woman. Even though she was wearing Umbu clothes, a mask, and even her hair color was different, Uchiha Shikijo immediately recognized who she was from her figure. Why are you here too? Didn't Minato only let Kakashi come with me? Uchiha Shikijo looked at the fox-faced woman. He originally didn't want a bodyguard, but when Uchiha Mikato found out, he refused to do so and insisted that Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku arrange one for him. So, finally chose Heitei Kakashi. Miss Mikado asked me to do that. With only one person protecting you, she couldn't rest assured. Even though she knew you were very strong, she thought of me. After all, she knew my physical condition. So after I handed Karen over to Miss Mikato, I was taken to Mr. Minato. The fox-masked woman took off her mask, revealing Uzumaki Rose's mature and pretty face. Today, her red hair was dyed white and tied up directly, adding a sense of feminine competence and intelligence. Fundamentally speaking, excluding personal combat power, Uzumaki Karen is very useful. Because she needed to hide, she became proficient in perception ninjutsu, had the ability to heal others, had a huge amount of chakra, and recently she and Uzumaki Kushina learned the Vidra seal. The Uzumaki clan all have good talents. In the original work, Uzumaki Karen only used this when she was so old because there was really no one who knew how to use it to teach her, otherwise it would be easy to master. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Uchiha Shiki was helpless, but felt warm in his heart. Uchiha Mikado really is like a mother who dotes on her child but also worries about him. As for Kanan, she didn't know where she got the news that Uchiha Shikija was going on a mission. From last night until before Uchiha Shikija went out today, she kept wanting to be kissed, hugged, lifted up high, and even rolled on the ground. This is the 1245th time I suspect I have a daughter. Let's go, it wouldn't be nice to keep our third dim waiting. Uchiha Shikijaku led the way slowly. Uzumaki Karen put her mask back on and followed, as did Heitei Kakashi. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Shiki could feel the gazes of the villagers. These villagers are basically fence-sitters, they go whichever way the wind blows and are completely pawns in the hands of those in power. Arrived at the gate of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was here, and he smiled when he found that Uchiha Shikijo only brought 2 guards in Umbu costumes. Civilians are civilians. Even if Minato Namikaze has the support of several families, he can only be assigned 2 guards to Uchiha Shikijabu. This peace talk is very important. We must clear up the misunderstanding that if we really can't resolve it through peace talks, then the 4th Ninja World War may really break out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Shikijo with some earnest words. After he sent someone to deliver the information that Uchiha Shikija was going to negotiate and that thing to Danzo Shimura overnight, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen expected, Danzo Shimura just took the thing and took a look, and then told the person sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen that he knew. The Uchiha clan is actually not a difficult one. Judging from the information they have about the Uchiha clan now, it is not difficult to deal with the Uchiha clan without the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. The difficulty lies in the lack of a legitimate excuse and the advice of Uchiha Shikijaku. Because of Uchiha Shikijaku's existence, both he and Shimura Danzo have lost many opportunities to intensify the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. In the past, the Uchiha was the best in the world. No one could suppress the Uchiha. They were unruly and the position of Hokage was ours. Now Uchiha is the 2nd best in the world. Maybe there are people who can suppress Uchiha. People in the world are clear-headed. Whoever wants the position of Hokage can take it. I see. Uchiha Shikija responded indifferently, his attitude exactly the same as before. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a lot more relieved. It seemed that Uchiha Shikijo was only acting for the village and not for any other reason. Uchiha Shikigakai flew directly past Sarutobi Hiruzen and moved forward without looking back. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen look unhappy, but he followed directly, and there were many secret department followed closely behind. Whether it was Uchiha Shikija's attitude or behavior, he simply didn't take him seriously. If you can survive this time, then I will implement another plan, but if you fail, then the Uchiha clan will become the next Senju clan, leaving some women to contribute to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart that he knew that he could no longer be so cautious and had to do some things himself. The cages of the three kingdoms are all in the land of rice, a country without ninjas. Even at our maximum speed, it will take us almost a day to get there from Konoha. That we have to run. Sarutobi Hiruzen caught up with Uchiha Shikijo and said that directly passed over Uchiha Shikijo, the land of fields. This is the place where Orochimaru later founded the Sound Village, and it is indeed a country without ninjas now. As for Uchiha Shikija, he listened to his words, smiled indifferently, and just ran slowly at his own pace. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very angry. Ever since Namikaze Minato came to power, he found that this Uchiha kid, whom he used to like, had become really annoying and asked for a beating. He was very annoying. Although the three countries agreed to negotiate peace with Konoha, the situation on the front line was still tense, and it would take time for the Uchiha and other families to rush over. If he delays for another day, more of his men might die. Last night, the Ino, Shika, and Joe families sent more intelligence that a total of 4 Jonin and more than 20 Chunin were killed and their families. After all, there are really not many civilian ninjas that can be mobilized, so Ino Shikacho can only take over. We can't transfer out those civilian students who have just enrolled in the ninja school, right? He is Sarutobi Hiruzen, a kind-hearted, magnanimous man who is dedicated to the people. How could he do such a thing? It took almost 19 hours for Uchiha Shikija, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to arrive at the land of rice. Although it was almost dawn, Sarutobi Hiruzen still asked the soldiers of the land of rice to notify the cages of the other 3 ninja villages. So, representatives from Konoha Village, Uegakure Village, Sand Village, and Kumagakure Village all appeared. Yatsuki AI from the hidden Cloud Village and Ryatsuki Onoki from the hidden Uegakure Village. However, because the third Kaze cage was killed by the Red Sand Scorpion, the one representing him as Ebizo, Cho's younger brother. Ebizo was originally in charge of intelligence and espionage work in the Sand Village. Due to his advanced age, he should have retired to the second line, but he had a large number of secret connections between major countries, and with the disappearance of the third Kaze cage, he had no choice but to take on the heavy responsibility. The meeting was held in a spacious square. This place has been searched by people from various countries, and all representatives were allowed to come only after confirming that there was no problem. All the people brought by the representatives were scattered far behind the positions of the representatives, and they were extremely vigilant. A huge round table with 3 chairs. Obviously, this is prepared for the 3 shadows. The 3 representatives sat down with expressionless faces. Hokage, we can discuss anything, but you must first deal with Uchiha Shikijaku and give an explanation to our daimyo. This is also the intention of our new daimyo. Otherwise, there is no discussion. Ryotsubo Onoki is small in stature, but has a very aggressive tone. In his opinion, Uchiha Shikijo must die today because they have already made arrangements here. Who among the people present does not want Uchiha Shikijo to die? This guy has killed too many ninjas from the other village. I agree with that. Tsuchikage. Uchiha Shiki did the most unacceptable thing. He broke the rules of the ninja world and must be killed to scare the monkeys. Although Yayu AI couldn't say that he hated Uchiha Shikija that much, he would be very happy if he could weaken Konoha's strength. It would be best if he could force the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha to become worse, so that his Cloud Village could reap the benefits. Ebizo didn't say anything, but glanced at Uchiha Shiki and nodded. Tisk tisk, it turns out that in the face of interests, all hatred is false. In order to protect the ninjas of his own village, the third Raikage of Kumagakure was killed by 10,000 ninjas of Uegakure. Uegakure also lost 50% of its own ninjas. During the last Ninja World War, Uegakure was ambushed by Kumagakure and suffered heavy losses, with over 30% of the ninja killed. Tisk tisk. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could say anything, Uchiha Shikijo walked slowly towards them, dragging a large cloth bag in his hand, which looked like it contained something round. Uchiha Shiki's tone was full of sarcasm. He threw the bag he was dragging next to the table and sat down on it cross-legged. Bang! Yayu AI smashed the table with a punch and glared at Uchiha Shiki. Uchiha Shiki, we cages are talking here. You, a junior, don't even have the qualifications to come here. You are just an Uchiha elder, you have no right to speak. Ryotsubo Onoki stared coldly at Uchiha Shiki. Hokage, is this how you manage the ninjas in your village? You don't understand the rules of respect and courtesy. After saying this, Ryotsubo Onoki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Ryotsubo Onoki felt really humiliated. Not only was the daimyo assassinated directly, he was even burned to ashes by the fire escape technique. This was really embarrassing for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked grim. Didn't he ask Uchiha Shikijaku to appear at the appropriate time after their discussion? And Ryotsubo Onoki was scolding him, a Hokage, for not being able to control an Uchiha. Oh, really? Uchiha Shikijo used his elbow to support his leg, and his palm supported half of his face. The three Megatama in his eyes rotated and then began to spread to form the Mangekyo Sharingan. This time, whether it was Urshin Subo Oniki, Yayu Ai, or Ebizo, they all immediately looked away, and were extremely shocked in their hearts. Not an ordinary Sharingan pattern. It turned out to be the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, which was almost on the verge of awakening after the Second Ninja World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more stunned. Ha, kaleidoscope. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to vomit blood. There were two people in the Uchiha clan who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. One was finally dead, and the other was finally blinded. How the hell did another one appear? Look, I'm just an Uchiha elder, but I can make the representatives of 3 villages miss my sight. Uchiha Shikija seemed absent-minded, his eyes fixed on the palm of his other arm, thinking that his nails were a little long and needed trimming, as if he didn't take the 3 shadows seriously at all. But at this moment, no matter who is here, everyone knows that Uchiha Shiki must be killed. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is too powerful. Uchiha Shikijo is only 18 years old now. If he is given more time to grow, will another Uchiha Madara appear? This Uchiha kid, who was born evil, awakened the 3 Megatama at the age of 4. Could it be that he actually awakened the Mangekyo long ago, but no one knew about it? No, maybe Minato also knew. That's why he stated that Uchiha Shikijo was the strongest Uchiha in the presence of Uchiha Kanen and Uchiha Shisui? And Danzo's information could also be wrong, or is Danzo deliberately keeping it secret? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, but finally denied his idea. It's impossible. Just as he knows Danzo Shimura also knows him. If he knew that Uchiha Shikijo possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have taken action against Uchiha Shikijo long ago and would never have allowed Uchiha Shikijo to do so until now. So there is only one possibility, that is, Uchiha Shiki has been hiding it. If Uchiha Shiki knew what he was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and make a 6. Smart people are not scary. What is scary is the conclusions drawn by smart people's own brains. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Yayu Ai was immediately furious. The fact that he missed Uchiha Shiki's sight just now was just an instinctive reaction of his body, and it did not mean that he was afraid of the Mangekyo illusion. Well, he didn't even raise his head in the Uchiha style. I don't have the name of the land of killing, but are there few ninjutsu in this world that can imitate other people's chakra ripples? As for me, I don't really want to see war. But Tsuchikage, your village slandered me for killing the daimyo of the land of earth and joined forces with the sand village and the cloud village to start a war. This makes me very unhappy. But I'm a magnanimous person, I forgive you for being deceived. So, for the sake of preventing further deaths in the villages and maintaining peace in the ninja world, I specifically allow you to come over here and kowtow to me and apologize, and then I ask you for a favor. Please, for my sake, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Uchiha Shikija said as he got down from the bag he was sitting on, casually pinched the ceiling rope with his hand and swung it, throwing the entire bag onto the conference table, revealing the contents inside. The moment the cloth package was thrown onto the conference table, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 3 representatives instinctively pushed away the chairs on their buttocks and leaped back to create a great distance. Even their respective guards all came over instantly and protected their respective targets. But soon, everyone was stunned. Because what was revealed from the cloth bag was a fat man, who looked like he had no scars on his body, but was covered in dirt. Ryout Subo Onoki recognized it immediately. He flew directly to the conference table and looked carefully. It was indeed the daimyo who was believed to have been burned to ashes in his country, but his eyes were dull at this time. Obviously he was under an illusion. Urshin Subo Onoki directly placed his palm on the daimyo's shoulder and used his chakra to help the daimyo break the illusion. Don't run, beauties, let's continue, watch me penetrate your abyss. The first sentence from the daimyo of the land of earth left Eryanto Onoki stunned for a moment. My auntie. No, where are the beauties, where is this? Tsuchikage? The daimyo of the land of earth looked around and saw Tantei Oniki. Daimyo-sama, what is going on? Weren't you killed by Konoha's Gaikushi? How did you end up in Konoha's evil hands? Urshin Subo Onoki frowned. It was not necessarily a good thing that the daimyo of the land of earth was still alive. Uchiha Shikijaka didn't say anything. He casually pulled up the chair where Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting from the ground and sat down on it. The reason why the daimyo of the land of earth is still alive is simple. It was just a scheme to conceal the truth. The person that Yakushi Nono killed with fire release was just a simple substitute she arranged. The real daimyo was taken away directly by her, and was brought to the nearby area by Yakushi Nono today. Uchiha Shikija had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring him over. After all, he had asked Yakushi Nono to send a kunao engraved with his Flying Thunder God technique. I don't know either. I just remember that someone attacked the daimyo mansion that night, and then I didn't know anything else. After that, I was locked up in a place and someone was watching over me. Then this person appeared. The daimyo of the land of earth pointed at Uchiha Shikija. He himself didn't know what had happened, but he remembered that someone had used the Sharingan to cast an illusion on him and made him indulge in pleasure every night for a long time. No explanation? Ryotsubo Onoki looked at Uchiha Shikijaku and asked, but his tone remained firm. I'm glad you asked questions instead of questioning them, but I don't like your tone. But never mind, I'll answer you. After all, I'm pretty easy to talk to. It's simple. The person who commissioned someone to attack your country's daimyo wanted to harm me. However, he probably never imagined that the assassin he commissioned was one of my people. I am kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see him sacrificed, so I let her hide it from everyone and save him. As for why I kept letting him out, it was because I wanted to see what the client was up to. Now that I understand, I'm returning him to you. Uchiha Shikija looked at Urshin Subo Oniki with a half-smile. Not far away. Uzumaki Karen listened to Uchiha Shikija's words, with a strange expression under the mask, and she secretly asked Heite Kakashi, Kakashi, has Mr. Shikija always been so brave? There are 3 representatives here, 2 of whom are the cages of the 2 major ninja villages. It was really hard for Uzumaki Karen to imagine that the Uchiha Shikija, who seemed gentle and easy to talk to in her eyes, was actually so strong outside. Is this the true character of Uchiha Shikija? I didn't know that. Mr. Shiki has always been very gentle and powerful, but no one told me that Mr. Shiki is so brave outside. Oh my god. Let a representative of the Sand Village and the cage of 2 major countries kowtow to him? To be honest, Kakashi Heite's heart is a little trembling now. With the current level of cage, it must be easy to crush him. However, he was still on guard. Even though he was insignificant in front of the cage now, it did not affect his fighting for Uchiha Shikijo. Even if he died, he would die in front of Uchiha Shikijo. And not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a very ugly expression on his face. The daimyo of the land of earth is not dead? Then wouldn't everything he did before be useless? Damn Danzo, what kind of information have you collected? And the person who entrusted the project? The person who was entrusted? For some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong, because the first person he thought of was that bastard Danzo Shimura, because it was he who passed on the information about the land of earth, and he just asked someone to confirm whether the daimyo of the land of earth was really dead. We Uchiha have a saying, when you feel you've been set upon but can't find the culprit, you can assume it was Shimura Danzo who did it. But none of that matters. What matters is that I saved your country's reputation and at the same time endured your slander. So, is it not too much for the entire Iwagakure village to kowtow to me? Uchiha Shikaka smiled elegantly and casually, his tone so gentle. Humph, how outrageous. Let us kowtow to you, can you handle it, you shameless brat? I even suspect that you staged this all yourself. If we hadn't taken action, would you have directly dealt with our country's daimyo? Urshin Subo Onoki spoke in a cold voice. Although Uchiha Shikijaku had a record of defeating the Hidden Mist village alone, he was not afraid at all. The peace talks with Konoha were only because Sarutobi Hiruzen made concessions, which made it profitable for him and allowed the Iwagakure village to avoid more sacrifices. Otherwise, he would go to the front line personally, and he would have the confidence even if Sarutobi Hiruzen came. And when Uchiha Shikijaku said that he did not do it and threw out the name of the land country, Tsuchiya Oniki had inexplicably thought of Ryashimura Danzo. Danzo is really hated and has a really bad reputation, because before this meeting, that was yesterday, Danzo Shimura had just contacted them. He wanted to cooperate with them under the pretext of hating Uchiha Shikijaku. As long as Oniki and others could kill Uchiha Shikijaku, he would be willing to give each of the 3 villages a pair of Sharingan. He even placed the container containing the Sharingan in front of them, meaning that he really had the Sharingan. As for what happened to Uchiha Shikija, it was up to the 3 of them to determine their own abilities. After thinking about the 3 represents, it was easy to agree. Danzo Shimura is very cunning, and this is known to the ninja world. Regardless of whether the chips he provides can be obtained, it will be a profit if Uchiha Shikijaku can be killed. The death of a genius can cause Konoha to lose a lot of combat power. While numbers are important in a ninja's war, a powerful individual can cause them to lose many ninjas. Moreover, if Uchiha Shiki died here, and they spread rumors that the Konoha high-level officials were colluding with them, then it is estimated that a complete fight would break out within Konoha. They would be happy to see it happen, and then take the opportunity to divide up the land of fire. And now, when Urshin Subo Onoki saw that Uchiha Shikijo also had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he became more determined to kill Uchiha Shikijo because the psychological shadow he had suffered from Uchiha Madara was too great. As for the other 2 representatives, Urshin Subo Onoki believed that they must have the same idea. Oh, how can you talk like that? I asked you to kowtow to me in a friendly manner, and the matter would be over. Why didn't you listen? You had to try it and then die before you regret it. Forget it, let's continue fighting. Next, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Ui clan, the Kurama clan, the Abarame clan, including the Golden Flash, and myself, Gaixi, will go to the battlefield. When the time comes, it won't be just one of you knocking your heads down to me. Instead, all of you who survive will knock your heads down to me together until you pass out. Uchiha Shikigakai spread his hands, stood up and was about to leave. Are you kidding? Is Uchiha Shikijabu here to negotiate? No. He simply wanted to come and see what Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi were up to, and by the way, have the three representatives kowtow to him so that he could experience the jokes of his previous life. Senju Hashirama, I will kowtow to everyone. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, please give me some face. Senju Tobirama, you kowtow to me, and I will lead you to maintain peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, you bastards, give me your heads, I will maintain the peace in the ninja world myself. That's it. Uchiha Shikija has always been very strong towards the outside world. To a certain extent, he inherited the toughness of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, a black and purple barrier suddenly emerged from the ground in front of Uchiha Shiki, directly covering an area of nearly 300 meters around the conference table, and also trapped Er Tianping Onoki, Yatsuki Ai, Ebona himself and his subordinates who had just come to protect them. On the contrary, it was the case in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu he brought were all outside the barrier, about 10 steps away from him, and because Uchiha Shikija had told Hide Kakashi and Uzumaki Karen not to move, they were also outside the barrier. Shikaku-sama. Kakashi Hatake flashed over in an instant, holding the Reikari in his hand and stabbed at the barrier, but it only caused ripples and did not break it at all. Instead, Kakashi Hatake was bounced away. Mr. Shikik. Uzumaki Karen also came over. Since joining Konoha and being protected by the Uchiha, she has been learning with Uzumaki Kushina and could see the effect of this barrier at a glance. A kind of isolation barrier similar to the yin-yang and four elephants type. No, it also has an effect similar to a sealing technique, but what is it sealing? Uzumaki Rosewood sensed the barrier and frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was not far from her, looked at Uzumaki Karen in surprise. When did someone in Konoha appear who could see the effect of a barrier at a glance? This is his Flying Thunder God technique against Minato Namikaze, which he created by combining the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques and barrier techniques. Sealing barrier, purple sealing array. The blood of the Uzumaki clan is needed to write on the scroll, forming complex contract patterns. Then 4 young and strong ninjas are needed to cut their palms at the same time and press their hands on the scroll to sign the contract, sealing the space at the cost of losing their vitality. He was the only one who knew this. If it weren't for this time, he would never have given these few half-scrolls to Danzo Shimura. With this barrier, your Flying Thunder God technique is ineffective. Inside the barrier is an independent space. You cannot sense the Flying Thunder God technique from the outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart, and at the same time he finally sighed that Danzo Shimura was reliable. This is similar to Obito's Kamui space. In the original work, he always wanted to pull Minato into the space. Perhaps it was because his space was independent, and Minato could not feel the outside world's techniques, so he could not go out. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended to be angry. Immediately find the person who cast the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the Umbu behind him immediately dispersed. But the casters at the 4 corners of the barrier were actually inside, and there was another partner who released a small barrier to protect the 2 of them. Suchikage, what do you mean, open the barrier immediately? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke angrily, but he knew that no one inside could hear the outside sounds, but he still had to pretend. And inside, Uchiha Shikija touched his chin and stared at the barrier with interest. He could feel that the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique was interrupted. I see, to protect yourself from my Flying Thunder God? It seems that Danzo was present during the battle with Kabuto that day. He did learn about the Flying Thunder God, and then he developed this barrier? No, both barrier and sealing techniques require strong talent, not to mention development. It shouldn't be possible in such a short time. The only one who makes sense is Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Flying Thunder God asked for it through Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has had his eye on Minato for a long time, because he performed very well in the ninja school. He even became Jiraiya's apprentice after graduation and mastered Flying Thunder God in a short time. Maybe Minato is one of his targets. And if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to control Namikaze Minato, he will definitely have a trump card against Flying Thunder God. Judging from this scene, it seems the person who released the barrier wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to Ms. Nono's report, Shimura Danzo is nearby right now. This means that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzo this means, using his ambition to plot against the 3 delegates. Uchiha Shikija grinned and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the barrier, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. He really looked down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical attitude. Well, I originally planned to leave, and then use the battlefield to continue to promote peace talks, then plot to kidnap Hinata from the hidden cloud village, and then let Sarutobi Hiruzen take the blame for Hyaga Hayashi, and then I will directly make a brilliant appearance and continue to steadily win over the Hyaga clan. Use this incident to cleanse Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan, leaving them to be despised by everyone and humiliated by all the insults. Forget it. Uchiha Shikija looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he were a dead man, then turned back to face the people from the 3 hidden villages of Cloud, Sand, and Rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He felt contempt and disdain in Uchiha Shiki's eyes, and even felt an unprecedented coldness and indifference. No, it's okay, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person after all. Natsuki Onoki is a master of dust release, and AI of the Yazuki clan is a master of ninteijutsu. There's also Danzo and members of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself. Although my layout is slightly different from his, the advantage is still mine. As for Ebizo, he didn't take it to heart because there was a candidate for the Kaze Cage of the Sand Village, but he had not yet taken office and was not here, so he had no combat power. Sure enough, Danzo, you're here, looks like you've united representatives from 3 villages. Uchiha Shikijo tilted his head, his lips curled up into a sunny crescent smile. Not far away, Danzo Shimura appeared wearing combat attire similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen, except that both his arms were wrapped in bandages and even his eyes were tied with strips of cloth. He really didn't expect that the daimyo of the land of Earth was still alive. Born evil. Shimura Danzo, you are born evil. I will kill you with my own hands. Danzo Shimura just opened his mouth in a low voice when he was interrupted by Uchiha Shikijabu. Danzo Shimura? No, why are you stealing my teacher's catchphrase? You are an Uchiha. The morning light rises in the east, breaking the dark night. The light began to shine on the earth, casting elongated shadows on all the surrounding buildings and people. Shimura Danzo, you are born evil. I will kill you with my own hands. Uchiha Shikiga grinned and interrupted what Shimura Danzo was about to say. Oops. He had wanted to say this to Danzo Shimura for a long time. If only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were still alive, he would have wanted to say this to him once as well. And the corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched violently. You're an Uchiha. You are the evil one, your whole family is evil. Danzo Shimura was almost choked to the point of being unable to breathe. He suddenly had the same feeling as Sarutobi Hiruzen, that is, he felt that Uchiha Shikijo was really good at killing people. And Uchiha Shikija just looked at this group of people like that. No one on the other side acted rashly. All those present were veterans, and they were also very wary of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo. Danzo Shimura silently untied the bandage on his right hand, revealing the face of Hashirama Senju and the Sharingan embedded in his arm. Because they were buried, only 3 Megatama were exposed, and there was no white of the eyes. They were rotating as if they had visual senses. Both Tsukatsuko Oniki and Yatsuki AI looked at Shimura Danzo in shock. Why is this guy so crazy? The spiritual energy held by so many Sharinans is very strong. How can the body of an ordinary person possibly suppress it? That face. The first Hokage. The face of Senju Hashirama-sama? In fact, Urshin Sabo Onoki respected Hashirama Senju very much. After all, he was the god of the ninja world. Could it be that Konoha also conducted research on the so-called wood release? Get started. Shimura Danzo gave the order in a cold voice. At this moment, Uchiha Shiki wanted to move but found that he couldn't move at all. Looking down, he found that his shadow had been connected to a darker shadow, and a large number of hand-like shadows climbed up his body, binding him in place. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame Danzo. Don't blame us for bullying you. After all, you are an Uchiha and possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ryot Subo Onoki also made a move instantly, and a translucent cube appeared in his hand. This was exactly the attack process they had prepared. First, delay time. The sky is actually brightest at the moment the sun breaks at dawn. The Nara clan at the root can use shadow binding technique to bind Uchiha Shikija. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Tianping Onoki directly expanded the dust release in his hand and instantly wrapped up Uchiha Shikija, with a smug smile on his face. It is estimated that the psychological shadow of Uchiha can be erased after today. And Uchiha Shikija smiled. And then a pure white light flashed, and a burst of smoke and dust exploded inside the dust escape. Shikaku-sama. Kakashi Hateake's eyes widened, and the even more powerful Reikari sword in his hand was about to pierce the barrier. How could it be? Because of the barrier, maybe it has isolated me into a different space. I couldn't feel Mr. Shikijaku's chakra originally, but now. He. Uzumaki Karen was stunned. She didn't know why she felt a little sad, or a little blocked, because the Uchiha treated her very well, and Uchiha Shiki was gentle and delicate, which made her feel at home for the first time in a long time. That Tsuchikige's dust release is still as powerful as ever. The next step is to pretend to be threatening. After we get back, we can start dealing with the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was satisfied. The Uchiha guys were such idiots, they were easily tricked into coming here just for the sake of face. Just as planned, the advantage lies with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's weird, but it's no big deal. Yayu AI stared at Uchiha Shikike's original position with contempt. It's just a rumor after all, isn't that all it is? The hidden mist village was once intimidated by him alone. Ebizo also sighed, saying that the world of young people today is full of rumors. After all, he's just a brat who hasn't grown up yet. We have to thank Danzo, otherwise Konoha would have a more powerful Uchiha. Urshin Sabo Onoki waved his hand, and the dust release cube disappeared. There was only sunken land inside, and nothing else. Danzo Shimura sneered. It seems that Urshin Subo Onoki and others had no intention of getting the eyes from Uchiha Shikija from the beginning. It is estimated that they agreed to cooperate for other calculations. Then what? And at this moment, Uchiha Shiki's voice echoed. This made everyone look towards the source of the sound. I saw a vague and translucent figure appear at the place where Uchiha Shikija was just now, but the shoulders and back of the female Uchiha Shikija were exposed, and she was standing barefoot on the ground. Her skin was different from usual, and it felt like light brown skin. He tilted his head and smiled. Moreover, his right eye had turned grayish-white, and he was obviously blind. To be honest, he had always been curious about what it felt like to be hit by dust release. Now it felt quite strange, with a tingling sensation that it was a dream come true. Notice, the host's body has been destroyed under normal circumstances. The permanent ability of evil possession Izanagi has been activated, consuming 200 hours of natural energy. Notice, the host's right eye has become blind due to Izanagi. 300 hours of natural energy has been consumed and converted into Yintun's special chakra to repair the blind right eye. No, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians, leaving 8,260 hours of natural energy. The system's voice sounded, and Uchiha Shiki's blind right eye quickly regained its sight. As expected, although the normal state has a time-lag transcription seal and can activate Izanagi, it really consumes too much stored natural energy. The time I had to replenish my natural energy was instantly consumed by 500 hours. Uchiha Shikija thought in his heart. This is also the reason why he has to maintain perception ninjutsu even in his normal state, because if he is successfully ambushed and killed in his normal state, activating this ability will consume too much natural energy. I said before that those who are weak in their normal state will be ambushed and will be killed. It can only be reset 17 times, a little bit is not safe. And fundamentally speaking, Uchiha Shikijo only has one eye technique ability. That's transformation. He transformed his body into a female form, and connected with the power of his Inamai in the Mangekyo Sharinan, which could only be used to transform his body into a Yinsen body, and make him always calm and sober. He will not be affected by the special Yin chakra in his brain and will not go crazy like the 4 old, weak, sick, and disabled people. I don't know if you have noticed that the protagonist's emotions have been very stable from the beginning to now. The male form is to transform the body and permanently maintain the Izanaga state of transcription seal. When triggered, it can only affect oneself, and only the right eye will always be blind. However, his transformation ability can convert the natural chakra stored in his left eye into a special Yin chakra, and then transform it into pupil power and inject it into his right eye to restore its light. In other words, no matter how much Uchiha Shikijo uses his Mangekyo, his eyes will not go blind due to excessive use of his pupil power. Honestly, you guys are very unlucky. I've used the eye technique many times, and I've only randomly used the Yin chakra mode once. Uchiha Shikija looked at Tantei Onoki and the others. The chakra emanating from his body was extremely cold, which made them feel disgusted. Quiet. Everyone is looking at Uchiha Shikijabu now. They could tell from Uchiha Shiki's appearance that he was somewhat similar to Uchiha Shiki's male form, but more feminine and morbid. How to say it? She looked like a peerless beauty who was pitiful, exuding a gloomy aura, and had a morbid beauty on her face. Anyway, my whole body gives off the feeling that I am very weak, born with a frail constitution and may die on the spot at any time. What's going on? The pattern on the Mangekyo Sharinan is indeed that brat's, but why is it in a woman's state? Tianashping Onoki was very confused. He didn't understand. Could it be that Uchiha Shikijo was a woman from the very beginning? Who are you? Although Danzo Shimura was blindfolded, he could still see clearly through the gaps in the gauze bandage. It's just that the perspective of the Sharinan is black and white, and the chakra ripples seen are different from those of Uchiha Shikigamai, and there is natural energy in the body. Uchiha Shikijaku. Uchiha Shikijo slowly lifted his bare feet off the ground and looked down at them from above. How is that possible? The chakra I perceive is different from the original one. Wait, this is natural energy. It's similar to Jiraiya of the Sunin and Minato Namikaze of the 4th Hokage. Shimura Danzo frowned and spoke in shock. Although he did not know any senjutsu, he was well aware of the abilities of many people in Konoha, not to mention that he had seen the sage modes of Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju once wanted the children of Konoha to learn it, but no one succeeded. Only Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze learned some of it after they went to Mayaboku Mountain. Minato Namikaze can also enter the sage mode instantly like Hashirama Senju, but it does not last long. It can be said that he is a true man for only 3 seconds. It is not clear about Jiraiya and Shimura Danzo, but from rumors outside, it can be speculated that Jiraiya is very strong in Sage Mode. Although he is not as strong as Hashirama Senju, he is definitely stronger than Minato Namikaze. Is this also the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique? It's not an ordinary hosted eye technique, but eye technique derived from the eye itself, just like Shisui. And the one just now was Izanagi, right? But why did his right eye regain its sight? Danzo Shimura frowned as he thought, but his hands slowly pulled off the bandage covering his eyes, revealing a pair of Sharinan, a total of 12 including the ones on his arms. At the same time, he untied the bandages wrapped around his left hand, revealing another white arm, but without the face of Hashirama Senju on the shoulder. If I could know how this guy regained his sight, I would become even more powerful. Unifying the ninja world would not be a dream at all, and Konoha would be invincible forever. Don't worry. With so many people cooperating in various secret techniques, how long can he last? A person's natural energy is limited, and it will weaken as it is consumed. Don't be afraid. Danzo Shinura spoke directly and stabilized Tianashbing Onoki and Yayuai. They just glanced at Shinura Danzo with contempt in their hearts. People like Shinura Danzo will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. And they're worried? Joke. There were 2 Kage present, and each of them brought with them elite ninjas, some of whom had bloodline limits and secret techniques. This is different from the Mist Village front during the Third Shinobi World War, and is not on the same level. Yeah? Uchiha Shiki's weak voice echoed. Right after, Danzo Shinura and the others were stunned because they found that they could not move their bodies. Looking down, they saw a huge black shadow looming beneath their feet. How is that possible? This is the secret technique of my Nara clan. The Nara clan Umbu, who had just used the shadow binding technique to bind Uchiha Shikija and was under Shinura Danzo, spoke in shock. There are many different paths in the process of Yindun's nature changing. The process is very complicated, and the techniques are also divided into different types. The Sharinan is a bloodline limit because the Uchiha clan has a special brain. Under special circumstances, they can produce yin chakra in their brains, which is the physical type of bloodline limit. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is unable to mobilize Yinten chakra from the brain to the entire body's meridians to transform it into ninjutsu. The most they can do is to master their own strength and then transfer a small amount of yin chakra through a certain meridian or part of the body. I originally thought it was completely impossible, but in the original work, Itaka's fingers and his inamai should have used this method to launch illusions in dojutsu. The yin chakra of the Nara clan is different. It is the chakra produced by the body. Only by using hand seals to transform the yin chakra in a special way can the shadow imitation technique be used. Even though we both possess yin chakra, one is in the brain and the other in the body's meridians. How did you do it? The Umbu of the Nara clan gritted their teeth. They found that the binding force of Uchiha Shikija's shadow imitation technique was terrifying. The people on their side could not move even a finger except for their heads. You guess. Uchiha Shiki smiled. The people from the Nara clan actually had the right idea. He can use yin chakra now because his whole body is in yin chakra mode, and he can also use the 3 chakra property changes of water, fire, and thunder at the same time. That is to say, just like the male form, it does not need to be restricted to the attributes of the previous single state. As for the shadow imitation technique, it was completely exchanged from the fate-defying maul, which cost 20% of Minato Namikaze's life. In the fate-defying maul, all secret techniques except those above the bloodline limit can be exchanged. A special gift for you to open your eyes. Uchiha Shikaka spreads out his long arms. Danzo Shinura stared at Uchiha Shikiga with his Sharinan. Then his expression changed, and there was even a look of disbelief and incomprehension. Because Uchiha Shikija produced lightning attribute chakra in one hand and yin attribute chakra in the other hand, and as Uchiha Shikija put his hands together, the two were cleverly integrated together. Right after, the whole thing was dark purple, and the ninjutsu with jumping and flashing lightning was formed directly. They rushed out and formed very agile dark purple thunder dragons roaring. How is it possible? A fusion-type ninjutsu of 2 different chakra attributes, but in a perfect proportion. He doesn't possess any special bloodline limits, so how did he manage to transform the nature of his lightning-attributed chakra while also continuously injecting yin chakra into his lightning technique? Danzo Shinura really couldn't understand it. He could understand the perfect ratio of chakra because Uchiha Shikijo possessed the Sharinan, but what he didn't understand was why Uchiha Shikijo could use both hands at the same time to produce different chakra attributes. Immortal technique Yindun creation White Emperor's sudden descent. Uchiha Shikaizuki spoke softly and weakly. This is not a bloodline limit ninjutsu, nor is it a special secret technique. It was simply a matter of injecting a perfect proportion of yin chakra into the immortal technique, White Emperor's sudden descent. Don't accuse me of using magic to bully you. After all, there are so many of you, and there are 2 shadows. Uchiha Shikija smiled and waved his hand, and the lightning release instantly soared into the sky, then touched the top of the barrier and fell directly down. The dark purple thunder dragon charged directly towards the top of the barrier, and the violent tremors caused the barrier space to shake like an earthquake. The 4 Umbu who came out from the roots to maintain the barrier suddenly vomited blood, and their hair, which should have been thick and black, began to turn pale. The dark purple thunder dragon turned back and fell to the ground, instantly covering Danzo Shinura and others who were fixed by the shadow imitation technique like a waterfall falling from the sky. Boom! Dark purple lightning instantly filled the entire Longia, and even the cube-like barrier expanded into an irregular sphere. In a completely closed space barrier, energy cannot spread outwards, so its power will be concentrated within the barrier. The bodies of the ninjas who maintained the barrier quickly shriveled up, their skin became like that of old people, and their vitality was directly drained away by the scrolls in their hands. When the prepared ninjas saw this, they felt their scalps tingling instantly. Normally, this barrier can be maintained by young and strong people for about a day, but in less than a minute, all the members of their advanced team had their vitality drained away. It is conceivable how powerful and wide-ranging Uchiha Shikijo's ninjutsu is. Without giving it much thought, the 4 ninjas in the reserve team immediately pushed away the body of their companion whose life had been drained by the barrier scroll, gritted their teeth, cut their own palms, and then pressed them on the barrier scroll. Fortunately, the power of Uchiha's Sparrow Senjutsu attack has passed, and the barrier will return to its cubic shape, but smoke and dust are billowing inside, and the ground has completely melted into magma. More importantly, at this moment, there was no one standing inside the barrier, including Uchiha Shikijaku himself. But it will be quick. A vague and translucent figure appeared. It was Uka Shikigakai, whose shoulders and back were exposed and who was standing barefoot in midair. Notice, the host consumes 10 hours of natural energy. Notice, the host's body has been destroyed under normal circumstances. The permanent ability of evil possession Izanagi has been activated, consuming 200 hours of natural energy. Notice, the host's right eye has become blind due to Izanagi. 300 hours of natural energy has been consumed and converted into Yintun's special chakra to repair the blind right eye. Notice, the host's left eye automatically replenishes the natural energy missing from the body's meridians. There are 7,750 hours of natural energy remaining. Listening to the system's prompts, Uchiha Shiki looked at the barrier. There's something about this barrier. An automatic repairing type of spacetime barrier that can sense the life energy held by the barrier itself is very useless. Uchiha Shikija had already seen that the 4 ninjas maintaining the barrier had been replaced at the 4 corners. Oh, Izanagi? Uchiha Shikija looked at the ground again. At this moment, Shimura Danzo and others appeared from the illusion again, and they were all types of Izanagi. What's going on? Urshin Sabo Onoki looked at his hands with a pale face. He should have been swallowed up by the dark purple thunder dragon in an instant just now. But how come you are still alive now? Besides, what exactly is Uchiha Shikijaku? Can a normal person use lightning with such a terrifying range? Moreover, he vaguely felt that when he was hit just now, he did not feel physical pain, but instead felt mental pain. It felt like someone was stirring his brain with a shit stirrer. In fact, this is just the effect of yin chakra. Thunder is for the body, and yin is for the mind. Although you have been targeting Uchiha, you should be grateful to Uchiha. I originally wanted to leave you to Ataki, so that he could take Shisui's eyes back from you himself. But why do you have to seek death? Just stay calm and develop yourself, don't waste time. As Uchiha Shikija said this, his body floated forward a short distance and then disappeared from the spot as if a frame had been frozen. Danzo Shimura's Sharinan was exploring everywhere, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his right hand and he turned his head and found that his entire arm was gone, and only a large amount of white liquid was spurting out. Uchiha Shikija was standing in front of Urshin Sabo Onoki and Yatsuki AI without any scruples, carefully looking at the arm that was torn off from Shimura Danzo. The second eye above slowly closed, and the arm began to fade into shadows before disappearing completely. Well, Uchiha Shikija uses the instant body technique again. The moment Shimura Danzo's figure in the crowd transformed from a shadow into a solid entity, his perception ninjutsu sensed it. Hateful. Danzo Shimura, who had just transformed the unfavorable factors into a dream and materialized in another location, had bloodshot eyes. Before he could do anything, he was killed twice by Uchiha Shikijaku in an instant. It's quite hateful. Just when Danzo Shimura was thinking about what to do, Uchiha Shikijo's voice came from behind him, and he also felt his head being pinched. Then his vision flashed, and he saw the face of Uchiha Shikijo with female appearance. He was stunned. He didn't feel any control over his body. He looked down but couldn't see his own body. Then I started to feel confused. It turns out that his head was chopped off by Uchiha Shiki. 7 more times. Uchiha Shikija said with a smile as he crushed Shimura Danzo's head. Yellow, white and red splashed all over the ground, but soon disappeared. Obviously, Shimura Danzo's Izanagi automatically activated again. It feels a bit troublesome to catch them one by one. Uchiha Shiki looked around and sensed the ninjutsu instantly sensed Shimura Danzo's chakra. As for Urshinping Onoki and Yayu AI, they didn't dare to move at all. Uchiha Shikijo's body fleeting technique is very fast, and they still haven't figured out why Uchiha Shikijo changed from a man to a woman. Is this also a kind of Uchiha Ai technique? And Danzo Shimura was defeated twice in an instant? Or are they all now actually under the influence of an illusion? However, if it is an illusion, they can solve it themselves, but no matter how they solve it, the facts tell them that this is reality. Hey, what are you guys daydreaming about? This doesn't suit your status as a shadow. It was at this moment that Uchiha Shikija spoke, drawing their attention. Well, let me make it clear first, I'm only targeting Danzo. If the ninjutsu involves you, it's purely accidental. Immortal technique, Yindun creation form, blue waterfall. Uchiha Shikik forms hand seals again. One hand has yin attribute chakra, the other hand has water attribute chakra. The two combined. Immediately afterwards, a dark purple vortex of water appeared out of thin air around Uchiha Shiki, and rolled towards the surroundings like a huge wave. Just a moment. Uchiha-style sparrow water style filled the entire barrier, and Eryankping Onoki and others were completely submerged. But what was even more terrifying was that the moment they were soaked in water, they could feel a splitting headache, as if something was eroding their spirits. The huge water pressure pushed them to the bottom. Moreover, they felt severe pain in their brains, a pain that was indescribable, as if countless bullet ants were biting in their brains. No matter how strong a ninja's willpower is, it is ultimately limited. Many people couldn't help but open their mouths to scream, but they were suffocated to death in a short time due to the large amount of water rushing in. Danzo Shimura was also not feeling well in the crowd. Although he possessed the spiritual energy of the Sharingan and the physical energy of Hashirama Senju, they were mutually restrained, and he was relying entirely on his own willpower to hold on. The barrier that was originally used to trap Uchiha Shikijaku instead became their death warrant twice. Damn it, why? The lightning jutsu just now, and the water jutsu now, the amount of energy they generated is not something a normal person can use. Besides, shouldn't Uchiha be proficient in fire jutsu? Even if one possesses other attribute transformations, one must be extremely proficient in it to use this level of jutsu, which is even more powerful than the teacher's water jutsu. Compared to Minato and Jiraiya, this guy's senjutsu is simply heaven and earth. Why is he so strong? Danzo Shimura's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Uchiha Shikija, who was also in the water not far away. He was truly envious and jealous. Why? Did the Uchiha always have so many geniuses? Is it possible that another Uchiha Madara will appear in the Uchiha clan? No, Uchiha are evil. Unlike Danzo Shimura and the others, at this moment Uchiha Shiki was just sitting cross-legged with a sickly smile looking at them, his body surrounded by a half-skeletal Susanoo, completely isolating the water. Let me see how long you can hold your breath and endure the erosion of your spirit. Uchiha Shikijaku did not choose to continue using lightning and fire release, and was too lazy to deal with Shimura Danzo's Izanagi one after another, so he chose to use water release to drown them. Anyway, the barrier is closed, and the water jutsu fills the entire barrier. This is like having no air, and they also need to endure mental torture. In a moment, one by one, the ninjas began to sink to the bottom, and some even drew their swords and pierced their own brains. They were going to die anyway, so they might as well just die. After all, death was a relief. Hateful. Yayu AI was physically very strong and had great willpower, but he was helpless because the water was pulling him down like lead, making it difficult for him to move. That's when it happens. A large number of tree roots began to emerge from the ground, rushing towards Uchiha Shiki like a winding giant snake, and entwined with each other to bind Uchiha Shiki's Susanoo. And it is still tightening and squeezing. Would release? Uchiha Shikija glanced at Danzo Shimura's position. At this moment, these would release techniques emerged from his left hand to the ground, and then emerged from under him through the earth. Are you still able to dance? Well, I'll give you a little surprise. Watching you is much more interesting than watching Boruto. Uchiha Shikigakai spread his hands and used his palms to release the lightning release. They rushed out directly and merged with the water, and all the living things under the water began to twitch. Ryotsubo Onoki was not much better off. Like Danzo Shimura, he rolled his eyes. Water is a strong conductor of electricity, not to mention that Uchiha Shiki was using a fairy technique. As for Yayuia, he exploded the thunder armor on his body, but he never expected that as soon as the thunder armor was opened, a large amount of thunder and lightning in the water would rush directly towards him. Obviously, his thunder armor became a guide. Sizzle! A burst of water exploded at Yayu AI's position, and then Yayu AI's skin and flesh were torn apart and slowly fell to the bottom of the water. Half-baked would release. Uchiha Shiki controlled Susanoo and swung his skeleton arm, shattering the entangled would release. Hashirama Senju's would release is not only strong, but also has a strong binding force, and can even absorb the chakra of the bound object. But except for Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, who cultivated Hashirama's cells in his chest, anyone else used pure wood, not would escape. It's almost time for Izanagi to activate again. Izanagi can only change unfavorable factors within a certain space, that is, the surroundings of his original body will reappear, and the damaged environment and existing spells will not disappear. See Danzo's fight with Suzuki for details. Whether it is Susanoo's arrows or the damaged terrain, they will not disappear. They only affect himself or consciously include others. In other words, even if Izanagi continues to activate, they will still sink into the water if they reappear. Or in other words, Uchiha Shiki looked at the edge of the barrier not far away. This barrier was considered an independent space, as he could tell from the fact that he could not sense the flying thunder god technique outside. As for Izanagi, it is estimated that he can only be used in one space and cannot jump from one space to another. The simplest example is that Uchiha Obito's transcription of the sealed Izanagi can only be reproduced in the outside world, but cannot be reproduced in the Kamui space. Conversely, if he activates Izanagi in the Kamui space, then he can only appear in the Kamui space again, because two independent spaces cannot interfere with each other under normal circumstances. Really? While Uchiha Shiki was thinking, Chimera Danzo and others appeared in the water again. They had to go through the mental torture and water pressure again, and there was an additional lightning escape. Those ninjas who originally wanted to commit suicide were about to cry, although I don't know why he died and came back to life. But damn, what have I done wrong to deserve this torture? And this enemy is really a bitch. I can obviously kill them in seconds, but I just don't. I just take my time. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Let me die. If you revive me, I'll fucking kill you. Those of them who have poor tolerance will commit suicide again. Really, in this situation, death is the only relief. The mental corrosion and torture are too painful, and even make them feel that every minute and every second is like a year. In fact, this really can't be blamed on Danzo Shinmura, because before he made the seal, he had included Urshin Subo Onoki and others. Unless he released his Inaga now and launched it again targeting only himself, these people would have to be reborn several times every time he was reborn. Hateful. Danzo Shinmura gritted his teeth. This was not a solution. This was an independent space, similar to the spiritual space and the alien space. Moreover, the hydraulic pressure, mental torture, and lightning entangled in the water made it difficult for them to form hand seals and use ninjutsu. So, Danzo Shinmura looked at a corner of the barrier and made a gesture. The ninja who was injecting life force into the barrier scroll immediately understood, quickly retracted his palm, and began to make the seal of release. But Uchiha Shiki just smiled. You don't have to play if you don't want to. I haven't used my full strength yet. How can I get what I want without using all my strength? Soon, the barrier was immediately lifted, and the water escape technique spread out in all directions. Those who had been tortured by the water escape technique for a while all lay on the ground, coughing and breathing deeply. Danzo Shinmura also fell to the ground. He shook his head. The erosion of yin chakra made him feel very uncomfortable. If you want to use the barrier to restrict me, use it. If you don't want to, don't use it. Remember, you are the challengers. I have the final say on the rules. The chakra around Uchiha Shiki's body began to condense, and it directly turned into the appearance of half of its complete body. The three chakras of water, fire, and thunder in its 6 arms floated out instantly and floated in this area. At the same time, the 6 arms of Uchiha Shikijo Susanoo formed corresponding seals respectively, the Yin seal for fire style, the SI seal for water style, and the Shen seal for lightning style. These are all simplified forms of the seals. Correspond. Fairy Art Blue Waterfall. Immortal Technique Red Flame Destruction. Immortal Technique The White Emperor descends suddenly. As for Uchiha Shikijaku's own body, he also formed the Wei seal. That's not good, run away. His Susanoo is continuously supplying chakra to the chakra fireball floating in the air, and is also changing the nature and form of this huge amount of chakra. Yeah, Yuya didn't care about the splitting headache he still had, and directly ordered his subordinates. Then, the moment he stood up from the ground, his body exploded with thunder, and it was the second stage of thunder armor. He rushed towards Uchiha Shikija without hesitation. You too, run away. Compared to the changes in the nature and form of chakra, it is more like a part of nature. This is a fairy technique close to the first generation Hokage. Tian Ping Onaki floated up directly and followed Yayu AI. Even he felt fear at this amount of chakra, but he had no choice but to go ahead. Although they both ordered their men to flee, they knew that the range of this magic was very wide and they could not get far in that time. So the only thing they could think of was to go over and interrupt Uchiha Shiki. Damn it, what the hell are all those Uchiha guys, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shikija? These two guys are simply monsters. Even Uchiha Shikija will definitely surpass Uchiha Madara in the future. Tianashping Onoki doesn't understand. Why are all the powerful ones who can cheat in Konoha? Is Konoha a feng shui treasure land? Reikage, I'll cooperate with you. Ryot Subo Onoki gritted his teeth and landed on the Reikage's shoulder. Earth escape super light and heavy rock technique. Great, I feel lighter. Yaie did not refuse. Although he looked like a rough man, he was not stupid. Danzo Shinmura also felt something was wrong. Although he possessed his Inagi, it was one thing to have it be effective and another to have it be useless. He didn't even touch Uchiha Shikigashi, but he lost 4 Sharingan. Damn it, he can use Susanoo after all. Watching Ertn Ping Onoki and Yatsuki AI rushing towards Uchiha Shikija as they passed by him, Shinmura Danzo thought instantly. Under normal circumstances, when encountering someone like Uchiha Shikijo who uses large-scale ninjutsu, one should interrupt him while he is forming hand seals and mobilizing chakra. But damn, he is inside Susanoo. Who among normal people can break Susanoo? The alien in Boruto who kicked through a certain Yutsunga Susanoo. We all know that he was an alien, so he is not a normal person? This spell's range is too wide, beyond my Izanagi reset range. So no matter how I activate Izanagi, I can't escape this range. Because when Izanagi is activated, the body that reappears in reality is around the previous body that has disappeared, and the range can't be too far. Forget it. Danzo Shinmura also followed and rushed directly towards Uchiha Shiki's position. He formed hand seals while running and inhaled a large amount of air to the limit of his body, mixing it with his wind attribute chakra. Wind style, vacuum wave. Danzo Shinura blew out a huge crescent-shaped wind blade. He no longer cared about his original idea of killing Uchiha Shikija. Maybe he will die here today. I hope they'll react to what I've arranged, otherwise I might be in great danger. Shinura Danzo gritted his teeth. Now he can only hope that his backup plan will be useful. In Yin Chakra mode, I can actually be considered a sage body, but it's the opposite of Hashirama's Yin Sage body. Although I can't absorb large amounts of natural energy in an instant, it has another effect. That is, it allows the natural chakra I emit to resonate with the natural chakra of heaven and earth. Although this technique is only a superficial effect, after all, I cannot practice and learn ninjutsu on my own. I simply use my special Yin attribute chakra to resonate. Immortal arts, Yin methods, creation of shapes, changes in heaven and earth. Uchiha Shikija watched their actions, tilted his head and revealed a sickly and gentle smile. These were what he thought in his heart. What he is releasing now is simply the forbidden technique, and using the unique characteristics of Yin and his sage body ability, the nature of the chakra changes to resonate with the natural chakra of heaven and earth. It was Uchiha Shikigakai imitating the Ten-Tail's sudden changes in the world. It just lacks the wind and earth attributes, and its power is not as strong as that released by the Ten-Tails. And at the same time, not far away in shock, the confused Heite Kakashi and Uzumaki Karen also felt something was wrong and turned around to run. But before they turned around, they found that the scene they saw changed instantly. After looking carefully, they found that they had appeared on the cliff on the top of the mountain 3,000 meters away from their previous position in an instant. And at this moment, there was a male Uchiha Shikigakai with his hands on their shoulders. On the way to the land of rice, Uchiha Shikijaku left the Flying Thunder God ritual seal on them after obtaining their consent. By the way, Tsunade actually also has the Flying Thunder God technique engraved on her lower abdomen. As for the male Uchiha Shikija here, he is actually a shadow clone. It was used when Yakushi Nono was asked for the name of the daimyo of the land of earth before the meeting started, just in case some hostage threat or some unexpected situation. It's safe here, stay here with Miss Nono. The clone Uchiha Shikijaku spoke, and his body disappeared again. In an instant, the clone Uchiha Shikijo brought Sarutobi Hiruzen here again. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot die yet. He must die losing his reputation, status, and dignity in front of the villagers of Konoha. After dealing with Danzo Shinura, it will be Sarutobi Hiruzen who will die when he returns to the village. As for his Umbu, it doesn't matter. Dying early or late is death, and dying early can help you avoid detours and go straight to the Pure Land to enjoy spiritual life. Flying Thunder God. And Shadow Clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. He had just noticed that Uchiha Shikijaku's guards had disappeared and wanted to run away, but Uchiha Shikijaku's clone appeared beside him in an instant and brought him here directly. He originally thought that Uchiha Shikija was going to kill him together, but now it seems that is not the case, and Uchiha Shikija had left a spell on his armor at some point in time. On the way here? No, maybe it was left by the Umbu next to me, because he didn't touch me at all on the way here, and I had no physical contact with him before. Although the development of the matter has once again exceeded my expectations, judging from his actions in bringing me here, Uchiha Shikijaku doesn't hate me that much, not to the point of wanting to kill me? Damn it, Uchiha, who are born evil, why do they have such incredible geniuses in every era? This guy is so powerful that I can't just deal with him. He can even rival Uchiha Madara, right? And someone among the Uchiha actually possesses Izanagi. Didn't the Nidaime reclaim the Uchiha's forbidden scrolls because of the Mangekyo incident? Did the Uchiha keep a backup? As expected, the Uchiha, who are born evil, have never repented from the beginning. They want to keep Izanagi, the backup for the forbidden technique, and endanger Konoha. More importantly, he doesn't look like he'll go blind from this forbidden technique. Could it be the special eye ability hosted by the Sharingan? That's not right. This type of forbidden eye technique was developed artificially. Although it can be passed down, it can't directly become a separate special eye technique, right? This guy's eye technique is even more frightening and disgusting than Shisui's. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. His understanding of Uchiha is no worse than that of Danzo Shinura. After all, he is the direct disciple of the second Hokage. In order to deal with the Uchiha during the Warring States period, the second Hokage took many corpses of the Uchiha clan for research, and also made a lot of summaries. Looks like I need to change my attitude towards the Uchiha. Show the enemy weakness, then find an opportunity to control his close associates and kill him before Uchiha Shikijaku can react. Izanagi requires hand seals to activate, so simply chopping off his head won't work, right? He can't maintain his Izanagi status forever, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his ninja tool bag, which contained the things he exchanged with Shimura Danzo. Because of this thing he would give the barrier ninjutsu he had just performed to Shimura Danzo. I still have the advantage, no rush. And at this time, Uchiha Shiki's real body is here. Shimura Danzo's wind style directly hit Uchiha Shikijo's Susanoo. His Susanoo looks very fragile even without any armor or anything like that. However, Susanoo's appearance is based on the holder's ability to hold onto a vast amount of chakra, creating a tight outer shell for defense. Its hardness is related to its mass and the amount of pupil power in chakra released. Can it be broken? Danzo Shimura was unsure, as it was also his first time facing Susanoo. Very soon, there is an answer. As soon as his wind escape technique touched the outside of Susanoo, it exploded into countless wind currents, leaving only shallow chakra gaps on the surface. To use a human as an analogy, it is probably just a minor wound that is just cut through the epidermis and hasn't yet started bleeding, and it will heal if you go to the hospital later. Reikage. Tianashping Oniki lay on Yayui's shoulder and spoke. I know. Yayuia once again directly blew up the thunder armor and transformed into a complete form that the thunder escape stimulated his body, causing his body to reach its extreme state. Heavy explosion. Yayui let out a wild roar. At this moment, he was like the dings in elbow posture in Bajikwan. After all, the knees and elbows are the hardest parts of the human body. Earth style, super, heavy rock technique. Urshin Subo Onoki also roared, and this time his ninjutsu directly hit back to the maximum limit he could exert. At this moment, Yayuia even felt that his body seemed to have a weight that made him unable to move, but his elbows were already in position, and he just had to wait for it to be put on. Wood style, 4 binding technique. Almost at the same time, Shimura Danzo pressed his other arm without the Sharingan to the ground, and countless tree roots emerged from the ground, binding Uchiha Shikigami Susanoo's limbs and body, and pulling them down. Oh, nice dance. The light and heavy rock technique first reduces the Reikage's weight, allowing him to move at maximum speed and utilize the kinetic energy of his movement speed, and then increases the weight just before striking Susanoo. The kinetic energy added by the speed, and the sudden increase in weight and hardening of the body, will increase the attack exponentially, and the wood release technique restrains my Susanoo to prevent it from moving back due to the impact, which would reduce the force. It can even use the counterpulling force to make the Reikage's attack more powerful. They are enemies in the ninja world, but they cooperate so well at this moment. Should we say they are worthy of being battle-hardened cages? Uchiha Shiki was really surprised. Let's not talk about the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work. After all, the Reikage and the Tsuchikage formed an alliance, they knew each other's abilities, and they must have discussed how to cooperate. Boom! When Uchiha Shikija praised, Yayui's nintaijutsu heavy explosion directly hit Uchiha Shiki's Susanoo. In a moment, a terrifying sonic explosion. Yes, of all the opponents I fought, Uchiha Shikigakai, would like to call your coordinated ninjutsu the strongest. Looking at the spiderweb-like cracks appearing on Susanoo, Uchiha Shikige spoke. The lightning emitted by the Yayuikai continued to penetrate Susanoo. In the original work, the Earth Shadow cooperated with the Reikage and pierced through half of Madara's Susanoo with one punch. But, looking at the Reikage who broke Susanoo and didn't stop, still hitting his head with his elbow, Uchiha Shiki disappeared on the spot. Yayui's attack missed and hit the other side of Susanoo directly, causing a horrible crack, and Uchiha Shikija appeared outside Susanoo. There was a tiny senbon next to his feet, which he had shot out when the barrier came into contact with him. If you can't hit it, there's no point. Uchiha Shikija loosened his hand that was making seals, and Susanoo began to dissipate because the magic technique had been completed. Uchiha Shikija once again launched Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the area. Joke. Uchiha Shiki can't stay here and die together. It will take 500 hours for him to die. He just died because he wanted to know what it felt like to be hit by dust escape. Now that his dream has come true, there is no need to waste it. The place he went to was exactly where his clone was. After Uchiha Shikija disappeared, the changes in the heavens and the earth had already begun. In a moment, the sky is clouded over. The waterspout is mixed with thunder dragons, and the thunder dragons are mixed with flames. They intertwined and crossed like countless snakes, instantly covering an area with a radius of about 4 kilometers and an area of about 8 kilometers. Looking down from the sky, this place looks like the eye of Jupiter's storm. This attack is enough to kill Danzo Shimura 1,000 times over. When Uchiha Shiki's feminine yin chakra form appeared next to the clone, Heide Kakashi and Uzumaki Karen immediately looked over. He has a yin attribute and has no fragrance on his body. Instead, he gives people a feeling of keeping away from strangers. He is extremely cold and gloomy. It even feels like you will become sickly and depressed if you look at him for too long. You're really quite gloomy in this form. Looking at you for too long makes me feel a little world weary and even want to cry. But I have to say, she's really good looking, just like me. The clone Uchiha Shikija teased his original body. Although the Japanese are not good, it does not prevent Uchiha Shikija from appreciating himself. The female Uchiha Shikijaku also rolled her eyes speechlessly. If possible, he would really like to be able to randomly get this yin chakra mode. First, you can use other attributes, and second, no enemy will want to stick to you. And to be honest, Uchiha Shikaizuki understood the scent of her other forms. When she was not very close to the enemies would rarely be affected. It was probably because they were attracted by her beauty. Just like Kagayaheim is a villain, but there are always goblins calling her their wife. Is that love? No, I'm fine with just being nice. In the group, no one is allowed to make fun of me. There was even someone who saw women's clothing and wanted to watch a video with me, and even sent me a picture of himself wearing only underwear, which made me sick to death. Are you really Mr.Shiki.er, miss? Uzumaki Karen looked at the female Uchiha Shikija. She still couldn't understand why a man turned into a woman, and if you ignore her cold temperament, she was still a sickly and weak-looking woman. Hiss. Kakashi Hatake touched his chin, and he seemed to understand why his teacher's eyes were full of light when he mentioned Uchiha Shikija. She is really strong and really beautiful, but does her master's wife know about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. Just now, because of the barrier isolation, he could not feel the amount of Uchiha Shiki's chakra, but at close range, he already understood what Uchiha Shiki's condition was. Like the first daemon, he possesses a sage body. Judging from the feeling within his body, it's all natural energy. Furthermore, his sage mode seems to be able to interfere with the natural energy of an area. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, he didn't care at all whether Uchiha Shiki was a man or a woman. After all, he lived a long life and experienced the periods of the first and second generations. The Uchiha clan had produced many crazy and insane people, and many of them possessed special eye techniques. The most recent, for example, Uchiha Kanen's soul life. For example, Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. In fact, Uchiha Shiki is also very curious about what Uchiha Madara's eye technique is. Is it a special eye technique that acts on the body, similar to the enhancement of escape techniques? Or is it because he possesses the Rinnegan, so the Mangekyo's eye technique is covered and cannot be used? After all, his Mangekyo ability was not shown during the Fourth Shinobi World War. After all, the Rinnegan is an ability of the Rinnegan. Abilities like the Six Paths Pain controlled by Nagato Uzumaki are just the basic abilities of the Rinnegan. However, according to the records in the clan files, Uchiha Shikijo is more inclined to Uchiha Madara's eye technique in that it uses all of his own abilities, such as eye power, escape techniques, various physical abilities, etc. Shikik, what will happen to Danzo and the others? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the apocalyptic scene in the distance. The three natural energy attributes of fire, thunder, and water interfere with an area, making it as terrifying as an alien planet. The entire area is wreaking havoc with these three attributes. You want to plead for Danzo again? The female Uchiha Shikija didn't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but just looked at the area calmly. To be honest, he was a little dissatisfied with the size of this area, but this was the largest range attack he could launch at this time. No, he's already a traitor, and the daimyo of the land of Earth is most likely just as you said. He arranged it, and he broke a taboo. But the Reikage and the Tsuchikage are the cages of two different villages. They can't die, otherwise the war will escalate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softened, and he already knew that he had to change his attitude towards Uchiha. At least before he killed Uchiha Shikijo, he had to give in. A real man can bend and stretch, can be long or short, can be hard or soft. And then, don't you think I'll treat the outside world the same way I treat you in the village? I'm not Madara, nor am I the first Hokage, but that doesn't mean I can't do what they can do. If they have the will, either Susanoo or Daibutsu can destroy Shikoku. Coincidentally, I can do that too. An elephant doesn't care about the ants on the road. The ants get stepped on simply because they happen to be in the elephant's path. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Uchiha Shikijo in female form. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. If you think about it carefully, during the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Shikijo would completely clear the battlefield when dealing with his enemies. As long as he saw an enemy, there was only one way left for him: death. I don't like fighting, nor do I like war. After all, I am a peace-loving Uchiha Sanayo young man, but don't think I'm like you, who will negotiate with the enemy even if I win. The female Uchiha Shikija didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face at all. His body disappeared again and he left here directly. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen look ugly. He knew the subtext of Uchiha Shikijo's words, which was that he had ulterior motives. Hold on, the old horse is lying down. The ambition is to travel thousands of miles. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen Shinobu, will severely humiliate Uchiha Shikija if I can really get him. I lick Uchiha-style tits? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still have the advantage. The advantage is still mine. Danzo, you will die here, don't survive. After all, Shisui's eyes are very important to me. That's right. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan actually belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Uchiha Shiki had the Flying Thunder God technique, he exchanged this barrier that could block the time and space ninjutsu with Shimura Danzo. In the end, Danzo Shimura gritted his teeth and gave it to him. Compared to Uchiha Shisui's eyes, Shimura Danzo now wants to kill Uchiha Shikija more. He has already transplanted both arms of Shin, injected Hashirama's cells into his body and transplanted Sharingan into his arms. He thinks he is invincible. When he kills Uchiha Shikija, he will kill all of them, whether it's the Uchiha clan or Sarutobi Hiruzen. The same goes for Orochimaru. He would not allow Orochimaru to continue researching something more powerful than him. If Uchiha Shiki knew what he was thinking, he would probably be speechless. Why do so many people behind look like they have been possessed by another god? Do you all like the advantage is mine? Having wood release does not mean that you are Hashirama Senju, and having Sharingan does not mean that you are Uchiha Madara. The other side. Right now. The interference of natural energy in the pseudo-heavenly and earthly region gradually returned to normal, but the entire area looked like the surface of an alien planet. Lava, puddles, and a porous surface. Perhaps because of the thunder, a very strong magnetic field was generated in this area. Oh, even though I deliberately timed it, I'm still surprised you're still alive. The female Uchiha Shikija quickly found Danzo Shimura, or rather, most of Danzo Shimura's body, that is, the part below the head and chest was basically gone. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells in his body keeping him alive, he would probably have died. Danzo Shimura didn't say anything, or perhaps he no longer had the energy to speak. He is unwilling to accept this. Why is it that after Uchiha Madara appeared, there was Uchiha Shiki? He died 7 times in less than half a minute with this magic technique just now. In the end, he had no choice but to use his Inagi on one of his Sharingan. He wanted to bet on the duration of the magic technique in this area. It is obvious that his eyes are Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is obvious that he does not have the Mangekyo Sharingan. But unfortunately, he was so frustrated that he could only use one of them to perform his Inagi. If the magic had not stopped at that moment, he would not have been able to save even the last one. Yes. I lost. The broken Danzo Shimura spoke with difficulty. But in an instant, another Danzo Shimura suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Shikija, at a very close distance, and grabbed Uchiha Shikija's shoulder with his palm. Sure enough, I calculated the time well. It's impossible for you to only have one Sharingan left. Uchiha Shikijaka didn't look back, watching Shimura Danzo on the ground turn transparent and disappear. In order to prevent Shimura Danzo from revealing more than just those Sharinans, he controlled time, because according to what Uchiha Shikijo knew, Uchiha Kagami and his followers had a total of 9 people. They all have Sharingan. In other words, Danzo Shimura has at least 18 Sharingan. Just now, Danzo Shimura probably wanted to lure him out and make him reveal his weakness, so he used a Sharingan in his eye socket to activate his Inagi. But Uchiha Shikija turned around, and Shimura Danzo's palm was completely unable to move forward to touch Uchiha Shikija, because at this moment the ground was covered by a black shadow. Shadow binding. If you touch me, I lose. Do you think so? Do you really think that no one knows where Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan has gone? Susanoo emerged from Uchiha Shiki's body and he slapped Danzo Shimura directly. The sound of bones and flesh breaking echoed, and Danzo Shimura flew backwards and lay on the ground with his clothes torn. Really? On the chest beneath the clothes, there are several blind Sharinans that cannot be closed. Shisui's dojutsu is Koda Amatsukami, and Kagami's dojutsu is Tsumekami. Both are illusion-based eye techniques. The difference is that Jing's eye technique requires physical sensations from both of them to trigger. Once triggered, the opponent will fall into a world of intoxication and dreaming. Even if they realize they are under an illusion, they will be unable to wake up due to their immersion. Uchiha Shikija originally didn't know this, because there was no record in the family files, and no one even knew whether Uchiha Kagami had a Mangekyo. But Uchiha Kanen knew. After all, she was the direct descendant of Uchiha Kagami and the daughter that Uchiha Kagami loved very much. She had even seen Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan when she was a child, and had heard him talk about his eye technique ability. And Uchiha Kanen had talked about this with Uchiha Shikija before. I have to say that Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui's eye techniques are really amazing. The modified will of the god of war. Tsumegami's technique is more like the strongest illusion type eye technique, above Tsukuyomi, and below infinite Tsukuyomi. When Danzo Shimura heard what Uchiha Shikija said, he vomited blood from his mouth. He could feel that all his bones were broken, but as long as he delayed a little, the Hashirama cells in his body would recover for him. She really didn't expect that Uchiha Shikijaku actually knew the effect of Uchiha Kagami's eye technique. Uchiha Kagami had clearly told them, the second Hokage guards, that only they knew the effects of his eye technique. Really? Uchiha is Uchiha, inherently evil and cannot be trusted. Uchiha Kagami, you are so great, so noble, damn it. Kill me. And you will never know where Shisui's Sharingan is hidden. I possess the mirror kaleidoscope eye technique, so your kaleidoscope illusions are ineffective against me. Shimura Danzo spoke with difficulty. Time, he needs time now. However, Danzo Shimura was also very anxious. The backup plan he had prepared had not even been launched yet. What had happened? Shisui's eyes are not with you. Do you think I would not make any arrangements when I knew Shisui was close to you? I set some means on Shisui's eyes. I have already felt the eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen since I left Konoha. I guess you exchanged with him in order to block my spacetime ninjutsu? Uchiha Shiki smiled. In fact, he really didn't care about Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan, he just did it. Also, you don't have to wait for your backup plan. At this moment, your root members have taken a direct train to the Pure Land. Uchiha Shiki continued where? Danzo Shimura is very smart. After all, he is an old fox and he always prepares for the worst in many things. The idea of reverse channeling is great. Unfortunately, at this moment, Uchiha Yayo had already led many elites of the Uchiha clan to kill them. In this state, Uchiha Shiki's perception range is very wide. He can sense the chakra of Uchiha Hajiki and his clansmen at a distance of about 6,000 meters. This is why Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled as to why Uchiha Hajiki applied to him to transfer many elites of the Uchiha clan. Normally, Danzo Shimura should have left behind a clone, but he could not use the shadow clone because he used his Izanagi that if the main body was severely damaged, the shadow clone would disappear, which would be meaningless. As for the wood clone, it's not that Danzo Shimura doesn't use it, but the effect is the same as the shadow clone. Danzo Shimura fell silent, knowing that his backup plan was useless. He only has the Uchiha Kagami Sharingan left, and if he activates his Izanagi again he will be blinded. But more importantly, at this moment his chakra amount is no longer enough to support him to activate his Izanagi, and the Izanagi he uses will consume a lot of chakra. Uchiha Shikijaku also noticed this. Without chakra support, even if his Izanagi is activated automatically, it will be useless. The Uchiha who was born evil. After Danzo Shimura knew that he was going to die, he did not look as embarrassed as he was when he was chased by Uchiha Suzuki in the original novel. Instead, he showed a crazy smile. For Konoha, for the sake of the ninja world, I will. Phew. But before Shimura Danzo could finish his words, Uchiha Shikijo's half-body Susanoo clenched its 6 arms into fists. Maki Senju Susanoo's 6-hand accelerated pseudo-version. Oalululaala. Danzo Shimura's body was instantly beaten into a pulp, and it could be made into meatballs and used to make soup. Looking at the fleshy corpse of Shimura Danzo on the ground, Uchiha Shiki just sighed slightly. Why bother? Why bother? Isn't it good to live a good life? Notice, the host killed Shimura Danzo, greatly defying fate. A large number of plots will not be triggered because of Shimura Danzo, and 80,000 points of fate defiance points will be obtained. If you are not sure whether Danzo Shimura is dead or not, just listen to the system prompts. Why? Danzo Shimura is really a good tool. In total, about 140,000 destiny-defying points were provided. Thinking about it, Uchiha Shikatsu squats down. He picked up Danzo Shimura's head and reached in to dig out the 2 Sharinans inside. One of them is blind, but it's not a big deal. The important thing is that the eyeball is still there. I don't know how Madara knew that this method could guarantee permanent vision protection. Maybe it was Black Zetsu's doing. After all, there's no record of this on the stone tablet. The neural connections within the eyeballs can allow the brains of people who are not of Uchiha blood, or even those who do not possess special yin attribute chakra, to produce special chakra. This is also why, in the original story, Uchiha Obito's eyes were on Heite Kakashi's side, but he was able to open the Mangekyo due to Nohara Rin's death. It wasn't due to the resonance effect caused by Uchiha Obito's presence nearby. It just so happens that my Lady Kanon is going blind, and Uchiha Kagami is her father, so it would be very useful to use him as material for the eternal Mangekyo. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo will cause blindness because the special yin chakra in the brain cannot keep up with the consumption of the Mangekyo, and it can no longer provide more pupil power. Transplanting someone else's Mangekyo is not a simple matter of replacing the eyes, but rather activating a technique similar to a transcription seal to temporarily seal the pupil power of one's own Mangekyo in the brain, then digging out one's own eyes and transplanting new eyes of a relative. Then the visual nerves of this new pair of eyes will feed back into the brain, forming a stronger pupil power with the original special chakra in the brain, complementing each other internally and externally to jointly generate pupil power. After that, you only need to release the transcription seal, and the power of your own kaleidoscope will merge with the new kaleidoscope, and your own kaleidoscope pattern will be superimposed on the kaleidoscope pattern of the new eyes to form an eternal kaleidoscope. But the Mangekyo Sharingan dug out from one's own eye socket is useless, because all of its pupil power was sealed in the brain by the transcription seal before it was dug out, and the connection line of the optic nerve was left in the eye socket. The 2 visual nerve connection lines in one's own eye sockets must be cleverly connected to the new Mangekyo Sharingan, and the new Mangekyo Sharingan visual nerve connection lines also need to be connected to the brain nerves. This is equivalent to the original 2 visual nerve lines becoming 4, forming a continuous flow of pupil power. This is the closest reasonable explanation the author can think of. By the way, the Reikage and Tsuchikage are really lucky. Uchiha Shikijaku tossed Shimura Danzo's head and walked towards the place where he had activated Susanoo before. There is a square depression there, which is 400 meters deep when you look down. The molten ground magma and water around it flow downwards, then intertwine and cool down, emitting a lot of steam. Yayu Ai and Tianashping Onaki were both lying in a stone depression above the bottom, covered in wounds. They were very smart that they knew that even if a straight line was sunken, it would still be affected, so they used Earth Escape to create a depression on the horizontal side halfway through the deep pit. After all, no matter how powerful the Uchiha-style Sparrow Fairy technique was, it could not reach a location 300 meters deep that was protected by a stone layer. You know, even the 10 Tails 5 attribute natural disasters can't peel off the ground more than 100 meters, not to mention Uchiha Shikijo's pseudo-natural disaster that doesn't have the ability to escape Earth. The fact that they were able to perform Earth escape should be thanks to my Susanoo, which helped them block the initial attack. After all, my Susanoo's defensive power is actually not weak. Shimura Danzo was outside Susanoo and couldn't get on it, or maybe he didn't have time to perform Earth escape like Ryout and Tsubo Oniki. By the way, there are quite a lot of challengers today. Uchiha Shikijaka didn't care about the life and death of Urshinping Onoki and Yayu AI, but looked behind him, because at this moment, two coffins emerged from the ground over there. Impure World Reincarnation? This surprised Uchiha Shikijaka very much. If he remembered correctly, no one should use Impure World Reincarnation now. If one wanted to find the first user in modern times, it should be Orochimaru. But in the original work, will Orochimaru be reborn from the dead at this time? Uchiha Shikija thought about it carefully and was sure that he would not. The Impure World Reincarnation was slowly studied by Orochimaru after he stole many forbidden techniques from the second Hokage and defected from Konoha. It took him nearly 10 years to perform an imperfect Impure World Reincarnation. In the end, it was Kabuto Yakushi who performed the perfect Impure World Reincarnation based on Orochimaru's research records. Snake Auntie is worthy of being Snake Auntie. She can even change chakra ripples. Although I can sense that there is another chakra lurking nearby, always on the periphery, the chakra ripples are different from Aunt Snake's own. And the Impure World Reincarnation was caused by the butterfly effect caused by me? Now Danzo Shimura is dead. So, when you feel that someone is plotting against you but you don't know who it is, you can assume it's Orochimaru. Moreover, the only person who can master the Impure World Reincarnation is Uchiha Shikigakai. Orochimaru. In fact, it is true. Because of the existence of Uchiha Shikijaku, Orochimaru became interested in the Uchiha clan earlier than in the original work, and because of his cooperation with Danzo Shimura, he began to secretly bring out many forbidden techniques from the Konoha Forbidden Technique Library earlier. Among them were rubbings of forbidden scrolls, the original version of the Impure World Reincarnation, the original version of the eight-headed technique, etc. The first thing he fell in love with was the Impure World Reincarnation. Mr. Orochimaru, won't you come out and see me? Let's talk. I've prepared a little skin for you. I've prepared a forbidden technique that will make your heart flutter. Uchiha Shikija spoke, and was quite polite. He personally didn't dislike Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru became more and more abstract as time went on, and even had a funny and amusing feeling, which made it hard for people to dislike him. He really is both a father and a mother. I really want someone to ask him some more personal questions when he becomes a mother. For example, are there a few inconvenient days in a month? For example, will there be any physiological reaction or something? What's important is, for example, will I get pregnant? Tisk, don't you even dare to show your face? Am I that scary? I'm a sunny, cheerful, and approachable man who treats everyone kindly. Yeah, that's right, I'm a big boy. Uchiha style spread hands. Bang! The panels of the two coffins began to fall off and hit the ground. Two people wearing armor of the same style as the Warring States period, but of different colors, walked out. One of them has long straight black hair, while the other has white thorny hair. Oh, the first and second generation? And from the feeling, it seems that there is something similar to Danzo's arm mixed in their bodies. Did they transplant Hashirama's cells from Shin's body parts, and then transplant those parts onto the sacrifice? Uchiha Shikijo's Mangekyo Sherinan looked at the two of them. There was no doubt about these two people. The one with long straight black hair was Senju Hashirama, and the one with white thorny hair was Senju Tobirama. They both looked around at this time, and then looked down at their hands. Immortal reincarnation, you're actually abusing the ninjutsu I invented. It seems a bit crude, and its power isn't even 100% of its true strength, only about 60% at best. Senju Tobirama's iconic voice sounded, his tone full of dissatisfaction, and he turned his head and stared at a certain place. Through the connection of Impure World Reincarnation, he could sense where Orochimaru was. Then he looked at Uchiha Shikijo. The scarlet Mangekyo Sherinan and the head in Uchiha Shikijo's hand made him frown. It's natural again. Born evil, Senju Tobirama, I will seal you with my own hands now. But, like Danzo Shimura, he was interrupted by Uchiha Shiki before he could finish his words. Oh shit. Uchiha Shikija didn't know why, but suddenly felt so good. It feels so good for some unknown reason. In the original novel, Kabuto Yakushi was a master of dreams, but now Orochimaru is truly a master of dreams. Senju Tobirama? Senju Tobirama felt very angry. Although he didn't know why, he was just very angry. Brother, this place doesn't look like Konoha, and that head over there looks like that brat Danzo. Huh? Senju Tobirama said this and looked at Senju Hashirama, then the corners of his mouth twitched, because Hashirama Senju was staring at Uchiha Shikijabu intently. Without hesitation, Tobirama Senju reached out and slapped Hashirama Senju on the head, causing Hashirama Senju to stagger forward a few steps. I've told you many times, don't look at the inherently evil Uchiha. Senju Tobirama spoke angrily, wondering how his elder brother was so bewitched by the Uchiha. Damn Uchiha, his elder brother was not smart to begin with, and he became even more stupid after being bewitched by the Uchiha. No, Tobirama, why did you hit me? I just think that the child in front of me looks a bit like Ban between his eyebrows. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobirama and felt a little aggrieved. Senju Tobirama was even more confused. No, we had just reached an alliance, and in order to consolidate the cooperation, you came up with the idea of using transformation to marry Uchiha Madara. This was so outrageous that I scared him so much that I went to the Uzumaki clan to find a woman of the right age to be your spouse overnight. The person in front of you now is a girl, and you tell me she looks like Uchiha Madara? Are you crazy about Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Shikijo's face was also full of question marks. Although I don't really like to use the word feminine, it definitely doesn't mean that I don't admit that I am absolutely beautiful in a feminine way. You told me that my eyebrows look like Uchiha Madara? But after Uchiha Shikija thought about it carefully, it was actually possible. Because the ancestor of the Uchiha Shikagawa family once married the younger sister of Uchiha Madara's father, which means that his biological mother should actually call Uchiha Madara his great-uncle? Girl, what happened here? Senju Hashirama became serious and asked Uchiha Shikijo. No need to ask. Even though that head looks old, I recognize it as Danzo. Has the evil Uchiha finally taken action against Konoha? I will kill you with my own hands. Senju Tobirama raised his fingers slightly, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out from his body. Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes. Senju Tobirama actually doesn't have much prejudice against the Uchiha clan. He just thinks that the Uchiha clan is not a safe clan at all, and someone may go berserk because of the Sharingan at any time, so he is always on guard and restricting them. However, his defense was misunderstood by Danzo Shimura, who believed that Uchiha should not exist in Konoha and that Konoha would be in danger because of Uchiha. Without saying anything more, Uchiha Shikija sealed Danzo Shimura's head with a sealing scroll. Tobirama, put your finger down, she's just a child. I've told you many times, Uchiha aren't inherently evil, they just need understanding and our acceptance. Senju Hashirama glared at Senju Tobirama for a moment, and chakra burst out from his body, shaking the entire ground into pieces and spreading like a spider web. But just finished. Senju Hashirama was confused because he clapped his hands. I didn't shout out anything, but I released something. Chakra was transformed into life energy and injected into the ground, and countless tree roots rolled towards Uchiha Shiki like waves. Tobirama, look, I told you that the ninjutsu you developed weren't any good. Hurry up and apologize to me. Say it with me, big brother, I was wrong. Hashirama Senju was helpless. His body was imperfect, and he could feel that he was under many spells, making it impossible for him to act exactly as he wanted. Shut up, apologize. Senju Tobirama also rushed towards Uchiha Shikija uncontrollably. Taking action voluntarily and being forced to take action are two different things. My mother is also your mother, so hurry up and apologize. Senju Hashirama spoke very seriously, and Senju Tobirama really wanted to cover his face. What the hell should he do if his elder brother acted like a fool? Damn Uchiha. As for Uchiha Shiki, he looked at the tree roots as thick as those in the tropical rainforest rolling towards him like huge waves, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is what would release is all about. Gia, come here quickly and learn it. He thought so, but Uchiha Shiki knew that the power of Hashirama Senju's would release lies in its ability to absorb chakra, and its quality and quantity are of different dimensions of strength. That he didn't want to take it slowly and just solve it in one go. So Uchiha Shikijo tilted his head, and the pure white chakra of Susanoo emerged from his body, forming Susanoo all over his body. The fireballs on his 6 arms condensed into a katana, and he swung it forward directly after charging in the posture of drawing the sword and slashing. But before Uchiha Shikijo could swing his sword, a huge palm formed by would escape suddenly emerged from under his Susanoo, and lifted up the arm of his Susanoo that was swinging the sword. At the same time, the ground around Susanoo collapsed, and more tree roots directly wrapped around Uchiha Shiki's Susanoo. Senju Hashirama, or perhaps Orochimaru, understood too well the power of a swing from Uchiha Shikigami's Susanoo. If it were really swung out, the wood-release forest would be destroyed instantly, and even the bodies of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju would be destroyed. Because the body of the reincarnated one is not as strong as that of a living person, it is easily damaged, and once damaged, it takes time to recover. The time is enough for a master like Uchiha Shiki to seal it. So from the moment he controlled Hashirama Senju to use wood release, Orochimaru had some of Hashirama Senju's wood release on standby under Uchiha Shiki's feet, and Senju Tobirama took advantage of this opportunity and wrapped his arms around the water vortex that was spinning at a high speed, like an electric current. And Hashirama Senju's wood release bent, he jumped on it, and the wood release instantly bounced him away, flying towards the head of Uchiha Shiki's Susanoo at a terrifying speed. Senju Tobirama was like a cannonball, catapulted out by the tree roots. He appeared in front of Uchiha Shikigami's Susanoo in an instant like a ghost, and his instant body movement technique was also perfect. The hard vortex water blade in his hand swept out like a whirlwind and headed straight for Susanoo's head. Senju Tobirama's water jutsu was definitely not just for defending against the Uchiha clan's fire jutsu. Rather, he felt that although water style was not as good as wind style and lightning style, which were specialized attack type techniques, it had the assistance in forms of infinite attack types. Just like the hard vortex water blade, it uses the rotation and high pressure of water escape, like a tornado, and can also be accompanied by the changes in the chakra properties of his lightning escape, breaking through the Uchiha clan Susanoo in a unique way. Bang! The swirling water blade was like a meteor, hitting Susanoo's forehead hard. The lightning technique wrapped around the swirling water blade like a silver snake, flashing dazzling electric light, like a spiral pile driver, dazzling. At the same time, Hashirama Senju also took action. The end of the wood release he controlled gradually formed a dragon head, like a group of ferocious dragons, which wrapped around Susanoo more and more tightly, and absorbed and crushed the Susanoo formed by chakra at an astonishing speed. Just like Madara's Susanoo, it's in its complete form that it seems you're no ordinary Uchiha brat. Although your pupil power is slightly inferior, you can condense such a huge Susanoo with your chakra. The whirlpool water blade of Senju Tobirama, combined with the additional lightning technique, was like an extremely sharp sword, piercing directly into the vitals of Susanoo. Its penetrating power was extremely strong, and in less than 3 seconds it made a fist-sized hole in Susanoo. In a moment, the hard vortex water blade wrapped around Senju Tobirama's arm shot out like an arrow, and its target was Uchiha Shiki's head. However, targeted attacks are easy to predict. Uchiha Shikijo just tilted his head slightly and easily avoided Senju Tobirama's water-style, hard vortex water blade. When attacking with the hard vortex water blade this time, Senju Tobirama had no intention of hitting Uchiha Shikija at all. Instead, after being dodged by him, it suddenly exploded, and the surging water like a flood bursting through a dam rushed straight towards Susanoo's lower body. The water transformed by water escape also has weight. Its purpose from the beginning is to penetrate Susanoo and make it heavier. When the entire Susanoo was half filled with water, Uchiha Shiki felt that controlling Susanoo and lifting his feet was as difficult as climbing to the sky. There was a distinct sense of heaviness, just like the feeling of having sex 10 times a night and having difficulty walking the next day. This is what makes Senju Tobirama different from others. Others were thinking about how to defeat Susanoo, but Senju Tobirama was thinking that as long as Susanoo had a flaw, he would have countless ways to immobilize it. I have to admire it. Hashirama Senju is in love with Uchiha Madara, and in a sense, Tobirama Senju is also deeply in love with the Uchiha clan. Attack modes are various abilities that target Uchiha. Water release, water crush, wave. Senju Tobirama put his hands together outside Susanoo's head. This move was originally able to summon water that quickly rotated and rose like a tornado out of thin air in an instant. The water then spread out like a waterfall and hit the opponent downwards, finally forming a large river. All attacks and defenses were controlled by Tobirama. But here, the water flows inside Susanoo were all formed by his ninjutsu, so he could control it. They formed a tornado-like shape, and the terrifying rotating force generated from the inside impacted the inside of Susanoo. The external and internal structures of Susanoo are different. The external defense is very hard, so we will make Susanoo fat from the inside. Moreover, this waterspout condenses into a very thin water blade, which can strangle the enemy with the help of the vortex of the waterspout. Tobirama, be gentle, she's still a child. Hashirama Senju shouted from below, but the wood escape he could control only increased the power to restrain Susanoo. The internal water escape and external pressure have caused many cracks in Susanoo. Brother, shut up, can I just be gentle if I want to? Senju Tobirama retorted angrily. He invented the impure world reincarnation technique, so he certainly knew the only risk. As long as the summoned person knew the seal of this technique, they could easily escape the caster's control. But he has been using ninjutsu since just now, and he is in an incomplete reincarnation state. There are binding seals and binding spells in his body, making it difficult for the person being controlled to make seals according to his own consciousness. Damn it, my brother and I's body sacrifice seems to be very special, and it has strengthened the binding force. To be honest, I don't think it's wrong to be able to beat Uchiha Senju Tobirama, but he really didn't like being controlled like this. Girl, don't blame me, you have a mangekyo and can perform celestial arts. If I let you continue to grow, you will surpass that guy Madara. I have no personal ill will towards the Uchiha clan. Our clan and your clan only have historical issues. But Danzo is my disciple, and he will not harm Kana. The fact that you attacked him proves that you are still a threat to Kana. Senju Tobirama spoke in a deep voice. The water waves inside Susanoo began to gather towards the head above Susanoo. Water style, water dragon bite. Senju Tobirama clasped his hands together again, and 2 water dragons intertwined and rotated at a terrifying speed and pounced on Uchiha Shiki. Oh, don't take it too seriously, but I have a feeling you know why I did it, and you'll probably just clap your hands and cheer. Uchiha Shikaku was instantly it disappeared on the spot, and the chakra on the entire surface of Susanoo exploded directly, and it turned into lightning attribute. This guy actually knows my flying thunder god, and Susanoo. Can he use it like this? Under the shocked gaze of Senju Tobirama, the entire Susanoo transformed into thunder exploded, raging like a thunderstorm within a radius of several hundred meters, and then the thunder gathered at one point. This is very similar to his hard vortex water blade, both of which gather chakra attributes at a fixed point and then explode to form a terrifying water flow impact. The difference is that the lightning attribute is a specialized chakra property, and the destructive power will definitely be greater. Normally, Susanoo has no attributes, it is simply high-density compressed chakra, and it is very difficult to change the attributes of such a huge amount of chakra at one time. And at this time, Uchiha Shikija had appeared 500 meters away, and lying on the ground was a senbon needle engraved with a spell. Before Danzo Shimura and the others' barriers came into contact, Uchiha Shiki shot out many senbon needles, which spread out with his water escape technique and swept around. Art is an explosion. Uchiha Shiki snapped his fingers. This is not a ninjutsu, but simply controlling the external Susanoo chakra to change the nature of the chakra into a lightning attribute. This is similar to when Uchiha Obito attacked Uzumaki Kushina and blew up the cave. He used Thunder Susanoo to blast away the rubble. Art. It's an explosion. Uchiha Shikija looked at the thunder area that exploded not far away and smiled. In that area, the sky and the earth were connected by thunder, and more importantly, it was spreading out in all directions with Susanoo as the center. Lightning attribute ninjutsu are generally based on high speed and strong destructive power, especially this type of hands-free lightning escape. This is not some kind of ninjutsu. After all, Uchiha Shikijo cannot learn ninjutsu independently, and the only lightning escape he masters is the lightning escape and the forbidden lightning escape. Although I can't control the direction of the attack, I rely on my female form's control over natural energy to instantly transform Susanoo's chakra into lightning attributes, which then spreads out to form a thunderstorm. I then compress the spreading thunderstorm and explode it a second time. If I have to say, it's similar to Susanoo's self-destruction. Uchiha Shikijaku said, thinking, do you want to exchange for the sealing technique? After all, the enemies who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation cannot be killed and can only be killed by sealing techniques, but he does not know any sealing techniques at all. No, let Uzumaki Rosewood come, Mr. Shikik. It was at this moment that Uzumaki Karen's voice rang out. Moreover, she appeared here along with Uchiha Shikijaku's clone. It was Uchiha Shikijaku's clone who used the Senbon seal technique just now to activate Flying Thunder God and bring Uzumaki Karen over. Forward release and water release, the only ones with this kind of power and range are Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, right? Let Miss Huali help. The clone Uchiha Shikijo is in male form, and his perception range is not very large, but he can make inferences through the effects of the escape technique. For now, no one has ever mastered would release with such a large range. So the first thing the clone thought of was impure world reincarnation. After all, Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura are now cooperating, so it is very normal for them to be nearby. Even the clone Uchiha Shikijo could guess what Orochimaru was thinking. Maybe he wanted to see Uchiha Shikijaku and Shimura Danzo and others both suffer heavy losses, and then he would come out to take advantage of the situation. As expected of my clone, you think the same as I do. Ms. Huali, come with me. The female Uchiha Shikija directly pressed her palm on Uzumaki Karen, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly returning to the battlefield where Susanoo was just now. Here, another deep pit appeared, and there was burning wood all around. As for Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, their bodies had suffered varying degrees of damage, and a large amount of dirty world dust gathered on them. Is this the impure world reincarnation? Although Uzumaki Karen was not considered a ninja before, she was still a member of the Uzumaki clan, so she naturally knew about the Senju clan. Moreover, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are both famous figures in the ninja world. Hashirama Senju's would release in Tobirama Senju's forbidden technique, King Kong Blockade. Uzumaki Karen sat directly on the ground, and 4 diamond chains emerged from her back and rushed towards the reincarnated bodies of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Unlike Uzumaki Kushina, she has just been able to use the abilities of the Uzumaki clan not long ago, so she needs to concentrate to control it and cannot be disturbed. Soon, the impure world reincarnation bodies of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama are about to be bound by the Vajra seal. As long as it is bound, the dust of the impure world reincarnation will stop gathering, leaving the impure world reincarnation's body in a broken state, so that it can be sealed directly. But very soon, the chains of the diamond seal bound Sora, as the impure world reincarnation bodies of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju vanished, as if they had never existed in the first place. Summoned back? Uchiha Shikigakai sensed a large area nearby and also penetrated into the ground. I feel like I'm being rude if I don't entertain you now that you're here. Uchiha Shikijo released half of Susanoo, and Susanoo gently lifted Uzumaki Karen into the air, while Uchiha Shikijo pressed his palm on the ground. Then, Uzumaki Karen's eyes widened as Uchiha Shikija injected the entire ground with a terrifying amount of chakra that even she could feel. Lightning release, thunder dragon falls from the sky. As the nature of the chakra's lightning escape changed, countless thunder dragons were generated directly underground. And because this piece of land was soaked by the impact of Uchiha Shiki's water escape and Senju Tobirama's water escape, it achieved a good lightning conducting effect. In a moment, the entire underground was filled with the roar of thunder and lightning, and a large amount of hot air was coming out. Rekshu, Earth can guide lightning, so Uchiha Shikijo takes advantage of this. Snap! 300 meters away from where Uchiha Shiki was, a black shadow emerged from the ground, and his body was covered with heat and dancing lightning, and his long straight black hair was curled. It was Orochimaru wearing the green vest of Konoha's senior ninja. He should have been farther underground, but the coordinated attack by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama just now made him think that victory was certain, so he moved closer, wanting to take the opportunity to cooperate with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama to sneak attack Uchiha Shiki. After all, he knew that Uchiha Shikijaku possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and was not so easy to catch. But no one expected that Uchiha Shikijo Susanoo could self-destruct, instantly destroying the two reincarnated bodies of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, which needed time to recover. He could only hide on the ground and dared not show his head. After sensing Uzumaki Karen's seal, he reluctantly took back Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, and prepared to find a way next time. As expected of Shikijaku-kun, normal lightning techniques cannot penetrate such deep strata. Even if they could, they would be diluted by the diffusion of lightning from the soil, and would not be able to achieve the terrifying lightning effects. But your lightning release is still powerful even at such a deep level, and its range is also very wide. It's truly worthy of being called a fairy technique. I'm just curious. Why did my chakra ripples change? You were so sure it was me before you even saw me. Although Orochimaru's skin was covered with cracks caused by lightning attacks, he was actually not seriously injured. Uchiha Shikijaku did not answer Orochimaru's question, but directly exchanged a scroll from the fate-defying maul, then pretended to take it out of his ninja tool bag and threw it towards Orochimaru's location. Although Uchiha Shikijaku didn't know the butterfly effect caused by his intervention, Orochimaru said, "I think if you don't take it, you will regret it later. After all, a man of insight is a wise man. You should understand that being my friend is much better than being my enemy." Uchiha Shiki continued speaking. "This thing is worth Minato Namikaze's life, and it's only half of it. The points of reversing fate that he had accumulated with great difficulty are gone again. It's really good stuff." Orochimaru wanted to dodge instantly at first, but Uchiha Shiki's next words made him reach out and catch it. It was just a simple scroll, he didn't feel any danger, and Uchiha Shikijaku didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to attack. And what Uchiha Shikijaku said was right. After several attempts, he found that Uchiha Shikijo was really strong. Even the cooperation between Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, who were reincarnated imperfectly, could not make Uchiha Shikijo reveal any flaws. Orochimaru opened the scroll and looked at it. The more he read, the more shocked he became that he even found a relatively flat stone without any water stains on the spot and spread it out to look at it carefully. I see, so that's how it is. The existence of the soul, the transformation of the body, and the existence of the spirit. Orochimaru seemed to be talking to himself, or acting crazy. Reincarnation without corpse. This was the reincarnation that he understood in an instant. Even if you need to transform yourself, it doesn't require such a complicated process. Real. One can understand it at a glance and grasp the principle. Even Orochimaru can rely on his own experience and imagination, and integrate his own knowledge to conduct imaginary experiments in his brain. Uchiha Shikiju spread his hands and found a flat stone to sit on. Uzumaki Karen also went over, took off her own Haori and put it on Uchiha Shikiju, then let Uchiha Shikiju rest his head on her thigh. Because Uchiha Shikijo is the type who would rather lie down than sit, so whether he is in battle or at home, he has no idea how to stand or sit properly. To be honest, although Uchiha-style Keiin Chakra mode has no fragrance, it is really beautiful. Even Uzumaki Karen feels a little ashamed of herself when she sees it. He is obviously a man, why does he look so good after becoming feminine? Speaking of which, when Uchiha Shikija gets married, will he look for a husband or a wife? As she was thinking, Uzumaki Karen suddenly remembered that when she was taking care of Uchiha Shikija and waking him up during this period, she accidentally saw Uchiha Shikija's sun rising in the morning. Visual inspection. If the ruler is 24 centimeters, then there is no doubt that Uchiha Shiki can reach it. And whenever Tsunade came to the private school, not only did she have to stay up until midnight, she also had to stay up until midnight because of her passive perception ability. But soon, Uzumaki Karen shook her head. What was she thinking about? I was clearly thinking about why Uchiha Shikijo looks so good in female form. How did I end up thinking about that? Mr. Shikik, won't you change back? Didn't you tell Miss Hajiki that if you continue in this state for a long time, your brain will be affected by your feminization? Uzumaki Karen asked Uchiha Shikija. After all, she took over Uchiha Hajiki's job, so Uzumaki Karen was still told some things. Later. Uchiha Shiki felt a huge sense of pressure in front of him when he was lying down. He was basically used to this weight. After all, when he was alone at night, he would turn into this form to absorb natural energy and sleep. Oh, Uzumaki Karen nodded obediently without asking any further questions. Hey, I have to go back immediately after I finish dealing with Ant Snake. I used my female form for too long this time, and out of curiosity, I took a hit from Ryotsubo Oniki's dust release, which caused his Inaga's passive to activate. I need to go back and strengthen my own thinking as a boy. Uchiha Shikija said to himself. It's not that he doesn't want to change back, but he doesn't feel safe to change back. After all, Orochimaru is still here, who knows what he is thinking now. By the way, why is the third Hokage chakra getting further and further away? Uchiha Shikijaku released his clone, and the information immediately flowed into his brain. Good job! Because all his Umbu members were killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt unsafe staying with Uchiha Shikijo, so he just ran away. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble to kill him? Is it useful to be on guard against me? Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes. At this time, Heite Kakashi also came over, followed by a group of people brought by Uchiha Hajiki. Shikaku-sama. Uchiha Hajiki looked at Uchiha Shikijo, who was resting his head on Uzumaki Karen's thigh, and then looked at Uzumaki Karen's thigh. It's obvious that Lord Shikik always used to rest his head on me. Woo woo. However, Uzumaki Karen's thighs look plump, and her own style lady seems to be very satisfied. No, I'm also gaining weight when I go back. But I can't gain weight. What, Shikasuji, is this Shikasuji-sama? Who, is this Beauty Shikik? Hiss, Shiki, this girl. Her outfit definitely seems like the type Shiki would wear. All the Uchiha elites brought by Uchiha Yayu were stunned. Appearance. Well, it does have some Uchiha-style looks, but I can play with this hot body, this gloomy temperament, these perfect jade feet, and these legs for 10 years. Wrong. What are we thinking? Me, what, is there a problem? Uchiha Shiki spread her hands, her depressed temperament made her look quite weak. Now there was no need to hide the eye technique of her Mangekyo Sharinan. Who dares to impersonate the handsome, suave, gentle and elegant Uchiha Shikatsu of our Uchiha clan? Let me examine you. One of the tribesmen spoke in a serious manner and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Bang! But just as he finished speaking and approached Uchiha Shikijo, he flew away instantly. After flying more than 200 meters, he continued to bounce on the ground more than 10 times, and finally hit a tree. You bold monster, I'm so envious. Ugh, I'm so angry, how dare you attack a member of my Uchiha clan? An Uchiha clan member passed by and then flew away in an instant. I'm next, let me experience being fucked by your beautiful legs. Let me check you out, are you Uchiha Shikigakai or not? Then another person came up. Uchiha Shikijo is full of questions. No, why do I feel like you guys seem to believe that I am Uchiha Shikija, and you come here to examine me just to get kicked in the back? Alright, stop it, otherwise, it'll be my turn. Uchiha Yayu was helpless and directly protected Uchiha Shikik. Not good. It's a squinting smile. The Uchiha clan members immediately retreated, some whistled, some looked up at the sky. In fact, when they saw Uchiha Hajiki's attitude towards Uchiha Shikija, they believed that the girl in front of them was Uchiha Shikija. Uchiha Shikija, who has turned into a beautiful woman, is also very charming, even more charming than when Uchiha Shikija was a man and could receive love letters from men of the same race. They were simply greedy for her pair of jade feet. Uchiha Shikijo would definitely hold back on them. Didn't you see that the person who was kicked away ran back with a satisfied look on his face, as if nothing had happened? But Uchiha Yayu is different. This guy was once pursued relentlessly by a man from another tribe, so he activated his thunder armor, gave a 100-meter boost, put his legs together and gave a flying kick, causing the man to lie in bed for the rest of his life, needing help with eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. An older tribesman watched the young people playing and smiled. In fact, he felt that this was quite good. Ever since Uchiha Shiki appeared in the younger generation, these young people did not look as serious and old-fashioned as they used to. The Uchiha has a new energy. I didn't expect that someone in our clan would open the Mangekyo Sharinan again, but think about it, you opened the 3 Megatama when you were 4 years old, but after so many years, you should have opened your eyes for some reason. Is this state your pupil ability? The older Uchiha clan member is called Uchiha Fan. He was one of the former captains of the Konoha Guard and a close confidant of Uchiha Fugaku. He was very skilled in using the 3 Magneto Sharinan. Yes, Mr. Fan. Uchiha Shiki stood up and responded respectfully. Uchiha-san is considered his physical training teacher, and the use of the Sharinan is also the experience he taught him, so Uchiha Shikijo still respects him. And because he had also listened to Uchiha Shiki's courses, he knew that some of the awakened Mangekyo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan came with special eye techniques. Good. Uchiha-shan reached out and wanted to pat Uchiha Shiki's shoulder, but when he was glared at by Uchiha Yayu behind Uchiha Shiki, he immediately withdrew his hand. Damn it! Uchiha Yayu is really protective of her people. Uchiha Shikija is almost like her son, and she protects him very closely. But in fact, Uchiha Yayu just doesn't like boys touching the female Uchiha Shiki, because in Uchiha Yayu's eyes, the female Uchiha Shiki is sacred and inviolable. When those men saw the female Uchiha Shikija, they all looked as if they could do it, which made Uchiha Yayu very disgusted. As for Orochimaru, he was not disturbed at all by Uchiha Shikijaku and the others. But as he watched, Orochimaru suddenly came back to his senses from his madness, because it stopped halfway through. What's the difference between this and getting a room and just letting people rub their hands? What about the other part? What about the other part? Orochimaru stared directly at Uchiha Shikija and asked him anxiously. The other part requires you to help me with something. I'll give it to you in half a year at most. Isn't that a good deal? This time, Uchiha Shikijo directly exited the female form and turned back into a male form. This made the Uchiha clan members open their eyes wide. Is it really Uchiha Shikija? And can it really be male or female? Or, find a way to marry him home? Wow, that paw is so pretty, it must smell good if I put it on my face, right? Uchiha Yayu seemed to be able to sense the crookedness of his clansmen and glared at them directly, which made them all step back and lower their heads guiltily. Seriously, most of the people here are elites of the younger generation, but they are really afraid of Uchiha Yayu. The Uchiha clan wasn't really a monolithic group before, and some people always secretly called the Uchiha-style Sparrow genius. So what, he's still a sissy, without the handsome melancholy of the Uchiha clan. Then, that night, Uchiha Yayu kicked the thing that was passed down from generation to generation into pieces. Because these people were close to the Konoha high-level officials, Uchiha Fugaku did not interfere much and even directly ordered a cleanup to deal with all 12 clan members. After all, influenced by Uchiha Shiki's nagging, Uchiha Fugaku was not as indecisive and go with the flow as in the original work, but is ruthless and decisive in doing things. If Uchiha Shisui did not possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and was not the nephew of Uchiha Shiki's adoptive mother, the first person to kill Uchiha Shisui would probably be Uchiha Fugaku. However, in the end, he used a roundabout way to let Uchiha Itachi get close to Uchiha Shisui and slowly change his mind. Let's get back to the topic. Uchiha Shiki didn't care about the interaction between his clan members and Uchiha Hajiki. Instead, he just looked at Orochimaru, waiting for his answer. If Orochimaru refused, Uchiha Shiki would really whip him with a small whip, and then personally replace his body with hers, and then let her apologize to Jiraiya, so that her could feel the real humiliation under the crotch. If she doesn't want to eat soft food, give her something hard to eat. Isn't it just a study of biological types? Uchiha Shikigashi also has an immature Kabuto Yakushi and a half-knowledgeable Tsunade. What can I do for you? After thinking it over, Orochimaru asked seriously. Help me study the bloodline of a tribe, so that those who retain certain bloodlines can revert to their ancestral state. Uchiha Shikija thought about it for a moment and finally answered with this. His main purpose was to let Orochimaru study the types of creatures. There are very few Utsutsuki in this world now. Kara organization Uchiha Shiki has been searched for, but there has been no progress at all, as if they don't exist in this world. So, what Uchiha Shikijo used was the corpse of Utsutsuki Tenmo at that time. That's right. After the incident of visiting the Hayaga family, the body of the old man Utsutsuki has been preserved by Uchiha Shikija. If you want to keep it fresh, there are many ways in this world. After all, Uchiha Shikijo has Tsunade Senju and Kushina Uzumaki, so he has some ninjutsu that can prevent corpses from rotting for a certain period of time. It is a kind of sealing technique. At present, Uchiha Shiki can only provide this to Orochimaru, the bloodline of a certain ethnic group. Orochimaru was puzzled, but then nodded. If he could really obtain this perfect reincarnation technique, then there would be nothing wrong in helping researcher Uchiha Shikija. After all, his main goal was just to obtain the truth. Then, deal. Oh, this is in the scroll. There is Shimura Danzo's head. Please help me to reincarnate it now, and the control can be transferred to me. Uchiha Shiki threw the scroll that sealed Danzo Shimura's head to Orochimaru. Anyway, compared to Danzo Shimura, Uchiha Shikijo trusts Orochimaru more. At least, although Orochimaru likes to act recklessly and stir up trouble, he is still the kind of person who always keeps his word. Moreover, the control of the impure world reincarnation can indeed be transferred, but it requires special means to control it, such as Uchiha Obito using the impure world reincarnation body of the Jinchuriki during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Yes, but the sacrifice. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Shikijo. Everyone who had heard of the impure world reincarnation knew that a sacrifice was needed for the impure world reincarnation, and the better the sacrifice, the closer the impure world reincarnation would be to its original strength in life. As for the sacrifice, Miss Yayu, is there a living one at the root? Uchiha Shiki looked at Uchiha Hajiki. Uchiha Yayu nodded, and then asked his clansmen to bring the people over. They are from the root, but Uchiha Hajiki left behind a few important people. They know a lot about Shimura Danzo and also know where a lot of top secret information is. In the list she provided, this person is not very important. Everyone else he knows basically knows. Uchiha Yaya pointed at a fainted person. Judging from his attire, he looked very much like a member of the Yamanaka clan. Then use him. As Uchiha Shiki's voice fell, Uchiha Hajiki threw the person in front of Orochimaru. The impure world reincarnation of Danzo Shimura is of great use. The tool man is confirmed. Just think of it as a resurrection tool with 16 resurrection coins. By the way, if it is possible, I wonder if it would be feasible to stuff the souls of Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi after their death into the bodies of girls and make them effeminate. Because the impure world reincarnation seal was known to have some bad effects, Orochimaru used Earth Escape to cover himself before performing the impure world reincarnation seal. When Danzo Shimura opened his black eyes with white pupils, he looked down at his own palms, then stared at Orochimaru with anger on his face. Orochimaru, you bastard. Before Danzo Shimura could finish his words, his entire mouth closed and he couldn't make any sound. Immediately afterwards, under the angry eyes of Shimura Danzo, he handed over the control of the impure world reincarnation to Uchiha Shikija. However, to be on the safe side, Uchiha Shikija and Shimura Danzo looked at each other and used their Mangekyo Sharingan to set up some safeguards. Although he had a good impression of Orochimaru, he still had to be on guard against him. Illusion world. It belongs to the spiritual world. Here, Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Shikija are looking at each other. Uchiha Shiki looked at his right arm and one of the Sharingan in his eye socket. Sure enough, after using his Inamai in his lifetime, the Sharingan was able to recover to its pre-use state after the impure world reincarnation. In the original anime, when Itachi and Suzuki said goodbye, his soul used his Inamai's eyes to show that he was not blind. I don't like whipping corpses. Haven't you always said that for the sake of Konoha, we must eliminate all dangers that endanger Konoha? Although we have eliminated the root, you still have your own intelligence network and connections in the ninja world. Go and announce to the public that you survived the battle with me and know my skills and weaknesses. Then go and investigate an organization called Akatsuki. I will have Orochimaru help you deal with the physical state that conceals your reincarnation, so that you can be closer to the living. If you find the Akatsuki organization, or if someone from the Akatsuki organization contacts you, please contact me. Uchiha Shikija looked at Danzo Shimura. He could probably guess what Uchiha Obito was thinking at the moment. He estimated that the only person he feared the most in the entire ninja world was Uchiha Shikija. The Akatsuki organization is becoming more and more secretive and dares not show its head at all. Although Uchiha Shikijaku created several male clones to keep a close eye on several people who would join Akatsuki in the future. For example, Kakuzu from Takigakur, Kisame Hashigaki from Mist Village, and Scorpion from Sand Village. But unfortunately, the male clone has limited abilities, and entering the female form will also take away the stored natural chakra duration. After being attacked or released, this part of the chakra duration cannot return to the original body. At present, only the tracking clone of Hashigaki Kisame was not discovered. Kakuzu and Akashizuru followed for 2 months, but were eventually discovered to have escaped. There was no chance to imprint the Flying Thunder God technique on them because they were too vigilant. Danzo Shimura remained silent and did not answer. He was very unwilling to accept the current situation. The position of Hokage has always been his obsession, his heartache, and his ambition. He is very unwilling to fail like this. I will let you witness that Konoha becomes the strongest village in the ninja world. My enemies have never been the enemies of the ninja world. They are nothing. Just like you and Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are nothing. Even if you used Jing's Mangekyo ability just now, it actually posed no threat to me. I will tell Itachi later that you are still alive. Uchiha Shikija continued speaking, and he did not lie. Because his left eye is connected to his inamai, he is not afraid of any eye-based illusions at all because he can always stay awake. The Akatsuki organization was only formed because Uchiha Shiki didn't want to go through so much trouble. He wanted to destroy the Rinnegan in advance, and the Kara organization, whose hiding place is currently unknown, is also an uncertain factor. But the one we really need to pay attention to is Itsutsuki. What he feared was the Itsutsuki who would become a god. Even Uchiha Shikijaku suspected that the so-called fatalism and fate theory might be related to this god. Danzo Shimura continued to look at Uchiha Shikija without saying anything. After a long time, he sighed. I understand that we are not as skilled as others, nor as strong as others. From the past to the present, whether it's the Sarutobi clan or the Shimura clan, external forces are always external forces, and in the end, they can't make up for the real gap in strength. Bloodline is really important. Danzo Shimura looked at his own right arm. He understood, but couldn't let it go. It was because he couldn't let it go that he was bound. He himself actually knew that doing it for Konoha was just an excuse to convince himself. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to make Konoha and the ninja world what he wanted. He wanted to become Hashirama Senju, the one who suppressed the ninja world. You're right. Uchiha Shikija did not deny that bloodline is really important to some extent. After Uchiha Shikija explained a lot of details to Shimura Danzo. For Danzo Shimura, it can be considered as a utilization of waste. It seemed like a long time passed in the illusion world, but in the reality outside, only a moment had passed. Uchiha Shikijo is not good at using eye techniques and illusion abilities such as Tsukuyomi, but he can still use them. After all, he is not afraid of being blinded. Mr. Orochimaru helped Shimura Danzo fix the appearance of the impure world reincarnation, making him more like a living person. As for the black part of the white of his eye, wrap it with a bandage. Uchiha Shiki looked at Orochimaru and he was still willing to respect talents. I understand, I'll come find you after I'm done with this. Orochimaru responded that he needed to improve his impure world reincarnation anyway, so he would just treat it as a research topic. Uchiha Shiki nodded, reached out and pressed his hand on the back of Shimura Danzo's neck, leaving the mark of the Flying Thunder God on it. Then he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was not a person who would waste time, and he felt that although his strength was not as strong as Uchiha Shikijo, it would be difficult for Uchiha Shikijo to kill him, so he allowed Uchiha Shikijo to leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on the back of his neck. Soon, Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura left, and the clan members also left one after another with a few surviving root members. Only Uzumaki Karen and Heite Kakashi were left here, as well as Uchiha Hajiki and Uchiha Fan. As for whether what happened here would be known by White Zetsu, Uchiha Shikija was not worried about this, because as a woman, her perception range was very wide, similar to that of White Zetsu, which was actually similar to the perception armor. So tired. Uchiha Shikaizuki stretched, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. That's right. Uchiha Shikija ignored Urshin Subo Onoki and Yatsuki AI. After all, we are just ants. But just because Uchiha Shiki ignored it doesn't mean others will forget it. Kakashi Heitake and Karen Uzumaki brought Uchiha Hajiki and Uchiha San to the deep pit. They jumped down and brought up the Reikage and Tsuchikage. Good job. Although these two people are not dead, the wounds on their bodies are really hideous. If you don't rescue him, he will probably die. First, use the Sharingan to control them. Then, please use the Diamond Seal to bind them. Ms. Hanari. Bring them back to Konoha and hand them over to the Yondaime. This is a great opportunity to increase the reputation of 4 generations. Uchiha Fan thought for a moment and said, Minato Namikaze, I'm crying my heart out, they really love me so much. Announcement: the host has significantly changed the trends and plot of the ninja world, and has obtained 20,000 points of reverse fate. Notice, the host killed Ebizo, slightly changed the plot, and gained 2,000 points of reverse fate. Uchiha Shikija, who had just returned to Konoha after using the Flying Thunder God technique, heard the system's prompt sound, but Uchiha Shikija had just changed into tattered clothes. Then he continued to launch Flying Thunder God. This time it went to Tsunade's side. Graduate school. Tsunade was wearing a white shirt today, a long black skirt that reached her ankles, black stockings underneath, and a white coat similar to that of a researcher. At this moment, she was studying her own cells intently. What she is researching now is whether she can use her cells to strengthen the cells of her clansmen so that they can also use wood released. After all, her cells are different from Hashirama Senju's cells, and they do not have such a strong ability to corrode the human body after transplantation. But suddenly, she found herself being picked up. Tsunade was speechless. The person who could approach her so easily must be her little man. Before she could say anything, Tsunade felt her eyes flash again. When she could see clearly again, she was already in Uchiha Shikijabu's room in the Uchiha clan's private school in Konoha. It's a bit urgent. Talk to you later. Uchiha Shiki put Tsunade on the bed. She had been using her female form for too long this time, and her thinking was a little off. She needed to be strengthened. This made Tsunade roll her eyes, but she still let Uchiha Shikijo do what he wanted. If I don't squeeze you 10 times today, I won't be called Senju. Tsunade thought to herself that because she had never experienced this kind of thing before, she always went there easily, so she was teased by Uchiha Shikijaku many times. So afterwards Tsunade seemed to be competing with Uchiha Shikijaku. I can't beat you in a fight, but I can beat you in a fight. In terms of physical strength and endurance, Tsunade is really not inferior to the normal Uchiha Shikatana. This was also the reason why Uchiha Shikijagi thought of that inexplicable metaphor when his Susanoo was filled with water jutsu by Tobirama Senju, pain and happiness. And Uchiha Shiki is the type who never gives up. Both of them. How bizarre is the strange desire to win between a man and a woman. 6 hours later. It's already dawn. Uchiha Shikija looked at Tsunade beside him with satisfaction. She rolled her eyes at him and stood up to put on her clothes. Although I wanted to compete with Uchiha Shikijaku, I was inexplicably taught many strange positions by Uchiha Shikijaku. Ugh, I was taught a lot of strange knowledge by Uchiha Shiki. What to drink to beautify your face? I'm tired of walking on water roads, I want to walk on dirt roads. What kind of alcohol is harmful to the body if it is taken deep into the throat? That's why she has to feel heartache. How on earth does this little man know so much? So, what's going on with the peace talks? You're not going to kill all the representatives from the 3 countries, are you? If that's the case, this war in the ninja world will escalate. Tsunade put on her clothes and looked at Uchiha Shiki. No, do I look like someone who kills people? Uchiha Shiki stood up and spread his hands. Why did he always feel that these people treated him as someone who liked to kill people? What is the 3 kingdoms? All the cheaters are in Konoha, what abilities do they have? But Uchiha Shiki could probably guess how the people he left behind would deal with the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. As for Ebizo, his death was purely bad luck. It's definitely not because the author didn't know what his ninjutsu abilities were and just killed him hastily. A guy who kills people everywhere he goes tells me he doesn't have a murderous nature. Tsunade reached out and pinched Uchiha Shiki's face, revealing a mature and charming smile. After being broken, Tsunade became more and more attractive and even looked younger. Well, after being asked this by Tsunade, Uchiha Shikijo really couldn't refute it. Wherever he goes, people die. He takes the blame. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to take a shower, I'm all sticky. Tsunade didn't ask any more questions and just let go of her hand. She actually had a room in the private school in the Uchiha clan territory, and she also had a lot of spare clothes. And Uchiha Shikija showed a proud and complacent expression. Look how powerful I am, the amount is enough for Tsunade to cover her whole body. Other thin dogs, you will never be able to do it. Look at you showing off, I'll continue to come tonight. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shikija again. She didn't know why, but she really liked this kind of daily life with Uchiha Shikija. And the Uchiha-style sparrow people were all dumbfounded. What, continue tonight? Oh my god. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Small gambling brings joy, but big gambling harms your health. No matter how strong a ninja's physical fitness is, he can't withstand such treatment. Why, are you scared? Tsunade smiled. Who's afraid of who? Whoever doesn't come tonight is a puppy. Uchiha Shikija responded toughly, saying that at worst he couldn't hold on and would kill himself, and his Izanagi would be reset. Save your life with your dog's head. Man, can't say no. See you tonight, I'm leaving. Tsunade left immediately after she finished speaking. Uchiha Shikija took a shower and then he was going to go to Namikaze Minato to explain things. System, open my attribute panel. Notice, opening. System name, Destiny Path change. System host name, Uchiha Shikija. Current age, 18. Ninja rank, Elite Jonin. Bloodline limit, Sharinan Mangekyo. Hosting ability, Awashima Tengzi. Izanzo left eye ability, Celestial Possession. Izanami, actively connects to the power of Izanami hosted in the Mangekyo Sharinan to transform the body, giving the body a perfect female appearance, and uses the natural energy stored in the left eye for a long time in this state to enter the chakra attribute power mode. Chakra amount, 7,500 hours remaining, with the upper limit being 1 year. Right eye ability, Izanagi, the possession of all evil. A male's normal state connects to the power of Izanagi residing in the Mangekyo Sharinan. He can only permanently hold the various data of the current average level of ninjas in the ninja world up to the moment he opens his eyes, and he can never improve on his own. Chakra amount, 30% of the total amount. Heite Kakashi's 30% of the chakra amount. Possessing attributes Yin, Thunder, Fire, Water. 3-body ninjutsu, Substitute Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Instant Body Jutsu, Special Ninjutsu, Perception Ninjutsu, Full Domain, Medical Ninjutsu, Chakra Infusion, Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Special Secret Technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Reversal points, 52,000. Defying fate is worthless. However, the rewards for the Raikage and Tsuchikage have not yet been settled. I plan to let them hand it over to Minato. I am looking forward to Minato's performance. After all, Minato's attitude towards the outside world is as tough as mine, but not as domineering as mine. And next it's Sarutobi Hiruzun's turn. Uchiha Shikige thought for a moment, then revealed a gradually growing smile. Sasuke, Naruto, Uncle is going to take action against you next. It's really just a little bit. Uchiha Shikija is very much looking forward to it. If someone from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan possesses the chakra of Indra and Ashura at the same time, what will this person become? Because of the failure of the peace talks and the news that the Raikage and the Tsuchikage were captured, the entire front line is now in a state of tension. The Uchiha clan declared that the Raikage and the Tsuchikage, as well as the representative of the Sand Village, conspired with Danzo Shimura during the peace talks to attack Konoha's evil spirit, but failed and was captured alive. Danzo Shimura was seriously injured and retreated. He also announced that the power to deal with the Tsuchikage and the Raikage would be handed over to Minato Namikaze. And Minato Namikaze's announcement to the public was, if the Uegakure village and the Reigakure village want to get their cage back, then each of them will use one of their tailed beasts in exchange. However, no hidden ninja village can be completely united. There are actually many people who are dissatisfied with the village and are secretly scheming against each other. For example, now there are problems within the Uegakure village and the Reigakure village. Some people support handing over the tailed beasts in exchange for the cage, while others believe that the tailed beasts are more important than the cage. Konoha already has the 9 tails, and holding a tailed beast will greatly enhance Konoha's military capabilities. As for the daimyo of the Land of Earth, he is actually still alive. In the middle, Uchiha Shikija's clone used Flying Thunder God to take him away, then randomly threw him away, and asked Yakushi Nono in secret to send him back to the Land of Earth. This daimyo was also a character that he kicked the new daimyo out in just one day and continued to serve as daimyo himself. But the outside world spread the news that the daimyo of the Land of Earth was not dead this time, and it was the Tsuchikage who directed and acted out the war himself, and the Uegakur village was just a facade. Kanaha. Hokichi's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table, looking extremely angry, because he wanted to ask Uchiha Shikija for the Tsuchikage and Reikage, but his Umbu couldn't even enter the Uchiha clan's territory, so in the end he had no choice but to go to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze said that he had retired and was enjoying his retirement. After all, it was agreed before, so he didn't have to worry about the affairs of the Tsuchikage and the Reikage. Damn it, these guys don't take me seriously at all. Even the front lines are going crazy, those lunatics. I never thought that just a few small families supporting the Uchiha could have such a strong fighting force. The effect of those pills is obvious. It was originally just a show of force between the enemies, but now it has turned into a bloodbath. Many ninjas from my clan and the families that supported me have died, while the families that supported the Uchiha clan have suffered almost no casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless. After much calculation, he found that he had no way to deal with the current Uchiha clan and Uchiha Shikijaku, because Uchiha Shikijo alone can crush the people on his side. It's no use using public opinion now. The rumors from outside were a good counterattack to the news he had people spread, and even increased some people's admiration for Uchiha Shiki. He fought against 2 cage-level warriors alone and captured them, and in the process, he also killed Ebizo of the Sand Village and the elite ninjas they brought with them. Can other people do this? Even the third Hokage couldn't do it, right? It seems that this is the only way. Sarutobi Hiruzen slid out a translucent glass container from his sleeve. There was a seal on the outside, and inside was a Sharingan with a Mangekyo pattern. There are probably not many people who can use Shisui's eye well. The Sharingan possesses extremely strong spiritual energy. Without the balance of Hashirama's cells, one would need to use one's own chakra to balance the spiritual energy until the body gets used to it, just like Heite Kakashi. But obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have much time left, because Uchiha Fugaku had sent someone to inform him to hand over the work of Hokage to Namikaze Minato as soon as possible, which was obviously forcing him to abdicate. Don't recognize it? Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't dare now. He originally thought that he could at least suppress Uchiha Shikijo, but now he knows that it is impossible because Uchiha Shikijo is too strong. The Reikage, the Tsuchikage, Danzo, Ebizo, and the elite ninjas they each brought with them all lost, let alone him. Is it all I can do to call Jiraiya back? But Jiraiya has also become somewhat distant from me. Will he help me? But right now, the only person I can think of is Jiraiya. He should be able to fight Shikasuji in Sage mode, and then we just need to hold him back. But before that, I must use Shisui's eyes to control someone around him, and attack him when he's off guard to ensure I can kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen started thinking. Although he only watched a few parts of the whole process, he still couldn't figure out how Uchiha Shiki's Izanagi was activated, because Uchiha Shikijaku is not blind at all. This is also the only thing Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried about. No, just kill him before he activates his Izanagi. To activate his Izanagi, if it has nothing to do with you, you can make seals after something happens, but if it is related to you, then you need to make seals before it happens, and it depends on personal factors. If it is not triggered within a certain period of time, you will go blind due to the loss of pupil power. This is his teacher's research conclusion. It's impossible for Uchiha Shiki to maintain his Izanagi for 20 hours every day, right? Even though the user Izanagi is not blind because of his strong pupil power, how much pupil power can he afford to waste? That's right. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's own calculation. He believed that Uchiha Shikijo would not go blind after using his Izanagi because his pupil power was very strong. Let me take a gamble. I'll hand over power before the plan succeeds. As long as I'm alive, I'll get everything back one day. I'm sorry, teacher, I'm going to use your forbidden technique. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Even if I die in his hands, I will still be the most famous Hokage in Konoha's history and a hero of Konoha, because the Uchiha clan rebelled and killed me, the Hokage. There was a coldness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't like the heart of gamblers, but there was nothing he could do about it. As for the forbidden technique of Senju Tobirama, because of his position, he learned many sealing scrolls and many ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama. This is also the origin of his title of ninjutsu professor. So, he directly took back the container containing the Sharingan, left the Hokage's office, and walked towards the Forbidden Technique Library. The Forbidden Techniques Library, only a few people in the entire Konoha can enter. He is the Hokage's assistant, and has 2 advisors. Because of the butterfly effect, Orikimura usually enters here with Danzo Shimura, or enters with Danzo Shimura's documents, and then slowly steals or copies the forbidden techniques. In the anime, he kills the guards and releases the seal to enter. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions and plans were unimportant to Uchiha Shikijo. Anyway, he has already asked Uchiha Hajiki to continue his actions, and in a few days Sarutobi Hiruzen will leave the stage of history in disgrace. Even Uchiha Shiki has another evil idea. That is to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from dying so quickly that he would wait until Orochimaru's soul research made some progress, use some female clones that Orochimaru had thrown in his own laboratory as bodies, and then stuff Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul into them. Then, ninjas can't just endure it, they also need to relieve stress. I just wonder if the Uchiha clan members are interested? If not, I wonder if civilians are interested? At worst, Uchiha Shikijaka thinks that Danzo Shimura should be interested, right? Sometimes death is a relief, and living is torture. Make sure his legs are filled with the word positive every day. Should I choose a lowly, or a mature lady, or a mother? This is a problem. Also, Danzo, come on. Once you have made achievements and contributions, we will let you join and reward you. Uchiha Shikija, I am really kind-hearted and can't bear to see the separation of life and death. That is, it's like he really has become an Uchiha who is born evil. Right now. The other side. Research the factory. These days, Uchiha Shiki has been exploited very badly by Tsunade, and he is both in pain and happy. But there are still some important things to do today. That is, Uchiha Shikija wanted Tsunade to help the lowly mother, Uchiha Kanen, transplant Uchiha Kagemai's Mangekyo Sharingan. This process not only requires Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, but also requires Uchiha Shikijo to use the sealing technique and transcription seal that he exchanged for the life of Issei Namikaze Minato. Certainly, Uchiha Shikijo cannot guarantee success, because these are just theories recorded by Uchiha Madara. He probably forgot to destroy them when he left the village, or he felt that it didn't matter what was left behind. If it really fails, then just give Uchiha Kanen an ordinary Sharingan. Anyway, as long as her lowly mother can see it, it will be fine. And the one here is just Uchiha Shikijaku's clone. The Fire Nation. A location some distance away from Konoha. Practice Cave. This is the place where Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze once practiced. The Tsuchikage and the Reikage were trapped here by sealing techniques and barrier ninjutsu. The diamond chains on their bodies suppressed their chakra. The chains of the diamond chain extend from a scroll written in the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The effect is actually similar to the barrier ninjutsu used by Danzo Shimura, but the difference is that the provider pays chakra, and the people who write are Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen developed the barrier technique that could seal time and space based on this scroll. The ones guarding them are the Umbu members that Minato Namikaze recently recruited. They are mainly good at guarding, defending, and barrier-type ninjas. The one leading them is Genma Shiranui. After all, many ninjas have gone to the front line now, so he is the only one who can do this kind of work. Captain, the bug's feedback is that there's nothing unusual, and there aren't any suspicious individuals around. The Abarame clan members were conducting their routine reporting. Same here, Captain. Another person spoke up. He was from the UI clan. But the next second, they opened their mouths wide and bent over, because at this moment a white-haired old man appeared among the three of them, and waved his hands and fingers quickly at them. It came down from the sky. And this is white eyes. Acupressure. The Umbu of the Abarame clan collapsed powerlessly. The one from the Ziri clan fainted directly. The acupuncture points on a ninja's body are basically closely related to the operation of chakra. As for Genma Shiranui, the moment the old man appeared, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid him. To some extent, he knew that there might be danger here. Moreover, as Minato Namikaze's personal guard, he was given a lot of pills like the other people. The chakra meridians and chakra amount in his body, as well as his own understanding, were greatly different. He was now able to use the Flying Thunder God technique on his own. However, even if he dodged it, he would not have had time to teleport with the other two people, let alone remind the other two people. Dien and Gentle Fist, from the Hyaga clan? Shiranui Genma didn't understand why the Hyaga clan would attack them. Weren't the Hyaga clan and the Uchiha clan allies? Moreover, judging from the chakra alone, this old man is not on the same level as him. But soon Shiranui Genma discovered that this old man's eyes were different from the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan. They had a light yellow color, and there was a light blue light in the center of the pupils. Excellent reaction and speed. This failed ninja world has quite a few talented people. The old man put his hands behind his back and looked at Shiranui Genma with a look of similarity, and the shocking power in his pupils spread out. His Byakugan could see clearly that the chakra veins in Genma Shiranui's body were very smooth, so smooth that they were somewhat different from those of ordinary people. Not good. This guy. Pupil power. His white eyes actually have pupil power that can intimidate people? Shiranui Genma was sweating profusely. He grasped the long sword on his back with his hands. It was the first time he knew that the Byakugan had the same intimidating effect as the Sharingan. It was like countless nails piercing through him, fixing him in place. But the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan he knew did not have this ability. We have to evacuate. Genma Shiranui's brain was working rapidly, and relying on his physical fitness, which was different from before, he launched Flying Thunder God. Because he was the guard, he had already set up the Flying Thunder God technique nearby. Crash! Shiranui Genma appeared behind the old man. He knew that the old man's Byakugan was different from the Hyaga clan's Byakugan, but he was very clear that the Byakugan had no blind spots, so he just gave up. Snort! The old man didn't even turn his head, and casually stretched out his hand to touch Shiranui Genma, but Shiranui Genma blocked it by holding the blade horizontally in front of him, and the blade broke instantly. However, he stepped on his two companions with his feet and launched the Flying Thunder God technique again. However, because his perception range was not as wide as that of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikijo, he could only fly to a location some distance away from the training cave. Oh my god, I really want to complain. Although we seem to be very vigilant recently, we haven't paid much attention to safety. I don't know why Minato-sama asked us to do this. Genma Shiranui couldn't leave his companions where they were, so the attack just now was a feint, and his real purpose was to take his companions away. Moreover, Minato Namikaze said that Uchiha Shikija had told him that if someone tried to rescue the Tsuchikage and the Reikage, they would not have to fight to the death and could just run away if they thought the enemy was strong. The Reikage and the Tsuchikage are actually not that important. As for why this order was issued, it actually has something to do with Uchiha Shikija. Because Uchiha Shikija got some information. Information provided by Yakushi Nono. After all, compared to the Root, the intelligence organization established by Yakushi Nono with funds allocated by Uchiha Shiki is truly omnipresent, because many of them possess and have learned the same forbidden techniques as Yakushi Nono. That thing is very cheap, and one life of Minato Namikaze can be exchanged for 20 scrolls. Basically, except for the Akatsuki and Kara organizations that do not operate in the outside world, they can get any information Uchiha Shikijo wants. The information that Uchiha Shikigakai had obtained before was that the Reikage had been with him for more than a month until recently. There are certain beings with Byakugan coming and going. This may be one of the reasons why the Reikage agreed to cooperate with Danzo Shinmura. Moreover, before leaving the peace negotiation battlefield with Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Shikija seemed to look up at the sky unintentionally. In fact, it was because he sensed a chakra similar to that of Atsutsuki Tenbo. But for some reason, Uchiha Shikijo could only sense it but could not capture the exact location. It was very strange, and it was probably some kind of special ability. So Uchiha Shiki guessed that the clan on the moon was probably targeting him. After all, he killed Atsutsuki Tenmo. And, according to Uchiha Shikijaku's own investigation and later understanding with Hayaga Hayashi, it was discovered that the connection transmission between the moon and the earth was not open. Atsutsuki Tenbo was probably brought to the earth through some kind of spacetime ninjutsu. Before leaving the negotiation site, Uchiha Shikijaku temporarily looked at Uchiha Hajiki, and this is what he explained in the illusion world. If the Atsutsuki clan of the moon is involved with the Hidden Cloud Village, then it is very likely that they want to use the Hidden Cloud Village to do something to him or the Hayaga clan. The most likely reason is because of Hinata Hayaga's Byakugan. After all, according to the time calculation, there should be only a few people left in the clan on the moon. If they have been paying attention to the ninja world and knew his strength, they would definitely not act rashly. And if Uchiha Shikijaku wanted their bodies as materials, he could only use some calculations. Otherwise, he couldn't fly directly from the earth to the moon, right? If that's the case, Uchiha Shiki would rather give up. In this world, the distance between the moon and the earth is nearly 400,000 kilometers. 400,000 kilometers. At 60 kilometers per hour, it will take about 260 days to get there. As for why Uchiha Shikija was certain that the Atsutsuki people would come to rescue them, he was not really sure, he just wanted to give it a try. As long as people dare to come, Ant Snake will have one more material. Uchiha Shikija, I won't complain about why we can breathe and talk in outer space without any radiation. Happy Children's Day everyone! The center of the training cave is the area with mechanical wooden figures where Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Menma fought in the movie. Uchiha Shikijo's real body was like a ghost hidden in the darkness, quietly sitting on a high place here. Below him was the barrier that imprisoned the Reikage and the Tsuchikage, but the people who maintained the barrier had just been asked to leave by Uchiha Shikijo. Certainly, Uchiha Shikija was not here all the time, but when he had nothing to do, he would use the Flying Divine Thunder technique and teleport here like lightning. After all, when he has nothing to do, he is either training Uchiha Itaki or honing Kurane UI, and waiting for Orochimaru's contact. Oh, you actually came? Shiranui Genjian has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to great perfection. The pill is indeed quite effective. It can almost transform a ninja with average talent into an elite jonin. Uchiha Shiki's perception ninjutsu can clearly sense every move of the outside world. Moreover, he had already learned from the Reikage through the Sharingan the reason for his contact with the Atsutsuki clan of the moon. All this was just as Uchiha Shikija guessed, because of Hinata Hayaga's Byakugan. Because of his existence in Konoha, the Atsutsuki clan and the moon now dare not act rashly against the Siang clan and can only look for helpers in the ninja world. The Yaya clan is actually a group with special physiques. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn clan can be considered close relatives of the Night Moon clan to some extent, but their numbers are extremely small. If Uchiha Shiki's guess is correct, the genetic genes of the Yaya clan should also contain the genes of the Six Paths Sage, which can be seen from their strong physical fitness. As for why the Reikage agreed, it was actually related to some kind of magical teleportation ninjutsu. This teleportation technique is also a type of space-time ninjutsu. It is like a key that transcends time and space. It can ignore the limitations of distance, set up formations at different locations, and achieve instant teleportation like the Flying Thunder God. The Raikage is drooling over this technique. With this teleportation technique, he can even set up a formation in the enemy's village without anyone noticing, launch an unexpected attack, and catch the enemy off guard. Certainly, even with just this, the Raikage wouldn't be so moved. What really excited him was that the old man offered 5 pairs of Byakugan as a deposit, and if he could bring back Hinata Hyuga, he would get 5 more pairs. Although the Byakugan is not as famous as the Sharingan, some of its abilities can restrain the Sharingan. Konoha has the Uchiha clan, and other villages basically want to obtain the Byakugan to deal with the Uchiha clan. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost done. The body of the Moon clan is useful. I need to hold the Rinnegan in Uzumaki Nagato's eye socket to force Black Zetsu to find me. As for Obito, it is easy to deal with him. The main problem still lies with the Kara organization and the real Itsutsuki. The old Uchiha Shikigakai sensor was getting closer and closer to here, thinking in his heart. He was not sure whether to kill the old man or place the mark of Flying Thunder God on the old man and wait for Flying Thunder God to come to him when he returned to the moon. According to his speculation, there should be only a handful of Itsutsuki on the moon now, otherwise they would not directly lure the hidden cloud village in the ninja world just because Itsutsuki Tenmo was killed. It is obvious here that they are short of manpower and their combat effectiveness should be insufficient at the moment. Kill him, I'm pretty casual with people outside anyway. Uchiha Shikija finally decided to kill him. He has no intention of calculating towards the outside world. Just when Uchiha Shikija finished thinking, an old man dressed exactly like Itsutsuki Tenbo appeared in Uchiha Shikija's sight. Roll your eyes. Although he can see through everything, it is actually of no use to Uchiha Shikija, because when Uchiha Shikija is in female form, it is equivalent to merging with nature. Unless the old man raised his head and looked at him, his presence could be seen, otherwise it would be really difficult to be discovered. You are so useless. If you were not still useful, I would not have come here at all. The old man's name is Itsutsuki Tenshu, and Itsutsuki Tenmo is his younger brother. When Itsutsuki Tenbo was attacked by Uchiha Shikijo, he was actually watching from the moon, because it was he who sent his younger brother to Earth using his Byakugan's eye technique. Oh, forget it, this failed world is full of talented people. The Uchiha inherited the blood of the 6 paths sage. The eye technique called Uchiha Shikijaku and the eye technique of our clan's Byakugan are both strange and unpredictable. Itsutsuki Tenshu's Byakugan was activated, but there were no blood vessels floating in the corners of his eyes. His eyes are actually connected to the yellow Rinnegan on the moon, and he can use the chakra and some abilities generated by it. Click! As he activated his pupil power, the barrier seemed to be under invisible pressure, cracks began to appear, and it collapsed directly. And as if affected by the power of Itsutsuki Tenjo's eyes, the Raikage and Tsuchikage who were in the illusion woke up. They looked around in confusion, and then suddenly remembered something. Damn it, I was captured alive and even got hit by the Uchiha clan's eye technique. Yayuai gritted his teeth. The diamond seal on his body was easily shattered by him because no one provided chakra for the scroll. As expected, the Uchiha clan is really troublesome. Another person like Madara has appeared, and this chakra chain seems to be the power of the Uzumaki clan. It seems that Konoha still has a lot of heritage. Even though the Whirlpool country was destroyed, they still inherited a lot of the Uzumaki clan's things. Riot Subo Onoki also broke free from the King Kong blockade. He looked at Itsutsuki Castle. The Byakugan of Konoha? Now that he had broken free, Yamping Onoki had no intention of just sitting there and waiting to die. Stop it, Tsuchikage, he has nothing to do with Konoha's Hyuga clan. Can't you see that this is the one who saved us? Yayuai stopped Tiantang Unaki, and then looked at Itsutsuki Tenshu. They didn't say much, but Urshin Subo Onaki frowned. Aren't they from Konoha's Hyuga clan, and they'll save them? To be precise, it is to save Yayie. Could it be that the people of the Hidden Cloud Village, like those of the Hidden Mist Village, have all been looked down upon by the Hyuga clan? Humph. If you fail again, there won't be a next time. I will seek cooperation with other ninja villages. Let's go now. Itsutsuki Tenshu looked at Yayuai with a bad tone. After all, in his opinion, Yayuai and other people in the ninja world were all failures. Immediately afterwards, he was about to activate the Byakugan's pupil technique and leave with Itsutsuki Tenshu and Yayuai. But at this moment, flames suddenly erupted above their heads, and a scorching breath pressed down directly. Uchiha Shiki was in the upper position, completely motionless, like a part of nature. He entered the state of Izanran, possessed by the angel, when Itsutsuki Castle fell from the sky to attack Shiranui Genma and the others, and randomly obtained the fire attribute Chakra Majesty mode, but he did not display the Chakra Majesty mode. Uchiha Shikaizuki originally wanted to hear what they would say, but suddenly they discovered that black aura was distorting the space where the three of them were, similar to the technique of Kaishin, except that it was not chakra that enveloped them, but distorted turbulence. This wave is Space-time ninjutsu? He can actually use the Byakugan to activate space-time ninjutsu? Yamibi Ryasaka, no, it's more like a spacetime ninjutsu that doesn't require contact, more like the spacetime vortex that Uchiha Suzuki's Megatama Samsara I later developed and released in the original work. Although I think so, in fact, Uchiha-style Milky White Yukiko's breasts are already erect. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Shiki opened his mouth and spit out fire, and in an instant the color of the small part of the flame that came out of his mouth changed to a flame close to blue. The outer flame that was ejected formed a white flame with a hint of yellow. The yellow flame is about 1100 to 1200 degrees Celsius. The temperature of white flame is about 1300 to 1500 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the blue flame is about 1400 to 1600 degrees Celsius. Most of Uchiha Madara's fire style is yellow flames, but the place where it is sprayed out is white, and the outer flames turn yellow because the spread of the fire style causes the temperature to drop. This shows that the power of the fire escape under the immortal technique is definitely enough. Because the mechanical parts covered by it in the training cave turned red directly, some even began to turn into molten iron or copper dripping, and the wooden structure burned instantly, turning into charcoal at a terrifying speed, and finally turned into ashes. As for the range of fire escape, very wide. It can almost be said that the entire area below is covered. The kind that Jiraiya would curse it if he saw it, because this was the training cave that he had spent a lot of money to have repaired. After all, it was originally a place used by Kana for talent training, and it had become dilapidated because no one had used it for so long. What a terrifying fire escape! Urshin Subo Onoki immediately used the earth escape technique, and a huge stone man appeared, hugging and protecting them. The defense was perfect. But even so, the stone man began to turn into magma and melt rapidly the moment he was covered by the fire escape. Moreover, because of Uchiha Shikiju's fire escape, Atsutsuki Tenshu's spacetime ninjutsu was interrupted. He directly used his Byakugan to look up at the sky, and then he found that Uchiha Shikiju was actually above their heads. Why is this guy here? Atsutsuki Tenshu was very shocked. According to what he knew, Uchiha Shikiju should be in Konoha now. His Byakugan is very special. It is connected to the yellow Rinnegan on the moon and has been staring at Uchiha Shikijaku's location. Even now, the information he can get is that Uchiha Shikijaku is still in Konoha and is helping a woman with an eye transplant. Ninjutsu, damn it, my old eyes were fooled by such a simple trick. Atsutsuki Tenshu wants to use the spacetime ninjutsu again. Unlike his brother, he is not arrogant that he will judge the situation and make plans based on the pros and cons. Ever since Atsutsuki Tenno was killed, he had witnessed all of Uchiha Shikijaku's battles. Even though he was able to connect to the yellow samsara eye and use it to allow his eyes to release some eye techniques, he never thought that he would be Uchiha Shikijaku's opponent. So he has always been very cautious. It's getting more and more interesting. It seems like I must go to the moon once. The Byakugan can actually activate pupil techniques. This makes me want to get it for my little Hinata who hasn't even started training yet. Uchiha Shikijaku did not continue to attack, but directly launched Flying Thunder God and instantly came behind Atsutsuki Tenjo, because the floor under their feet was engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique by Uchiha Shikijaku. Not good. Atsutsuki Tenshu accelerated the activation of spacetime ninjutsu, but Uchiha Shikiju still pressed his palm on the back of his neck, but at the same time, Atsutsuki Tenshu's spacetime ninjutsu was activated, and all three of them disappeared. Oh, that's pretty fast. It should be about twice as fast as Kamui. Uchiha Shikik retracted his hand. He really didn't expect that the Atsutsuki Byakugan on the moon could actually use eye techniques. Wouldn't this be a big deal for our future apprentice Hinata? Seriously. Uchiha Shikijo intends to train Hinata to be someone who appears weak but can kill you with one punch. Interesting, the technique has been imprinted, but the feeling just now didn't feel like a living person's touch. Instead, it felt like a puppet close to a living person. So, the one who appeared here is a puppet, but those white eyes are obviously real. Uchiha Shiki started thinking. In the movie, all of Atsutsuki Tonari's servants are puppets, and they seem to have thoughts, similar to how chakra is converted into life and injected into the puppets. It's similar to the forbidden technique that Cho-chan uses to inject life into puppets. The body is a puppet, the eyes are real, and the eyes can make the puppet look like it has life. Even my Sharingan can detect the chakra in its body and judge it as a flesh and blood body. Is there a samsara eye ability? But currently no one in the Moon Clan should possess the samsara eye. Could it be the effect of the giant yellow samsara eye formed by the combination of all the Byakugan? Very good, that piqued my interest. Initially, I was only interested in your bodies on the moon, but now I have to mention our tradition of eye gouging. Uchiha Shikija sensed the location of the Flying Thunder God technique on the back of the puppet Atsutsuki Tenshu's neck. That's quite a distance. We've moved away from the land of fire and arrived at the land of field in an instant. Now we're in the land of thunder again. Uchiha Shikaizuki muttered to himself, this Byakugan eye technique is quite capable, at least in terms of movement and activation. It is definitely more powerful than Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Since we're all going to conquer other great powers, let's start with the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Shikigakai sensed his Flying Thunder God technique, and after 3 moves, it had reached the location of the Hidden Cloud Village. Crash! After confirming the location, Uchiha Shikija launched Flying Thunder God. If it was a puppet, the fact that Itsutsuki Tenshu was so panicked when he saw him just now proved that the puppet body was very important, or that the eyes and the eye sockets of the puppet body were very important. But no matter whether it is true or not, Uchiha Shikijaku has no intention of letting this puppet go. The Land of Thunder. Hidden Cloud Village. At this time, Itsutsuki Tenshu had already brought Yayu AI to the roof of the Reikage building built on the mountain. Hateful. Itsutsuki Tenshu touched the back of his neck. Flying Thunder God's technique? Yayu AI also saw the technique on his neck. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique will present different patterns depending on who uses it. What is important is not the font or pattern, but the pattern inside the font or pattern. Although the Flying Thunder God techniques of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shikijo are both fonts, if you zoom in and look closely, you can see that the fonts are composed of countless tiny patterns. It seems that although your clan is very powerful, they still have to retreat when they encounter Uchiha Shikijaku. Is his existence the reason why your clan uses the Byakugan in exchange for our assistance? Yayu AI looked at the Itsutsuki castle. Their original plan was that several major countries would eventually hold peace talks, and they would choose Konoha to hold the talks. However, if the war is won, Konoha will be forced to hand over Hinata Hyuga by offering the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family as a condition for peace talks. On the contrary, Itsutsuki Tenshu was to hold Uchiha Shikijaku back to distract his attention, while Yayu AI arranged people to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, and then the puppet controlled by Itsutsuki Tenshu used a special method to take away Hyuga Hinata's eyes. Shut up, don't forget, I'm on guard against Uchiha Shikija, but not against you, because there are people who can easily wipe out your clan. Itsutsuki Tenshu stared at Yayuia coldly, and the power of his white eyes pierced Yayuia's skin, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Then you try it. Yayu AI is not the kind of person who likes to be humiliated. If it weren't for the 10 pairs of white eyes and the teleportation technique, Yayu AI would really look down on Itsutsuki Tenshu. Do you really think that he, the Reikage, is just a piece of cake? So, not running away anymore? And at this moment, Uchiha Shiki's charming voice echoed. This made Itsutsuki Tenshu immediately turn his head to look to the left, and saw Uchiha Shikijo floating in the air, his posture looking like he was sitting with his legs crossed. But because it is a fire attribute chakra mode, coupled with the eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, flaming red lips, and her figure and dress, she is very seductive. They actually chased us all the way to the hidden cloud village. Yayu AI's face looked very ugly. Uchiha Shiki's behavior clearly showed that he did not take the entire Land of Thunder seriously. We can't fight here, the story has affected the village, and most of the village's ninjas have gone to the front lines. Only a few genin and elite ninjas are prepared for defense. Yayu AI had witnessed Uchiha Shiki's combat power once, so he immediately blew up his thunder armor and directly pulled at Itsutsuki Tenshu and moved. He was going to Yunlii Gorge, where only Kiribi was, and there was no one around for a long distance. Only. Yayu AI stopped quickly because the head of Itsutsuki Tenshu's body was gone compared to Hikaru. There was a hollow hole at the neck, with no flesh or blood inside. Sure enough, it's a puppet? It's truly bizarre, a puppet's body can be as flexible as a living person, and even the naked eye can't tell. Uchiha Shiki threw the Itsutsuki castle puppet's head. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and used his fingers to dig out the pair of very strange white eyes, or rather, the reincarnation eyes of low purity, from the puppet's head. Little devil. The puppet head of Itsutsuki Castle just started to speak, but before he could finish his words, the puppet head collapsed. Even the body of Itsutsuki Tenshu that Yayu AI was pulling was broken apart and turned into countless loose parts, and it was completely lifeless. Oh, it's pretty good. Uchiha Shikaiza pinched the yellow, incomplete samsara eye between his fingers and pointed it at the moon. The moonlight shining through these eyes actually has a glass-like transparency. After admiring it for a while, Uchiha Shikija put the Rinnegan into a bottle, sealed it with a scroll and put it in his ninja tool backpack. Yayu AI was speechless. Damn it. Yayu AI, Itsutsuki Tenshu, you were so brave when you fought me, how come you couldn't even last a single round against Uchiha Shiki? I suspect you're just playing me. Itsutsuki Tenshu, damn it, this is a puppet, not the real one. Before, you and I cooperated to beat the server, and it was me. And at this moment, Uchiha Shikijo flicked his hand lightly, and Susanoo in its small frame stage appeared. Almost at the same time, a huge fist hit Susanoo's small frame. Also, because Uchiha Shiki was floating and had no leverage like standing on the ground, he was blown away quickly. That's quite a bit of force. Uchiha Shikaka somersaulted in the air to stabilize his body. He looked around. There were clouds and mist everywhere, and water was flowing between the mountains. If there were more green plants, the scenery here would definitely be more beautiful. Judging from the terrain, we're at the outskirts of the hidden cloud village. We flew quite far. That huge fist just now was the bull ghost's fist. If I remember correctly, in the original novel, Kiribi was imprisoned in Yunlii Gorge because Yayu AI lost his father and didn't want to lose Kiribi because of the war. Uchiha Shikija thought about it and looked up at the sky again. At this moment, a woman was falling down, and something like a long claw knife emerged from her palms and slapped him. Uchiha Shikigakai, who had just stabilized his body and was completely fine, was knocked down again and crashed into a seemingly small mountain, exploding into countless fragments and smoke. Is it resolved? The attack just now felt like it was grabbing onto steel. The two teak people also fell to the ground and looked at the direction of the smoke. The cat claws that emerged from her palms had shattered. As a perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, she was not sent to the front line this time, but stayed in the Hidden Cloud Village with Killer Bee in case of any people attacked the Hidden Cloud Village again. Just now, the two of them were in a meeting, arguing with the top leaders of the Hidden Cloud Village about the issue of Yayu AI. Then they sensed the chakra of Yatsuki AI, who was captured by Kanaha, appearing in the village, so they came over immediately. Bagayalu, Kanoyalu. I also felt like I hit a piece of steel just now. The skeleton was very strange. The Ushigui told me that it was the Uchiha clan Suzano. This guy might be the legendary Uchiha Shikijaku, the evil one who is as famous as the three ninjas of Kanaha. Kiribi also rushed over, but he had turned back into human form. Uchiha Shikija, isn't that guy a man? The two Yuzuki people were a little confused. The Uchiha Shiki was obviously a girl, and a very beautiful one at that. It is indeed Kanaha's Gaikushi. His eye technique seems to be transforming his own body, and he has very strong combat power. Yayu AI also appears. The three of them looked at the location of the smoke, where the smoke had already dissipated. At this time, Uchiha Shiki was sitting on the gravel, looking at them with a charming smile on her face. In the smoke and dust, Uchiha Shiki rolled his eyes. He was really not used to walking barefoot on the ground, so he chose to float in the air. However, if he encountered a high-impact attack while floating in the air, he would be easily blown away. Well, the Jinchuriki of the two tails and the eight tails is barely qualified. Uchiha Shikigakai sat on the rubble, blew away the smoke and dust with a wave of his hand, and then looked down at Killer Bee, the two Yuzuki people, and Yayu AI who was wearing the full-strength thunder armor. Raikage. Fighting and killing are not good. I really don't like killing, so I think you should kneel down now. I beg you to hand over the eight tails and two tails Jinchuriki to me for the sake of your village's peace and stability. When Uchiha Shikija said this, he was looking at the two Yuzuki people, but he said it to Yayu AI. The two Yuzuki people are very beautiful and have a mature style. At this moment, she was lying on the ground like a cat, with her arms and claws crossed, her waist bent and her hips raised, her legs tense, and the tail formed by the tail beast's chakra swaying. I want to raise it. I really don't know how it feels to pet a cat called two Yuzuki people. Ahem, he thinks he can probably pet the cat all over. As for Kiribi, listening to his rap, Uchiha Shiki felt that he could endure it once or twice. Yayu AI is silent. This surprised Uchiha Shikija. Why didn't he refuse immediately? According to the hot-tempered character of the Raikage in the original novel, he should have refused outright and taken action immediately. Impossible, no matter how strong you are, there is a limit. Bye, Yuzuki-kun, we are all perfect Jinchuriki, we may not be unable to defeat you. Yayu AI finally responded coldly. As for why we say defeat instead of kill? It's very simple. Yayu AI had no idea how powerful Uchiha Shikijo's eye technique was in the previous battle. All we know is that Uchiha Shiki can enter the Sage mode. Although his own chakra amount is not much, his chakra amount is still not less after releasing many superscale Sage techniques. And, more importantly, Uchiha Shikijo also has the Izanagi resurrection technique similar to Shimura Danzo, as well as the Flying Thunder God technique that allows him to leave at any time. Killer Bee and the two Yuzu people were also surprised by Yayu AI's short silence, but this also made them understand that the strength of the evil ghost in front of them, who was as famous as the three ninjas, was indeed terrifying. But think about it. During the time when Yayu AI disappeared and there was no news about her, there were rumors in the outside world that Uchiha Shikijo had single-handedly defeated Yayu AI, Urshinping Onoki, Shimura Danzo, Ebizo and other famous ninjas, as well as a large number of elite ninjas. Sakushi, Yuzuki-kun, this guy can use senjutsu just like Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, one of the three ninjas of Konoha. He is very fast and also possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. If he makes a move, I'll handle his speed. Yuzuki will assist and you two will work together to find an opportunity to kill him with one strike. Even if it affects me, it doesn't matter. Yayu AI made several gestures to express the above meaning. After all, no one would conspire to coordinate tactics in front of the enemy, right? Learn. Kiribi and the two Yuzu people nodded, they understood Yayi's thoughts. Moment. The skin on both of them began to peel off, revealing the flesh beneath the skin, and the chakra of the tailed beasts in their bodies emerged and covered their entire bodies, turning them into the blood-red appearance of the tailed beasts' coats. Right after, a bull's skull emerged from Kiribi's body, while cat bones emerged from the two teak men's body. Then their bodies expanded rapidly and became two huge monsters. The two tails are traveling again, the eight-tailed ox ghost. Why do people never accept my kindness? Uchiha Shiki was helpless. Then, those beautiful eyes revealed a strong hint of mockery. Why is it that there are always people who act like they have been possessed by another god and think they can fight him? Roar! The two tails took the lead, opening its mouth and spitting out a huge fireball, which was directly sprayed towards Uchiha Shikigami. It's not the tailed beast ball, but the two tails special fire style, but using fire style in front of the Uchiha? Uchiha Shikigashi didn't move at all, and half of Susanoo emerged around its body. It just raised its head and chest, and its chest cavity swelled due to the inhalation of air and the gathering of chakra, and then suddenly spewed out almost white flames. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Actually, the Great Fire Extinguishing and the Great Fire Losing are the same escape technique, but with the blessing of Susanoo, more chakra can be gathered. As for Uchiha Shikijo, this one was released through half-body Susanoo, not from Uchiha Shikijo's own body, so you can imagine how powerful it is. With the same size, Susanoo can gather more chakra at one time. The effect is also very significant. The huge fire escape released by the two tails collided with the fire escape released by Uchiha Shikijo. The fire escapes of both of them were in a stalemate for a moment, and then they fell to one side. The white flames released by Uchiha Shiki's Susanoo directly covered the two tails' fire escape and pushed it back. How is this possible? Human fire escape technique actually crushes my fire escape technique. Is he still human? He can actually release such a powerful amount of chakra at once to sustain such a powerful fire escape. The two tails was really stunned at this moment. Its body was forcibly covered by the fire style, and then it let out a scream. Its body is originally wrapped in special flames, but it's still the old man felt the terrible heat burning his body. Good opportunity. The eight tails moved and saw Uchiha Shikijo's Susanoo releasing ninjutsu facing the two tails, so it opened its mouth and revealed the black-tailed beast ball that had been gathered in its mouth for a long time. Then it ejected like a cannonball. It just doesn't believe it. Can Susanoo withstand one-tailed beast ball? After all, the eight tails had also seen Susanoo, but it was not during the time of Uchiha Madara, but in ancient times, when he was still a small-tailed beast. What I saw was Indra's Susanoo. After all, Susanoo is formed by chakra, so it cannot be really hard and indestructible. Even if it is indestructible, Susanoo cannot defend against non-physical impacts, that is, the explosion impact of the tailed beast ball. That kind of impact would affect the human body and would definitely not be able to withstand it. Oh? Should I say it's worthy of being the eight tails? This tailed beast ball is very heavy. Uchiha Shikija looked at the tailed beast ball that was getting closer and closer, and raised his hand to quickly form hand seals. Right after, the tailed beast ball seemed to hit an invisible soft wall out of thin air and slowly sank into it. If you look closely, you can actually see the location where the tailed beast ball hit, with many spell patterns on it. This is exactly the same as the way Minato Namikaze used the nine tails tailed beast ball to transfer it in the air in the original work. Then, randomly select a lucky region and give out a tailed beast ball. If there are people in the randomly selected places, please shout out loudly, "Thank you for the tailed beast ball sent by my brother Shikik." Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guide. Uchiha Shikijo easily guided the tailed beast ball and disappeared. This stunned Killer Bee, and even Yuai, who was guarding against Uchiha Shikijo's use of the instant body technique or Flying Thunder God's dodge. Right after, they suddenly looked in one direction, which was where the hidden cloud village was. Right now, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the hidden cloud village, layer upon layer, and finally exploded into thick smoke that covered the sky. Uchiha Shikijaku. Yuai reacted and immediately stared at Uchiha Shiki with murderous intent. The two tails also retreated quickly, shaking off the water stains on its body like a cat, and threw away the fire escape on its body. The eight tails stared blankly in the direction of the hidden cloud village. He could feel that the tailed beast ball just now had caused the chakra reactions of nearly 30% of the ordinary people in the village to disappear. That is to say, the eight tails tailed beast ball killed 30% of the people currently remaining in the hidden cloud village. Stop yelling, Rakage. Uchiha Shikigakai floated out from inside Susanoo. When he appeared in the hidden cloud village, he had already engraved the Flying Thunder God technique, and the random teleportation was actually just for fun. It's a war now. If you had successfully invaded the Fire Nation, I think many people from the Fire Nation would have died as well, and only a few people died. Life is deprived of each other. This is the ninja world. You should be thankful. I meant it when I said I don't like fighting and killing. Otherwise, if I had taken action directly, more people would have died. Now, I have a proposal for you. 1. The hidden cloud village disappears. I will directly remove the tailed beasts from Killer Bee and the two Yuzuki people, and then wipe out the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. 2. You will kill the daimyo of the Land of Lightning with your own hands, then make the hidden cloud village independent, hand over Killer Bee and the two Yuzuki people to me, and then submit to Konoha. Remember, submit to Konoha, not to the Land of Fire. Uchiha Shikik put forward conditions, and he really dared to let Yaie kill the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Although on the surface the Yaya clan founded the Hidden Cloud Village, a military ninja village in the Land of Lightning, in fact, the Yaya clan did not have to obey the orders of the daimyo at all. To a certain extent, the Yaya clan even dominated the daimyo's ideas. In the original book, Uchiha Obito wanted to use the daimyo to force Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto to appear, but Uchiha Obito said that there was also the Raikage over there and he might not care about the daimyo's life. From this we can see that Yayu AI is really strong, and other ninja villages are all controlled by the daimyo because they need the daimyo to provide various funds and commissions. But Yayu AI doesn't care whether you are famous or not, you have to give me what I want, otherwise I'll kill you. Dream. Yayu AI gritted her teeth. Bye, Yuzuki-kun, use all your strength. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to protect the village. That we can only hope that they can leave the village quickly after being taught a lesson by the tailed beastball just now. Yayu AI is indeed a person who does what he wants to do. If you tie your hands and feet, you may lose in the end, and if you lose, you will die. Then just defend. Ugh, just give it a try. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, the shadows of the Hidden Cloud Village, and everyone in the Hidden Cloud Village all possess the will of thunder. That when faced with any difficulty, as long as all the thunders unite as one, there will be no enemy that cannot be defeated. Even more powerful thunder exploded from Yayuia's body, and even blood vessels appeared on his skin that were visible to the naked eye. The thunder attribute chakra in the blood vessels stimulated his entire body. Numbers in unity are ultimately no match for absolute strength. Forget it. I'll make an exception and show you something. Uchiha Shiki directly consumed 1,000 hours of natural energy, causing Susanoo to expand directly and rise from the ground, forming a huge pure white Susanoo. This Susanoo was 900 meters tall, and the fluttering chakra clothes on its body began to explode and twist. Uchiha Shikik is located between the eyebrows of Susanoo's head. He raised his arm and shook it gently. Certainly. As Uchiha Shikija's voice fell, the seemingly flimsy clothes on the female surface of Susanoo instantly changed shape and took shape. What does the appearance say? The appearance of Daitengu is different from Japanese armor. It wraps the entire Susanoo, forming an appearance similar to that of a nun, except that there is a large amount of Western armor wrapped around the entire body. It does not have the bloated and short feeling of the original Susanoo, but instead appears very tall and beautiful. Stand tall and proud. This is what Yayuia and others are thinking at this moment. Even the 8 tails and the 2 tails felt that they were a little insignificant in front of this huge Susanoo. Uchiha Shiki has never been a good person. He doesn't think he's a good person either. A big part of the reason why Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi of Konoha were able to jump around alive in the beginning was because Uchiha Shiki Gamo didn't want them to die as heroes. And to the outside world, Uchiha Shiki has only one mentality. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother to do anything. Don't kill anymore, and don't let anyone go. Because they are insignificant to Uchiha Shikija, at most they can get some fate-defying points. How is it possible? How is it possible? Such a huge Susanoo, how did they do it? Besides the rumored Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, is there really anyone who can hold such a huge amount of chakra? Yaie spoke blankly, not knowing whether she was talking to herself or not. Yeah, not bad. It's bigger than last time. It seems that the reason I beat up Hanzo last time was because I didn't provide enough chakra, and since I don't use Susanoo very often, I'm a little uncomfortable. Uchiha Shikijo was quite satisfied with the current size of Susanoo. However, the size of Susanoo is indeed very powerful in front of ordinary ninjas, but it is a bit useless against the Otsutsuki clan. After all, they can come and kick Susanoo through by king at any time. Raikage, have you seen my ninjutsu? My Susanoo has a rather special ability, which is that it can also form chakra meridians similar to those in a ninja's body. This means it can form seals and use ninjutsu. For example, Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo can use Chidori simply because it simply changes the nature of his own chakra and gathers it in the palm of Susanoo, rather than releasing ninjutsu through Susanoo. For example, when Uchiha Madara makes hand seals for Susanoo, he uses Tenkai Shock Star because one pair of hands is not enough, so he needs 2 pairs of Susanoo's hands as assistants to connect the chakra meridians in his body. Uchiha Shikijo's Mangekyo ability is transformation, and Susanoo can actually be equivalent to himself, so there is no problem in transformation. Listening to the words conveyed by Uchiha Shikik, although the voice was small, it exploded like thunder in Yaie's ears, making his face turn pale in an instant. Right at this moment, Yayuai suddenly understood the horror of what Uchiha Shikija said. The human body is like a cage, which limits the capacity of the chakra meridians and the amount of change in the nature of the chakra. Therefore, no matter how terrifying the release ninjutsu is, it is difficult to break through the limits of humans. However, Uchiha Shikija is completely different. The ninjutsu, or the magic he releases, is like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with a heart-pounding light. Firstly, the amount of chakra that Uchiha Shikija injected into his ninjutsu was ridiculously large, and the quality was even more astonishing, as if it was formed by the confluence of endless energy. Secondly, Uchiha Shiki's ninjutsu is loaded with the natural chakra of fairy technique, which is extremely powerful and enough to destroy everything. Thirdly, the range of Uchiha-style Sparrow ninjutsu is extremely terrifying, which even makes people suspect that the vast range is only due to the existence of the barrier. This means, the reason why the range of ordinary people's ninjutsu is so large is because their limit is only that large. The range of Uchiha-style Sparrow ninjutsu is so large because the range of the barrier limits his performance. If Uchiha Shikijo had used the 900-meter Susanoo to release the ninjutsu when he was fighting with them, or when he was crushing them, then Yayu AI simply couldn't imagine how wide the range of this ninjutsu would be. You must know. The range of Uchiha Shiki's fire escape just now was so large that it could cover the entire Two Tails, that it was even so powerful that the Two Tails, which was formed by special fire chakra, felt burned. While Yayu AI was thinking, Uchiha Shikijo had already started to form hand seals, and Susanoo also formed hand seals in sync with his movements. Immortal technique, Red Flame Destruction. This is a forbidden fire escape technique. It is also a forbidden technique developed by Senju Tobirama. He even claimed that it is more difficult to learn and more powerful than any fire technique possessed by the Uchiha clan. It is designed to be used in conjunction with the Impure World Reincarnation. Because this forbidden fire technique is similar to the Hyuga clan's method of controlling the acupuncture points throughout their body through their Byakugan to release the energy. It's just that ordinary people cannot release chakra through all the acupuncture points in the body, but they can release it using only a small part of it, by transforming the chakra flowing through the meridians throughout the body into fire attributes, allowing them to be discharged from the body like breathing and explode. The power is extremely terrifying, but precisely because of its terrifying power, the chakra meridians and body of the caster will be burned, and they may even be unable to use chakra, so it is listed as a forbidden technique. Senju Tobirama is completely used by the fire-style ninja who was resurrected by the Impure World Reincarnation. Stop! Yayu AI felt a terrifying amount of chakra surging from the entire huge body of Susanoo. This amount is too terrifying. Not good. This guy, like old man Lu Deo, can actually use natural energy to this extent that if this ninjutsu is released, not only this area, but also the entire area within a 5-kilometer radius will be engulfed. The whole body of the Eight Tails also revealed fear. Susanoo is different from the human body. It does not have to worry about the chakra meridians being damaged, so Uchiha Shiki can boldly inject a lot of natural energy. As for whether it will affect myself, to be honest, Uchiha Shikijaku doesn't care. He can release Susanoo and control it independently just like Uchiha Itaki in the original anime, and then directly use Flying Thunder God to move away instantly. At worst. So what if I'm affected? In order to avoid wasting Izanaga's storage time, she could even experience the power of the shield technique with her own body, just like she felt the power of Urshin Subo Oniki's dust release. Yulv, run, this guy may look like a good-looking human, but what he did is simply insane. The bull ghost directly grasped Yayu AI in one hand, and his 8 claws moved quickly in an instant. I know. Yalu doesn't need any reminders from the ghosts. However, just as they moved, they found that Susanoo's other arm had extended over, grabbed them in its hand, lifted them up, and sent them to Susanoo's head. Don't be so anxious to leave, stay with me and feel it for a while. After all, this is the first time I've used Susanoo to unleash this level of escape technique. After all, if your tailed beasts die, they'll be resurrected, right? Uchiha Shikija smiled, and her charming tone made their scalps tingle. Looking at the huge body of Susanoo, cracks have begun to appear. This is because the meridians formed by chakra in its body can no longer sustain the amount of chakra injected into the tailed beast ball from Uchiha Shiki's body. Without any hesitation, Niugui and Yulu opened their mouths at the same time, and special chakra gathered in their mouths. But just as they put it in their mouths, they found that their mouths were pinched tightly by the remaining free palm of Susanoo, and then with a bang, the tailed beast ball exploded in their mouths. Spitting is not nice. Uchiha Shikija still had a smile on his face. Even though his escape technique was almost complete at this moment, he had no intention of using Flying Thunder God to leave. Stop, stop. I accept your proposal, as long as the people of Baihi and Yuzuki can live, as long as the village, as long as we are alive, we will submit to Kanaha. At this time, Yayuia finally shouted out, he accepted his powerlessness. This is the power of God. He simply couldn't keep his temper down. If this Susanoo's escape technique is released, the Hidden Cloud Village, which is not too far from here, will be destroyed instantly. If this is true, how desperate would the ninjas on the front lines be if they knew about it? My family and my village are gone, even homeless. Wouldn't it be better if you said that earlier? But it's a little late to answer now. Uchiha Shikija also answered indifferently. Let's use the disappearance of the Hidden Cloud Village to remind the other 3 major countries not to be so arrogant and stop causing trouble. No, don't. Yayu AI broke free from Niugui's fist, turned into a ray of light and leaped directly in front of Susanoo's head. While clenching his fist, he hit the center of Susanoo's eyebrows. Because Susanoo, which was under the terrifying amount of chakra provided by Uchiha Shikijaku, already had cracks all over its body, Yayu AI, without the cooperation of Urshinping Onoki, still used the cracks in Susanoo to break through. Uchiha Shikike has completed the hand seal. When Yayui's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from his head, it disappeared. Feel despair. If you are lucky enough to survive, then I will give you another chance to submit to Konoha. Uchiha Shikigakai did not leave this place, but stayed above this area. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Shikaku cannot fly. His levitation relies on using his own natural chakra to interfere with natural chakra, allowing them to lift him up. Now in the sky, he relies on Flying Thunder God. After throwing out the 1,000 books engraved with the Flying Thunder God ritual, he performed Flying Thunder God, repeating the process until he reached a position 3,000 meters above the ground. When he reached a distance of 3,000 meters, the outer shell of Susanoo completely shattered, but the shattered chakra did not splash out. Instead, it was absorbed by the meridians formed by the chakra inside and gathered at the heart of Susanoo where the chakra was condensed. This is the inspiration I got from Deidara's self-destruction. Susanoo itself can actually be considered a form of summoning technique, but it resides in a spiritual space connected to the Uchiha clan's bloodline, while the Mangekyo connects to it and uses one's own chakra to materialize it. Well, after dispelling Susanoo, this part of the chakra is actually wasted. Therefore, basically everyone who uses Susanoo will feel tired after dispelling it. So in order not to waste Susanoo's chakra, we can use the control of this chakra to make it work. Uchiha Shikija looked down, and almost as soon as he finished speaking, the chakra heart of Susanoo began to twist, and emitted a light like the sun. The mountains near it instantly began to melt into magma, and the rivers evaporated directly. This is not over yet. With it as the center, the melted area was expanding, and finally the ground seemed to be combustible with alcohol, and a sea of purgatory fire appeared out of thin air. However, when this sea of fire extended to the hidden cloud village, it split apart like water hitting a dam. Oh, a barrier? Uchiha Shiki didn't care too much. In fact, every village in the 5 major countries has a barrier, but the difference is that the barrier Reikage used is different. The one in the hidden cloud village is the Iron Wall barrier, a similar barrier that prevented Killer Bee and Naruto from leaving Turtle Island. This barrier is divided into 5 layers and 10 sets inside and outside, and its full name is the 5-seal Iron Wall barrier. Normally it is similar to a perception barrier, but if there is a large-scale covering attack, it will automatically defend. 5 layers of defense, 10 layers of small barriers. But Uchiha Shikijo just smiled. Because the first layer of the barrier of the hidden cloud village was broken, the double-layer honeycomb-shaped barrier inside shattered in less than 2 seconds. That's all. In less than 3 minutes. There are 5 layers of defense and 10 layers of barriers, only the last small layer is left. Moreover, this small barrier did not last long and shattered directly. The sea of fire swept across the entire hidden cloud village, but it did not burn to the point of forming the terrifying power of magma. Because the chakra energy supply is insufficient, the flame is dissipating. There was only one red area, and the area close to where Susanoo was just now was still filled with flowing magma. They even began to rush along the river path and spread to other areas. As I expected, the radius is about 5 kilometers, but the power isn't that strong. Not safe, not safe. What's the difference between this power and a tickle? Next time, be careful. This move must be used in conjunction with a barrier technique to concentrate all the power in one area to avoid spreading the power. This will probably cause severe burns to the enemy, or even death. After all, the enemy that can make Uchiha Shiki use this kind of ninjutsu must be no bad one. The ninja's body is so strong and solid basically because of the use of chakra. Yes, it's settled. Neither half dead nor dead is safe. We have to make sure there aren't even any ashes. Uchiha Shikigakai fell from the sky back to the place where Susanoo was just now. This is the most terrifying place. The magma below even feels like molten iron. The heat is so amazing that even the floating Uchiha Shiki can feel the heat on his body. So, what about the 8-tail and the 2-tail? Uchiha Shiki looked around and found that there were no mountains around at all because they had basically melted. What was left could only be called small hills at best. The surface of these small hills is also covered with slowly flowing magma. What a shame. The second Yuzuki is quite pretty. To be honest, I quite like her. Speaking of her, Yakang should still be a girl in her teens right now? Uchiha Shikigakai muttered to himself. He didn't care about the death of the 8-tails and the 2-tails, because the tailed beasts could be resurrected anyway. Reikage, Killer Bee? Oh, dear brother. Fine. That's. Uchiha Shiki was suddenly stunned, because there was half an octopus tentacle hanging on a small hill. Lava flowed over it, burning it and making it smoke, and also emitting an indescribable smell. A fragrant aroma, but a burnt feeling? Floating over, Uchiha Shiki fell into thought. How about a taste? Uchiha Shiki had a sudden idea. In the original work, only Kinkaku and Ginkaku survived by eating the flesh of the tailed beasts, and they could also enter the pseudo 9-tails chakra mode, greatly improving their combat effectiveness. The Hidden Mist village wanted to replicate this and had people eat the flesh and blood of the 8-tails, but no one could survive. Forget it, the dog's life is at stake. Although I can transform my own body, but I'm not sure I can survive eating the flesh and blood of the 8-tailed fox. Uchiha Shiki thought for a while, and finally suppressed the idea that curiosity killed the cat. Uchiha Shikijo actually doesn't have any weaknesses, but if you have to say, he probably has one. That is, Uchiha Shiki is very curious. Because he was curious about what it felt like when a girl had that private part, he actually rewarded himself out of curiosity at first that he just touched it, but didn't put his finger in, and he found it quite awkward. Out of curiosity, an ordinary ninja can do it as many times as he wants in one night, which led to Tsunade becoming the master instead of the customer, and now she is a juicer. Because he was curious about what dust release was, even though he had been taking a lot of heat for 2 days, Onoki used dust release, original realm separation technique. Anyway, it's true that Uchiha Shiki is very curious. Hold on, don't waste time, damn my curiosity, if there are uncertainties, don't be so curious. Uchiha Shiki threw the tail of the 8 tails directly into the lava. After all, he had read the original work, and the 8 tails and Killer Bee were really difficult to kill. Notice, the host's actions in the Land of Thunder have resulted in the deaths of a large number of people there, earning 10,000 points of fate reversal. Uchiha Shikijo is full of questions. No, that's it? That's it? No more? Are you kidding me? If Uchiha Shikijaku wanted to confirm whether a person was dead or alive, he didn't need to go through any trouble to investigate, because he just needed to wait for the system prompt. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the system, informing him that he had successfully killed a large number of people from the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning, and thus obtained a fate-defying value of up to 10,000 points. However, Uchiha Shiki knew very well that these 10,000 points of destiny-defying value definitely did not include Yayu AI, Killer Bee, and the 2 Yuzuki people. After all, the original identities of these 3 people are all very important. Putting aside the relatively few descriptions of the 2 Yuzuki people in the original work, both Killer Bee and Night Moon AI play a very important role in the original work. Especially Killer Bee, he is the key figure who taught Uzumaki Naruto how to control the 9 tails. If any of these important characters died, the number of fate-defying points that Uchiha Shikijo would obtain would definitely not be as few as 10,000. The forbidden technique just now was so powerful, and they were so close. Even powerful tailed beasts like the 8 tails and the 2 tails would have been hard-pressed to survive. How could humans survive in that boiling magma? But there's no trace of them nearby, and we can't even sense their chakra. Uchiha Shiki's brows were furrowed, as if he could pinch a fly to death. These 3 people can't fly, Thunder God. No matter how fast they ran, how could they escape under his nose? Uchiha Shikigakai watched from high above as the 3 of them were tightly wrapped like dumplings by the scorching fire escape and then swallowed up. Interesting. Uchiha Shikija closed his eyes and concentrated. His perception became extremely sharp in his female form, and he could even sense Minato Namikaze on the other side of Konoha from here. At this time, Minato Namikaze's chakra fluctuations were like surging waves, and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra was like a burning flame. There was no problem at all. They must be creating humans. That's really too much. When I go back later, I will also fight Tsunade for 10 rounds, and I will be on top in these 10 rounds. How is that possible? If they're not dead, how could I not sense their chakra? It can't be. Oh, there are still so many civilians alive in the hidden cloud village? Just like Konoha, civilians evacuated quickly. However, compared to the number of people I sensed when I first arrived at the hidden cloud village, it has now decreased by as much as 50%. Uchiha Shikigakai couldn't help but sigh. He had never liked fighting and killing, let alone killing people indiscriminately. After all, he had always considered himself a good person, and since these people had survived, that was fine. Uchiha Shikijo slowly raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky, which was as white as snow and emitting a cold light. He knew in his heart that there was some kind of cooperative relationship between Yayu AI and its Satsuki Tenshu. However, if their presence cannot be sensed here, then perhaps, Uchiha Shikige thought to himself, but soon he shook his head, thinking that the possibility was very slim. After all, the hidden cloud village is now in ruins, and if Satsuki Tenshu goes to save the wreckage again, it seems that there will be no benefit for him. However, facts speak louder than words. Whether it's an enemy or a country, the outcome is the same when they face Uchiha Shikiga. It is like an elephant's feet casually stepping on a group of ants. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants and cannot withstand the trampling of the elephant. Although some of these ants are lucky, because the elephant's paw is too big, some ants may avoid being crushed because they are too small. Whether it was the Atsutsuki who saved them is impossible to verify. After all, no matter how wide my perception range is, it's impossible for me to sense the moon directly from here on Earth. As Uchiha Shikija was speaking, he suddenly froze, because he thought of another possibility. So is it Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito's Kamui space and certain special barriers are independent spaces and cannot be perceived from this world. No, this shouldn't be possible. From the moment he stepped into the hidden cloud village, his perception was like a tight net, enveloping everything around him. However, in this net, he did not sense the unique chakra aura of White Zetsu, and the series of events that happened tonight were just coincidences. no one can predict their actions until they actually take action, so there is no way Uchiha Obito would appear here. He should still be in the distant hidden mist village, dealing with the people behind the coup. After all, Uchiha Shikijaku received information that this time it was not because the hidden mist village of the water country would not participate in the war, but because the Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Obito had made many people dissatisfied. Some people have already taken the lead in the coup. Wait, heaven's sending technique? Suddenly, Uchiha Shiki seemed to remember something important, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The Hidden Cloud Village has a space-time ninjutsu, which has a similar effect to the Flying Thunder God of Konoha Village, called the teleportation technique, Heaven's Sending Technique. Kiribi doesn't know this ninjutsu, and neither does Yayu AI. Uchiha Shikigakai muttered to himself, his brows furrowed tightly. His mind raced through all the possible scenarios. So, is it the Teak Man? Or, someone asked, can the Heaven Sent technique be used to launch attacks on targets from a distance through some special technique? Once this thought came up, it spread rapidly in Uchiha Shiki's mind like a prairie fire. He began to imagine all kinds of possibilities frantically, and various combinations and variations of techniques kept flashing through his mind. However, after some careful consideration, Uchiha Shiki shook his head, feeling that the possibility was very small. After all, although the Tiansong technique is powerful, in order to launch it at a target from a long distance, the techniques and conditions involved must be very complicated, and it requires extremely high skills and control. He, who knows the art of Flying Thunder God, has a deep understanding of this. For ranges exceeding 2,000 meters, multiple stages of Flying Thunder God are required. Uchiha Shikijo was able to instantly reach the location he sensed, relying on the huge amount of natural chakra and his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Or has the fate the system mentioned begun to unfold? Uchiha Shiki suddenly remembered what the system had told him. Ever since he traveled to this world, the system has always emphasized that there is fatalism in this world, and after Uzumaki Naruto was born, this force of fate will quickly begin to interfere with the development of this world. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto is like the protagonist in the novel Interface, the child of destiny, and his birth will drive the plot progress of the entire ninja world. And now, Uzumaki Naruto has been born, so does that mean that the gears of fate have begun to turn? However, fate is something so elusive. It is invisible and intangible, yet it seems to be everywhere, affecting everyone's fate. I really don't believe in fate. Uchiha Shikigakai muttered to himself, then looked behind him. This already explains why. Because at this moment, Etsutsuki Tenjo appeared riding on some kind of puppet bird. The current Etsutsuki Castle Tower should be the real body. Because at this moment, Kiribi, Yayu AI, and the two Yuzu people, whose bodies were covered with burns, were hooked by the claws of the puppet bird he was riding, and looked like they were dying. Little devil, hand over your eyes. Etsutsuki Tenshu's eyes now look like ordinary Byakugan. What Uchiha Shiki took away were one of his Byakugan, which he used to connect with the yellow Samsara eye, and the other was his father's eye. Because in his family, only his father's eyes can connect to the Golden Rinnegan, and his eyes can use the effect of his father's connection to the Golden Rinnegan to launch eye techniques similar to time and space ninjutsu. That is to say, at this moment, Etsutsuki Tenshu's eyes were one his own and one his father's, exactly the same pair as the one in Uchiha Shiki's hands. When he came here, he had actually been in time and space the entire time, but he originally wanted to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but although this guy seemed to be full of flaws, he felt at a glance that he would definitely die if he took action, so he could only leave these few people behind, as they were of great use. If you ask me to give it, I will give it to you, right? Uchiha Shikichi grinned playfully. He could see that the Etsutsuki Castle Tower in front of him at this moment was visible to the naked eye, but it was not actually there. Similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui, his true body should be in time and space, so even if Uchiha Shiki attacks now, it will have no effect. However, Uchiha Shikaizuki didn't care that the pair of Byakugan in his hand also had the same ability. If he really wanted to go to the moon, he could just use the eye technique of the Byakugan. Uchiha Shikija's words silenced the Etsutsuki Castle. To be honest, if he hadn't been using the time and space eye technique at this time, he really wouldn't have dared to appear in front of Uchiha Shikijabu, because if Uchiha Shikijabu really wanted to kill him, it would only take a moment. Then be prepared to wait for our clan's revenge. In the end, Etsutsuki Tenshu could only utter harsh words, and his figure slowly disappeared, taking Yayu AI, Killer Bee, and the two Yuzuki people with him. Watching Etsutsuki Tenshu disappear, Etsutsuki Tenshu didn't feel too concerned. Well, the Hidden Cloud Village is ruined, even the cage and the tailed beasts were taken away. It doesn't matter. Let's deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen next, then I'll focus on Uzumaki Nagato. I'll control Nagato's Rinnegan in my hands and force Black Zetsu to come see me. Uchiha Shikigaki glanced in the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village, then launched Flying Thunder God and disappeared on the spot. Kill without burying, this is Uchiha Shikaku's usual style. His battle here will definitely spread to the ninja world. At that time, all countries should think about how to stop the war and cut the losses in time. Moreover, on the front line, his men were killing like crazy, and it was only a matter of time before the war stopped. Uchiha Shikija appeared again, already outside the training cave. At this moment, there are many people putting out the fire. They are all water-style ninjas brought by Genma Shiranui. They will really be grateful. Attention, over there. Even the little flame needs attention. What surprised Uchiha Shiki was that Jiraiya was also here. Why are you here, Master Jiraiya? Uchiha Shikija had already exited her female mode and walked over to ask. When Jiraiya saw Uchiha Shikija, he gritted his teeth. What the hell did you do? I asked Shenjian, and it was you who breathed the fire escape technique. This place carries a lot of Konoha's history, and it's also where Minato and I inherited our heritage. Jiraiya felt that if he could defeat Uchiha Shikijaku, he would definitely not show mercy. Ha ha ha, there's nothing I can do about it. You know, the range of my escape technique really can't be made any smaller. Uchiha Style spread his hands. He really is not lying. The minimum range of the ninjutsu he released was the range that had just been extinguished by the huge fire, and it could not be made any smaller. After all, how small could the natural chakra energy of an hour of ninjutsu be? Moreover, Uchiha Shikija and Jiraiya are actually quite familiar with him secretly because of Minato Namikaze. Why? Thinking of the power of Uchiha Shikija's escape technique, Jiraiya could only sigh. They both deal with natural energy, so why is there such a big difference in their combat effectiveness? In fact, Uchiha Shikija and Jiraiya had fought each other, and it was because of Tsunade. Jiraiya has always liked Tsunade, but Tsunade became Uchiha Shiki's woman. After Tsunade was betrayed, Jiraiya, who had experienced food, actually saw it when he met her when he returned to the village one day. So when he found out it was Uchiha Shikija, he challenged Uchiha Shikija equally and politely. They fought in a certain area for a long time, and in the end Jiraiya was completely defeated. The key is, at the end of their conversation, Jiraiya said that he was just envious and helpless. The woman he liked was actually snatched away by a brat like Uchiha Shikija. Uchiha Shikija felt a little embarrassed. After all, Jiraiya was very good to Namikaze Minato, and he also secretly provided Uchiha Shikija with a lot of information from the outside world. Among them, the Kara organization was the one that Uchiha Shikijaku commissioned Jiraiya to help investigate. So I promised him that when the time comes, I will give him a wife that he will definitely not refuse, and he will be super excited and look forward to it. Jiraiya curled his lips, but didn't say anything in the end. Forget about my wife, I still can't pull up my pants. There is no psychological pressure in recognizing people. Did you piss off the old man again? He told me to go back to the village. Jiraiya handed a letter to Uchiha Shikija. Jiraiya was actually distancing himself from Sarutobi Hiruzen because of the relationship between Uchiha Shikija and Namikaze Minato, as well as Tsunade's few words. He was already very disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was his once respected teacher after all, and Jiraiya still didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to plot against Uchiha, because he knew that his teacher would definitely lose. But his teacher always had an attitude of I have the advantage and I won't panic, and in the end he had to leave Konoha. It was not only because he was looking for the child of destiny in Uchiha Shikijabu to investigate the Kara organization, but also because he didn't want to be caught between Uchiha Shikijabu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let me see. Uchiha Shikija looked at the letter, which contained Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret order. He really wants you to kill me? Uchiha Shiki was a little confused. I have already bullied Jiraiya once, and Sarutobi Hiruzen actually believes that Jiraiya can kill him? No way. In his opinion, I am very strong, as I can enter the Sage mode like the first Hokage. Moreover, no one in Konoha knows that you and I have fought before, and I was completely defeated. Jiraiya is really speechless. He really doesn't understand. Old men just retire when they get old. Are power and ambition really that beautiful? Naruto? He's not even worthy of being a Hokage. I get up earlier than the chickens, sleep later than the dogs, and still have to worry about this and that. Shikik, can you please let the teacher go, even though he did a lot of wrong things? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Shiki, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Master Jiraiya, this is not a question of whether I let him go or not, and the Sarutobi clan must become the sinners of Konoha. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the Uchiha, the Senju, or the common people who become pawns of the power of the higher UPS. Master Jiraiya, I think you don't know, right, Sister Tsunade, Mr. Orochimaru, they are already very dissatisfied with the third Hokage. Uchiha Shikija handed the letter back to Jiraiya. Although he said so, it was just an excuse for Uchiha Shikijo. He simply wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to experience everything that the Uchiha had experienced. Personally speaking, Uchiha Shikijo actually admires and even respects Jiraiya in the original work. He is truly righteous and a hero. The wandering dragon should return to the sea. Even if the sea does not welcome me, it will come to me on its own. The fallen leaves and angelica roots will not welcome us three immortals. The cloud crane should return to heaven, but heaven will not welcome me, the Miyamu fairy. The tiger returns to the mountain, but the mountain does not welcome me, the great hero. The heaven, earth, mountains and seas will come to me even if they don't welcome me. Therefore, Uchiha Shikija had secretly established a good relationship with Jiraiya very early on, and even found many ancient books and combined them with random nonsense to turn them into reasonable speculations, asking him to help investigate the Kara organization. Yeah, that's not fair. Jiraiya took the letter and responded helplessly. He thinks he is a failed teacher and a failed student. Minato Namikaze was constrained and it was Uchiha Shikijabu who helped him. Sarutobi Hiruzen needed him, but he chose to stay away from Konoha. Don't worry, even if the third generation dies, they will still live under a new identity, and they will live happily all the time. It will be difficult for them to die. Uchiha Shiki patted Jiraiya's shoulder. This made Jiraiya very confused. What was dead and still alive? What's the meaning? That's all, but you can't do that, kid. You captured 2 Kage and used them as bait, but why didn't you catch them back? If you catch them, and continue to control them properly, you can directly end the war and even bring huge benefits to Konoha. Jiraiya is actually not that friendly to the outside world. The righteousness is the righteousness, the village is the village, war is not a joke, and the ninja is not a child either. He knows clearly the cruelty of war. Forward. Well, I guess the Hidden Cloud village will fight to the death, because I just burned everything near their village, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the Hyuga clan is fighting on the front line of the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Shikaizuki scratched his head embarrassedly. This made Jiraiya's eyes widen, his mouth open, and then he covered his face. He didn't doubt whether Uchiha Shikija could do it, but Uchiha Shikija was too unscrupulous towards the outside world when doing things. Wasn't he afraid that other ninja villages would be afraid that their own villages would become like that, and then both sides would be destroyed? Seriously, aren't you afraid that they will directly use the tailed beasts? Except for Konoha, the other 4 major nations all have 2 tailed beasts. Jiraiya spoke helplessly. Well, the 8 tails and the 2 tails from the Hidden Cloud village should, probably, maybe be able to be rescued, right? After all, someone rescued the Raikage and the 2 Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shiki was not sure whether Killer Bee, the 2 Yuzuki people, and even the Raikage Yatsuki AI could survive. The burns on their bodies were so severe that some of them could even see the carbonized flesh falling off, exposing their internal organs. Medical ninjutsu treatment does not include the regeneration of internal organs. The power of the tailed beasts is probably difficult to affect the Jinchuriki, because Uchiha Shikijaka just felt that the energy of the tailed beasts in the Jinchuriki's body was pitifully low, and it was dying. If the system does not prompt them to die within a period of time, then they are still alive. If it prompts them to die, Uchiha Shikake will not be surprised. Jiraiya's mouth twitched violently. Why does he feel that Uchiha Shikijo deserves a beating? Forget it, I won't listen, I won't listen. Jiraiya chose to ignore it. Anyway, Konoha had Uchiha Shikijaku. If he was more ruthless, he could probably destroy the 4 major countries by himself. I have a little clue about the Kara organization you asked me to investigate, but I'm not quite sure yet, because I suspect they are somewhere in the Hidden Rain village in a space-time world. Jiraiya changed the subject. Although the Kara organization was hiding very deeply, Jiraiya still found some clues through some traces. Because Uchiha Shikiji didn't watch Boruto, he had no idea where the Kara organization was, so the information he provided to Jiraiya was very limited, and a lot of the information was investigated by Jiraiya himself. The Hidden Rain Village? Uchiha Shiki was stunned. What kind of feng shui treasure land is the Hidden Rain Village? It's fine if Pain from Akatsuki is there, but why is Kara also there? It's a pity that I'm not good at space ninjutsu, otherwise I could continue investigating. Jiraiya spread his hands. This made Uchiha Shiki think whether he should let Heide Kakashi speed up the development of his Sharingan, and the Kamui thing is really useful. Moreover, if Heide Kakashi can use the Mangekyo, it would actually be a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and deal with Uchiha Obito at the same time. Alright, thanks for covering up the investigation. Leave the rest to me. But when you return to Konoha this time, you really don't want to listen to the 3rd Hokage and fight me, right? Honestly speaking, even if you really want to fight me and stand on the side of the 3rd generation, I will show no mercy. You know very well that Ikarit has never been these random people in the ninja world. Uchiha Shikija looked at Jiraiya very seriously. Is that the goddess-like being that the Toad Immortal once mentioned? Jiraiya had heard from Gama Sage about Kagaya Atsutsuki, and even about the Sage of 6 Paths, but Gama Sage did not explain many things clearly, so he recognized Nagato Uzumaki's Rinnegan. Moreover, Uchiha Shikija also made some speculations for him. He believed that the legend circulating in their ninja world was true because it was also recorded on the Uchiha stele. Certainly. These inferences were all based on the coincidental records on the Uchiha stele, and were expressed to Jiraiya by Uchiha Shikijaku using reasonable speculation. Yes. Uchiha Shikatsu nodded. Jiraiya actually doesn't believe in any coincidences. All coincidences are human actions. Forget it, I'll persuade the old man one last time, and then I won't care about anything else. You have to work hard too, don't be so incompetent. I can't get Tsunade, but I can be the godfather of Tsunade's child. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned around and left. He just happened to be passing by the training cave on his way back to the village and wanted to come and take a look, but who knew that a fire would break out here? I guess after Shiranui Genma and others put out the fire, this place will be in ruins and there will be no good facilities left. Damn it, not you, not your whole family, also, stay away from my future child. Uchiha Shika's mouth twitched that he could fully imagine that if he made Jiraiya the godfather of his and Tsunade's future child, his future child would be led astray by Jiraiya. It's horrible to watch, but I guess he would want to beat the child for no reason since he has nothing to do anyway. At this time, inside the moon, in the palace belonging to the Itsutsuki clan. At this moment, Itsutsuki Tenshu directly threw Yayu AI, Killer Bee, and the two Yuzuki people to the ground casually. In front of him was a huge yellow Rinnegan. Then he began to form seals, and 3 yellow light balls separated directly from the huge yellow turning eye, and then fell into the chests of Yayuia and the other two. He's seriously injured, so he still needs treatment. I hope it helps. Itsutsuki Tenshu waved his hand, and the 3 made like puppets behind him lifted up Yayu AI and others, and then followed Itsutsuki Tenshu to a room that looked very closed, and threw them into a water tank that looked like a green pond. As soon as Yayuia and others entered, a large amount of green fluorescent light attached to their bodies. A lot of charred dead flesh began to fall off and then repaired their bodies. Fountain of Life. To put it in more common terms, it is very similar to the so-called immortal talisman in Gama country, also known as Mayaboku Mountain. Itsutsuki Hamura was once killed by his brother who used lightning release to pierce his chest. Before he moved to the moon, he actually learned some things from the toad, who was not yet a toad sage. This is the natural chakra spring that their clan has been using to treat illnesses. It used to be absorbed and extracted through the outer statue, but ever since the outer statue was channeled away, the amount has remained the same. Ten Shao, how is it? Just as Itsutsuki Tenshu was observing, an elder who looked even older than him appeared. The elder had his eyes half closed, and his hand was held up by a servant puppet. After all, people get old and it's inconvenient. Chief, Tinu is dead, and there is a troublesome existence in the ninja world. We don't have enough combat power and manpower, so we can only take it slow. Itsutsuki Tenshu spoke respectfully. Itsutsuki Heitoya, the patriarch of the Itsutsuki branch of the moon, is actually the great-great-grandson of Itsutsuki Tonari. Although he is about to die, he has always been worried about Itsutsuki Tonari's eye problems. That child was born without eyes, but his bloodline is closest to our ancestors. Thank you brothers for all the hard work. Tianwang is arrogant and has never taken the people of Earth seriously. Although the ninja world is a failed world created by the Sage of Six Paths, we have to say that in our observations, it has produced many talented people. The Senju and Uchiha clans throughout the ages have all produced extraordinary people. From now on, don't act rashly. Use control techniques if you can. Itsutsuki Heito's voice was very soft, and even sounded like he was on the verge of exhaustion. Our clan uses the samsara eye to place chakra balls directly into the chest of a person and fuse them with their heart, turning them into our puppets. This method of control not only restricts their actions and will, but also allows us to obtain their thoughts. That guy is powerful, so I'll be careful. Itsutsuki Tenshu knew that the elder in front of him was about to die. When he passed away, he and the child Itsutsuki Tonari would be the only ones left on the moon, so he can't die. Even if he dies, he must create more puppets for Itsutsuki Tonari and collect more chess pieces for his use. What a pity, we can't find the person who communicates with the demon statue. If he has the samsara eye, then we don't have to be afraid of him at all. Itsutsuki Tenshu continued speaking. In fact, ever since the Outer Path demon statue was summoned away, they, as guardians and observers, actually understood that another Rinnegan similar to the Six Paths Sage had appeared in the ninja world. They searched for it immediately, but in the end they found nothing. Even though they sensed the heretic golem again later, when they went to check, there were only a lot of corpses and traces of battle left in that place, and they still didn't gain anything. Responsibilities? No. The surveillance of the heretic golem is not that important to them now, or even a long time ago. In the long history, they have long believed everything distorted by the former patriarch of the branch family. They want the Rinnegan because when the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan are combined, they can exert stronger abilities. There is a legend. The ancestor of their clan, Itsutsuki Hamura, actually already possessed the initial Rinnegan when he was fighting with their mother. For unknown reasons, he awakened new eyes in his old age. The Eye of Reincarnation. The Rinnegan, although it looks similar to the ordinary Byakugan, can use many incredible abilities like the Six Paths Sage. Unfortunately, those eyes were destroyed when their ancestor died because he believed that they were ominous eyes. You decide. I am old and powerless, I am just an old man waiting to die. I was already seriously injured. I was able to use the Outer Path Golem to prolong my life, but now the Outer Path Golem is gone. After Itsutsuki Haindani finished speaking, he let the puppet pull him away. If he was in his prime, he could still contribute his own efforts to the lofty ideal of their separation and punish Uchiha Shikijibu. Even if you can't defeat it, you can still seal it. But now, there is nothing I can do. He couldn't even control his chakra well now, and his Byakugan had begun to lose its original ability. and he couldn't continue to connect to the yellow samsara eye. Yes, Chief, I will definitely fulfill our dream of splitting up the clan. The Six Paths Sage created the world as a failure. Human greed and evil, human beings killing each other, the ninja clan has become a ninja. We should destroy it and then rebuild it, and we will be their guides. Atsutsuki Tenshu looked at the elder's back as he left and spoke solemnly. This is the ideal and goal of their clan. They wanted to obtain a higher purity Byakugan to match Atsutsuki Tonari's high purity bloodline, and then awaken the true Rinnegan and use the true Rinnegan to unleash the power of destruction. Right after, Atsutsuki Tenshu looked at Yayu Ai and others again. Because of his skills, he already knew what Yayuia and the others were thinking. They are unwilling to accept this. They are angry. They are helpless. Even though they had just fainted, they sensed that at least half of the villagers had died before they fainted. It's right to be unwilling. The more unwilling you are, the more my control technique will make you sink. Atsutsuki Tenshu muttered to himself coldly. To him, his life is very important, and ninjas are beings that can be used. Hyaga Hayashi, the eyes of the Byakugan princess of the Hyaga family, I will definitely get them. Her eyes are undoubtedly of the purest blood. After all, the Hyaga family, like ours, has always practiced intraclan marriages, and there has always been only one head of the family. The other side. Uchiha-style Sparrow here. At this time he had returned to Konoha and came to the special operating room where the factory was located. When he saw his lowly mother, her eyes were already wrapped in gauze, and she was frantically acting coquettishly to his clone. For example, kissing, hugging, and lifting up high. As soon as the clone saw Uchiha Shikijaku's real body, he almost cried that there was no need for Uchiha Shikijaku to remove the spell, he did it on his own. After the clone was released, his memories became shared with Uchiha Shikija. Not good. It's a mental attack. Uchiha Shikijo could feel the despair of his clone. After all, the clone was really like him, not good at dealing with Uchiha Kanen, the lowly mother. Tsunade? She can't handle it. As soon as the operation was successful, she ran away. Wow, Uchiha Kanen actually asked Tsunade if she minded her playing with Uchiha Shikijo, and if she didn't mind, did she mind the three of them playing together? It's outrageous. So, Tsunade really ran away. Love as many people as you want, don't involve me. The operation was a success. As for the specific effect, we have to observe it later. Uchiha Shikijaku saw that his clone had disappeared, but he immediately sniffed the air and muttered to himself as Uchiha Kanen, who was groping towards him directly and accurately. Ah, it smells like Koshiki Notsuki. Even though I can't see it, I can still feel that the one who has been accompanying me just now is your clone. Uchiha Kanen, Omega. Uchiha Kanen raised her hands for a hug. Uchiha Shiki was helpless and simply reached out and picked her up like a child. Seriously, this is the nth time that Uchiha Shikijuyu feels like he has a daughter. Shikaku-sama. At this moment, a little girl with short black hair came over. She was wearing a nurse's uniform and looked very quiet. Shizune Kato. Shizune was also very cute when she was a child. But why are you out of breath? What's wrong? Uchiha Shiki looked at her. Because Tsunade became his woman, she is very familiar with Shizune. Tsunade-sama, there is danger. Emer.orochimaru.is here too, but he still can't hold on. Jingian spoke intermittently, and it was obvious that she was really out of breath. What? And Orochimaru has returned? Uchiha Shiki was shocked. He went straight into his normal female form, instantly expanding his perception, and then discovered that he couldn't sense Tsunade's chakra. Mr. Orochimaru returned today, and he came directly to see Lady Tsunade because he said you had instructed him to do something. The enemy used a barrier. I was thrown out by Lady Tsunade before the barrier was formed. Shizune originally wanted to go to the Uchiha clan's territory, but remembering that Uchiha Shiki was at the factory, she ran here directly. After all, Tsunade had instructed her to find Uchiha Shikijaku's clone, tell him what happened here, and then ask him to remove the clone, and Uchiha Shikijaku's real body would naturally know. Boundary ninjutsu, no wonder I can't sense Tsunade's chakra. Some special barrier ninjutsu are really strange and can hide the existence of one's own chakra. The Akatsuki organization uses a similar barrier, which was developed by Uchiha Madara in his old age to hide himself. The purpose is to prevent the ninja from perceiving ninjutsu. Because of this, no one discovered that Uchiha Madara was still alive until his death. Only Uchiha Obito, who was rescued by him, knew about it. Xiao Shik, let me go, go. No one can bully my daughter-in-law. Uchiha Kanen in Uchiha Shikija's arms no longer acted like a spoiled child, and even her tone changed from that of a girl to that of a mature woman, and murderous intent emanated from her whole body. Good. Uchiha Shikija put Uchiha Kanen down. Then he was about to sense the flying thunder god mark on Tsunade's lower abdomen, but he was soon stunned. Because at this time, Tsunade's chakra could be felt. Even Orochimaru's chakra could be sensed next to Tsunade. However, Uchiha Shikijo could sense and guess that actually nothing was wrong with either of them. At least the enemy either escaped or died. Because Uchiha Shikijaku did not sense any other chakra near them now. And why is it in the suburbs? It is very far from the factory. I can't figure it out. Uchiha Shikija launched Flying Thunder God. Tsunade and Orochimaru are here. They all had wounds on their bodies, and black iron rods were inserted into their limbs, restricting their movements. Within a 200-meter radius, the scene was a chaotic mess, with giant tree roots and other trees scattered across the ground, as if struck by a violent storm. Among the remains of these trees, there are many black sticks scattered around. They look abrupt and weird, as if they were nailed down by some powerful force. In the midst of the devastation, you can also see the corpses of many snakes, some of which have been flattened, while others have been twisted into strange shapes, obviously having died after suffering a huge impact. However, the most eye-catching thing is the huge purple python, which is much larger than the average snake. Several times larger, with a pair of horns on its head. You can recognize it as the famous one snake at a glance. The condition of this snake looked very bad. Its body was completely stiff and lifeless. It was obviously dead. How interesting. Ever since I witnessed Uchiha Shikija's abilities, I thought there wouldn't be any more bizarre eye techniques that could shock me. Orochimaru muttered, his voice revealing an uncontrollable excitement. But the person I met today possesses such a unique eye technique. He continued, his eyes fixed on the dark rods. And these black sticks that are suppressing us can actually make us lose our ability to move. It's incredible. I can't use any strength at all. Orochimaru is indeed a scholar and a researcher. Even in the face of such a bizarre scene, he was able to remain calm and showed a strong interest and desire to study these strange phenomena. Stop talking nonsense. Although the enemy seems to be kind enough to let us go, he may have other motives. After all, he took away Atsutsuki's body, which is the only material body we have. Tsunade was trying to pull out the black iron rods that pierced her limbs, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. This black stick's ability is so weird. More importantly, she could feel the terrifying chakra and dominance transmitted by the black stick. But Tsunade, you can actually use wood release. And, judging by your injuries and the blood on me, you've overcome your hemophobia? Orochimaru couldn't move, but he was still able to calmly ask Tsunade. Tsunade had nothing to say. In fact, not many people knew that she could use wood release. Recently, she had been secretly practicing wood release. And because the pills and wood release transformed her body cells, her chakra amount increased a lot. At least Tsunade herself thinks that it should be no less than Senju Tobirama. As for hemophobia, she overcame it recently. After all, she has Uchiha Shikijaku by her side. Although Uchiha Shikijaku seems to be just a little man to her, she still wants to work hard. At least she wants to be able to stand by Uchiha Shikijaku's side. Certainly, it is actually not very possible to realize this idea, because to a certain extent, as long as the six paths do not appear, Uchiha Shiki will be invincible. In other words, even if Ryudeo came out, it would be difficult to deal with him if he couldn't figure out the mechanism of his female pupil technique. That's not important. You can just take my punch and let me vent my anger. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, and there was actually a hint of coldness in her eyes. You two, stop chatting like that. Now I should think about what to do. I can't even move. At this moment, the voice of Senju Tobirama was heard not far away. In fact, when they were attacked just now, Orochimaru summoned Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, but the bodies of the reincarnated ones were too fragile and were kicked into pieces by the enemy. When they recovered, several black sticks were nailed into their bodies, making their recovery very slow. This is the power of yin-yang release. These black rods are close to the bloodline network, but they don't seem to be complete. But Tsuna, you can actually use wood release. When Hashirama Senju was recovering just now, he saw Tsunade using wood release, and he was so shocked. You owe it all to me, first generation Sama, second generation Sama. Just when Tsunade was about to say something, Uchiha Shikigami appeared beside Tsunade with a flying thunder god. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Uchiha Shikija squatted down immediately and reached out to gently stroke Tsunade's face, which was becoming more and more like a girl due to its moisturization. Perhaps it was because of the 100 healings technique, or because the wood release had transformed her body, but Tsunade looked like she was about to transform from a mature woman into a girl with huge breasts like Shirayuko. This young man. Flying Thunder God. When did it become so easy to learn my Flying Thunder God? Senju Tobirama was stunned. It is very difficult to master Flying Thunder God. However, soon. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened, because Uchiha Shiki exploded his natural chakra in front of several people, forming a female appearance, and directly reached out to pull all the black sticks out of Tsunade. This girl. Is she the girl who fought with us that day? No, how can a man turn into a girl? I want this ability too. Senju Hashirama was also extremely shocked. He was really envious. I'm fine. Tsunade smiled. It seemed that Shizen completed the task well. Uchiha Shikija also smiled and touched her head again. Innately evil Uchiha, get your dog paws off Tsuna's head. And Senju Tobirama was immediately furious. Judging from the current situation, his little princess was dating the stinky man from the Uchiha family? After all, the two people were very intimate. Oh, it's done, Senju and Uchiha can get married, ha 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 ha. UH.no, a boy can become a girl, and a girl can still be a boy. Does this mean they are the same or? Never mind, it doesn't matter. As for Senju Hashirama, he was as happy as a fool, laughing so happily. Orochimaru was completely confused. No, Tsunade, didn't Jiraiya try to fight Uchiha Shikijaku? How did you get together? Why is there no news outside? What should I do if you're having an affair with Uchiha Shikija? I'll be annoyed to death. Snort. Uchiha Shikija directly picked up Princess Tsunade, and then walked directly to Senju Tobirama as if he was very proud, and then slapped Tsunade on the forehead in front of him. Then he looked at Senju Tobirama provocatively. Tsunade was helpless, but she didn't feel shy at all. After all, to a certain extent, she is now in her 30s and has long lost the shyness of a girl. Even after experiencing that, she can become very proactive. That is, her little man is sometimes very childish, and he always wants to irritate her elders. But think about it, although Uchiha's current situation is partly his own fault, more of it is actually forced into this state by his second grandfather and his disciples. Born evil Uchiha, Suna, get down here. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth. If he could move, he would have gone straight up and hugged Uchiha Shikija tightly, and used a mutual detonating talisman. No! Tsunade's main character is a rebel. She hugged Uchiha Shiki's neck and stuck out her tongue at Senju Tobirama. Although Senju Tobirama doted on her since she was a child because they had no children, he was also very strict with her. Alright, Tobirama, isn't this good? Hashirama Senju smiled not far away. I'm so full. Uchiha Shikijaku had no intention of continuing to anger Senju Tobirama, so he directly helped them pull out the black stick. This thing, is it Nagato's? No, the chakra ripples are different, and the yin-yang escape is stronger. Uchiha Shikigakai held Tsunade and sat on the broken tree roots, looking at the black stick in his hand and thinking that he could not sense the other party even using reverse perception. It seemed that the connection was broken. The reason why he could suppress a few people just now was probably the effect of the black stick itself. Unable to figure out anything, Uchiha Shikija threw it away and returned to his male appearance. Let my little princess go. The first thing Senju Tobirama did after regaining his freedom was to take action, but he was locked up by Hashirama Senju and could only stand there and roar. Be good, calm down, Tobirama, look how well-matched Suna and the Uchiha boy are. Senju Hashirama really liked Uchiha and tried hard to comfort his younger brother. To some extent, Tobirama Senju actually dotes on Tsunade more than he does, but he looks so stern and doesn't show it much. That's right, look at the first generation, how cheerful he is. What era is this? You're still calling Uchiha born evil? Your disciples are much more evil than us Uchiha. Uchiha Shikijaku very much agrees with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha and Senju are a perfect match. If the two families had intermarried earlier, even if you two died, Uchiha Senju would have directly dominated the ninja world. The new book has been decided to use this book as the basis to write about the experiences before the plot, and then abolish the existence of the system, retain the abilities and so on, and then let him lead the Uchiha to become more and more crazy. Uchiha, the clan of love. What's the meaning? Senju Tobirama frowned. He had doubts last time. What I see now makes me even more confused. If Uchiha was harming Konoha, then Tsunade shouldn't be so good friends with Uchiha Shikijaku, but if Uchiha was not harming Konoha, why did this young man kill his disciple? Talk to him clearly. Uchiha Shiki put Tsunade down and pointed at Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. But before she could explain, Tsunade used a body flash technique to appear in front of Orochimaru, who was watching the fun, and punched him in the stomach, instantly sending him flying and bouncing up and down like a stone skipping on the water. Right after, Tsunade clapped her hands and walked towards where Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju were. Hiss, this impure world reincarnation is really not a good ninjutsu. How dare you summon them both in front of Tsunade? Uchiha Shikija looked at Orochimaru, who was still shooting in the distance, and felt pain all over his body. It's okay. Tsunade actually had no choice but to accept him and was actually quite gentle to him. There was no doubt about that. After all, he was very nice to Tsunade. Get up. Uchiha Shikigakai is chasing Orochimaru. After all, Uchiha Shiki was afraid that Orochimaru would be killed. This is a talent, and he still wants to deceive him. Ugh. You also have to appeal to his emotions and reason with him to make him turn into Ant Snake and become Jiraiya's future wife. After a while, Uchiha Shikigakai caught up with Orochimaru. Uchiha Shikaku is running and Orochimaru is jumping. He was vomiting blood from his mouth, but he finally managed to stabilize his speed and collapsed to the ground without moving. Fortunately, I didn't bring out the rope tree and the broken spirit. Orochimaru covered his stomach with both hands and began to use medical ninjutsu on himself. So you still want to bring out Shenshu and Duen Tongling? No. If you really do that, regardless of whether Lady Tsunade will kill you or not, I will kill you immediately. Tsunade-sama belongs only to me now, understand? Uchiha Shiki squatted beside Orochimaru, injected natural energy into him, and then spoke with a smile. This made Orochimaru silent. In fact, he wanted to do so. After all, Dan's spiritual transformation technique was also a forbidden technique. It was a byproduct of Senju Tobirama's research on impure world reincarnation. Soul research, this ninjutsu is the most suitable. But although Uchiha Shikija's words did not contain any murderous intent, they still made him feel a little apprehensive. Tell me, what happened? What happened here? Why were you attacked? Why are you here? Uchiha Shikike asked. I will return to Konoha after solving the problem for Danzo according to your arrangement. However, you are not in the Uchiha clan territory, so I went to Tsunade and asked her for the body of Itsutsuki. I plan to have her accompany me to the laboratory not far from here for research. After all, Tsunade is quite good at biological agents, just like me. It's just that here, we were suddenly surrounded by a barrier, and a strange person attacked us. That person had black hair and pigtails and wore an elegant, slim-fitting white long-sleeved tailcoat. He also wore loose black pants that often covered his bare feet. There was a vertical row of Megatama patterns on his sleeves, chest, and back. His fingernails and toenails were all black. He's very strong, whether it's the physical skills or the abilities he uses. It feels like an Uchiha-zai technique. After he easily subdued us, he took away the Itsutsuki's body and didn't pay any attention to us. He looked at us like ants. Orochimaru propped himself up and he could feel the wound on his stomach healing, and Uchiha Shiki frowned. Listening to Orochimaru's description, why does it feel so much like Itsutsuki Ishaiki's body? Why does that guy want Itsutsuki Tenmo's body? Is it used to feed the Ten Tails? But there is a difference between the Itsutsuki on the moon and the real Itsutsuki. Judging from your reaction, you seem to know who that person is? He gives me the feeling that he is not much weaker than you. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Shikijo and continued. His first instinctive reaction was that he could tell that Uchiha Shikijaku seemed to know who the person who attacked them was. I think so. Uchiha Shikijaku did not explain, but started thinking, how did Itsutsuki Ishaiki know that Itsutsuki Tenno's body was with Tsunade, and why did he know it was there so accurately? Could it be that Ishaiki Itsutsuki has his own people keeping an eye on them? Or is it to say that he is keeping an eye on the ninja world? To be honest, he hadn't watched much of Boruto in his previous life, so he didn't know anything about Itsutsuki Ishaiki. All he knew now was from some introductory posts he read in his previous life. Just as Uchiha Shiki was thinking, he suddenly felt a huge burst of chakra, and even a hint of murderous intent was revealed. This made Uchiha Shikija and Orochimaru look at Senju Tobirama's position at the same time. At this time, Senju Tobirama had a gloomy face, his chakra was exploding, and murderous intent was spreading from him. As for Hashirama Senju beside him, he sat down and sighed, and finally looked at Uchiha Shikijo, wondering what he was thinking. It seems that Tsunade Willie have told my respected second Hokage everything they did, and he seems very angry. But it's also true. Except for a small number of people who have integrated into the civilian population of Konoha, most of the Senju clan have been killed in the late Second Shinobi World War and the early Third Shinobi World War. The Kage is also a human being, and the clan is the root for the clan ninja. The teachers have made an indelible contribution to Konoha's status as a place that can be challenged by other countries. Orochimaru sneered. He is not stupid. He was assigned to monitor Danzo Shimura, so he took advantage of the situation. Ever since his teacher recommended Minato Namikaze to be the Hokage, Orochimaru knew a lot of things, such as his teacher was not as upright as he seemed, because he had been the teacher's sword in many things. No, the second Hokage isn't angry about the non-existence of the clan. After all, the Senju clan never fought or competed. He's probably angry now because the third Hokage and his men are ambitious and have turned Konoha into a village of internal strife that every country can provoke. Of course, he probably has some regrets about this. After all, his disciples distorted his purpose in staying and dealing with the Uchiha policy. Uchiha Shiki can see it clearly anyway, because there was apology in the look of Hashirama Senju when he looked at him just now. Let them go free, don't tie them up. Impure world reincarnation has a drawback. If a psychic knows the seal, and you neglect to give them a chance to undo it, then it's useless. Uchiha Shikijo patted Orochimaru's shoulder, then walked towards where Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju were.